What's up, everybody, and welcome on in. It is almost the weekend. You have found us, and you've come to the right place. This is called The Sweat. I am Adam Kaufman. Great to be with you, and we've got a whole lot going on over the course of the next roughly 55 minutes. Heaven forbid we stick around for a full hour. We don't want to tax you, but not to worry. There's a ton going on here on this Dream Stream day. Of course, it continues coming up at noon with a full slate of Madden simulations. You have 6 of them Eastern time coming your way at 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Let's run them down for you, tell you what you've got in store for the day. So first off, and then we'll get to all of the great baseball, NBA, NHL, and so much more over the course of this hour. So at 12, it'll be the Bengals and Saints with Emerson Latzia and Reed T. Fowler coming at you for that one. Cowboys and the Washington football team at 2 o'clock. Brendan Glasheen and Christian DeAndrea. And then Jeff Ulrich will take over for Christian, joins Glash for the Giants and Seahawks. That's at 4 o'clock. That is all the early slate. Late slate begins at 6 Eastern. Lions and Patriots, Jason Rossi and Moose sticks around. You know him, of course, as Jeff. And then I will take over. I'll return, I guess, kind of bookending your Dream Stream day with Tom Carroll. Tom Ace, Chiefs Bears at 8 o'clock. The Vikings and Broncos will come your way. That is at 10. But that's a little ways away. You don't have to worry about that right now. You can get to that coming up in an hour. For right now, we want to talk about what we have in store for us later on in the world of real sports, not just simulated sports. And of course, to help us do that, we bring in a couple of our favorites, Full-Time Felix, Julian Edlow, and Matt LaMarca. We're going to get into a little chaser fade, Major League Baseball, DK Sportsbook, and DFS plays all the same. How are you, fellas?
We're great. How are you, Kaufman?
I'm great. I'm sorry. Are you not used to actually being greeted? Talk
No.
a little bit?
No, you know I hate greetings.
It was a soft toss. I didn't know if Julian was going to speak first, if I was going to speak first. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't very prepared today, Kaufman.
You know, it's I'm pretty much as prepared as I typically am. You know, just show and go is how we like to roll around here. And, you know, we are more prepared probably than the Red Sox at least were yesterday because, you know, they show up to the ballpark, they're getting ready for their opener against the Orioles, and then the weather takes over and it turns out a postponement due to rain in the forecast. So they will go at it this afternoon, 2:10 Eastern instead. And if we're taking a look at the pitching matchup, you have Nathan Eovaldi, John Means, of course, Eovaldi starting with Eduardo Rodriguez sideline, starting the year on the injured list for Boston. 15-3 in the captain spot in this showdown contest, Jules. Is he worth paying up for there?
It looks a little aggressive to me at first, but then you start looking around at, all right, like who are my other options here? And you also look at how Eovaldi did against Baltimore last season. He had some struggles with him initially as a member of the Red Sox, but last year against Baltimore, 3 starts, 3-0, a 0.95 ERA. He only allowed 2 runs in 19 innings, 18 strikeouts. Like, he was pretty good against them. And I know everybody's down on the Red Sox right now after that season. And maybe Baltimore's a little bit better, but I think this is a strong spot for Eovaldi to start the year off. A guy that wasn't initially even supposed to be the opening day starter. But Eduardo Rodriguez not in a position to do that yet again. So I don't want to spend it on John Means. I think that's a little too contrarian for me, and I'm not sure I want to do it on a bat, particularly a bat like Devers or Bogarts, who's even more than the starting pitcher. So I think kind of by default, I did talk myself into Eovaldi after not being there initially.
Well, and as it turns out, LaMarca, Eovaldi starting the opener for Boston for the second straight year. Obviously, the pandemic couple-month season last year, and now here we are with Eovaldi, you know, taking over for Rodriguez sideline once again. But still, 15-3 in the captain spot. Jules has talked himself into it. Could you? Are you chasing him at captain here despite other options?
I'm going to fade it. I would never fight you too hard for rostering a starting pitcher in the captain spot. I do think that they have, you know, for the most part, the higher median expectations than any of the individual bats. But the ceiling is what gets me. I just don't see enough upside with Eovaldi. And I don't hate this Orioles lineup. Like, I know they weren't good last year, but you give them back Trey Mancini, Ryan Mountcastle, big-time prospect. I could tell myself a story that they're at least a little bit better this year. I think that there are some solid bats to target for the Red Sox in particular that stand out to me as better values in the captain spot. So I would rather go with a Hunter Renfroe, a Kike Hernandez, somebody like that. But again, I wouldn't fight you too hard if like Julian, you talked yourself into Eovaldi.
LaMarca, let's move on to the main slate. You have 6 games starting at 7 Eastern. Trevor Bauer, of course, debuting for his new team, is very expensive. He's 10-5, so, you could justify it, unless you're Steve Buchanan, who says that last year was a fluke. How do you feel about him tonight, or do you like a cheaper option?
What is it with Steve and just like hating good baseball players?
And everything, really.
I'm going to pass on Trevor Bauer. I think if you want to take a shot on him in a tournament, go for it. This Rockies offense, I don't care that they had a good day yesterday. They kind of stink. But you look at the Rockies, they are implied for the 3rd highest total on the slate, 4.8 runs. I don't want to target a pitcher at 10,500 who's expected to give up nearly 5 runs. Coors Field, even if it's not the hitter's paradise early in the year that it is in the summer months, I still just don't think you want to make a habit of targeting players pitching in that environment. So I would go to some other options before I went to Bauer. I do think he probably has the highest ceiling at the pitcher position, even in Coors Field, but there are just some other guys that stand out as better options.
Chase or fade Bauer, Jules?
Yeah, I'm going to fade him. On the surface, a guy for 10-5 at Coors is pretty easy to pass on. But then you look at the rest of the options, opening day, all these aces lined up. That's one day in the past, and it's already completely changed what these slates look like in terms of the pitchers that you can roster. And Bauer has that strikeout upside, like Matt kind of touched on. So that's there. I mean, you can get sucked into just like it's the first start of the year. So you look at everybody's fantasy points per game right on DraftKings. You see Bauer's like double everybody with 30 fantasy points per game. But taking I don't hate Bauer quite as much as Steve does, but taking a small page out of his book, like he did, those schedules last year were just, you played the same teams over and over again. And Bauer didn't play the best teams and performed very well, which he's a good pitcher. He's going to pitch well, but things get tougher. The Rockies just scored 8 runs in a Kershaw start to get the year going without Arenado, with everybody down on them. So paying 10-5 here is not something I'm really interested in. It just does get tougher to recommend, like, okay, so you're not rostering him, so who are you paying for? I would be more interested in like a Blake Snell, probably.
Pablo.
Who?
Pablo Lopez, baby.
So I was going down to him. We had a 1-0 game, obviously, that Tampa won in Miami yesterday. Pablo Lopez showed some upside last year. That's another guy I could talk myself into. Merrill Kelly pitched really well against the Padres in a couple of starts last year. I don't know if I'm going to, the Padres are a different animal this year, I think. I don't know if I'm going to go there, but it is a slate to kind of balance off with pitching, I think, and not pay 10-5 at Coors.
Jules, you got some high-priced bats, a few of the faces of baseball, Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, Fernando Tatis Jr., who is, of course, very well paid now. Now, trying to establish who you should go with and pay up for. Trout, it's tough to ignore. If you like me, if you like BVP, you can look at him at Dallas Keuchel and the White Sox today. 15 career hits, couple of home runs. You going to chase Trout in this matchup?
Out of those top 3 guys, I think Trout at 5'9" stands out to me the most. I do think maybe it's a day that we can, and not that you're going to save, but you go down to 5'8" on Seager, you go down to 5'7" on Bellinger, like still very expensive, but those Dodgers lefties going up against a righty at Coors Field. I mean, Bellinger hit a home run yesterday that turned into a single because of whatever baseball rules are in place when you pass somebody on the bases. I don't know. That stinks if you had Bellinger. It stinks if you bet on the Dodgers like I did, who maybe should have had another run. But yeah, I think that it's either Trout for me or you take the lefties on the Dodgers. I don't think I'm going to wind up on like Tatis or Betts going over 6K for one of those guys.
Zach's man, you going to chase Trout as the best option here?
No, I'm interested in Mookie. Mookie, like he's a righty facing a righty, but he is a classic reverse splits hitter. I mean, yes, last year his splits were incredibly drastic. He was a 181 WRC plus against righties and a 56 WRC plus against lefties. That's a bit overstated compared to what he did, what he's done for the rest of his career. But bets against a right-hander in Coors Field, I have no problem paying the 6-2. The problem is, stacking the Dodgers in general is going to be very tough. They're super expensive, but I do think that, a leadoff hitter with the kind of pop that we've seen from Betts in the best hitting park in baseball, like I can definitely talk myself into that at 6,200.
Maddie, who are you going to chase as value option tonight?
Yeah, I think you can go over to the other side of that matchup. There are some interesting guys on the Rockies who are pretty cheap. Ryan McMahon, for example, 3,600. Expected to bat second. I know you probably don't feel very comfortable targeting Trevor Bauer, but if you just take the pitcher's name away and you think about, okay, I can get a guy batting second in the lineup for the team with the second highest or the third highest implied team total on the slate, who's only 3,600, who's on the positive side of his splits. Like, I think that there are a lot of different Rockies guys that I'm going to end up targeting tonight. Raimel Tapia, another one that stands out, 3,200. So I think the Rockies are probably your best source of value.
Jules, we'll wrap with you. Value. Who are you chasing?
Yeah, if we both said we're fading Bauer, I think the top of that Rockies order makes some sense. Like Matt said, Tapia's 3,200. You got guys 3,600. You got guys in the middle of the lineup potentially for under 3K. So that makes sense to me. At Coors, 8 runs again on opening day in a Kershaw start. So it can be done. I think even the Mariners going against Johnny Cueto, you can get plenty of guys in that lineup. In the middle of that order, there are guys 4 or 5 hitters projected to be under $3,000. I haven't heard of either of them, but their names in the middle of the order. So what does it matter? And I know Johnny Cueto's not all that good anymore. So I think that just looking for the spots more than the names is more important. Yesterday, like if you played on the 1 p.m. slate, Luplow led off for Cleveland. You had a guy at 2,200 there leading off. That's ridiculous. I don't know if this was a mistake on DraftKings or what, but Nomar Mazara was hitting 6th for Detroit. He was 1,500, I think I had him in a lineup. Like, just pay attention to when these lineups actually come out. It's the first, second lineups of the year. There's going to be guys that we didn't expect to be there that are at really good values.
Lamarca, Jules, always a pleasure catching up with you guys. Let's do it again real soon. In the meantime, we're going to make the move to NBA. We got Mog, Josh, and Deucey on the way. Stay with us here. You're watching The Sweat on YouTube and Twitch. Welcome back, everyone, to The Sweat. We've got baseball in the rear view and, of course, day 2 of the MLB season on the way later today. But let's not forget it's still basketball season. And so we welcome in our pals Kenny Ducey, and we also have Ryan Mogg, Josh, host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life. What's going on, guys?
Hey, I'm doing well, Koff. That's all I can say.
I
It's
just
great to be with
the
you.
soft launch again to see what happened. Sure enough, people want to be asked individually how they're feeling. Ryan, how are you?
I couldn't be better.
Good. I'm glad.
Anytime I'm with you, Koff is a good time.
I've always said that. All right, let's go NBA pick and roll, guys. We're going to see which DFS and sportsbook plays tonight are going to be the best options, or maybe you would roll to another. So again, NBA talk, Big Ten game slate in the association. You have Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is the most expensive player on the slate. Are you going to pick him, Ryan, or is there maybe someone who is a little bit more appealing to you think is going to outscore the Greek Freak?
So I do love the matchup, but I'm going to roll here. I'm not going to go with Giannis because there is other players that I like, but it seems like Giannis is maybe in a little mini slump. The last 4 games, 35, 33, 46, and 47 fantasy points, and we're used to him on a season average of scoring 57. And I don't know if it's a little bit of a all-star break hangover or what, but Giannis just doesn't seem right as far as a fantasy point standard. So I'm rolling with Giannis.
What about you, Ducey? Looks like Giannis could be in the neighborhood of 60 points tonight. Obviously, if that's just basically even meeting his projection either, that's not him going crazy. Do you think he's going to underachieve again?
I mean, yeah, if he gets around 60 fantasy points, I really like my other guy here that I want to talk about, and that is Karl Anthony Towns at 10.1K. You know, Memphis has the worst post-up defense in the NBA at 1.14 points per play, according to Synergy Sports. So they have just been dreadful against anybody trying to post up. So I think Karl Anthony Towns actually here has a pretty good matchup. You also talk about the fact that, Memphis just, I mean, what are they playing for at this point? They have no defense. They seem very disinterested. So, and you look at a guy that has had 60 fantasy points per game over the last 4 in Karl Anthony Towns. The minutes have been incredible. It looks like, it's like Tom Thibodeau's back in town. The usage has been incredible as well. I think the Cat is set up here for a pretty nice game. And, is he going to top the slate? I mean, it's always tough to do when Giannis is there, but I certainly think that he could push for a top 3 spot on this slate. And that's why I think the price is just really good here.
Dudes, let's talk point guards here. You have Steph Curry, who just played last night, so you got to consider the back-to-back. Got a little bit banged up, obviously, hurt the tailbone, stayed in the game, still went for 55, 56 fantasy points. It was a very good day, but again, all things considered, lingering effects of the injury, if there is one, and of course, just the fact that he played last night. Do you want to chase him again, or are you ultimately going to roll elsewhere?
He's a little expensive here. I mean, you look at the last 2 back-to-backs that he's played, and obviously it's not, it's apples to oranges because they're different teams, but 40 and 45 DK fantasy points. The only concern really with injuries with the Golden State Warriors is when, a guy has like a thigh bruise and they're just like, well, you're not going to play for 5 games. It's a lost season without Clay. So I think that, as long as he plays, I think that he'll be fine. I mean, he's been there. This is a pace-up game here. The Warriors have a fast pace. The Toronto Raptors are in the top half of the league in pace. They don't have a good defense. But at point guard, I don't know if he's the most exciting guy here, despite the fact that he just takes all the shots of this team. I'm actually looking at 2 other guys here. We'll talk about Nickeil Alexander-Walker, of course, if everyone remains out for the Pelicans. $6,200 is just, it's impossible to pass him up. But Donovan Mitchell is a sneaky guy at $8,800 if he plays, because I think that this is a very good matchup here against a bad Bulls defense, against Zach LaVine. It's another pace-up game, and he's a guy that has gone for 50 fantasy points just 2 games ago in, 28 minutes? So, I mean, it's been incredibly efficient for him. And the Jazz have missed him on offense. So I actually think that he's a really sneaky play here. If you don't, but I don't blame you if you want to go to Curry.
So Ryan, if you want to obviously pay down what Ducey outlined, that's an option. But you also have guys like Luka and Dame, Trae Young on this slate. If you want to stay upper echelon price wise, you gonna pick Steph or roll elsewhere?
I'm kind of with Kenny. I'm okay if you want to roll with Steph, but there are other pay-up options that I would prefer. Steph, despite his injuries, the last 2 games, over 52 fantasy points. So the only reason I kind of am okay with it was, like he mentioned, the pace. And I feel like with Lowry out for the Raptors, everything's kind of muddy Everybody's just kind of running amok, and it's way more offense oriented for Toronto, or I guess Tampa now. But I like the pace with Steph playing a Raptors team that is underachieving their butts off this year.
I applaud you. I'm kind of with Kenny, or not words that we've heard here on this show before. Quite a thing. All right, let's talk about a guy that Kenny brought up before, and that's NAW, Nickeil Alexander-Walker here, who 49 points, fantasy points last night. Obviously a breakout performance. Now tonight, there's recency bias. That element could be very popular. He's not expensive. He's $6,200. Do you want to pick him, NAW, again, or maybe you roll to a different value option?
So they're banged up a lot, like Kenny mentioned. And the common trend with NAW, or Nickeil Alexander-Walker, is he balls when Lonzo's out. I mean, the last, 5, 6 games, 32, 33, 36, 33, 31, and 49 the other night against Orlando. When Lonzo's out, he gets all those minutes. And so I guess I'm picking Nickeil Alexander-Walker with Lonzo out. And I think I might roll if Lonzo is in, because I think they're going to try to get Lonzo some touches and get acclimated more with getting back from injury.
You ready, Kenny? I'm going to dad joke you here. You going to go with Nickeil Alexander-Walker tonight, or nah?
Yeah, I expected that one. Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. I mean, I think that Ryan kind of hit the nail on the head with, if these guys are out, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I know he's going to be super chalky, but you can't get away from him. But the thing about this game is, like, I just love the matchup. I think that anybody who plays point guard here against Trae Young is worth a look. So whether or not, Lonzo Ball's on a minutes restriction is going to obviously dictate if you want to attack that matchup. But Alexander Walker is a guy that we know has done plenty in the league so far. He's very talented. He can get it done, even when these other guys are in the lineup. But obviously the ceiling is the roof when this guy is playing without the stars here. So I definitely like him as a play. I'm going to have exposure to him as, if New Orleans is still dealing with injuries. I'm going to kind of go to out of left field, though, because this guy's not a value play, but I wanted to sneak him into this segment if I can, Koff. Nikola Vucevic at $9,000. Look, I know that's not a value play here, but I think that this guy could very well be priced about $700 more given the matchup. Everyone's going to be scared to go against Rudy Gobert, but the Jazz have actually been the third worst team on points per play against post-ups. I was just talking about that with the Grizzlies. And that's not the only reason I like him. The Bulls, since acquiring Vucevic, have led the league in post-ups by like a ridiculous margin. They've run over 19 post-ups per game. They are force-feeding the ball to Vucevic. Not only that, the guy has taken 6 threes per game this year, and the Bulls have been one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league over the last 5 games, really over the last 10. And the reason they lost to the Jazz so badly last time is because they just hit 27% of threes. So I think that Vucevic is going to get all of the ball here. I think that they are going to just give the Vucevic the ball in the post. They're going to give him the ball from the 3-point line, and he's just going to have a gazillion shots here. So I actually like him as a sneaky play. I know that he doesn't fit the mold of like a high-priced point guard or even a high-priced guy on the slate, but I really think that he's a good play tonight.
Would you guys believe our crew didn't like my joke? I'm pretty sure all 6 likes on this YouTube stream are since that joke happened, Kenny.
I loved it.
Yeah, Ryan was on it. He was right there. Let's go DK Sportsbook, guys. Kenny, is there a spread in particular you're looking to bet tonight?
Yeah, I just said it here with that I think Vucevic is in a good matchup, but I really actually like the Jazz here to cover this gaudy spread, given Donovan Mitchell is in the lineup, just because, you look at the last time these two teams played, the Bulls actually outscored the Jazz in the paint by like 20 points. They out-rebounded the Jazz. They outworked the Jazz. They I think shot 43% from the field, which was pretty comparable. And they lost. They got blown out. Like all these things went their way and they still got blown out. And it was because they shot 27% from 3. I mentioned that they can't shoot right now from 3-point land. I'm obsessed with this game. And they look, I just think that like the 3-point shooting is not going to get better against one of the best perimeter defenses in the league. The Jazz have been cover machines at home this year. Only 5 times they haven't covered as the home favorite. And you have Donovan Mitchell, obviously, if he returns, this offense is going to ratchet up to another gear. We don't have to see Jordan Clarkson take, a million jump shots ever again, hopefully. And I really just like them to beat up on the Bulls again, given Donovan Mitchell comes back. And I think actually this spread is probably too low if he's playing.
Let's go to my hype man, Ryan. Which spread are you betting on tonight?
I'm not in on the Bucks lately. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They've slid to 3rd in the Eastern Conference rankings, if I'm not mistaken. Giannis is on a mini slump, like I mentioned. And at the same time, the Blazers have won their last 4. So this line of Portland plus 2.5 is looking pretty attractive to me. I think the trend continues with both of these teams. And Milwaukee, for some reason, I haven't watched them much in the last 4 games, but just looking at the numbers, Giannis isn't producing the same on offense. So I'm taking Portland plus 2.5, and I'm willing to mortal lock that in.
All right, Mog, Josh, Ducey, thanks for hanging out with us, fellas. Appreciate it. We're about halfway home on the sweat. We're going to do a little hockey next. Talk that hockey, and I just feel better when we do it with a Canadian. So Jeff Ulrich is going to join us on the way. Stay tuned. And we are right back with you. Like I said before, we're about halfway home here on the Sweat on a Friday, and let's move to the ice because we have got a busy night ahead. Jeff Ulrich is going to join us now. Of course, I am Adam Kaufman. Thanks for hanging out. Moose, what's going on, man?
Not too much. Just doing that hockey stuff again.
Yeah, it's just you and I talking hockey on a Friday, but in a different actual live format. It's kind of nice to see. So which DFS plays or bets do you like for tonight's NHL slate? That is ultimately the question in hand here as we take a look here for the NHL opening face-off. Now, we've got a tough choice on really atop the salary for the 6-game main slate. You've got Nate McKinnon, Connor McDavid, Austin Matthews. These guys are all 9K or above. So who do you prefer tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's a stacked lineup here. I mean, we got a lot of the top goal scorers in the league, a lot of the top point getters. We got Ovechkin down there going up against New Jersey as well. So, it's your delight tonight. You can kind of just pick and choose. And I definitely think it's a night where you probably want to try and get exposure to 2 studs and really go kind of stars and scrubs. But Nate McKinnon in the Colorado Avalanche, it's just not a team you want to fade right now. It's a team that's averaging 5.7 goals per game over their last 10 games, 9 goals in their last outing. This offense is just absolutely unstoppable. They finally got all their offensive defensemen healthy. The lineup is deep. McKinnon, 17 points over his last 10 games, but only 4 goals. Like, he's due for a little bit more goal scoring as well. So I want to pay up all the way to Nate the Great here. Going up against St. Louis. St. Louis is terrible. They really are. 6th in goals allowed, 6th last in penalty kill. Like, this is not a good team right now. Losing to the Ducks. I think that with the price difference being so small, you can go to McDavid against the Flames, Matthews against the Jets. Those are good matchups too, but like, McKinnon's a guy I want to get exposure to here.
How about we dip on down to the 5K range and look specifically at wing? You've got some different options available to you. Favorable matchups for Dustin Brown, for Matt Tkachuk as well. Which lower priced option on the wing do you like best?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm interested in Dustin Brown tonight. And again, you need some value here. So the Kings' first line to me is actually pretty tempting. You got Dustin Brown. You can even go down further. Alex Iafallo at 4,500. These guys have been pretty good. Like, the last time the Kings played the Sharks, Dustin Brown had 12 shots on goal in 2 games. Iafallo had 10 shots on goal in 2 games. The Sharks allowed a ton of shots on goal. So you got to figure, it's a good chance for like a multi-goal game from one of these guys. They get plenty of ice time. I like Dustin Brown tonight, 5,400. That's a very fair price. You can look, and again, you can go down further. I don't think this is a slate where you necessarily need to pay up on the wing. Dustin Brown is fine, especially if you're going to pair him with Kopitar and Iafallo, but you can go down to like Phil Kessel at 4K too. So all things considered, the 5K range, I'm not hitting it too hard because you want to pay up for all those studs, but Dustin Brown, definitely the most tempting in there.
Interesting play here. You've got Alex Burakovsky of the Avs, who had 2 goals last time out against the Coyotes, Jeff. Now $3,800 in this matchup. See your favorite value option tonight?
So there's look, the Colorado wingers are just, they've been producing, right? I mean, you got Jonas Donskoy with 3 goals in the first period in his last outing. He's got 5 goals over his last 4 games. Burakovsky 2 goals in the last game as well. These guys are, top 6, top 9 forwards. They get good exposure sometimes on the special teams and stuff. They're good plays. Absolutely. Like I said, that Colorado offense is just clicking. I do think they're going to be popular. So there's good pivots here, especially for GPPs. Like Tom Wilson, 3,900, playing alongside Nick Backstrom right now for the Washington Capitals. They're taking on New Jersey. New Jersey's a great opponent for a player like Wilson. He's not playing alongside Ovechkin at regular strength, but sometimes that's a good thing because it means he's going to shoot the puck a little bit more rather than just kind of act as a feeder for Ovechkin. So I do like Tom Wilson at 3,900. That matchup is absolutely prime. The Devils allow a ton of shots on goal. And look, my man, Phil Kessel, I already gave him a shout out, but I mean, this guy is playing like an on top line role for the Coyotes, playing a ton of minutes. He's got a bunch of shots on goal. He's got 6 goals over his last 10 games, and he's going up against the Ducks. So a couple of cheap wingers there. I really, really like both really good matchups, and I think they make good pivots off the Colorado guys because I do think, even though Colorado's, like I said, scoring at an insane rate, they're going to be popular. So give me Kessel and Wilson as good pivots here.
That was DFS. How about DK Sportsbook here, Jeff? You got the Sharks, who are plus money against the Kings. They've won their last 2. They've won their last 2 meetings in this matchup as well. Would you lock them in at plus 125 on the money line?
I just can't I can't bet the Sharks. Like they're just not a good team. They allow a ton of shots on goal and scoring chances every night. And you're kind of at the mercy of, is like one of their goalies going to show up? And their goalies, quite frankly, aren't that good. So lately, they're 4-2 in their last 6 games. That's nice. But, they came off the Kings series last time. They lost 2 straight right away to the Coyotes, who aren't really like that good an offensive team as well. So it just gives you an example of how up and down the Sharks can be. To me, the Kings are still the better team here, and they're deserving favorites. I would rather go to the Kings here on the money line. Cal Peterson's playing better. I know they blew 2 games to the Sharks the last time, but again, realistically, it was just because they ran into hot goaltending. They were getting like 40 shots a game in those losses. The chances were there. You got to figure the Kings are going to cash in here in this next series. So I'm not interested in the Sharks. Give me the Kings here. They're definitely one of my favorite money line bets of the night. And, if you're looking for a plus money on the money line, I'd probably think about the Jets. No one else really sticks out though.
Do you have a favorite bet tonight in the NHL? Maybe looking in that crystal ball, something of your, Sabres level pick.
Yeah, let's dust it off here and see what shows up, because
there you go.
I talked about the Avalanche here a couple times, and they are scoring at an insane rate. They've got a great matchup against the Blues, but then you look on the DK Sportsbook, the over-under for that game is still only 5.5 goals. Colorado has legitimately been hitting the over on their own, over just as an average over the last 10 games, and the Blues aren't going to do anything to stop this offense. Give me the over here in the St. Louis Colorado game. Maybe we need 1 goal from the Blues to hit this. Yeah, the over's got to be the bet there. I'm actually surprised that total is staying at 5.5. Couple player props to throw out. I mentioned the Sharks allow a ton of shots on goal. The Dustin Brown over 2.5 shots on goal prop has always been good to us. I think we hit it twice in a row the last time these teams played. Like I said, Dustin Brown, 12 shots on goal in 2 games against the Sharks. Just go back to it. Over 2.5 shots on goal for Dustin Brown as well.
It's always hard to say goodbye to Jeff Ulrich, but not to worry. He's going to be around in Simland with these Madden simulations a little bit later on today. What we are going to do is step aside and say hello to Ben Rassa from Awesemo and dive into a little college basketball talk, because it's Final Four weekend, baby. Let's get into it. That's on the way here on The Sweat. Welcome on back to the Sweat, and it is a pleasure, as it always is this time of the week, especially when it's college basketball season and the Final Four ahead of us, to be joined by Osmo's Ben Rassa. Take a look with just a few games remaining, the semifinals, and then, of course, we will have a champion cutting down the nets eventually here. But, Ben, how are you, man?
I'm good. Yeah, it's finally here. We've been waiting to see, and I mean, this is one of, if not the best weekends of college basketball.
This is pretty much your shining moment right now here with us, and I'm here for it. We're going to look at some of the spreads, totals, futures odds, see what is too high or too low, or dare I say we go all Goldilocks, and what is just right for the NCAA tournament semifinals. So you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, let's go Baylor and Houston, a 1 seed versus a 2 seed. Now, Baylor, of course, just had been crushing everybody by double figures until it was just a narrow 9-point victory over Arkansas last time out. The spread here has Baylor favored by just 5 points. Is that too high or too low for you?
I'm going to say too low. Baylor's a team, when we step back at the beginning of the year, it was a foregone conclusion. It was going to be Baylor and Gonzaga. Gonzaga kind of did their part. Baylor had some COVID issues, and everyone forgot, I think, how good they are. They're in a groove. They're the best 3-point shooting team in the entire country. And it's going to be interesting. This is strength versus strength. Houston relies. We saw what they did to your boys in Syracuse. They can really stop teams from shooting those threes. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that against Baylor. Just too strong in the athleticism, particularly in the backcourt. Baylor has so many guys, whether it's Mitchell, whether it's Butler. I have a feeling that they will speed Houston up, make them play a little more at their tempo. That's going to be trouble. I'll say that Baylor does win pretty comfortably here.
Well, speaking of comfortable wins, how about Gonzaga? I mean, the Bulldogs are just running through everybody trying to complete this undefeated season, and so far so good, pulverizing teams throughout this tournament, not unlike the season. You got UCLA next, who has really just been a wonderful Cinderella story from the first four now to the Final Four, and still, there's no disrespect for the Zags. 14.5-point favorites going into this one, top team in the nation. Should they be getting even more respect, though, than this line? Is this line too low compared to what they've been doing to people?
I mean, it's hard to say that it's too low when it's 14.5 in a Final Four game, but at the same time, I don't know how you go to UCLA in the spot. They've been impressive, and not that this is a team I thought Michigan State would bounce in the first four. Obviously, that didn't happen. I did think against Alabama and Michigan, I wasn't stunned to see them, certainly upsets, but I thought they could hang in those games. The problem here is just what do you do? They're 338th in the country in tempo, but if you try to slow down against Gonzaga, you better hope you get off to a fast start, because if they punch first, it's almost over. And looking at UCLA, the way they're made up, they're a good offensive team. I just don't know how they're going to stop Gonzaga. So ultimately, in a game like this, I do feel like this line is probably just right. Zags by double digits, whether that's 13 or 16 or 18 or 12, who really knows? But it's hard to imagine UCLA can do much to stop them.
I realize Houston has reached this point, so I'm not discounting, obviously, the success that the program has had so far, but still, it has not shot the ball particularly well of late. And you have Baylor on the other side, again, a number 1 seed. You're going to have to shoot the ball better to keep up with this team. The total for this game right here, it's 134.5. Is that too high or too low?
I'm going to say that it's too low. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, particularly in the first half, really struggle shooting the ball. I don't know if it's nerves or just rhythm or whatnot, but I think here, this is a product of what Baylor's going to do. I expect Baylor to shoot the ball well, even against Houston's defense. And if they do that, Houston kind of has no choice but to at least speed up the tempo. That doesn't mean they're going to make the shots, but the volume should be there. And you look at Baylor's defense, it's a fine unit. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's certainly not overly imposing. So when you look at Grimes and you look at these other players for Houston, they're going to be taking the shots. I think that in turn will lead to enough volume. 134.5-ish. I'm going to go over that. I think Baylor ultimately leads this dance, and it'll push both teams kind of over their totals.
Gonzaga's hit for 80-plus points every single game here in the tournament. I don't know what we're supposed to say about Gonzaga that makes you feel like we can bring them down to a human level. They're just that good this season. It might finally be the Zags' time to shine, but with an over-under of 80.5, their team total, how do you feel about it? Too high or too low?
I mean, it's ridiculous to even entertain that, but you have to with Gonzaga. I think it really comes down to the start of the game. If I was UCLA, we saw against Michigan, UCLA wanted to slow it. And after like 8 minutes in that game, it was like 6-4 or something ridiculous. that's obviously what they want to do here. And I think if they can just keep contact with Gonzaga, ultimately they can hold them to somewhere in the 70s. It doesn't mean they're going to win the game, but if Gonzaga starts fast again, I mean, they're live to hit 90 because UCLA will have to speed up. And once Gonzaga is able to play at their tempo, nobody can stop them. It's absolutely impossible.
Are there any prop bets out there that catch your eye that are too high or too low?
You know, I mean, this is an extension of what we kind of just talked about, but Baylor's team total, it's sitting right at 69 and a half. And I really do think that they'll land in the 70s in this game. As I said, number 1 3-point shooting team in the country. And I know Houston does a good job in that area, but they just have so many guys, even with Butler at times struggling. They've just looked absolutely fantastic. So I think this pace is elevated. And just with so many shooters that Baylor has, ultimately, I think they will push the tempo a bit. I'm going to take over their team total as one of my favorite bets this week.
All right. Before we let you go to enjoy your weekend and all the basketball ahead, just need a championship pick from you. Gonzaga is minus 200 on the DK Sportsbook to go and finish this undefeated season, win the whole thing. Is that your expectation?
I mean, I do expect them to win. I will say this. Baylor, when you literally look back at the season, it seemed apparent early on that they were maybe the only team that can beat Gonzaga, and I still believe that. I think that if Baylor plays a top-end game with their shooters and their ability to shoot from three, they can score with them. So I want to see it. I think we're going to see it, and I don't think it's crazy when we get that line. Baylor's certainly going to be underdog to roll with the Bears in the situation and think that Gonzaga once again gets clipped in the championship game.
Ben Rouser from Awesemo, thanks a lot, man.
Absolutely. Enjoy.
All right, college basketball should be a lot of fun. We're going to step aside here in the sweat. When we return, how about a little golf talk? It's the weekend. Why not? Feels right. Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler will join us next. Welcome back to the Sweat. We've got one more segment before we get you off to the rest of the Dream Stream and a whole bunch of Madden simulations over the course of the day. In fact, you'll be hearing from a couple of the guys that we're going to talk to right now during those Madden sims later. Reed T. Fowler and coming on back, Jeff Ulrich. How are you guys? Ready for a little golf talk?
No. Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's start with Jeff then because he has come prepared. Guys, the Masters is next week. I'm excited. You're excited. It's all you guys talk and think about. You dream about it. You eat, sleep, you dream. Masters talk. So let's go. Price check, guys. 10K and above. Who stands out in those price ranges, that price range specifically right now for you, Moose?
Bryson, man. It's Bryson DeChambeau. 10,800. Third most expensive player on the slate, but you just look at the start of the year that Bryson's had. No one's been as dominant. Just racking up top finishes, obviously grabbing the win there at the Arnold Palmer as well, almost grabbing the Players win. He started a little bit slow, but again, you're just seeing the form with Bryson. Everyone at this point last year was like, well, look at Bryson's, insane off the tee strokes, strokes gained. What happens when he starts hitting his irons well? Could he just dominate? Well, he's hitting his irons well, and he is dominating. He's getting wins. He just about won at the Players, which is a completely different course than what we're going to see this week. But that's a good thing because the Masters sets up so well for Bryson off the tee, big driving areas. He's going to be able to dominate the par fives. I think Bryson, to me, just from a non-predicting standpoint, he's got to have the best upside here. He's $800 cheaper than DJ. He's my favorite play over 10K.
Reed, are you also going to go with your best buddy Bryson here in the 10K or above slot?
Best buddy Bryson.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the risk of showing a little bit of parity here on the show, I'll go one step above John Rahm. I do think Xander is properly priced. Jeff and I mentioned that earlier this week in our golf show, that I do think his price tag at 10K, right at that split between the two tiers, I think it's finally where he should be. But John Rahm, you look at course form, and Jeff sort of alluded to it. You take a guy that has played well on these other American style long courses, right? And course history, Rahm is second to only DJ since 2016 in strokes gained total, I believe, here at Augusta. No worse than a top 10 here over the last 3 years. Came in 7th last year. A few years ago, he came in 4th. And it's just a matter of can he put the entire game together? Can he keep his emotions in check? I think that's sort of an out for a lot of us in the media that, he's just highly emotional. Well, so is Bryson. So is everybody else who wants to win and wants to be the best. So give me John Rahm at 11K. I think that's a great price tag, even though it's the second highest. I think it's right there between the two guys that a lot of people are going to go to with DJ and Bryson.
Okay, guys, that was a very limited, of course, 10K and above. Well, now we're going to really narrow our field here for the Masters next week. Reed, we stay with you. 9K range. Who do you like?
Yeah, I know where Jeff's going to go, so I'll leave him that guy. But I'll go to Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed at $9,300. He kind of has this Scotty Scheffler, and I use that because that's what we've seen from Scotty over the last 2 weeks, is that when everybody shows up at a course, right, when all the big names are here, a guy like Patrick Reed, he goes unnoticed. He kind of goes under the radar. That's what happened when he won Augusta not too long ago. He's a guy that knows this course very well. Short game is fantastic. Putting is great. And we know when he gets up there in the lead, whether it be Friday or Saturday, he usually keeps it or he's in the mix. So I like Patrick Reed at 9,300.
All right, Jeff. Well, of course, Reed went with his namesake. So what are you doing here?
Yeah, obviously. Look, Reed thinks I'm just going to get up here and talk about Patrick Cantlay. And I do like Cantlay this week, but look, let's talk facts. He's 9,800. I think there is better values in this range. I think Reed is actually a very good pivot down there. I also think, just to play the shocker role, Tony Finau.
There we go.
You should probably just play him. Look, reports out of Augusta, this course is going to play a little bit harder than we've seen the last few years. I think that's going to favor the bigger hitters. I think that favors a guy like Tony Finau. I really do. So 9,100, I'm okay paying this price. Again, you've got to look at everything in context. I do like Cantlay. I think he's got a real good shot of competing here. He looked better in the match play after the poor players performance. But, the value is really at the end of the 9K range with Reed and Finau for me.
Just want you to know, you saying Tony Finau was an everybody drink your water moment for the crew. You're up now with the 8K
Jeff,
range.
really quickly, Koff. What do you think, Jeff? If he misses a cut this week, does that matter to you at all? Tony,
no, I don't care. I mean,
me too.
The Valero Texas Open. I mean, if anything, it's a good buying opportunity. Like you look at Finau's record. Right. I mean, plenty of good early season performances. I'd go off that than one miscut.
Right.
All right, Moose, 8K range.
Okay, 8K range is interesting. I think a lot of people are just going to gravitate to Sung J M and Daniel Berger. I'm going to go with Lee Westwood here. It's the Masters. It's Augusta. Course history does factor in here. Knowing the course factors in here. Lee Westwood playing with just a ton of swagger right now. Just loosey-goosey, got his girlfriend on the bag, playing well, hitting it well. And now he's coming into Augusta, kind of the talk of the town for a few weeks. The sizzle's burned off a bit, but he's playing good golf. I think he's a great pivot in this range. 8,800. I don't think many people are going to go to him at all. People are, like I said, just going to pay down for the younger players, maybe get in Scheffler. Give me Lee Westwood in this range. You look at his Augusta record, this guy gets it done. And when he's playing well, he can absolutely still compete. I expect him to win, probably not, but I do think he's got a great chance at another big finish.
What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, first off, that's his fiance on the bag, not his girlfriend, Jeff.
Whatever, same thing.
He put a ring on it. It's
Trust
not
me.
the same thing.
Trust me, it is
Tell her
not the
that's
same thing. It is not the same thing as any of our significant others. But yes, that I think that does help a lot. I love that call. Victor Hovland is interesting, but like he's not been playing extremely well of recent. We saw him kind of blow up at a couple of different courses, but still a great ball striker. But I'm with Jeff here. I think if you want to go a little bit contrarian, you can definitely go to Lee Westwood. Like there's guys like Sanjay. Don't get too twisted where you have to pivot in this range. I think going with Sanjay, even like when we saw him play well, right? He's a guy that plays well on courses that usually suit players with course history. He plays well when he doesn't have course history at those courses because he's a great golfer. So I do like Sanjay in that range. If it's not guys that we're just going to completely pivot because the ownership is low on them.
Fellas, we got to go quick with these last couple. 7K range, Reed.
Yeah, top guy is Justin Rose. He's at the low 7K range. Talk about course history. I really like him here. Current form is not there, but I'm not worried about it. In this 7K range, you got to take some chances.
What do you think, Jeff?
Wow, Reed was doing so well, and then he brought up Justin Rose. Give me Harris English in this range. I think a lot of people are going to be on him. He hasn't played Augusta in a while. Cooled off a little bit. He actually looked better at the match play. I'm in on Harris English. I like the way Augusta sets up for him. 7,300. Hopefully he goes a little bit ignored this week.
7,500 Louis?
No.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
All right. You've thrown him off his game. We need uber value now, fellas, looking below 7K. Jeff.
Give me Kevin Na at 6,500. People forget this guy was on fire at the start of the year, has a win already. Now everyone's off him because, oh no, he made fun of Dustin Johnson or he got mad at Dustin Johnson. Who cares? He's 6,500. He's a great putter. He's got massive upside for that price, in my opinion. I like Na this week.
Reed, you going to go Kevin or no? I'm not.
I love Kevin.
Yeah, who do you got, Reed?
Oh God, worse. You belong on a Geico commercial.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mark Leishman, I like him at I believe $6,900. I think he's going to be popular in that range. And how about this, Shep? I know you're going to balk at this and completely throw up at it. Henrik Stenson. Henrik Stenson is extremely cheap. This is a complete dart throw. This is I want to get two guys in the 11K or above 10K range and fool around a little bit with some other players. Stenson at $6,200, I believe. Just do it. Close your eyes. Click the button because it's going to give you a lot of salary relief.
He's going to lose to Fred Couples. Sorry.
Probably. But come on. Like a Bernhard Langer, Fred Couples, Henrik Stenson lineup. Just one time.
Good news is it's a Friday and the show's basically over. So I think we're all winners. Want to thank Reed and Jeff for joining us. You're going to see them in Simland coming up here a little bit later on today. As a matter of fact, Reed in a matter of moments, because here is your Madden Sim schedule starting at noon Eastern, just a few minutes from now. At 12, you got the Bengals and Saints. Reed will be joined by Emerson Lancia, and then Brendan Glasheen and Christian DeAndrea together for the Cowboys and Washington football team. That is at 2 o'clock. At 4, Giants, Seahawks, Glash and Moose coming on back. Jeff sticks around with Jason Rossi for the Lions and Patriots to kick off the late classic. And then 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you're stuck with me and Tom Carroll for both of those. Prime time at 8, Chiefs, Bears, and then Madden After Dark, as we like to call it. It is the Vikings and Broncos. We want to thank everyone for joining us here on this edition of The Sweat. Remember, it comes your way Monday through Friday here on the Dream Stream, YouTube, and Twitch. Every single day, 11 Eastern. Thanks to everyone who was part of this one. And enjoy all the sports that we talked about and for all of your betting and DFS needs later on tonight. We'll catch you later on the Dream Stream.
fish there. I'm gonna get Meg to reel me in. Yeah, she's gonna catch the big
I
one.
will wager to guess that she won't do that. That you have to get someone else to do it.
I'll get her a little champagne. She'll do anything.
Whoa.
So we have 100. Well, like on the dance floor, we have 100
Right.
spots here. I made the contest like super late, so I said, all right, let's make it an exclusive top 100 club, the Century Club, if you will. So I went ahead and said, screw it. I'm going to captain Tyler Boyd. There's Joe Burrow. I got Drew Brees, Kamara, Michael Thomas, and the Saints defense. So that's what I'm working with right now, and I am feeling pretty damn good about it.
Are you now?
Mm-hmm.
I've been so wrapped up into golf and PGA. We got the Valero, Texas right now. We got the
You've been
Masters
crushing
coming up.
it.
Yeah, man. It's been like I don't mean that like it's been a lot of work, but it's been fun just because we're doing a lot of new stuff. As you've seen on the stream so far, Emerson, that we're really bolstering our golf content, and you and I have done some stuff, and we will be doing some stuff.
Have we announced that like at all, or are we just gonna like be bringing stuff to the Dream Stream and then like hopefully people just catch it and they're like, oh, is this gonna be a thing now? I don't
like
know.
We should announce it.
Yeah, I mean we can announce it. Oh well, we're off. Andrew on the ones and twos just says we're off cam. I'd like to do this when we're on cam so people can see how serious we are. So here we go. Reed T and I in the quarter break. Between the first and second quarter, we have a major announcement to make. We have a major announcement. We will deliver it. Yesterday, we had a major announcement. It was true. Producer Madison is gone. See ya. And
I just talked to her.
Yeah, I know. I was texting with her, too. She wants to do another doggy play date. I said, it's going to have to wait, man. Dogs are going to the in-laws for a couple weeks, which means we get a couple weeks of sleep.
Couple
Incredible.
weeks? So the in-laws are going to take care of the newborn?
Yeah, they certainly
man.
are. Good luck, Martian Dan. Have fun there, buddy.
Wow.
I said,
you
dude,
better get them a nice edible arrangement. You gotta do something, man. That is
no way, dude.
wow.
I am.
Bro. You would.
I'm
do that.
turning,
dude. You would. You would get a puppy, and then 2 weeks later, be like, "Sorry, gotta go."
First off, it's been almost 4 weeks, clown show, and then second, yeah, I'm gonna turn my phone off for the next 2 weeks too. Like, don't contact me. You know the drill. She's like 80% potty trained.
God.
Whatever, dude.
Grow up.
To be honest, this wasn't my idea. This was hers. So I roll with the punches. Roomy, dude.
Dude, Rumi did not do this.
Yeah. So a couple straight plays here where Drew Brees has decided to go to Jared Cook as tight end one. And let me dive into ownership numbers real quick, Sweet Tea. 76% Kamara, highest owned in the free showdown. Michael Thomas at 68, Breeze at 60, Cook 47, and Tyler Boyd rounding out the top five, also 47% owned.
So what I'm doing is I've just pinned your video on the Zoom, on our Zoom internal channel. All I'm is watching your the puppos, the doggos.
They are having the time of their life back there, dude.
I had time of my life. Match me.
And I owe it all to you.
That's definitely going to be a song at the wedding, right? That's definitely a wedding song.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe not, actually. Maybe more of a reunion song. Like you go to your you strike me as a guy who'd go to his 15th year high school reunion. You know. No.
I didn't go to my 5. I didn't go to my 10. When did I graduate? Holy hell. No. My 20. That means my 20 would be coming up in 2022. Oh my God, I feel so freaking old right now.
So I was talking to the roomies here, and I said my 20 years coming up soon as well, because I think we graduated high school the same year.
Yeah, bro.
around the same time.
Certainly did. Are you going to go? I feel like 20 is a good time to go because you can really, like,
Yeah.
5's like, all right, nothing has really changed. I mean, half the people are probably still in college if you take the 5-year out. No one does a 5, I really think, anyway.
So I did 10.
10 is like
Yeah.
still too fresh. 20 is like, all right, who?
10 is not that fresh. That's a decade.
I know, but I feel like you could judge someone a lot more at 20 and really see
Sure.
who has spiraled. Like, so who's got like the 4 kids and like the divorce and is just living in a van down by the river.
Dude,
And then there's some people who are running a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah, dude, Karen has really gone off the rails here. Remember her in high school? Karen was the bee's knees.
Oh God.
But yeah, it's harder for me though to go to my high school reunion. Although, my high school reunion is the
You've got to fly across the world to go back to
the
your
cat's
high
meow.
school.
Yeah, man.
The cat's pajamas, dude.
But it's great because it's a whole luau. It's a luau with 5 or 6 different classes who are doing their reunions as well.
Okay.
The big one on campus. Our campus is huge. Campus is like a college campus. So it's a good time, but like you mentioned, like, I would have to get on a jet plane. I don't know if I'll be back again.
I certainly wouldn't. If I grew up where you grew up, I would never leave.
What am I doing with my life?
Not too bad, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I'll go. And you kind of see maybe like who is single, who's not single. Do people like old flings who are, single? Do they get back together? I'm sure all sorts of stuff kind of happens, especially once you start throwing some beverages into it. Weird things are all on the table. As Alvin Kamara is now down at the 1-yard line.
A lot of people in the chat. Steven says, please don't quit the day job just yet. I think that was alluding to our singing. So appreciate that, Steven. Look,
Thank you.
positivity
Thanks,
on
Steve.
Friday. Appreciate. But then a lot of people were saying their reunions were supposed to be last year, but got canceled. So apologies.
We are hopping in the Toyota Camaro as he has scored the first touchdown of the game. That was the opening drive of the game. Saints on top early on here. Yeah, that sucks. Anything that was supposed to happen last year didn't happen, so you just kind of like push it back. Unless you want to do something incredible like the Masters and give that to us in like a 5-month span.
Yeah.
It's like a blessing in disguise. Stop eating that cord. You are not supposed to be doing that. Yes.
I want to see it.
We have a little nightlight we got on our honeymoon. And our 8-year anniversary is coming up today. And it's like a little hut because we went to
Wait, time out. What anniversary is coming up today?
It's coming up soon. It's coming up soon. 8-year anniversary. But it's a little nightlight we got on our honeymoon when we went to Key West. And half of it is gone. Lost track of the little Raptor this morning, and it's like a tiki hut nightlight. The beers are off the little mini bar.
Yep.
The hut is now collapsing, and
reason to say, hey, for our 8-year, let's go back to where it all started. How long have you guys been together? Total though, because you guys were dating for what, 5 years?
Yeah, it's been like 12, 13 years now.
Damn, Meg. She needs more than an Emmy. She needs more than an Emmy.
She needs another Emmy just for this.
She needs like I don't know what she needs. Like stimulus. Yeah, Purple Heart. Yeah, you're right.
Andrew on the ones and twos. She needs more than a nightlight.
Yeah, she needs the Medal of Honor. Whatever the highest citizens award that you can get.
Oh God. It is good to see everybody in the chat today. Good energy on a Friday. Nice weather here in New England today. I see everybody. Randy is here. Ed Zone Dance, Broby in the house, Joe, Jeff, Stephen Boss, D. Jackson, Freak of Nature. What's cooking, everybody? James.
There we go.
So don't you need like someone to organize that? Like who this far down the road organizes this stuff?
There's always
it's still like that, like the class like president or someone who was just always so active and involved in like 10 or 15 different clubs. It's usually that individual, right? Who's never changed and still feels like they got to take control of these events.
Yeah, usually it's that person. Or what I usually see is maybe there's one of your classmates became a teacher at the school. They have kids at that school, so they're already involved in the PT. I don't know, something like that. Although,
yeah, it's true.
Burrow.
Yeah, let's go, dude. Please be who I think it is. Please be who I think it is. It's not. Damn it. It's John Ross. Oh, that's Billy's guy. Pour one out for Billy and John Ross and the 33% of you who decided to roster the Speed Demon. Again, always a good time to remind you when John Ross does something that Billy has posters of this guy on his ceiling.
That'd be funny if that were true.
No, it absolutely is true. Ed Zone Dance says, sometimes there's nothing cuter than your puppy chewing up some of your belongings. Sometimes. Ed Zone, I know what you kind of mean. It's like, all right, before I scold her, I must take a quick picture, and then I must tell her no.
Which is exactly what you should do. Like, let that moment pass so they don't know what you're scolding them about. But make sure you get it for the gram, though, because you need it. You guys are missing out a show right now behind Emerson. Georgie is on her back. And oh no, never mind. Oh.
Hello, Smoochies. Another friendly reminder as Reed crushes the play-by-play of absolute chaos behind me. We have Reed and I have a major announcement to make here at the quarter break. So less than 2 minutes to play here in the first quarter. I think you guys will thoroughly enjoy this. I'm super stoked for what's to come, and it's just one of the many amazing new features and opportunities for you to be entertained on the Dream Stream. Dean Murray, what's up, dude? Says, hey, Emerson and Reed T, DK Sid fam. Hope everybody is having a great day. Hope everyone enjoyed opening day yesterday in baseball. Sox will open up today.
Twitch side of things.
Yeah, that's a good point here. Ooh. Hold on. What time is that at, Producer Drew? Bukes and Lamarca, MLB pre-lock. That's at 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yo, and make sure you guys check out Bukes. He's going to be on MLB Network 3 times a week, breaking down baseball, all things DraftKings, and MLB. So make sure you check it out. He's carving out the spot in that studio. We love it.
Steve to MLB Network is you to NFL Network. That's actually kind of badass. I'm not going to lie. Is he on today or was it yesterday? I don't know. Just follow Steve on Instagram or on Twitter too. He'll tell you what's up.
Yeah, I think it might actually be today.
Okay,
but
cool.
Yeah, follow him and ask him on Twitter. Because it's good stuff.
This will be the only sim of the day you and I are on. And coming up next will be Glash and Christian for Cowboys at Washington. But yeah, MLB Pre-Lock Live, Bukes and Lamarca. And last night, Lamarca and Kenny were really having it out on Twitter. And I was part of this incredible thread. It all kind of started yesterday when I was doing the noon sim with Kenny, and Lamarca did a random pop-in. It was hilarious because he wanted to bid farewell to Madison. And let me tell you what, Kenny like shut down and became almost like a little brat. He had a really bad attitude because he didn't like LaMarcus stealing the show.
No.
But we can get into that here in the next 3 quarters because we have a 7-7 game now. Just some stats really quick here, guys, because we haven't called anything about the game. 8 of 10, Drew Brees, 89 yards. 3 of 3 for Joe Burrow, 66 yards. And Burrow's got that long touchdown to Ross the third. And in the rushing department, I know Kamara's got the only touchdown of the day for the Saints. That was a 1-yard plunge. And Kamara, 76% owned, 27% in the captain spot. 5 carries, 19 yards. Giovanni Bernard has 1 for 6. Mixon's got 1 for 2. So we're just getting warmed up here a little bit. But starting on Monday, dude, you and I will be hanging out a wee bit more here on the Dream Stream. I would like you to make the official announcement.
Is it because you don't know the official announcement?
It's because I'm worried about getting all the details wrong.
Okay. It's between the 2 and 4 o'clock sim. So it's usually around that 3 o'clock hour that you see myself and Jeff come on, right, on Tuesdays. But on Mondays now, Emerson and I usually do a quick and brisk breakdown of the tournament. Well, they said you guys are too good at what you do. You're too good looking. You guys have amazing chemistry. You are the highest paid employees at DraftKings. You are the most important employees at DraftKings. And then I woke up from a dream and they said you guys only get a show. You guys only get a show. So, which is fine. So from whenever that 2 o'clock sim ends, so it could be 3 o'clock, depending on if Koff is talking too much, it might be 3:10. We will be breaking down the golf tournament. The salary should be out at that time. It's the first look. We want to get you guys information right away, and it's not going to be extremely, like, as you can tell, it's not going to be extremely regimented. We're just say salary. It's going to be casual. We're going to talk about golf. We're going to talk about the tournament, and we're also going to talk about DK and betting and everything in between.
I mean, like anything
PGA.
Anything like everything is on the table. I would say it's going to be a lot like this, just like chilling out, having a conversation, podcast style. Obviously, mainly focus on golf, but I mean, whatever. We'll probably go off the rails like a few times. It's just because you and I have been friends for so long, and that's just what we do, man.
Dude,
completely natural stuff. Yeah, dude. I'll never forget going to high school with you. And our don't forget our 20-year reunion's coming up.
It's coming up, yeah. What high school did we go to?
You know that one. It is great.
It's great.
Epic. And it's a huge campus.
Right. The name of it, though.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Once it comes off your lips. Oh, what's going on?
Really rolls off the tongue. Hey, babe, the dogs want to get into the room with you. And they're sitting here crying.
Sack there for the Bengals on Drew Brees. Takes an 9-yard loss. I believe that was a linebacker.
So what's Brees? Brees is going to be trying to emulate us. Brees is going to the broadcast booth, right? He's going to try to do like what we're doing. He looks at what we do and how successful we are here on the Dream Stream and all the shows that we do for DraftKings and says, that looks so easy. But I guarantee you once he gets that seat in the, his butt in the seat and the bright, warm lights come on, he starts sweating because he's under pressure and he's being asked to drop a hot take and he's nervous about, offending somebody. He's going to realize it's a little more difficult than what it appears.
Yeah. I mean, look what Jason Witten did. He said, man, football is easier than this.
Witten got destroyed, dude. Witten was torched in that 1 year in the Monday Night Football booth and was like, I'm out of here. It's easier getting back down on the field at my age and getting the crap beat out of me, like physically, than it is to get the crap beat out of me like. Yeah, baby.
Wow. Oh, Bomsky.
Straight up nuke.
Beautiful. But yeah, let's say the high school at the same time that we went to. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
1. Hawaii High
Hawaii
School.
High School. There it is.
Amazing.
HHS.
HHS
Beautiful.
all the way, bro. Hashtag HHS.
Do you remember what our mascot was?
The Warriors.
The Warriors. That's the university.
Same thing, you know.
Same thing. Yeah.
I
It was an animal.
I thought
it was
of,
an animal.
I thought about you 2 days ago, and I meant to text you, but I knew you were busy because you and your significant other also have a new chapter in your life, and I was on the Peloton, took a 20-minute ride up and down the Puna Coast Trail
What?
in Hawaii.
Puna Coast?
Puna Coast Trail.
What island was it on?
I am opening it up now in Google Maps. I'm going to find this. So it's near
Oh, on
Hawaii
on the-
Volcanoes National Park.
Yeah, I mean, it's there, but I've never been to the Puna Coast. Maybe when I take that back. When I was a kid, we did a.
It's on the main
class-
island, dude. It's on the big one.
Well, that's not the main one. Kind of misconception. You would
Okay.
know that. We went to the same high school.
Well, I understand. I'm just making sure everyone else knows that is not the main island.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. You got
But that doesn't
right,
mean
but-
it's the main one, people.
right. But we took a class trip. One of our class trips in grade. Spoiled as that, right? The kids in
Yeah.
Hawaii take a class trip to to a volcano.
That's sick, actually. The closest thing, we had to that, in Florida, is we would just go to the beach and do searching for shark's teeth, on the beach. Seriously. That's
cool.
still kind of cool. I'm glad you brought that up because it is extremely frustrating to grow up down there near the beach, walk on the beach. You take your dates to the beach. You just soak your meaty toes in the moist, sticky sand on the beach. And never once in my life have I found a shark's tooth. Never once.
Which I get, look.
You go on those little adventures on the beach in summer camp, right? And everyone's like, all right, let's split up into groups and let's all go look for shark's teeth. And the group with the most shark's teeth in the end wins, you know? Dead freaking last. Losers? Yeah, we'll compare. I don't care. I hope you all bring your shark's teeth to our 20-year reunion.
Yeah, Craig. Cool shark's teeth necklace, bro. I don't know if you know this, but I'm verified on both Twitter and Instagram.
Uh-huh.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. How about them apples? Clown show with your clown shoes, Craig.
Dude. But
sorry, Craigs. All you Craigs out there, I apologize. That's just fresh
yeah, I
air.
know. You're not all built the same. As my sister-in-law's longtime boyfriend who thinks he's in a band is also named Craig. But I think that would be awesome to grow up and go hang out near a volcano and stuff.
I know.
Were you ever super nervous? Or is it more like a tornado? A tornado, you don't really get much of a warning, or a hurricane, you get a warning. And hey, let's go! Sign me up!
No warning there.
I got the defense. Absolutely not. Oh,
Ooh, little boo.
dude, don't do this.
Ooh, looks like he might have been down there, Emerson. Looking back in the replay. Joey Mix. Oh, yeah. Looks like, yep. Yep. Let's see.
Yeah, that's annoying. That's super, super annoying.
So no, I didn't feel I was in danger. You're far away from it. You're not getting anywhere near it.
Well, what about, remember we've talked about before, was it a year or two ago? Remember those incredible pictures coming out of Hawaii? There's a volcano exploding in the background, and there are just dudes on a golf course, just playing like it's nothing. They were some of the most picturesque pictures I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, the juxtaposition of a huge volcano erupting akin to Mount Vesuvius, but it wasn't really. It's Mount Vesuvius that ruined people. But yeah, I mean, like, look, those images and then those things were crazy. And also, like, because lava is so slow moving, you can evacuate with relative ease. But at the same time, there's no stopping it. You can't stop the Earth's core, right? You can't just put up sand and expect to stop hot magma. So
hot magma.
It destroyed a lot of property.
Oh no! Oh my God! He just like reaches out, just the tip of the football crossing the goal line. All right. Well, turns out I rostered the wrong defense now. To 10, 2:20 to play here in the first half. Viper, Jeff and Reed, yeah, they're still going to do that Tuesday golf show.
Yeah.
Is that the same time between the 2 and 4 sim?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you missed it, Reed and I are going to be doing our own little version of a golf show. They're probably a little more loose than that one.
Yep. That would be more Q&A.
Be a lot of Tony Finau.
Well, I mean, there's a bear poo-poo in the woods.
How did he do yesterday, by the way?
Not great. M Roach 1128 says golf sucks. Talk football, talk sim. M Roach, here's a little piece of advice if you're new. If you're not, you know the drill. If you're new, comments like that are obviously warranted. You can say whatever you want, but I will call you out if you say golf sucks.
Come on, dude.
I love every fan, but when you say golf sucks, in my mind, you suck.
That's a low blow. That's a low blow,
yeah, right.
Mister.
Right,
just
okay.
because you don't like something we like doesn't mean it sucks. Just mean you don't like it, we like
let's
it.
talk football. Oh wait, football's not in season right now. Although the draft's coming up, that's exciting.
Yeah, listen, after Trevor Lawrence goes number 1 overall, who cares? The draft's over after that. The Jags win the draft. So America's team will once again win the draft. So deal with it.
Yeah. The Freak of Nature says Ducey sucks. Golf is great. What did Ducey do?
Bro, no, yeah. Yesterday.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. I love drama.
Yeah. Yesterday with Ducey and Lamarca. Now, if anyone was here, anyone in the chat who was here with us at during the noon sim yesterday when Lamarca popped in, feel free to drop what you remember and what your biggest takeaway was from that back and forth where Kenny just shut down. Kenny shut down because Lamarca came on. People love Big Saxy. Kenny hates to see Big Saxy receive all the love when he wasn't there to make it about himself. He was there to say, hey, Producer Madison, really loved it. Appreciate everything you've done for us since you've been part of the DK Sim fam. And Kenny could not stand it. And then the topic came up that Kenny really feels like in a one-on-one wrestling match,
no,
he could take down the big boy, Big Saxy.
No.
Yep.
No. Let's okay.
Yeah.
I gotta inject here. Like, I've never met Kenny or Lamarca in person, but I can surmise via Zoom that Kenny is probably at most $150 dripping wet.
And he's probably 120 pounds.
Right.
And
like
he's
5'9", maybe 5'10".
Lamarca is 7 feet tall and like 400 pounds. Like, you're just not going to beat him.
He's like a Jared Cook.
Thank you. Yeah, it really is like a Jared Cook who has now got the Saints set up first and goal inside the 5 with 55 seconds to play. The Saints have one more timeout to go.
Like, are we talking wrestling as in like official wrestling where points, yada, 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 or
I mean, the joke always is like the Turkish oil, but that's what it is. It's going to be two dudes lubed up in oil and going at it.
Got it.
And speaking of got it, oh, wait, did he drop that?
Dropped it.
What? Who drops that?
Dude, what if LaMarca was really 6'8", like 6'7"?
I think he is, though, dude. I think he is. If you look at his like Twitter profile, you can kind of get a gist of how large he is. I'll just text him right now.
I'd say he's 6'1". Maybe my.
Official answer, and that one is caught. There's my dude, Traquan Smith, built by UCF.
Trey. Traquan. Nicely done there. Well, how do you think here, actually? Oh, is our golf fan still in here? I want to ask how he thinks Jameis Winston and or any other quarterback under center named Taysom Hill would do with the Saints. I think Jameis Winston's going to break out again. And be
well, we know he's good for like 30, 40 touchdowns in a season.
Yeah. You don't.
But then
need,
we also know
Yeah.
he's good for 30, 40 interceptions.
But look, in his years, in his top years, he's been a top 5 quarterback in fantasy.
Fantasy speaking, like you want him on, just like you always wanted Blake Bortles on because he would throw for 400 yards in the fourth quarter
Ryan
alone.
Fitzpatrick.
Another one. That's a great one, Sweet
Right?
Tea.
You don't need the Lamar Jacksons. You don't need the Josh Allens. If you get them, if you buy the dip on those guys, fine, great, grand. But don't go out of your way to buy the very top of these quarterbacks when people are taking them 6th, 7th round in redraft. You know, Emerson's going to take Matt Stafford probably in the 9th, 10th round. You don't need to do that. Wait until the very end. Ryan Fitzpatrick won't even be drafted.
Mm-mm.
And if he is, he'll be one of the last picks as like a second quarterback. You know, there's always a guy or two or a gal or two in your league who wants to roster 2 quarterbacks at the very beginning. So maybe then, but do not
there's
go
also
out. Yeah, come on, guys.
there's also there's always that drunk dude at your fantasy draft who's just like hoarding all the tight ends. I felt like that was like Bill Belichick this year in free agency. You mentioned Stafford. He had minor thumb surgery, but I guess it's not supposed to.
Lamarcus in the chat.
Oh, here he is. Hold on, because I just texted him. He just answered me. Oh, baby. I love this guy so much. He says, hold up. We talking measurements? We are, dude. So we're talking measurements.
I got you at 6'1", Lamarca. I got you at 6'1", big guy.
So he says I'm 6 feet smooth.
Oh, okay.
Straight 6'0". Okay, so I had you at 7 feet, Lamarca, but 6 is also good. I believe him when he says 6 feet. It's like the guys who say they're like 6'2". It's like, no, I know you're not 6'2" when you tell me you're 6'2".
How tall are you?
I'm just under 6'2".
I knew it. There he is. Set him
It
up
says
like
it
a
on my
bowling pin.
license, dude. It says it on my license.
Dude, you remember the coaches in football when you were playing JV and they put you at 5'10", 195 pounds on the roster and you were 5'4", $140? Yeah, it doesn't matter what's on your license. You can put anything on there.
I definitely was like 15 pounds heavier in the program for high school football.
Yeah,
like,
4 inches
that is
taller.
definitely not me.
Yeah, they're like 6'4", 210.
They're like, why isn't this dude playing center on our basketball team?
There we go. Lamarca.
Yeah,
I like that. 6 smooth. I like that. I'm going to start using that, Lamarca.
So with Big Saxy in the chat, we're 12 likes away from 100 today, guys. There's almost 500 of you watching right now. Can Reed and I, only game of the day we're on with you. We're having a blast on this Freaky Friday on the Dream Stream. Good squad together today. Tate from the ops team is here with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew. Let's go, baby. Just need 12 of you right now. Tickle that like button. First time will ask. You guys do the rest, babes.
Oro getting some yards on Twitch. Keith Fooligan says, Kenny has a Lamarca voodoo doll.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Rossi is 5'1".
Rossi is 5'1", soaking wet.
Deep
Germ.
Hooligan. Yeah,
Yep.
look at that. Yeah. Monday
Germ.
announcement. Germ wants to know the Monday announcement.
What was Monday's announcement? Oh, Germ, did you? Oh, Germ was late. Okay, so we'll repeat our major announcement coming up here at halftime. In case you missed it.
Emerson will give you the announcement.
Yes, this time I will be the one delivering the goods as Saints defense delivering the goods. For me, where are all of you beautiful men and women at in your contest? So I'm sitting 18. I'm sitting 18 out of 100 right now. That's not too shabby.
I have a question for everybody, and this pertains nothing to the sim.
Okay, that's perfect. That's the best kind of question.
Are you guys more of a open up 15,000 tabs on your browser or different
That's me.
desktops?
Whoa, like,
You know,
like
people
you
use there's different desktops that
Yeah.
you can have. So some people will just swipe, like they'll have, a desktop only specific to one part of their job or a desktop. I got like 5,000 tabs open.
I'm a big tab guy. Randy Bullock misses the field goal as time expires in the first half. So the Saints will take a 17-14 lead into the break. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have 15 tabs open. Huge tab guy. And then I'm like complaining to the engineers. I'm like, why the hell is my computer so slow, man? And they're like, they come over and they're like, dude, you have 50 tabs open.
Yeah,
It's like, that shouldn't matter, dude. It's a computer, Like
2021, grow up.
Figure it out, computer.
Figure it out.
So Drew Brees, 15 of 18, guys. 168 yards. Yeah. And then Burrow, 6 of 9. Nice. 116 yards, both with a touchdown. Nothing in the rushing department here. Kamara, been kind of a bum. Just have a touchdown, which is cool. 6 carries for – what are you doing, dude? Has 6 carries for 23 yards. Here, I'll bring her up. She's getting big. She's getting big.
Oh,
Hello.
gee.
How are you? I've
I
missed
don't
you.
kiss you, Dad. Get out of here with that.
I've missed you. How you
You
been?
ever just bite her cheek with just your lips?
Yeah. Here
Yeah.
we go. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you so much. Okay.
She's like, "Go
The
get out of here."
other, she was like, "What the hell did you just do to me?" Major announcement that we'll repeat. You and I are going to start hosting a fun little golf show here on the Dream Stream on Monday. Mondays between the 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock sim. So as you mentioned, like if it's Kaufman or Kenny on that 2 o'clock sim, it'll likely be a 10-minute show that you and I will have leading up to the 4 o'clock sim. But if it's anyone else, probably be like 3:15 to 3:55, 4 o'clock.
Yep. Dude, I got an interesting fact for you after you're done with everything.
I'm done. That's it. I mean, guys, we're going to talk. We're going to look back on the weekend that was, but a lot of it's going to be looking ahead too. And like this Monday is going to be clutch because Masters Week is here. So it's such a perfect week, though. Real talk. It's such a perfect week for you and I to kick this off because we have such a love for the game, and also the fact that the Masters is back again.
Yeah, it's great. Keith Fooligan is asking on Twitch, Reed, did you go to St. Lawrence? No, I didn't. This was a gift. But shout out to the St. Lawrence. I believe you guys were the Saints. Yeah, St. Lawrence Saints. St. Lawrence.
Real original St. Lawrence.
I heard it's a beautiful campus. It's Candle in the, I believe it's called the Candle in the Forest. It's way up there in like upstate New York. But I did not. It was a gift. But my interesting fact, Emerson, do you want? So I got two. I got two on the back burner here. Do you want one that's about goats or one that's about dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs.
Got it. Emerson, did you know
Yes.
There was a type of pterodactyl with a bigger wingspan than a fighter jet.
Yeah, I believe that.
But like, let that sink in. You know how big a fighter jet is, right?
Now, as a fighter jet's wingspan isn't as big as, say, like a regular airplane that we fly in, right?
Okay.
Like a Boeing.
But so the wingspan of an F-16 fighter jet is roughly 33 feet wide from tip to tip. A wingspan of these pterodactyls that the remains were dug up in Romania had a wingspan of 39 feet. So just imagine that. Like, our wingspan is, what, 7, 8 feet maybe? This thing was bigger than a fighter jet. Imagine if that thing's coming at you.
I would...
Soaking wet, Bruce. You're soaking wet.
I'd be a little nervous watching that thing. Large beaks on that. Wow. I was today years old when I realized pterodactyl had a silent P in front of it.
Yeah, of course. Everyone knows that.
That's ridiculous. I did not know that.
Dude, but
No,
not only
you
are the
did not.
wingspans, not only are the wingspans wide, they stood as tall as a giraffe.
Okay, that's a really freaking scary bird right there.
Man, imagine that.
Yeah, that's a no for me, dude. You couldn't really. You'd have to live in like wooded areas.
Yeah, but you would rather live in Jurassic Park than The Walking Dead.
Yep.
They do not. I can prove that. Put on. We're going to get you a VR headset, and I want to take your pulse when you're doing the Jurassic Park game, as opposed to the Walking Dead game.
I mean, I'll go back to it just like really quick. Again, you in a world with zombies, all of them are against you. All of them want to eat your face off. They want to make you one of them. In a land and world of dinosaurs, half of them want to be your friends and you can chill with, and the other half want to eat you. And if you make friends with the larger ones who want to be your friends, they can help protect you from time to time from the ones who want to actually eat you. So like I can go hang out with the chill dudes who are huge and can still protect me and like swing their tail and hit the mean ones.
Distinguish which ones are the good ones and the bad ones.
I'm going to hang out with the herbivores.
How do you know which ones are herbivores?
I'm going to look it up.
You're not
I'm going to know.
Well, if you're living with dinosaurs.
I'm going to, yeah, so if I'm living with dinosaurs, I'm saying, dude, you're eating a tree. We can talk. Hey, dude, you're eating another dude. I'm staying away from you.
And the big ones, they're not. What if they step on you? Or what if their tail hits you as collateral damage?
Well, it's like when I'm hanging out with Georgie. Like you just kind of, when they're around. You figure it out. You don't step on the smaller ones.
Because you realize the size, right? The scalability of you and dinosaurs.
Well,
that's
maybe
like
it's
us. That's like us to like ferrets.
I would just say, hey guys, I'm here. Just so you know, I'm here. We're all hanging out. I'm here. Watch where you're going.
Yeah, you got to raise them. You got to domesticate them, like the show Dinosaurs. Like you got to domesticate.
Yeah.
Or like Flintstones. Right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
One thing I'll say to your thing, I'm definitely going Walking Dead because it's the humans that you got to be afraid of, but that's a formidable foe that we're used to. Is that they're all slow. Even though they're all coming after you, they're all slow. Depending on which zombies. We've touched on this 1,000 times, but I'm Walking Dead zombies, not 28 Days Later, not World War Z. World record time. Because that would be scary. But I would much rather have Walking Dead as my...
Yeah, so Brother Phil says, ever see a hawk catch a squirrel in its talons and rip it to shreds with that straight razor of a beak? That would be you. That would be you, my sweet M. Chilla.
Thank you. When you're asking them, bro, are you a friend or a foe? And they would...
Hey, man.
You're just knocking on their leg, their tree trunk of a leg. Realize a brontosaurus is like, I don't know, like I don't want to get the wrong number out there, but the scalability of it is like the size of an apartment, like some apartment buildings, like in terms of how tall they are.
Which dinosaur? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Brontosaurus. Silent F, which you didn't know about, actually, when you spell it.
Brontosaurus. There's silent T in there.
Got it.
Brontosaurus. How large? Let me add that to my Google search.
Zombies aren't the dangerous ones in Walking Dead. The people are. That's right.
These dudes are 36,000. Kamara, is he out? He's trying to not be taken down, but he is.
36,000 Kamaras? Are they 36,000 Kamaras?
36,000 to 49,000 pounds. The length is 69 to 75 feet.
So while you're busy trying to get their attention to see if they're a herbivore, they're going to smash you.
Yeah.
Well, their one step probably accounts for like 30 or 40 feet. So you couldn't run away from them.
So Jordan Lindemann brings up a good point too. They're dangerous when it's a whole herd of them. Yes. So the point is, like, the first time you're meeting them is not to go up to them when they're all in a herd. Because like if one gets startled, they all get startled, then yes, it ends in tragedy. But let's say you find one who happened to stray away from the herd or the pack, right? And you say, and then you go up to him and say, hey, can you introduce me to everybody? I'm cool. We can do this thing together. And together, we can survive.
I like how you're basing this.
Like anything else,
yeah,
you know?
You're basing this all on the fact that you can communicate with said dinos. I appreciate the boldness and the candor in your approach. Why couldn't you say that? Why couldn't you say that to the zombies?
Yeah, they don't want to hear it, man.
They
never listened, man. It was. Remember, have you ever seen that meme too? Where
Laser
it's kind of
focused.
crazy.
They are laser focused.
The meme about the dinosaurs, how like we don't even know what they sounded like. We kind of just gave them a sound, you know. That's kind of crazy.
There's another thing. Like humans have, like dinos have been humanized. So what we're seeing probably looks way less terrifying than what they actually were.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have nightmares now tonight. A couple of dinos coming at me. What if it was a zombie dino? Then we're all screwed.
Oh yeah. There's no survival like at all.
I like Vader. Vader's comment on YouTube, Emerson's a good one.
What do you got? I missed it.
He says, hey bro, just call me Fred Flintstone. I'll be sliding down the back.
Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones.
Oh, what a great show. From
the Saints just went for there on 4th and 3 and ended up picking it up. So now they have 1st and goal. A little more than a minute to play here in the 3rd quarter. It was definitely an aggressive strategy. And as you go back to Cook, yep.
There we go.
So he had that strong opening quarter. And now, once again, 1st and goal from the 1. Kamara last time made it look easy. That time, not so much. Loses a couple.
Okay. What are you most excited for, Emerson, this football season?
I'm excited to see the Jaguars make the playoffs again with a rookie quarterback. I'm a little biased there. Wow, he was wide open. Who do we have? Sanders. Emmanuel.
God, really distributing. Right?
I like
Does
that
it-
though. Kind of friends with everybody. It's like me.
It's Traquan, Kamara, and Manny. So coaches need to get in there.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see Urban can help, and again, it goes back to just my fandom. So can Urban help him win like a few more games? We got to be able to see him take like a couple steps forward. Would like to see maybe like a Justin Herbert type season out of Trevor Lawrence. That'd be cool. I like the 17th game being added. I know the players. I don't know if there's much in it for the players besides like more money because just increase like injury risk. I do think that the ball a little bit with the Week 17 edition because
How so?
how so is I think they could have made it like a bigger deal. I feel like it was a major like misstep for him to not really turn that 17th game into some kind of like interconference annual rivalry game, geographic, like historical,
Yeah.
like manufacture something. Like, for example, like, I don't know, you want to go like back in the day when it was always those epic meetings with like Brady and Manning. Like that would always have been like that 17th game,
Yeah. How do you get the fans involved somehow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm like thinking too much about it because how some of the manufacturer rivalries in college sports, like there was like the civil conflict there with UCF and UConn for a while.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
all
it's
the-
look, the players are to say, no, because it's so one extra game could mean a lot, right? A lot happens in one game in 1 week.
So it's a 6% increase. There was a Yahoo article I was reading the other day. 6% increase in chances of them getting injured.
And look, when the margins are so thin for these guys and their average time in the league is 2 to 3 years, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the average football player, the professional football player. They don't want that. Like, take away like the Bradys, the Kamaras, those guys. They're probably like if it's the 17th game and it's a game of no consequence, they're going to be sitting no matter what, like they would the 16th game. So like that's not going to change. It's for the guys that are trying to make a living day in and day out. The second stringers who are potentially getting a shot. The guys in special teams. The practice squad. Those guys also get earned practice as well. It ain't just the games.
Does Eric Lynch on YouTube, does that extra game change fantasy football? I don't really think it does, right?
Well, I mean, it just probably that means that now instead of your playoffs being a one, it would just probably move your
like
playoffs
14 weeks, 14 to 15 to 17, because there's going to be 18 weeks in a season.
Right, because you have that one bye.
Yeah.
Week, right. So we have 17 weeks in the season right now. Every team has a bye and only plays 16 games. That's what Emerson is saying, right? You move that 1 week. So yeah, it would just.
Oh Lord, remember that? A Super Bowl era record, 37.9 points per game. 342 passing yards per game average was what Manning was throwing. Passing touchdowns 55 that same season. Rushing yards is 2,105 as Breeze sacked on 3rd and 13 down at the 4.
Jeez.
Could we be in blocked punt territory?
Jeez.
Saw one a few weeks ago. Blocked in the end zone, recovered for a touchdown. Eric Dickerson's rushing record has stood since 1984.
Yeah. He was a madman.
Derek, I mean, this would be Derrick Henry. I mean, 2,027 yards in 16 games last season. Farther back, wow. receiving yards. Holy hell, Calvin Johnson almost had 2,000 receiving yards in 2012.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Newly minted Hall of Famer. 2 seasons ago, Michael Thomas, I remember that, 149 receptions.
Yeah, he was my wide receiver 1, baby. All the way to the championship.
And then this one's kind of newsworthy. Sacks, 22 and a half. Michael Strahan in 2001. Why is that newsworthy? Because the dude just played a cruel April Fool's joke on all of us.
Oh, what happened? He's coming back out of retirement?
2 days ago, did you not see this? 2 days ago, had a video out, pictures, said he got the gap fixed in his teeth, his front 2 teeth. And I'm just thinking, everyone's like, this is real. It feels real. He's talking about it like it's real. There was like a video out of him getting it all done. And you're thinking, yeah, like it's 2 days before April Fool's. Like, is it an early April Fool's thing or not? And then today, it came out it was. So, no longer a fan of his.
Burleson did the same thing.
What'd Nate do? I love Nate.
First name basis, I see here. Huh?
Yeah, Nate and I are tight.
Cool.
Cool.
He said that on, I think it was on all of his socials, that he was moving to LA because he got a TV show, a gig out there. So he's leaving New York and leaving, I don't know if he mentioned leaving Good Morning Football, but he was essentially saying, "We out, New York." And then the next day, April, April 1st at night, he was saying, "Nope, just kidding." Like, bro, like this, and this goes to my next question or statement. Do people actually still do April Fools? Like, I feel like it's such a random, kind of not stupid, but like played out type of thing. I don't really get it. Maybe because I just think pranks have never been appealing to me. Like, I'm never like, oh, good prank. Well, Punked was funny. Like when you see like the celebrities get all crazy and scared.
That was great. But see, it's always like it's the first ones. The first ones are good because then after that, people are just always like a little bit on their toes. Like, am I being pranked?
Yeah, like when Johnny Drama got pranked in Entourage. Yeah. You got by the Iceman Chocolate L, but you got by the Iceman Chocolate L, but a sour Sally.
Yeah, no. You're not. And like part of me, like I miss the days of falling for April Fool's pranks since I no longer possess the ability, to be surprised by anything at all.
Right. Maybe
I'm
that's
like, yeah,
it too.
that doesn't shock me.
Right. Like maybe we're just all calloused to the fact that these really bad things can happen. You're like, oh, it's just 2020.
So down 24-17 here. The Bengals have 2nd and 8 coming up from 31, under 4 minutes to play in the final quarter. Coming up next, everybody, is going to be Glash and Christian. Little Cowboys at Washington. Then Glash and Jeff Burrow just gets it away there, and they're going to pick up a first, come close to it. Glash and Jeff will be with you for Giants at the Seahawks. And then we're going to have MLB Pre-Lock Live with Bukes and LaMarca at 5 o'clock. And today we learned LaMarca is 6 feet tall.
6 feet smooth.
6 feet smooth, baby. Rossi and Jeff will be with you for the late slate. Lions at the Patriots. Kaufman and Tom. Chiefs at the Bears. Vikings at the Broncos. Kaufman and Tom.
Ooh, Emerson. I got some.
Hit me with it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat right now. Trent is one of our best friends. They say they don't pay attention. It's coffee talk, so annoying. About our commentary. M. Roach 1128, our golf fan, says this.
Oh,
is
he's
the
back.
worst. Yeah, I believe he meant these are not this is the worst sim announcers. So if you're gonna insult us, make sure it's correct.
Yeah, sounds like a smart dude.
But and then Bucky says, "Say something bad about golf, or you will say something." Bucky, that is 100% true. You are 100% true, or excuse me, correct. Right? That is 100% true. So say something bad, and you'll get a shout out. Bucky knows what he's doing. But guys, if you're looking for someone to commentate on the game, and again, if you're new, we'll say it again. If you're looking for someone to commentate on the game, these two aren't it. We'll try as much as we can, but we've been doing this for 14 years. We'll call the games, but we'll also talk about other stuff.
I've been doing this since Madden 95. So I was playing Madden back on Windows 95 on a desktop. Jared K says, I got my students with the old get ready for your test April Fools. That's the worst. Remember pop quizzes, that feeling? God, I hated that. Said, I'm not prepared for this. Like, that's the point. Damn you. Down at the 2 third and goal coming up. X Factor's heating up a little bit.
Uh-oh.
What you want to do? You want to be a baller?
Got him.
Oh, got him. Who is that? That is not Uzuma. That is 100% Drew Sample. Little tight end 2 exposure. Give it to me. Inject it into my veins, baby.
Here we go, Trent. Joe Burrow, the rookie quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. A touchdown to Drew Sample for 6 points. Now the kicker comes out. PAT is good. 1 minute and 7 seconds left. 24-24. Cincinnati, New Orleans. And we'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. Grow up.
Oops, I crapped my pants.
What sponsor is that?
You know exactly what it's from. I love BW Park says, I didn't even know that guy existed. Sample. Welcome to the stream, baby. So we now have ourselves a tie game, but what do you think? You want to throw your predictions down? How's this one going to end, peeps? 24-24, minute 3 to play. New Orleans, all 3 timeouts, but Cincinnati's like, yeah, that's cool, dude. I got all 3 timeouts, too.
Spread formation, Drew Brees, 5-step drop.
No. Oh.
What a catch.
What a grab. This is when we need Glash. Glash is, what a catch, Gem.
Oh, what a catch. Do they teach that voice at the University of Syracuse?
Yes, they do, 100%.
Or is it Syracuse University? Doesn't really matter.
SU, bro. Yeah.
It's SU. But like,
well,
University
I don't know,
of
just
Colorado is CU, but like they say University of Colorado.
I know. People need to just figure it out, right? 2nd and 5, dialing down the middle and going back to Sanders. Looking at some numbers in this game right now. So Kamara in the captain spot was 14 grand in the captain spot, 24 points.
Worth it, though.
Yeah, as of right now, for sure. So time ticking away here, getting close to the Lutz territory. They're in there. And there's Traquan Smith. So Burrow right now, if he doesn't get the ball back, doesn't do anything else, would end with 17 points. Sanders is now close to 20. Cook has 6 catches, 69 yards. And of course, I'm looking at the first place team in the north of 9,000. And Drew Sample is on there. 1, 2 catches,
Hey.
13 yards, 1 touchdown, almost 10 points. That's what you need, man. Those punt plays sometimes pay off for you.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you think people win some big bucks? You know, it's not going chalk. So you need those dart throws. Like Henrik Stenson next week.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, Henrik Stenson is like $60 to $100 at the Masters. It's almost
Yeah, that's right.
prices.
The prices are out. I love that too. I feel like since we started working together too, you're always the first one to tweet out, "Hey guys, it's a tradition like any other. Masters prices released like an extra week early." I couldn't hammer the retweet button quicker.
I draft that tweet on April like
Just ready.
13th, 2020.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, November.
Yeah, I was like, you've done that twice in the best 5 months. I'm like, there it is. He's back. It's like Samir's thing to say right now is we are so back. That's all he says. Hey man, how you golf last weekend? He said it like 11 bajillion times.
How was that? How do you play? I know
How'd
I'm
he
not going
play?
to get an accurate depiction from you. You're going to say you shot, like 3 over when you really shot 8.
How did I play? I was great.
Yeah.
But
how did he play? New clubs for Samir.
Yeah. And by the way, Lutz here for the win is going to be about from 48 yards out. So it ain't easy, but he certainly makes it look that way. 27-24. There's still 1 second to play. So you're telling me there's a chance for the Bengals? Yes, I am.
I'm just going to do it really quickly here, Emerson. Player of the game, could it be Will Lutz? No, it won't be Will
Yes.
Lutz.
Oh, God, you have to. He has like a 52-yarder. Just
That's
drove
for
like
Rossi.
a 48.
That's for
Okay.
Rossi.
Yeah.
That's for Rossi. I think Burrow did fantastic. What was his roster percentage? I feel like Burrow was up there in
Here,
points.
I just had it up. Just had it up, bro. So, what do you want? You want an R100 entry contest? Very exclusive Century Club. That was 42%, but over in the big one, it's very similar. 47% owned in the free showdown.
Yeah,
And he had
that's
he had 17 points.
I like that. That's not bad.
Dude, I'm sorry. If I could give one out right now, as this game goes final, 27-24, I'm going Lutz. I am. All right, 12 points, 50-plus
Yeah.
yarder.
Yeah, it ain't bad. 12.3. Yeah, let's go Will Lutz. 12.3% rostered in the big one. 12 points. That's a pretty good return in terms of points per roster percentage. So yeah, give me Will Lutz.
Okay, your crusty Coppin player of the game. I love that about you.
What did Michael Thomas do?
Ooh, good answer. I have the question right here. Hold on.
Because-
I can't find it. I'm panicking. Oh, wait. Let me
okay.
just go to my lineup. I forgot I rostered him. Here he is. 3 catches, 45 yards, 7.5 points, $8,800 to roster. Give him the babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single player of the game.
Stamp of unapproval. So yeah, he didn't do well. He was second highest rostered player in the big free showdown. So get him out of here. He did not do well. I mean, Joe Mixon did fine, but I feel like Michael Thomas didn't do anything.
Oh, really did not.
That's it.
So you and I are donezo. Producer Drew just dropped in the schedule, reminding me one more time. Cowboys at Washington, Glash and Christian coming up at 2:00. It's early in the baseball season, so if you still have like some questions, maybe a strategy, bets to chase, bets to fade, anything and everything baseball-wise, MLB Pre-Lock Live is going to come up between the 4 o'clock and the 6 o'clock sim tonight, guys, with Bukes and Lamarca. That'll follow the 4 o'clock sim with Glash and Jeff. Good times with you, buddy. I'm looking forward to Monday. You and I will launch our fun little golf show here. I don't know what it's going to be called. It should be like Reed Tees the Green or something, right? What was it called again? Reed the Green.
Yep.
Read the
Yep.
green.
Got
There it
graphic
is.
and everything. Bringing it back.
We really should bring it back. I mean, it's just sitting there collecting dust, you know?
Yeah, it is.
So we'll do that. That'll start on Monday between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock Sim. So I am fired up. Okay. Have a good rest of your day. Good rest of your weekend. Tell little sausage man I said hello. Andrew on the ones and twos. Producer Drew. Tate, love ya. DK Sim fam, love ya. Adios, Bermigo.
Peace.
What's up, everybody, and welcome on in. It is almost the weekend. You have found us, and you've come to the right place. This is called The Sweat. I am Adam Kaufman. Great to be with you, and we've got a whole lot going on over the course of the next roughly 55 minutes. Heaven forbid we stick around for a full hour. We don't want to tax you, but not to worry. There's a ton going on here on this Dream Stream day. Of course, it continues coming up at noon with a full slate of matches in store for the day. So first off, and then we'll get to all of the great baseball, NBA, NHL, and so much more over the course of this hour. It'll be the Bengals and Saints with Emerson Latzia and Reed T. Fowler coming at you for that one. Cowboys and the Washington football team at 2 o'clock. Brendan Glasheen and Christian DeAndrea. And then Jeff Ulrich will take over for Christian, joins Glash for the Giants and Seahawks. That's at 4 o'clock. That is all the early slate. It's Jason Rossi, and Moose sticks around. You know him, of course, as Jeff. And then I will take over. I'll return with Tom Carroll. Tom Ace, Chiefs Bears at 8 o'clock. The Vikings and Broncos will come your way. That is at 10. But that's a little ways away. You don't have to worry about that right now. You can get to that coming up in an hour. For right now, we want to talk about what we have in store for us later on in the world of real sports, not just simulated sports. And, of course, to help us do that, we bring in a couple of our favorites, Full-Time Felix, Julian Edlow, and Matt LaMarca. We're going to get into a little chaser fade, Major League Baseball, DK Sports. All the same. How are you, fellas?
We're great. How are you, Kaufman?
I'm great. Being greeted. Talk
No.
a little bit.
No.
Speak first. If I
Sure.
was going to speak first, if I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't very prepared today, Kaufman.
It's I'm pretty much as prepared as I typically am. Just show and go is how we like to roll around here. And we are more prepared probably than the Red Sox at least were yesterday, because they show up to the ballpark, they're getting ready for their opener against the Orioles, and then the weather takes over and it turns out a postponement due to rain in the forecast. So they will go at it this afternoon, 2:10 Eastern instead. And if we're taking a look at the pitching matchup, you have Nathan Eovaldi, John Means. Of course, Eovaldi starting with Eduardo Rodriguez sidelines, starting the year on the injured list for Boston. 15-3 in the captain spot in this showdown contest, Jules. Is he worth paying up for there?
It looks a little aggressive to me at first, but then you start looking around at, all right, like, who are my other options here? Did against Baltimore last season. He had some struggles with him initially as a member of the Red Sox, but last year against Baltimore, 3 starts, 3-0, a 0.95 ERA. He only allowed 2 runs in 19 innings, 18 strikeouts. Like, he was pretty good against them. And I know everybody's down on the Red Sox right now after that season, and maybe Baltimore's a little bit better, but I think this is a strong spot for Eovaldi to start the year off. A guy that wasn't initially even supposed to be the opening day starter, but Eduardo Rodriguez not in a position to do that yet again. So I don't want to spend it on John Means. I think that's a little too contrarian for me, and I'm not sure I want to do it on a bat, particularly a bat like Devers or Bogarts, who's even more than the starting pitcher. So I think kind of by default, I did talk myself into Eovaldi after not being there initially.
Well, and as it turns out, LaMarca, Eovaldi starting the opener for Boston for the second straight year. Obviously, the pandemic couple-month season last year, and now here we are with Eovaldi taking over for Rodriguez sideline once again, but still 15-3 in the captain spot. Jules, you chasing him at captain here despite other options?
I'm going to fade it. I would never fight you too hard for rostering a starting pitcher in the captain spot. I do think that they have, for the most part, the higher median expectations than any of the individual bats. But the ceiling is what gets me. I just don't see enough upside with Eovaldi, and I don't hate this Orioles lineup. Like, I know they weren't good last year, but you give them back Trey Mancini, Ryan Mountcastle, big-time prospect. I could tell myself a story that they're at least a little bit better this year. I think that there are some solid bats to target for the Red Sox in particular that stand out to me as better values in the captain spot. So I would rather go with a Hunter Renfroe, a Kike Hernandez, somebody like that. But again, I wouldn't fight you too hard if like Julian, you talked yourself into Eovaldi.
LaMarca, let's move on to the main slate. You have 6 games starting at 7 Eastern. Trevor Bauer, of course, debuting for his new team 5, so you could justify it unless you're Steve Buchanan, who says that last year was a fluke. How do you feel about him tonight, or do you like a cheaper option?
What is it with Steve and just like hating good baseball players
and everything, really?
I'm going to pass on Trevor Bauer. I think if you want to take a shot on him in a tournament, go for it. This Rockies offense, I don't care that they had a good day yesterday. They kind of stink. But you look at the Rockies, they are implied for the 3rd highest total on the slate, 4.8 runs. I don't want to target a pitcher at 10,500 who's expected to give up nearly 5 runs. Coors Field, even if it's not the hitter's paradise early in the year that it is in the summer months, I still just don't think you want to make a habit of targeting players pitching in that environment. So I would go to some other options before I went to Bauer. I do think he probably has the highest ceiling at the pitcher position, even in Coors Field, but there are just some other guys that stand out as better options.
Chase or fade Bauer, Jules?
Yeah, I'm going to fade him. On the surface, a guy for 10-5 at Coors is pretty easy to pass on, but then you look at the rest of the options. Opening day, all these aces lined up. That's one day in the past, and it's already completely changed what these slates look like in terms of the pitchers that you can roster. And Bauer has that strikeout upside like Matt kind of touched on. So that's there. I mean, you can get sucked into just like it's the first start of the year. So you look at everybody's fantasy points per game right on DraftKings. You see Bauer's like double everybody with 30 fantasy points per game. But taking I don't hate Bauer quite as much as Steve does, but taking a small page out of his book, like he did, those schedules last year were just, you played the same teams over and over again. And Bauer didn't play the best teams and performed very well, which he's a good pitcher. He's going to pitch well, but things get tougher. The Rockies just scored 8 runs in a Kershaw start to get the year going without Arenado, with everybody down on them. So paying 10-5 here is not something I'm really interested in. It just does get tougher to recommend, like, okay, so you're not rostering him, so who are you paying for? I would be more interested in like a Blake Snell, probably.
Pablo.
Who?
Pablo Lopez, baby.
So I was going down to him. We had a 1-0 game, obviously, that Tampa won in Miami yesterday. Pablo Lopez showed some upside last year. That's another guy I could talk myself into. Merrill Kelly pitched really well against the Padres in a couple of starts last year. I don't know if I'm going to, the Padres are a different animal this year, I think. I don't know if I'm going to go there, but it is a slate to kind of balance off with pitching, I think, and not pay 10-5 at Coors.
Jules, you got some high-priced bats, a few of the faces of baseball, Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, Fernando Tatis Jr., who is, of course, very well paid now. Now, trying to establish who you should go with and pay up for. Trout, it's tough to ignore. If you like me, if you like BVP, you can look at him at Dallas Keuchel and the White Sox today. 15 career hits, couple of home runs. You going to chase Trout in this matchup?
Guys, I think Trout at 5'9" stands out to me the most. I do think maybe it's a day that we can, and not that you're going to save, but you go down to 5'8" on Seager, you go down to 5'7" on Bellinger, like still very expensive, but those Dodgers lefties going up against a righty at Coors Field, I mean, Bellinger hit a home run yesterday that turned into a single because of whatever baseball rules are in place when you pass somebody on the bases. I don't know. That stinks if you had Bellinger. Stinks if you bet on the Dodgers like I did, who maybe should have had another run. But yeah, I think that it's either Trout for me or you take the lefties on the Dodgers. I don't think I'm going to wind up on like Tatis or Betts going over 6K for one of those guys.
Zach's man, you going to chase Trout as the best option here?
Nah, I'm interested in Mookie. Mookie, like he's a righty facing a righty, but he is a classic reverse splits hitter. I mean, yes, last year his splits were incredibly drastic. He was a 181 WRC plus against righties and a 56 WRC plus against lefties. That's a bit overstated compared to what he did, what he's done for the rest of his career. But that's against a right-hander in Coors Field. I have no problem paying the 6.2. The problem is, stacking the Dodgers in general is going to be very tough. They're super expensive, but I do think that, a leadoff hitter with the kind of pop that we've seen from Betts in the best hitting park in baseball, like I can definitely talk myself into that at 6,200.
Maddie, who are you going to chase as value option tonight?
Yeah, I think you can go over to who are pretty cheap. Ryan McMahon, for example, 3,600. Expected to bat second. I know you probably don't feel very comfortable targeting Trevor Bauer, but if you just take the pitcher's name away and you think about, okay, I can get a guy batting second in the lineup for the team with the second highest or the third highest implied team total on the slate, who's only 3,600, who's on the positive side of his splits. Like, I think that there are a lot of different Rockies guys that I'm going to end up targeting tonight. Raimel Tapia, another one that stands out, 3,200. So I think the Rockies are probably your best source of value.
Jules, we'll wrap with you. Value. Who are you chasing?
Yeah, if we both said we're fading Bauer, I think the top of that Rockies order makes some sense. Like Matt said, Tapia's 3,200. You got guys 3,600. Under 3K. So that makes sense to me. At Coors, 8 runs again on opening day in a Kershaw start. So it can be done. I think even the Mariners going against Johnny Cueto, you can get plenty of guys to be under $3,000. I haven't heard of either of them, but their names in the middle of the order. So what does it matter? And I know Johnny Cueto's not all that good anymore. So I think that just looking for the spots more than the names is more important. Yesterday, like if you played on the 1 p.m. slate, Luplow led off for Cleveland. You got a guy at 2,200 there leading off. That's ridiculous. I don't know if this was a mistake on DraftKings or what, but Nomar Mazara was hitting 6th for Detroit. He was 1,500, I think I had him in a lineup. Like, just pay attention to when these lineups actually come out. It's the first, second lineups of the year. There's going to be guys that we didn't expect to be there that are at really good values.
LaMarca, Jules, always a pleasure catching up with you guys. Let's do it again real soon. In the meantime, we're going to make the move to NBA. We got Mog, Josh, and Deucey on the way. Stay with us here. You're watching The Sweat on YouTube and Twitch. Welcome on back, everyone, to the Sweat. We've got baseball in the rear view and, of course, day 2 of the MLB season on the way later today. But let's not forget, it's still basketball season. And so we welcome in our pals Kenny Ducey, and we also have Ryan Monk-Josh, host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life. What's going on, guys?
Hey, I'm doing well, Koff. That's all I can say.
I
It's
just
great
wanted
to
to
be
test
with
out
you.
the soft launch again to see what happened. Sure enough, people want to be asked individually how they're feeling. Ryan, how are you?
I couldn't be better.
Good. I'm glad.
Anytime I'm with you, Koff is a good time.
I've always said that. All right, let's go NBA pick and roll, guys. We're going to see which DFS and sportsbook plays tonight are going to be the best options, or maybe you would roll to another. So, again, NBA talk, Big Ten game slate in the association. You have Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is the most expensive.
Do love the matchup, but I'm going to roll here. I'm not going to go with Giannis because there is other players that I like, but it seems like Giannis is maybe in a little mini slump. The last 4 games, 35, 33, 46, and 47 fantasy points, and we're used to him on a season average of scoring 57. And I don't know if it's a little bit of a all-star break hangover or what, but Giannis just doesn't seem right as far as a fantasy point standard. So I'm rolling with Giannis.
What about you, Ducey? Looks like Giannis could be in the neighborhood of 60 points tonight. Obviously, if that's just basically even meeting his projection either, that's not him going crazy. Do you think he's going to underachieve again?
I mean, yeah, if he gets around 60 fantasy points, I really like my other guy here that I want to talk about, and that is Karl Anthony Towns at 10.1K. You know, Memphis has the worst post-up defense in the NBA at 1.14 points per play, according to Synergy Sports. So they have just been dreadful against anybody trying to post up. So I think Karl Anthony Towns actually here has a pretty good matchup. You also talk about the fact that, Memphis just, I mean, what are they playing for at this point? They have no defense. They seem very disinterested. So, and you look at a guy that has had 60 fantasy points per game over the last 4 in Karl Anthony Towns. The minutes have been incredible. It looks like, it's like Tom Thibodeau's back in town. The usage has been incredible as well. I think the Cat is set up here for a pretty nice game. And, is he going to top the slate? I mean, it's always tough to do when Giannis is there, but I certainly think that he could push for a top 3 spot on this slate. And that's why I think the price is just really good here.
Dudes, let's talk point guards here. You have Steph Curry, who just played last night, so you got to consider the back-to-back. Got a little bit banged up, obviously, hurt the tailbone, stayed in the game, still went for 55, 56 fantasy points. It was a very good day, but again, all things considered, lingering effects of the injury, if there is one, and of course, just the fact that he played last night. Do you want to chase him again, or are you ultimately going to roll elsewhere?
He's a little expensive here. I mean, you look at the last 2 back-to-backs that he's played, and obviously it's not, it's apples to oranges because they're different teams, but 40 and 45 DK fantasy points. The only concern really with injuries with the Golden State Warriors is when, a guy has like a thigh bruise and they're just like, well, you're not going to play for 5 games. It's a lost season without Clay. So I think that, as long as he plays, I think that he'll be fine. I mean, he's been there. This is a pace-up game here. The Warriors have a fast pace. The Toronto Raptors are in the top half of the league in pace. They don't have a good defense. But at point guard, I don't know if he's the most exciting guy here, despite the fact that he just takes all the shots of this team. I'm actually looking at 2 other guys here. We'll talk about Nickeil Alexander-Walker, of course, if everyone remains out for the Pelicans. $6,200 is just, it's impossible to pass him up. But Donovan Mitchell is a sneaky guy at $8,800 if he plays, because I think that this is a very good matchup here against the bad Bulls defense. Against Zach LaVine, it's another pace-up game, and he's a guy that has gone for 50 fantasy points just 2 games ago in, 28 minutes? So, I mean, it's been incredibly efficient for him, and the Jazz have missed him on offense. So I actually think that he's a really sneaky play here if you don't – but I don't blame you if you want to go to Curry.
So, Ryan, if you want to obviously pay down what Ducey outlined, that's an option. But you also have guys like Luka and Dame, Trae Young on this slate. If you want to stay upper echelon price-wise, you going to pick Steph or roll elsewhere?
I'm kind of with Kenny. I'm okay if you want to roll with Steph, but there are other pay-up options that I would prefer. Steph, despite his injuries, the last 2 games, over 52 fantasy points. So the only reason I kind of am okay with it was, like he mentioned, the pace. And I feel like with Lowry out for the Raptors, everything's kind of muddy. everybody's just kind of running amok, and it's way more offense oriented for Toronto, or I guess Tampa now. But I like the pace with Steph playing a Raptors team that is underachieving their butts off this year.
I applaud you. I'm kind of with Kenny, are not words that we've heard here on this show before. You, Nickeil Alexander-Walker here, who last night. AW again, or maybe you roll to a different value option?
So they're banged up a lot, like Kenny mentioned. And the common trend with or Nickeil Alexander-Walker, is the last 32, 33, 36, 33, 31, and 49 the other night against Orlando. When Lonzo's out, he gets all those minutes. And so I guess I'm picking Nickeil Alexander-Walker with Lonzo out. And I think I might roll if Lonzo is in, because I think they're going to try to get Lonzo some touches and get acclimated more with getting back from injury.
You ready, Kenny? I'm going to dad joke you here. You going to go with Nickeil Alexander-Walker tonight, or nah?
Yeah, I expected that one. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I mean, I think that Ryan kind of hit the nail on the head with, if these guys are out, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I know he's going to be super chalky, but you can't get away from him. But the thing about this game is, like, I just love the matchup. I think that anybody who plays point guard here against Trae Young is worth a look. So whether or not, Lonzo Ball's on a minutes restriction is going to obviously dictate if you want to attack that matchup. But Alexander Walker is a guy that we know has done plenty in the league so far. He's very talented. He can get it done, even when these other guys are in the lineup. But obviously the ceiling is the roof when this guy is playing without the stars here. So I definitely like him as a play. I'm going to have exposure to him as, if New Orleans is still dealing with injuries. I'm going to kind of go out of left field, though, because this guy's not a value play, but I wanted to sneak him into this segment if I can, Koff. Nikola Vucevic at $9,000. Look, I know that's not a value play here, but I think that this guy could very well be priced about $700 more given the matchup. Everyone's going to be scared to go against Rudy Gobert, but the Jazz have actually been the third worst team on points per play against post-ups. I was just talking about that with the Grizzlies. And that's not the only reason I like him. The Bulls, since acquiring Vucevic, have led the league in post-ups by like a ridiculous margin. They've run over 19 post-ups per game. They are force-feeding the ball to Vucevic. Not only that, the guy has taken 6 threes per game this year, and the Bulls have been one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league over the last 5 games, and really over the last 10. And the reason they lost to the Jazz so badly last time is because they just hit 27% of threes. So I think that Vucevic is going to get all of the ball here. I think that they are going to just give the Vucevic the ball in the post. They're going to give him the ball from the three-point line, and he's just going to have a gazillion shots here. So I actually like him as a sneaky play. I know that he doesn't fit the mold of like a high-priced point guard or even a high-priced guy on the slate, but I really think that he's a good play tonight.
Would you guys believe our crew didn't like my joke? I'm pretty sure all 6 likes on this YouTube stream are since that joke happened, Kenny.
I loved it.
Yeah, Ryan was on it. He was right there. Let's go DK Sportsbook, guys. Kenny, is there a spread in particular you're looking to bet tonight?
I just said it here with that I think Vucevic is in a good matchup, but I really actually like the Jazz here to cover this gaudy spread, given Donovan Mitchell is in the lineup, just because, you look at the last time these two teams played, the Bulls actually outscored the Jazz in the paint by like 20 points. They out-rebounded the Jazz. They outworked the Jazz. They I think shot 43% from the field, which was pretty comparable. And they lost. They got blown out. Like all these things went their way, and they still got blown out. And it was because they shot 27% from three. I mentioned that they can't shoot right now from three-point land. I'm obsessed with this game. And I just think that like the three-point shooting is not going to get better against one of the best perimeter defenses in the league. The Jazz have been cover machines at home this year. Only 5 times they haven't covered as the home favorite. And you have Donovan Mitchell, obviously. If he returns, this offense is going to ratchet up to another gear. We don't have to see Jordan Clarkson take, a million jump shots ever again, hopefully. And I really just like them to beat up on the Bulls again, given Donovan Mitchell comes back. And I think actually this spread is probably too low if he's playing.
Let's go to my hype man, Ryan. Which spread are you betting on tonight?
I'm not in on the Bucks lately. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They've slid to 3rd in the Eastern Conference rankings, if I'm not mistaken. Giannis is on a mini slump, like I mentioned. And at the same time, the Blazers have won their last 4. So this line of Portland plus 2.5 is looking pretty attractive to me. I think the trend continues with both of these teams. And Milwaukee, for some reason, I haven't watched them much in the last 4 games, but just looking at the numbers, Giannis isn't producing the same on offense. So I'm taking Portland plus 2.5, and I'm willing to mortal lock that in.
All right, Mog, Josh, Ducey, thanks for hanging out with us, fellas. Appreciate it. We're about halfway home on the sweat. We're going to do a little hockey next. Talk that hockey, and I just feel better when we do it with a Canadian. So Jeff Ulrich is going to join us on the way. Stay tuned. Quick break, and we are right back with you. Like I said before, we're about halfway home here on the Sweat on a Friday, and let's move to the ice because we have got a busy night ahead. Jeff Ulrich is going to join us now. Of course, I am Adam Kaufman. Thanks for hanging out. Moose, what's going on, man?
Not too much. Just doing that hockey stuff again.
Yeah, it's just you and I talking hockey on a Friday, but in a different actual live format. It's kind of nice to see. So which DFS plays or bets do you like for tonight's NHL slate? That is ultimately the question at hand here as we take a look here for the NHL opening face-off. Now, we've got a tough choice on really atop the salary for the 6-game main slate. You've got Nate McKinnon, Connor McDavid, Austin Matthews. These guys are all 9K or above. So who do you prefer tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's a stacked lineup here. I mean, we got a lot of the top goal scorers in the league, a lot of the top point getters. We got Ovechkin down there going up against New Jersey as well. So, it's your delight tonight. You can kind of just pick and choose. And I definitely think it's a night where you probably want to try and get exposure to 2 studs and really go kind of stars and per game over their last 10 games, 9 goals in their last outing. This offense is just absolutely unstoppable. They finally got all their offensive defensemen healthy. The lineup is deep. McKinnon, 17 points over his last 10 games, but only 4 goals. Like, he's due for a little bit more goal scoring as well. So I want to pay up all the way to Nate the Great here. Going up against St. Louis. St. Louis is terrible. They really are. 6th in goals allowed, 6th last in penalty kill. Like, this is not a good team right now. Losing to the Ducks. Against the Flames, Matthews against the Jets. Those are good matchups too, but like, McKinnon's a guy I want to get exposure to here.
How about we dip on down to the 5K range and look specifically at wing? You've got some different options available to you. Favorable matchups for Dustin Brown. For lower priced option on the wing do you like best?
Line to me is actually pretty tempting. You got Dustin Brown. You can even go down further. Alex Iafallo at 4,500. These guys have been pretty good. Like, the last time the Kings played the Sharks, Dustin Brown had 12 shots on goal in 2 games. Iafallo had 10 shots on goal in 2 games. The Sharks allowed a ton of shots on goal. So you got to figure, like, it's a good chance for like a multi-goal game from one of these guys. They get plenty of ice time. I like Dustin Brown tonight, 5,400. That's a very fair price. You can look, and again, you can go down further. I don't think this is a slate where you necessarily need to pay up on the wing. Dustin Brown is fine, especially if you're going to pair him with Kopitar and Iafallo, but you can go down. Goals in the first period in his last outing. He's got 5 goals over his last 4 games. Burakovsky, 2 goals in the last game as well. These guys are, top 6, top 9 forwards. They get good exposure sometimes on the special teams and stuff. They're good plays. Absolutely. Like I said, that Colorado offense is they're taking on New Jersey. New Jersey's a great opponent for a player like Wilson. He's not playing alongside Ovechkin at regular strength, but sometimes that's a good thing because it means he's going to shoot the puck a little bit more rather than just kind of act as a feeder for Ovechkin. So I do like Tom Wilson at 3,900. That matchup is absolutely prime. The Devils allow a ton of shots on goal. And look, my man Phil Kessel, I already gave him a shout out, but I mean, this guy is playing like an on top line role for the Coyotes, playing a ton of minutes. He's got a bunch of shots on goal. He's got 6 goals over his last 10 games, and he's going up against the Ducks. So a couple of cheap wingers there. I really, really like both really good matchups, and I think they make good pivots off the Colorado guys because I do think, even though Colorado's, like I said, scoring at an insane rate, they're going to be popular. So give me Kessel and Wilson as good pivots here.
That was DFS. How about DK Sportsbook here, Jeff? You got the Sharks who are plus money against the Kings. They've won their last 2. They've won their last 2 meetings in this matchup as well. Would you lock them in at plus 125 on the money line?
I just can't I can't bet the Sharks. Like they're just not a good team. They allow a ton of shots on goal and scoring chances every night. And you're kind of at the mercy of, is like one of their goalies going to show up? And their goalies, quite frankly, aren't that good. So lately, they're 4-2 in their last 6 games. That's nice. But, they came off the Kings series last time. They lost 2 straight right away to the Coyotes, who aren't really like that good an offensive team as well. So it just gives you an example of how up and down the Sharks can be. To me, the Kings are still the better team here, and they're deserving favorites. I would rather go to the Kings here on the money line. Cal Peterson's playing better. I know they blew 2 games to the Sharks the last time, but again, realistically, it was just because they ran into hot goaltending. They were getting like 40 shots a game. They're going to cash in here in this next series. So I'm not interested in the Sharks. Give me the Kings here. They're definitely one of my of the night. And, if you're looking for a plus money on the money line, I'd probably think about the Jets. No one else really sticks out, though.
Do you have a favorite bet tonight in the NHL? Maybe looking in that crystal ball, something of your, Sabres level pick?
Yeah, let's dust it off here and see what shows up, because
there you go.
I talked about the Avalanche here a couple times, and they are scoring at an insane rate. They've got a great matchup against the Blues, but then you look on the DK Sportsbook, the over-under for that game is still only 5.5 goals. Colorado has legitimately been hitting the over on their own, over just as an average over the last 10 games. And the Blues aren't going to do anything to stop this offense. Give me the over here in the St. Louis Colorado game. Maybe we need 1 goal from the Blues to hit this. Yeah, the over's got to be the bet there. I'm actually surprised that total is staying at 5.5. A couple player props to throw out. I mentioned the Sharks allow a ton of shots on goal. The Dustin Brown over 2.5 shots on goal prop has always been good to us. I think we hit it twice in a row the last time these teams played. Like I said, Dustin Brown, 12 shots on goal in 2 games against the Sharks. Just go back to it, over 2.5 shots on goal for Dustin Brown as well.
It's always hard to say goodbye to Jeff Ulrich, but not to worry. He's going to be around in Simland with these Madden simulations a little bit later on today. What we are going to do is step aside and say hello to Ben Rassa from Awesemo and dive into a
How we doing? It's the 2 p.m. Madden Sim on Friday, April 2nd, 2021. Glash and Christian DeAndrea here with you. The headband himself. It's been a while. How are you?
It has. I feel like it's been like a week or two. I mean, we haven't even seen each other in this wonderful month of April where it's a balmy 35 degrees up here. It's supposed to be like 70 tomorrow, so I can't really complain all that much. The temperature is going to literally double in a matter of 24 hours, and I'm very much looking forward to that because it's a nightmare outside right now. The fake spring warmed me up too much. Now I'm used to it. Now, like, even the slightest bit of cold feels bad. I got problems, Glash. I got problems. How are you?
I'm good. You know, you're from New England. The Red Sox canceled or postponed their game from yesterday. They clearly could have played, and I'm sure now the players are feeling it in the next 10 minutes when they take the field in 35-degree weather. While it is sunny, they will be freezing at Fenway Park. But
yeah, at least they don't have to deal with the aluminum bats, you know, on a cold day when the aluminum bat hits just wrong and just shivers up your hands and you drop the bat immediately. You don't have to deal with that with the wood at least. But
wasn't that the worst in Little League, those April games? Just a little dribbler to second. Ow! Like it stung.
Why would you even run that out? I know the coaches are going to tell you to run everything out, try your hardest. But at that point, you know what? Just curl up into a ball near home plate. It's fine. Adults will understand. We've all been there. Anyway, we should probably talk about this game, which is loading up right now between two NFC East rivals, the Washington football team and the Dallas Cowboys. Glash, how does your lineup look now that we are locked?
I always feel like I got it. So if I want to put Steven Sims in the captain spot, which I did, it's like, oh, you got to play Haskins. I'm like, no, Haskins stinks.
No, Haskins is bad. Yeah, he's going to throw a lot of tempo passes.
And you know what, too? I'm kind of out on Dak here. Like, Dak was way more mobile in Madden 20. Yeah, you don't have to get Dak in there for the He's not Madden Mitch. He's not Lamar. He's not Deshaun. So I didn't play a quarterback in this one. I've got Sims in the captain spot. Zeke, Cooper, Gallup, McKissick, and Dalton Schultz is my punt play.
Okay. I followed your advice a little bit there as I faded both quarterbacks. You're right. Dak Prescott went from must start to kind of must fade. So I faded both quarterbacks. I also got real stupid with this one because I put CeeDee Lamb in my captain spot, and I am like 90% certain I'm going to regret that. He hasn't had a double-digit sim in like his last 8 outings, and he's going up against the tough defense. And but not the last time he played Washington, but the time before that, he had more than a dozen points. So I'm hoping for something like that. Paying down on CD allowed me to throw Elliott, McKissick, Amari, Steven Sims Jr., who I think is primed for a big year in the real NFL, and my guy, the Sprinkler, in there as well. So I like my lineup a lot, but we're going to have to wait and see and make sure it is not just a dumpster fire with my captain be something like 2.7 points.
Yeah, so with Lamb and the captain, you gave yourself that flexibility in terms of getting the sprinkler in. Hey, how about this? The Pelicans just signed Isaiah Thomas to a 10-day contract. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad he's back.
Good for IT.
The league is better with him in it. I feel so bad because he did deserve the Brinks truck before he got hurt. Like, he should have gotten so much money. He was so good for the Celtics. He was a bona fide MVP candidate, which is amazing when you consider he was the last pick of the NBA draft. He's like my height. He's like 5'10". And yet there he was, like single-handedly almost, lifting the Celtics to new heights. And then injury takes it all away. When you're that size, you depend so heavily on your explosiveness. As Dak showing off a little explosiveness, breaking free up the middle there for 8 yards, making this third manageable.
Yeah, of course. Watch Dak rush for like 75 yards and a touchdown today because, I'm ragging on him here. Sun is shining in virtual. Is it Landover? Do I have that right? Landover, Maryland, technically?
Landover Field. Yeah, Landover is where FedEx Field is, so Landover, Maryland. Oh, Zeke stuffed there for no gain. So off to a hot start, as is tradition with Washington football team Sims. We get a 3-and-out, ushering us into a fine Friday afternoon. Flash, you got plans this week? I mean, it's Good Friday. There's a holiday coming up. Are you doing anything for it? Are you gonna hide some eggs? You gonna dress up like a bunny? I mean, anything game, really.
Good point. I will be visiting. My parents are both fully vaccinated, so I'm going to have some brunch with the parents on Sunday, late morning. And Sarah's mom and grandmother we're gonna have an outdoor fire.
Nice.
It's gonna be in the 50s, so yeah, I'm gonna make the rounds with both families. Say some hellos and punch the time card with the future in-laws maybe.
Minutes, I get it.
Oh God, Dwayne Haskins, 27% owned. That's it. Eesh. By the way, if you guys want more on Isaiah Thomas, be sure to tune in tonight. Adam Kaufman will have complete coverage of the 10-day contract signing of Isaiah Thomas with the Pelicans. You'll get 2 full hours on Isaiah Thomas to the Pelicans. Maybe not. McKissick with a nice run.
Kissy Cakes, a star here in Simland and a great PPR guy in the real world. And you got to figure his share is going to obviously decrease now that the Washington football team has a capable quarterback and not a check down machine like Alex Smith behind center. But Fitzpatrick's going to put him into good use. The only problem I see for McKissick is that share of short-range passing is going to decrease going from Smith to Fitzpatrick. And B, Antonio Gibson did look like the guy last year. He had some very nice flashes, and he is an accomplished receiver out of the backfield, former receiver at Memphis, and they kind of moved him all around there. So maybe, you were thinking maybe coming into the season, Gibson would be that gadget kind of guy, but then they went out and signed Curtis Samuel to be that gadget kind of guy. As much as I like McKissick, I think his value is going to drop just because it's a crowded house in Washington. Flash, I got to tell you, I really like the moves the Washington football team made. I think this is the first time they are actually, even without some massive big signings, a lot of the stuff they did flew under the radar. But I like it a lot. I think Fitz is a good fit. I like the Curtis Samuel signing for reasonable money, less annually than Nelson Aguilar got. And I like William Jackson coming over from the Bengals. I think he can be a top-tier cornerback. He can have that kind of career renaissance Ronald Darby did, and he only cost a little bit more, like $1.5 million more in guarantees than it would have been to re-sign Darby. Higher ceiling for William Jackson. This defense is going to be good again. I think we might have a repeat champion in the NFC East for the first time in like 20 years.
Ron Rivera spoke yesterday or the day before and confirmed that Fitz will indeed be the quarterback, in case anyone was wondering. He'll be the number 1 quarterback. It will not prevent the football team from potentially adding another quarterback in the draft or which is still free agency, but come on, free agency is really over at this point.
Yeah, not a lot of great candidates out there. A few guys lingering, but at this point, you're not going to see any big deals until maybe after the draft. You know, the teams went out there and addressed their needs in free agency. They're going to, you know, get some good values in the draft, and then they're like, okay, we'll punch in some guys. We'll figure out what we're missing, what we got here. I mean, honestly, who really moves the needle right now in terms of remaining free agents? Alex Smith, Geno Atkins, Kawan Short. I mean, just a lot of older guys who can make a difference, but you don't really know what to expect from him. I mean, Jadeveon Clowney, him signing well after everyone else does, is kind of a tradition with him right now. But yeah, it's a good market if you want veteran help, if you want defenders in their 30s or maybe some possibly washed up wideouts. There's a lot of guys who could help you out there. But other than that, I don't know. This is typically when Bill Belichick counts, right, Glash? I mean, this is the area. He finds those bargain veteran pickups. He polishes them up. He turns them into contributors, and they go ahead and sign a bigger deal after leaving New England and busting somewhere else. So, yeah, for the most part, we're not going to see too many interesting things here. It looks like Amari Cooper interfered with on that play. So our biggest gain of the sim so far comes via penalty, 28 yards against the man. We were just talking about Ronald Darby. He did well enough in Washington to earn himself a fat contract, put a nightmare finale in Philadelphia behind him. Oh, Dak had Zeke wide open there and threw it to nothing.
We're midway through the first quarter. It's Glash, Christian, the Drew Stack on production, and Tate from the Game Ops team. Hello to all of you here. I see some comments about the sound cutting in and out. I hope that our technical team can get that situated, or, you know, we'll get it all straightened out. But be assured, they are doing everything possible to make sure this is the best experience you will have of your entire life. That's incomplete. Dak is 1 for 4.
Oof. Oh, he's having a Dwayne Haskins kind of day. Dean Murray, once producer Madison left, everything started falling apart. She was clearly the glue that held us all together. Anyway, we see y'all in the chat, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's over on Twitch. Ziwa, Smash, Goofy, Germ, Heavy Kevy. We see we are so grateful to have you here. Without you guys, we can't call this a job at all. Broken tackle turns a field goal attempt into a fresh set of downs for Zeke right there. And Zeke, one of those running backs who's kind of an unfadable RB. He's not quite Dalvin Cook, but his last 5-6 sims, he's hit double digits in each of them, coming off a 35.9-point game in the flex. See if he can't go above and beyond for you today. Big-time ownership numbers for him. 69% rostered, 20% captained for today's $250 free roll as 8 yards there for him. And this Cowboys drive trending towards some points here, Flash.
Zeke just lowered his shoulder. I thought he would barrel through. We'll have the Giants taking on the Seahawks. Couple wide here for Dak. He's under center. Zeke reaching, extending for a first. There we go.
So it might be more Zeke. The only risk here is that he maybe runs himself tired and we get a rare Tony Pollard vulture, but those are few and far between. I feel like a Tony Pollard touchdown would be a ghost pepper bet kind of situation for us.
Elliott is in.
And he goes. First touchdown of the game goes to Zeke. And the visitors take a 6-0 lead here in the first quarter.
Zeke was 20% owned in the captain spot, 69% in the flex for the free public showdown. Shout out if you've got Zeke. We had 139 entries in our free roll, 9,440 in that free public showdown. Eric Crawford, what's up, Eric? Oh yeah, man, we're going strong. Another NFL off season here at the Dream Stream. And guys, I know we start Sims at noon. Be sure to start joining us though 1 hour earlier. If it's breakfast time on the West Coast, if it's, an early lunch for you on the East Coast, or if you're somewhere right in the middle, 11 o'clock a.m. we get started with the Sweat. A bunch of us will be involved with the show. Christian, I'm sure you'll get a call at some point to be involved. But join us for the Sweat. Kind of the appetizer, getting ready for that first sim, breaking down all things DFS and sportsbook.
Yeah,
So we've
I
been
like
here for
that.
the last 3 hours. Not me and you, the stream.
Yeah, right. The stream has been on. People have been watching, hitting that like button, and we see out there 139 of you have tickled that like button, the thumbs up, and we'd appreciate it if a few more of you did as well. But you know what you guys do here? We're not cops. We're not going to tell you what to do. Oh, very nearly a pick six from Dwayne there, who his O for day continues, and yeah, Matthew, you're right. It's not a great day for anyone who captained or rostered wideouts so far. As well, Zeke looks great, but Amari Cooper's biggest contribution was a pass interference penalty, and Steven Sims a bagel thus far. McLaurin bagel. Oh no, Dwayne, no, buddy. Oh, thankfully he got
doink.
Oh,
Is he 0 for 4? Oh.
I think he is. He's golden sombreroed his way through his first 4 passing attempts.
Wow. Matthew Uriah, certainly something to think about in terms of rosters. Hear you on that. We don't make that call. Micah says, hey, Glash, how can I get a job at DraftKings? I'm in California. Micah, what is it you want to do? What interests Micah Dorr? Please tell us.
Oh, we get a completion and first down. There's your guy, Steven Sims. Dude, Sims is a fun case to look through because he's a younger guy, right? And didn't do all that much in the regular season, but he's going to be, thrown down to a lesser position where he's going to have a lot more opportunities to use that game-breaking speed. He's going to slide into the slide. He's not a big guy. He's only about 5'10", 175 pounds, but he has that game-breaking speed, that quickness. Now he's finally going to get a quarterback who can throw the deep ball to him, which is got me very excited about both Steven Sims and Cam Sims, no relation. I think Cam Sims is going to be due for a little bit of a breakout year. A guy who really built himself up from scratch, did very little at Alabama, undrafted free agent, and then came on strong last year, had that big-time playoff game, 100-plus yards, catching passes from Taylor Heineke. So he's a guy definitely to keep an eye on in your seat. Oh, no. Haskins puts it on the turf. Antoine Woods jumps on it, and just like that, the Cowboys take over in the red zone.
Well, I'm happy at least Steven Sims caught a pass. And to C.D. Lamb, Christian's captain.
Already giving me more points than I expected in that captain spot. I'll take it.
Evans says, tuned into Cornhole one time. Madden Sim Talk Show would get more. Hey, the whole purpose of the sweat is to kind of get the blood pumping, feel the sweat of that any given day. And certainly, we'll dive into Madden, especially between Sims. A little pregame, per usual. Appreciate you. Here's Micah. I love sports. I love DraftKings. I believe the company is going to stay the powerhouse of fantasy and sports betting for years to come. I'll do anything, man. Just want to be part of the DraftKings fan. Producer Drew points out if you have any interest in software developing, that's available on the careers site. Micah, but is there something in particular? What is your strength? How can your love be demonstrated? They do have a website, Straight Cash. We do. There is a website. It's DraftKings.com/
Dak, buddy. Oh. So a terrible overthrow there, and now 3rd and difficult coming up for the Cowboys. That's the second time Dak has thrown short of the sticks at Zeke Elliott on 3rd down, and worked out. Big play coming up here. Cowboys can take it down to the quarter break if they want. Instead, they're going to throw it. And intercepted in the end zone. Come on. Ronald Darby, he who committed the 28-yard pass interference penalty earlier in this sim, comes up big in the red zone, and Dak having a very bad day so far in Landover, Maryland.
Pretty happy we both faded the quarterbacks. Hey, so D-Rod, I see you on YouTube. I just added you to the league. Your name is Diego Rodriguez. D-Rod, that makes sense. Just sent you an invite to the DK SimFam Friends League, commissioned by the voice of the Celtics, Adam Kaufman.
Ooh, and a little sprinkler action to take us through the first quarter. So a pretty a good sim if you have the defenses.
That's a great way of putting it. You always have a way with words. Look at these quarterbacks. They are combined 5 for 15. 5 for 15.
That's just awful. A 10.4 passer rating for Dak Prescott. And it's 4 times lower than Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins has 2 complete passes, and he's 4 times better than Dak Prescott in terms of passing efficiency. Just wild how bad this game.
Wow. Zeke 6 for 19. We're good. McKissick 3 for 26. Dak ran 1 for 8. I was like, oh wow, he's gonna run for like 85 yards, and nope. Zeke 2 catches, 22 yards. Sims 17-yard catch, and sprinkler Lamb.
Yeah, just an awful day for wideouts so far. You guys were right. Not only is typical Haskins bad, but Dak not feeling it at all so far. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of a turnaround, but probably not until after halftime. Those adjustments will kick in. So it seems like we're due for 8 more minutes of bad football here. As oof. Producer Drew behind the scenes calling out your DK username in the chat, and we will get you invited to the DK Sim Fam and Friends League.
Drop a name, we'll add a name. Randy W. also expressing he will help producer Drew. Micah, there's a gig for you. You want to add some usernames to the league? Carter Robinson, CDA, dealing with the little Christian running around. That's why his microphone volume was lowered. For full disclosure, is that a Terry McLaurin rush? It is for a first down. Ron Rivera, yeah, pump that fist, pump it. Very nice. Kenny's therapist, formerly James Farrell. I don't even want to read your comment. I think that's fantastic. That's a 1/3 completion rating, Cotton. Yep, fractions on a live stream. Wow. The therapist knows math.
Multi-talented man. I can't imagine that Kenny's therapist gets paid nearly enough to listen to those rants every day. I can't imagine we get paid nearly enough to listen to those rants every day. I can't imagine Kenny's therapist deals with anything we don't deal with on the stream on a regular basis.
6-figure salary for the therapist, no question. Minimum. At least that's what I would be asking for. Germ, let's undo a few more buttons. I'm all set. Thank you, though, Germ. Goofy as a dog. Got some Teen Wolf action there. Flannels, is that what Teen Wolf wears? Who is the Teen Wolf? Does Wolf have a name?
I mean, are we talking like the old Michael J. Fox Teen Wolf? Or are we talking about the Jason Bateman Teen Fox from the sequel? I mean, there's a lot of potential of Teen Wolf from MTV. I mean, none of these really compare to the original Michael J. Fox version as McKissick charges forward for a first down, and Washington working on a response drive here now into the happy side of the field.
You think Mike McCarthy deserves more of a chance, like now that Dak's back for another year? Like, is there any hope?
I mean, you gotta see it through to another year. Mike McCarthy is just not a guy who's good at adjusting on the fly. That has been his biggest problem as Dwayne Haskins takes a 15-yard sack. Are you kidding me? Oh, sorry, only 13 yards. Still horrible. The biggest problem with McCarthy, he can't adjust on the fly. So if things don't go according to plan for him, he crumbles. He doesn't really move things. When he had an otherworldly quarterback in Aaron Rodgers who could improvise, who could make superhuman throws, and Dak not quite there yet, but obviously a top 10 quarterback, maybe even a top 5 guy if he can continue last year's pace. So I think this offense will have more or less fixed itself. Scary Terry going to take one to the house. 54 yards. We got ourselves a tie ball game as the former Ohio State star, one of the best receivers of 2020, gets into the end zone on 2nd and 23. That is the Cowboys defense we know and love.
That's a hell of a catch. He almost tumbles and falls down. The corner threw up his left arm to try and deflect it, missed. McLaurin pulls it in and then stays on his feet, uses that great speed to take off and score. That was beautiful.
Guys, good right there. Terry McLaurin here in Simland, giving you about 11 fantasy points per game at 8,200. One of the more expensive options out there, but he was coming off a 21-point sim against the tough cornerback tandem in Miami. So obviously reasons to be excited about him. In the real world, awesome season despite having objectively bad quarterbacks. 87 catches, more than 1,100 yards, only 4 touchdowns. But again, see how bad that quarterback rotation was for him. McLaurin stood out as a potential top 10 wideout last season. I'm excited to see what he can do with Fitz magic on the side.
All right. 7-7. Zeke and Terry McLaurin with the touchdowns. Randy W. being very, very kind, dropping usernames in the DK SimFam Friends League. Producer Drew as well. Hit that like button if you have not already. Smash Lanta. Swapped him out for Sims. Talking about McLaurin.
Yeah, cool.
Ricky Robbie, a take on McCarthy. He has horrible clock management. Doesn't like to use the running backs. Just pass. McCarthy is not a good coach.
I mean, it doesn't help when his defenses are so bad that he has to pass because he's trailing. And I mean, that's basically the crux of the 2020 Cowboys. They threw the hell out of the ball because they were always behind. Their defense was just absolutely awful. One of the worst defenses in the league. And part of that is because Leighton Vander Esch, who looked great as a rookie, has not come back. He's not found that form. You know, he's dealt with injuries, sure, but even when he's been healthy, he's been a regretful inside linebacker. And those guys they tend to be the planet, the sun around which the rest of the defensive solar system orbits. And if you don't have a good, strong core up the middle, that can really lead to breakdowns elsewhere. And this Cowboys team has some decent pass rushers. That's about it. And we saw last year how damaging that can be, even in a terrible NFC East.
Sam Spiegel captained Terry. Let's go. Hey, Kyle. Kyle's up and at it early. Kyle, no school today, huh? Good Friday.
Yeah, nice. This used to be the day, like, when I was working an office job, and you get the day off and just sit around, play some video games, maybe get a case of those Mickey's hand grenades and just kind of regress. Soak yourself into the couch, very quietly stuff. One of my better Good Fridays was 12er of Mickey's and just Portal 2. Just Portal 2 for like 8 hours straight. It was awesome. Best Good Friday ever. I would say.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
We got a three-way tie for first place in the Free Public Showdown. Both defenses in there. Washington's defense is in the captain spot. And in our free roll, Jay Soros, first place. Zeke captained. Haskins, McLaurin, Jarwin, Cowboys D, Dustin Hopkins. Win Kong says DraftKings is better than school. Put that on a billboard, please.
Yeah.
That should be on all highways in the United States. What am I saying? The whole world.
Yeah.
DraftKings is better than school. You'll learn more here in 12. I guess now I guess it is 12 hours because we go 11 a.m. now to 11 p.m. So let's call it 13. You know, we're here 13 hours a day. We can educate you on a lot. So I would stay here and not go to school.
Nice.
Producer Drew says, "Nope, stay in school, or you'll end up like Clash." Fair enough.
Or like Skip Perkins, who grew up in a one-room schoolhouse where the only things they taught him were how to milk cows and how to 20 kids to do. As we get Amari Cooper on the board, that is his first catch of the day, and gives the Cowboys a first down. This drive continuing to churn, but we are going to see some timeouts here as we are in the final 91 seconds of our first half.
Cotton milk, $2.99. Cotton milk. Get the milk at the local market, $2.99. Gotta milk these cows. I'm on deadline. Gotta go out to the stadium later.
I hate him. Oh, it looked like
I hate him. Is that what you said? I hate him.
I hate him so much. My greatest disappointment is that the chat killed off Skip and didn't allow you to finish a whole sim like that, because I feel like you needed to commit to that, Glass. You needed to do it for the full hour plus. I wanted to punish your voice for making me listen to that for 45 minutes. As Jarwin inside the 5, but can't break the plane. Clock ticking here, so whether or not it's going to be Zeke or whether the Cowboys are going to pass the ball here. They have 2 timeouts. They have a minute left. They can run it right up the gut here with Zeke 1, 2, even 3 times and still be okay. So the full playbook open for him here.
Brian C. $2.99 for a carton of milk in 1903 is like $5,000.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, you gave the world the most expensive gallon. It's got to be incredible milk. That's the milk that comes out of the shop. Yeah.
All right, Amari Cooper.
Cooper into the end zone. Cooper had nothing, a bagel up until this drive, but just like that, 2 catches, finds the end zone, and returning a little bit better investment on the $9K it cost you to throw him in the flex.
Tate from Game Ops in the chat. Glash needs a country persona. I don't know about that, Tate. Tate is here updating scores from our great Game Ops crew. Hit the like button for our ops team. They are the lifeblood of these Madden Sims. They keep these rolling day by day by day. Hit the like button for those guys. Also, our great production team, the Drew Stack, here with us today. Oh, I guess Ducey did a Skip Perkins impersonation yesterday, according to Ricky Robbie. Interesting. Hope it wasn't too repetitive. You know, that's not allowed. Don't want to, beat a dead horse. 57 seconds and 3 timeouts for Washington. Meta says, first it was Skip Perkins. Now it's Madison. What are you guys doing over there? That's right. Madison leaves draft. Skip. Maybe save Chip, because Chip is still somewhere out there. Madison was so appalled by the condemning of Skip.
That'll be enough to resurrect Skip, but there's always Chip and Flip, Drift Perkins. I guess that's when you show up, just gleam. McLaurin with a nice catch through traffic there. Washington burning through some timeouts here. 49 seconds, 1 more chance to stop the clock. So we're looking at 2-3 plays here left for the football team. They got to go. Well, we know how bad Dustin Hopkins is here in Simland. He is not nearly as respected as he is in the real world. So you probably got to get this one down to the 30, let's say, before you can feel good about that field goal attempt. And would have helped, but no one home there for Haskins, who continues to have a, outside of that one McLaurin touchdown catch, a pretty unfortunate day.
Jamal and Sweats for Fun shouting out Dontrell Inman. That's who they need to get him going. Johnny Chin, Inman, please. All right, let's see what we get. Here we go. Haskins to the sprinkler. That's not the audio issue, everybody. That's the sprinkler.
That's the sprinkler. Doing some work.
Gotta get that yard. Degrees here in New England. That can be problematic. Come on, Dwayne.
Ooh, Dwayne. Oh, he gets rid of the time. And he got him.
What a catch!
The sprinkler again, and it preserves the timeout. Look at that. Wow, a shocking moment of competence from Sim Dwayne Haskins. And just like that, the Washington football team is in business. They can take a shot at the end zone here. They can check down if they need to. They have the timeout. They can make this work.
Let's go. Sprinkle me, says Randy Barnes. Wow. You turn the sprinkler on and can rise up and really water the field by making unreal catches. One timeout to spare. Go to him again. Is that him?
Ooh, I
don't know.
Might have been, or it might have been McLaurin. Dontrell Inman. Okay. So it makes it a little bit easier for Hopkins here. 7 seconds left. Ball on the 8. We're looking at a 25-yard chippy. Unless
come on. Go for this touchdown.
I like it. Yes. I like it.
Go to the
If
sprinkler.
you check down from here, Dwayne Haskins, I'm going to dial it.
Go to the sprinkler. He's open. Get to the sprinkler.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You failure.
Oh. The worst possible outcome. Oh, that Dwayne Haskins awareness rating has got to be like 20. Oh, what an absolute disaster. Amazing. I'm so happy we got to witness it. This game has no respect for Dwayne Haskins. It has as much respect for Dwayne Haskins as real life Ron Rivera did. So instead of 14-10, the home team trails by 7 here in Landover. It is Cowboys 14, Washington football team 7. We've seen a Zeke Elliott touchdown. We've seen a Scary Terry touchdown. We've seen an Amari Cooper touchdown. So 3 chalky guys finding the end zone so far. And Dwayne Haskins, despite that awful performance there at the end, 151 passing yards, got an outside shot of the bonus. He's going to have to obviously step his game up, but that second quarter, a lot more productive than the first.
So there are 2 things that I think about after that play. Number 1, we have to watch another whole half of that. Probably. Like him letting us down. Number 2, I got a text from Sarah. I'm in a meeting. Can you stop?
I mean, she just had
Blame
that
Dwayne
saved
Haskins.
drafts, and I feel like she saves that in her drafts and then is ready to go whenever she needs it. Because I feel like that's a text we hear about quite a bit.
Oh, not live texting. No, I blame you. No, blame Dwayne Haskins. Do you even know who Dwayne Haskins is? I'm like talking at my phone as if she can hear me. Anyway.
I mean, anyway, through 2 quarters, Zeke's having himself a solid day with the touchdown. We got Coop in the end zone. Those are the 2 guys you probably needed from the Cowboys side of things. On the other side of the ball, Washington getting a not bad day from Scary Terry so far, and Jeremy Sprinkle 3 for 48, so he might be able to crash into double digits if we get that far. But mostly this sim has been frustrating. You had a Dak Prescott end zone interception. You had a Dwayne Haskins fumble. You had another Dwayne Haskins sack that took at least 3 points off the board because he had no idea what time it was, where he was. He just came out of a haze. He was in a fugue state, and the Cowboy defense got to him no problem. So that's where we stand after 16 minutes in Simland. Cowboys by 7.
Guru says Glash has no off button. BW Parks, Glash looking like a country singer with the flannel and buttons down to the chest hair. Am I sensing a new character development? I just like the shirt. I actually got this from DraftKings. We had a relationship with Wrangler during the college football season a few falls ago. Yeah, so freak of nature. There's a good energy in the sim. Sure is. Sarah has informed me that Dwayne Haskins is a quarterback. When I asked her, do you even know who that is? She said, yeah, he's a quarterback. Good for him. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. 14-7. Could be way worse. We had some really smelly sims last night on 8 and 10. Here's Dwayne. Good start. Good start. McKissick with the catch. Let's see. Looking at the chat. Hello to all. Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Haven't done that in a while. Hi, Obi-Wan. Looking forward to your new show on Disney Plus very soon.
Bringing back Hayden Christensen, right? Like they're getting the old crew back together.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive. But I feel like it's not like Hayden Christensen had a lot going on right now.
Yeah, they're gonna have the. Right. Is that Anakin, or is that the Obi-Wan? I always mix them up.
No, yeah. Obi-Wan was yeah. Obi-Wan was. Man, I don't even know at this point. I know it's Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen was the team up.
Hayden Christensen is the young Anakin. Right. I recognize that face. Okay. Sweet.
And then McGregor must have been Obi-Wan.
Very cool. All right, they're gonna punt. Well, there was some promise there.
Yeah, now we're settling back into a very familiar groove for the Washington football team. They briefly scraped the face of competence, and now they are hastily retreating, scared of what might be.
Anything to share on the post route.substack.com?
Is there ever? Not only did we wrap up our beer bracket, and congrats to Loyola Chicago for winning the whole damn thing. And thank you, Revolution Brewing, for being so biased now. They have a bunch of good places up there. But we have the 3 NFL storylines we're already sick of a month into the new league year, including all this Justin Fields slander we're hearing. Dan Orlovsky, I'm talking about you. And another great reason to disband the Chargers, because they are just a nightmare of a franchise, and nothing good ever comes from being the Los Angeles Chargers.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, Zeke smoked in the backfield. So our budding tradition of negative plays continuing here, Glash.
Steve on YouTube found Glash's TikTok, enhanced my life. Well, Steve, that's really kind of you. If you want to follow the old TikTok machine, it's at Brendan Glashy on TikTok. It will change your life for good or for worse. Better or worse, that's the phrase.
Ooh, all right. So bonus yards coming here on the roughing call. So instead of 3rd down, the Cowboys get free passage to the leg. He's a little bit more respected here in the Madden circles than Dustin Hopkins. So you can probably, if you get down to the 40, you got to think, even in the outdoor scenario, the Cowboys are going to try a field goal, right, Glash? I mean, 57 for Zerline is not out of the question.
Ashley Edwards has Dak in the captain spot. Ashley from YouTube, reading Twitch, first time playing Fortnite. Goofy is, it says Emerson and Reed, Glash Moose, always seem to have a different energy. We have a great time. We do. And Emerson and Reed, they are a great duo. They were together earlier today. They were talking about dinosaurs, I guess, earlier. That's cool. I don't know how I feel about this 3rd and 7. Come on, Dak. Give it to us.
Oh, no, Dak, buddy. All right, so even after the roughing penalty, gives the Cowboys a glimpse of hope. That Washington defense snuffs it out right quick, and 4th and long coming up. We're about to get back-to-back punts to start off the second half here. This is Jonathan Allen, former Crimson Tide standout, one of those many first-round picks along the defensive line here in Washington, taking care of business on that play.
Chris Robinson, my God, I was in a horrible car accident that changed my life as well. Still better than Glash's TikTok. That is just, wow, that was dark, but then turned out to be really funny.
That was a journey, and I'm so happy with where we wound up at the end.
Oh, man. You guys are funny. Wow. Coming up, I'll be here for Giants Seahawks at 4 with Jeff Ulrich. Producer Drew, do we have anything happening after this sim in terms of something the folks can look forward to in particular? I do know after the 4. I'm really excited after the 4 o'clock sim. I really am. Because Matt LaMarca will be here, Big Saxy, after the 4 o'clock sim. So right around 5:15, there's going to be some tension, guys. You can't miss this.
Oh.
After the 4 o'clock sim, Steve Buchanan will have to talk to me. He will have to interact with me as I toss him the baton for MLB pre-lock. I might never toss it to him. I might actually eat into his time so he can't do MLB pre-lock.
Really? So
they might consider it.
You're going to filibuster? Is that the plan?
Yeah, kind of. He blocked me on Twitter, so I went ahead and blocked him. I blocked him on Instagram. So we have had no contact for weeks. Sure. I kind of miss him. I kind of do. Oh. So I'm looking forward. We'll see how it goes. My question is, asking you as DK Sim fan members, do you guys mind if I eat into his time talking and just never send it to him? Now, producer Drew will probably not like that, and he'll say, stop, send it. But like for 30 seconds, act like I forgot he's there. I kind of want to.
Ooh, is this the sprinkler again with some room to run? No, that's Inman. Sorry. So Dontrell Inman has been a kind of a strange case for a while there. He was a great bargain play. Like he was getting you like 8 points or more every week, and was a definite threat to hit double digits. But lately his salary's gone up and his production has not matched it. In fact, in his last 4 games, his highest point total was 5.9. So a tricky play, even though that average looks great and the salary's low. Not an ideal guy to get in your lineup, although today he's got a couple catches and he's trending towards bigger things. You get a wide receiver jet sweep, which I like a lot more than throwing Jeremy Sprinkle in there. McLaurin picks up 6 yards, so at a 0.6 to his total. 4 catches, 80+, and a touchdown for him already. He has been the guy in this Washington offense so far. He's open again.
Yes!
Sprinkle. 4 for 64 for Jeremy Sprinkle now. So he is into double digits. He's having a better than average day. Actually, no, he's having a slightly below average day, 10.4 compared to 10.7 throughout his sim career to date.
Oh, I get a flag.
Inman again, and this is going to be a hold, be a pass interference penalty. It is cheating on the Washington football team. They're going to lose 10 yards instead of gaining like 15.
Germ, that's a great idea. Don't even acknowledge him. Just throw it to Big Saxy. That's a great idea. Fooligan, I will not call him Deucey. I will not go down to that level. But for real, let me be fair. Please, if you guys like baseball, you like fantasy baseball, stick around after the 4 o'clock Madden Sim, so around 5:15 p.m. Eastern time. Get your lineups. Get your game centers open. Get your contest pages open. Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. Those two, you think me and Steve bicker? Those two have history, LaMarca and Buchanan. Let me tell you, that is entertaining as hell. Tune into those two. That'll be fun. So looking forward to that. And they'll give you some good information on baseball too. So check it out. You know, we've been doing the golf, we've been doing NBA. It's good. You know, we're mixing it up. We're doing a bunch of different sports now. We got baseball here, and it's good. Looking forward to it. 3rd and 12. That's not 12 yards.
Why are you doing? All right. Well, we're going to see Dustin Hopkins come out and attempt one now from about 48 yards. But in real world, would probably be an 80% probability of him making it. Here in Simland, I take it down to about 60. 60 feels right for D-Hop field goal, nearing 50 yards. A reliable veteran, a guy Washington went out of their way to re-sign. They're going to try to keep him around for a decade plus. His kick from 48 is up, and it is good.
Wow.
The good news is the football team cuts that lead down. The bad news is they can't find the end zone despite a pretty good start to this one. And Hopkins, not a ton of clearance from 48, so you got to feel like today is not the day he's going to bang a 50-plus yarder home. We see you over on YouTube trying to figure out where to relocate the Chargers next. I'm into Dover, the Dover Chargers. Let's do it.
I'm into that.
Yeah.
They're rebuilding. You're an FCS football guy. They're rebuilding Delaware Stadium. Or it's almost, it should be done by now.
One of the best FCS teams year in, year out. And they got those, the old school Michigan homes going for them too.
I love Delaware. I love Dover's great college town. I think it's cool. I don't know if they can host an NFL team, but I don't know. I like the pitch.
Yeah.
Sam, perfect. Sam Spiegel. Good for me because I'm trying to take You're exactly the kind of guy, though, because, Sam, you're in the chat. You have fun with this. You enjoy the banter. Steve and LaMarca will read your comments for sure, and they will. What's the word? Blabbering? There's the word. Forth with you. So stay involved. Stick with us here on the Dream Stream. They'll get to you.
Gallup just had a crime committed onto him after that catch there, taking a big-time hit just shy of the first down from Reuben Foster. And we'll see if the Cowboys decide to get this 3rd and 2 playoff before the quarter break, or if we're going to go check out some stats. At the last possible second, and Elliott falls forward for a first down, so they got a fresh set of downs when we come back here to the 4th quarter. It is a 14-10 ball game, and it has not been great. It's been a bit of a slog, some very baffling decisions, some bad throws, some bad turnovers. It's been everything you would expect, really, from Madden 21 Dak Prescott and Madden 21 Dwayne Sims.
Well, the yardage is up. Haskins at 216. Prescott just 134. Dak has a pick. And was it Dwayne Haskins who fumbled?
Yes, it was. Haskins got strip sacked, so that's that going there. Off on the ground, Zeke Elliott's averaging 2 yards per carry, trending towards maybe a Babysitter Billy award, even though he's got that touchdown. J.D. McKissick, 8 for 45. They should run him more. And yet here we are, and Terry McLaurin has as many rushing attempts as mobile quarterback Dak Prescott and more rushing yards. So that's where we stand in this one. It's just not a lot going on. Sprinkler getting it done through the air, 5 for 66. Inman, 3 for 34. Amari Cooper, 3 for 18, but he does have a touchdown. Terry McLaurin, 4 for 88 in the score himself. So he currently looking like maybe a crusty cough kind of guy, but not a lot. The award's still wide open right now, Glash. We need a furious finish to this one. And honestly, the way this game's been going, it feels like if the Cowboys can score a touchdown on this drive, this game might be over.
Right now in the free public showdown, Miles High, Mileshi. First place with Elliott in the captain spot, Haskins, McLaurin, Sprinkle. He should just add an R to his name in real life. Sprinkler. Be way cooler. Sprinkle's cool too. Cowboys in the flex defense, 4,200 a roster. And then CD Lamb at 3,600 in the flex as well. That's your captain, 2 for 23.
Not having the great captain performance I signed up for, but you know what? 36 yards or 64 yards to go here for the Cowboys to find their way to the end zone. I would take a 64-yard CD Lamb touchdown right here. I think that would work out for me, for all of us, for America. So, let's put our positive energy, let's give our energy to CD Lamb, who is currently not on the field. So, gonna have to wait. It's okay. It's okay. Instead of Zeke churning out another 2 yards per carry. Good for you, Zeke. Oh no, didn't even get there. So he's under 2 yards per carry now. 13 for 24 on the ground. Granted, this is a very tough defense. That was the pride of the Washington football team. The reason why they made it to the playoffs is they have a bruising front four and a pretty useful secondary behind them. See if they can't continue to bottle Zeke up. Instead, it's Amari Cooper falling forward for a first, and this Cowboy team nearing midfield.
Amari Cooper has a touchdown in the sim. Zeke has scored. And Washington's touchdown belongs to Terry McLaurin. 54-yard score. Derek, why do we have these needless intermissions? Every other site, you just get to watch the game. I don't understand why. Derek, I think you've been here before and you've addressed this before. It is for our game ops team to look at the stats in the EA game when we pause the game after each quarter, and it allows for the ops team to get caught up. So you can look at your bad lineup. That's all. Oh, well, it could be a good lineup, but normally it's not great. Not you. The general you, not you individually, Derek. But that's why. It's manual scoring. And see, I think where Derek might be going with this is, why do we have to look at you two?
Yeah, fair.
That I get, I understand. But that's why. Ops team, Tate gets a second, gets all caught up, your lineups get updated, and we carry on.
Yeah, makes sure we got everything in line, ready to go, that we're correct, that we don't have to look into the chat and see everywhere we screwed up. Oh my God, Zeke, what are you doing, buddy? Terrible. Somehow picked up 3 there. So he's still under 2 yards per carry as Ryan Kerrigan, current free agent, one of those 30-plus-year-old defenders who's kind of floating in free agency right now. We'll land somewhere. Kerrigan with the Patriots and Eagles, so Kerrigan should be able to find a home. Question is where he's going to land up as. Finally, Zeke crashes forward, gets the first down, sets up first and goal. Should be Cowboys points here, but we've said that before, Glash, and we got treated to a Dak Prescott end zone interception courtesy of Ronald Darby. So we'll see if maybe the Cowboys can make good on their promise this time and not roll up all over themselves when presented with a big opportunity.
I'm reading the Twitch chat and what first time playing Fortnite just wrote. Oh, that's I'm not gonna read that on the air. Sorry. Do you have Cooper number 2?
Oh, that man trending towards Krusty Koff player of the game status. Up 11 now, under 5 minutes to go. Gonna be real tough for the football team to come back in this one. Make it 2 tutties for Amari Cooper. Bang, bang.
Do you have a take on North Carolina running backs coming out?
I mean, honestly, I can understand why they would do it. It's not a super great year for running backs in the draft, but you still, with the glut of offensive players elsewhere and the current limited market for running back help, there's a pretty good chance they wouldn't have gone super high, and you get to come back and you get to play with Sam Howell, who is a potential #1 overall pick. And you got guys who can just absolutely crush things at the line of scrimmage. I mean, Williams and Carter combined for almost 2,400 rush yards last season, 28 touchdowns. Neither one averaged less than 7 yards per carry. So there is a lot of talent in that backfield. And they're both pretty useful receivers as well, 50 catches between them. North Carolina, they're going to be a problem next year. That is a top 25 team. They have an experienced head coach in Mac Brown, who is looking to cement his legacy. They could be a real problem for Clemson next season, although we say that, I think, a lot of years, and it never really comes to pass.
Hit that like button if you have rostered Amari Cooper in the free showdown, 4th highest owned at 51.5%. Even if you don't have them, hit that like button. We're almost at 200 likes, less than 30 away. Almost 400 of you watching here on this Good Friday. That's complete to McKissick. Spun down at the 35, second and inches. Washington's touchdown belongs to Terry McLaurin. It was a long one. Good on you if you played him. Only 30.3% owned. McLaurin 54-yard touchdown for Dallas, 2 for Cooper, and 1 rushing touchdown for Zeke. We see you guys in the chat here with the audio. Little small hiccup in the audio, but we're going strong. You're here with us. It's good to have you here. Yeah, Chris Robinson. Where is Steven Sims for real? Haskins, can you get him the ball? That was caught and
okay.
Whoa!
Okay, on cue. Spoken into existence, and Washington signs a life here onto the right side of the field. They can settle for a field goal if need be. I mean, they're going to have to get points and a stop, and then more points no matter how they do it. So field conversion, that'd work. Touchdown, 2-point conversion, stop, field goal, that'd work. That's basically where we're at right now. They also need to rely on that defense to come back big after this drive reaches its conclusion, whether that's by a field goal or a touchdown. Nice work. Okay, Dwayne, find an open guy over the middle. It is Dontrell Inman again, who is up to 9 points in the flex, 13.5 if you captained him.
Bucky, what's up, Bucky? Says I'm hitting the like for Tate. Also Drew, because I assume he's going to have to do 6 Sims until DK gets another producer.
Yeah.
Then we got producer Jordan in the on-deck circle. We have producer Mike. Producer Drew knows how to do 6 games in a day. He knows what I'm talking about.
Ooh, the bonus for Scary Terry there? I know he was close. He might be just a bit shy. Let's see when that stat flashes up here. Yeah, he is just shy. So one more catch would get him there. You got to think that if Washington is mounting a comeback here and throwing the ball nonstop, he's going to be at the top of that wish list. But since we just mentioned how close he is to the bonus, that means he probably won't get there. We've put the jinx on him, the evil eye, the Maloik, as McKissick takes it inside the red zone, but Washington burning a lot of time here. Unless they get a touchdown or an incompletion on the next play, they're probably not going to get any points before the 2-minute warning.
Power I formation from the 13. Come on, Dwayne. Come on, Dwayne.
Much of a pass rush, a check down. A positive game, so picks up about 7 there, but that is going to take us to the final prompted TV timeout here. Is Marcus Baugh, really?
All back.
Okay. Wow. I'm here for any and all fullback action. Baugh came into this game averaging 1.2 points per game. He did have a catch last game, 1 for 4 yards. Oh my God. In a 3-6 loss to the Texans, that had to be the worst sim in sim history. Goodness, I feel bad having read that. Is that the sprinkler? Is he in the end zone?
Give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah!
Sprinkle a little bit of loving on the sim fam. He's up into about 18 points in the flex now. He's having a pretty solid day. Not a lot of yards on that one. Gets the PPR point, gets the touchdown, and more importantly, gets Washington back in the thick of this one. Now they're going to have to go for 2 here, see if they can't make this a 3-point game.
He's on the right side of the formation right here. Give it to him again. Go to the man. Now he's blocking.
And McKissick thrown down. So barring some shenanigans, going to take a lot for Washington to get back into this one. The good news is they have all 3 timeouts. The bad news is they have struggled to contain Dallas, but Dallas was throwing the ball in this second half to really get those points. Zeke Elliott not having a very good day overall, and if he continues to struggle, we are going to see at least the seeds of a Dwayne Haskins 2-minute drill here late in the fourth quarter.
Jason Rossi is in the Twitch chat, asking the people of Twitch to help him out with the Pop Culture Podcast. Nice. Very good. What's up, Rossi? Rossi.
How much Freon did you huff accidentally or on purpose last night?
Oh, dude, you worked with him last night. So I took a I took a little nap. I did radio yesterday morning. I took a little nap, and all of a sudden I wake up, I get like 3 messages from Rossi, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? He sent me a picture of his fridge. He's got like 3 people sprawled out on the floor trying to fix a leak, and I'm like, hold on. You know when you wake up from it and you're like, hold on, is this real or am I dreaming? Like, what is going on here? It's like, hey man, like, can you work later? Like, I'm in a little bit of a situation. And then moments later, he's like, hold on, I'm good, I can do it. And I'm like, sorry, dude, I totally totally missed this. He said, dude, my house is a disaster. Bucky, Rossi trusts you guys on YouTube. The thing with Twitch is you can put links in Twitch. So he put a direct link to his Twitter for Pop Culture in the Twitch chat.
Oh, that's going to make it real tough for Washington. With 1 timeout left, the Cowboys can't grind the clock all the way down, but they're basically going to give the ball back to Washington with 1 timeout and anywhere from like 20 to 30 seconds left. Not ideal for the home team, who fixing to limp into the finish line with a loss.
Jordan Lindenbaum, leave Rossi alone. Your whole take on him being a mush, he's just really not that good. You know how Jordan comes in here and tells me, hey man, like, I would get rid of it. Jordan, your take on the mush thing, it's really not good. It's really weak. It makes no sense.
Oh boy. So Zeke trying to carry himself out of the babysitter Billy slot, and that's actually going to put him up over like 19 points in the flex. So he has successfully escaped the not my kid award range with this one, but he's got some teammates that are definitely in there, like Michael Gallup, who I believe made 1 catch and got absolutely exploded for it.
Look at that. Rossi appears in the YouTube chat. Love it as Dak takes a knee. You guys are great. Thanks for helping Rossi out.
With that sprinkle touchdown, went from 40 cents to $3.75. That's like halfway to a combo meal at Wendy's, so that's not too bad. We're going to see Zeke get the customary kneel down carry, kneel down.
Oh, Dalton Schultz? No.
Did they got a delay of game? Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. All right.
Wow.
All right.
That stops the clock. Still no chance for him. No timeouts. Do you know, so what exactly happened to his fridge? Just a leak?
I don't even know if Rossi knows. Apparently the Samsung people came out and said, I've never seen anything like this before, but also stuff that shouldn't be frozen was frozen, and things that should have been frozen weren't, which feels like, the one thing you can't get wrong if you are a freezer or refrigerator. At any rate.
And of course, Rossi, of course, had to call for help because he can't reach his fridge. So he needed someone who's tall enough. I'm just kidding. The fridge was freezing and the freezer was only frigid. Rossi, if it really is a bad situation, I don't mean to frustrate you, because I'm sure you're really annoyed with what's happening with your fridge.
Oh, well, that will do it for this one. Live from Landover. It is a 5-point loss for the football team, who really played some uninspired football there, Glass. Just a not great performance. We did get to see Jeremy Sprinkle come alive. We did get a 20-point performance from Amari Cooper. Zeke Elliott wasn't bad. And Dwayne Haskins, if he had gotten the ball back, Haskins would have gotten to bonus range almost certainly. 292 and 2 touchdowns for him. But that doesn't count the absolutely terrible, awful sack he took to end the second half and finish this one. Dak, 185, 2 touchdowns, but also an interception. Zeke on the ground, 18 for 64. Finished up respectable, like. Did have a touchdown, so not a terrible day for him. Dak Prescott, 5 rush yards because he had the 3 kneel downs. Not great. Amari, 6 for 49, 2 touchdowns. Jeremy Sprinkle, 6 for 73, 1 touchdown. Terry McLaurin, 5 for 98. And yes, you finished 2 yards short because I was stupid enough to say he's almost certainly going to get the bonus. That one's on me. But today's crusty cough player of the game, going to go to our man, the Sprinkler. I feel like we don't get the opportunity to say it enough. Jeremy Sprinkle, you deserved it, buddy. You are the MVP in this one. And Michael Gallup, Blake Jarwin, both those guys had nothing games. Let's go ahead and give it to Gallup, because the one catch I did see him make, 1 of 2, ended in him getting absolutely destroyed. So he can't feel good about that one. And I'll do it there. I finished. I rallied all the way to 17th in the Glash and Christian free roll. Glash, how about you? Where do you wind up?
126th.
Oh, wow. Not great.
Okay. Jordan Lindenbaum came in 2nd place. Jimmy B in 3rd. Poppy came in 5th. The first place winner, Breaker 72. Cooper in the captain, Elliott, Prescott, Sprinkler, Lamb, Inman in the flex. In the larger free roll, the public contest, 2-way tie, first place. Inman captained, Elliott, Haskins, Cooper, McLaurin, and the Sprinkler in the flex. Christian, that's it, buddy. One and done.
I'm
Very
done
good.
for the day. I'm gonna go get me some lunch and maybe settle myself in for. I don't know what's on. I mean, besides baseball, I don't really know what's on. Man, I'll figure something out. I'm sure I'll be okay. You got one more, and then you're off for the day as well, right?
That's right. Yep, we'll be here for the next one. The Giants taking on the Seahawks. I'll be here with Jeff Ulrich beginning at 4 Eastern time. And then again, reminder, we'll have MLB, Major League Baseball pre-lock after the 4 o'clock sim with Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca, Big Saxy. That's a great duo. Looking forward to the next sim to wrap up the early classic with the Drew Stack. Also Tate from the Game Ops team, who was always hanging out with us in the chat. Rossi cannot reach his ice machine, but he is going strong, getting his fridge fixed.
To be fair, there's no ice in it to begin with, so.
All right, Christian, you have yourself a great weekend. Happy Easter. And folks, see you back here in 45 minutes pregame. Giants, Seahawks with Jeff Ulrich. See you then. S-I-M. It's time to sim. Wow. You know, Emerson talks about his wife, Meg, being a great cheerleader.
Yeah.
Can do it.
Really
It's a good
gave her a
thing,
run
like-
for her money.
It's a good thing, like, maybe only 5 people listen to the mini pregame, so I can get away with that. Jeff Ulrich is here. Glash wrapping up the early classic. It's good to be with you all on a Friday. Giants at the Seahawks. Let's talk strategy here. We have a minute. What are you thinking? What comes to mind?
So, I mean, usually when I do the Seahawks sims, I try to think about getting off the Russell Wilson chalk. He's a fine captain spot, but usually tried to think of a value receiver. I put Evan Ingram in there with Daniel Jones. So I faded Saquon, and
I did too.
Used Ingram and Daniel Jones as a stack, and then I got Russ in there with some of his value plays like Dorsett. So, it's okay, I guess.
Okay.
I did use the Seahawks defense too. They got those good turnovers, so machines like Jamal Adams. So,
Okay. Lineups have locked. It is 4:00 Eastern. I think he's due for a big one. DK Metcalf. Put him in the captain spot. Doing it. DraftKings Metcalf.
do it.
DK, look at his last 2 games. Jacksonville, 2 for 31. Green Bay, 2 for 13. The game before that, New Orleans, 2 for 9 and a touchdown. He has single-digit fantasy points in 4 straight. Give me DK Metcalf in the captain, bounce-back performance. Russell Wilson, Ingram, Tate, Shepard, Chris Carson. That's the deal.
Okay.
So I didn't play Daniel Jones. Got all those receivers in there, though. And Russ and Carson are my only other Seahawks. So we'll see how it goes.
All righty. I hope everyone's having a good day. Strong little Friday here before the big Easter break. Easter Bunny. What's Easter Bunny going to bring you, Brendan?
I don't know. Don't really need anything.
No?
Good spirit, good weather. Yeah. Easter. Today's Good Friday. Easter is on Sunday. My parents are fully vaccinated, so I'm gonna have some brunch with my parents.
It's good.
On Sunday. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see Sarah's family. Sit around the fire. You know, gotta make the rounds with the potential future in-laws. You know, punch that clock. Put those hours in.
Yeah. I might have to see my parents this weekend, so it's always tough. Always tough.
Yeah. So yeah, it's good. You know,
It's
weather's
rough
getting
when you
good.
gotta interact with the old people.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Anyways, I hope everyone's doing well. Having a good week.
Hopefully we get ourselves a good sim here. Were you on the sweat this morning?
I was.
Oh,
Did a little
okay.
hockey action. We talked a little bit about the Masters coming up. That was fun. I'm not gonna lie, but we got through it.
Did you get a chance to talk or?
Spit on the microphone. We did talk a little bit, yeah.
No, I mean, like, did you get a chance to actually give a take?
Oh, yeah. I see. I did. I'm very assertive though. Me, it's the other people, the younger people.
Let's
Oh!
go! Let's go! Let's
course.
go!
Of course.
Let's go! That's why you gotta come to the pregame show. Mark the tape. Mark the tape.
I went with Ingram over Metcalf. No.
No! You guys!
There we go.
Let's go. First play from scrimmage.
Unbelievable. Smash the like.
You gotta come to the pregame show for the hard-hitting analysis.
You gotta come to the preview show. You gotta see the baby.
Wow, I should retire after this sim. BW Parks, exactly. He was due. Metcalf was due. Took a chance on him as a captain. Love it. All right. Where were we? Right. You had a chance to talk during the show.
I did.
Good.
It's great. But yeah, no, Sweat's back early in the morning.
Yep.
get some good baseball talk in for people into baseball. Gonna have a lot of guys. You can always catch the replay too there on YouTube. Experience. You know?
Yeah, you know, it's a new month.
If I say a bad word or something, they won't have time to cut it out. So I never do that. I wish I could.
DK Metcalf. Metcalf just scored a touchdown. I know the stream just went down for like 15 seconds. How about Saquon? It's a big run. 10 yards. Yeah, you know, it's the beginning of a new month, so I guess we need the ratings bump. So let's get Buchanan on. Yeah, let's get Buchanan.
Right. Gotta bring out the big guns.
Bring out the big guns. He was on MLB Network earlier today.
No.
You know, I just want to clarify. So did Emerson steal your spot on your golf show? Because he's on with Reed, I guess, on Monday.
I think they're doing an extra show on Monday with him and Emerson. Yeah.
Oh.
It was done behind my back. You know, I'm not going to lie.
That's pretty.
You know, they just kind of did it sneakily. Like, oh, yeah, we're just going to have Emerson and Reed. Want to do it without Jeff? That's okay. Can't handle my hot golf takes. It's just a little part of the extra Masters preview. It's all good. I'm quite happy with.
Called him out on Monday. Go interesting.
Yeah.
I thought Jeff and Reed had a pretty good thing going. The show has your name in the title.
Right. It's kind of going to be funny having Ulrich's Ultimate Golf Show without me. But okay.
It's funny, you know. I brought that up, and Emerson never got to that comment on his noon game. He didn't even bring it up. Didn't address it. That was pretty.
It's really interesting.
Rude.
I'm going to have to text him about this. See if I can.
Clearly, just jealous of all the time you're soaking in with Reed. He was having Reed withdrawals, and Reed has cut back on his sim usage. So Emerson stole your time with Jeff. I mean, stole your time with Reed.
It's quite clear Emerson's coming for my job, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the next thing is going to happen. He's gonna end up doing like Emerson, like unicorn calls, you know, on his sims to try and like replace the moose calls.
Wow. So now I know that was not brought to your attention. I'm glad you cleared that up.
Yeah, really interesting news though. I'm just gonna have to watch myself, I guess. I guess that's just kind of the work environment I live in, you know, with Emerson, and you know, it's very hostile. So I have to watch myself, I guess. It's taught me a good lesson here. No, there's some extra golf content coming your way next week on Monday. I got too much going on Monday anyways. I don't even think I could squeeze in another golf show. So.
Well, and the other thing too is Emerson actually does kind of have a clue in terms of what he's talking about when it comes to golf. So it's actually not a bad fit.
It's a good fit. It's great. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Good for them.
At least it's not cough. That would really be offensive.
Ooh, that would I actually yeah. Let's not even go there. Okay, that would have been. I might have flown down to Boston and, you know, walked right into the producer's office. I demand an explanation. Can Russ do it again from his own 10-yard line? No, over the middle. It's Metcalf again, though.
Yeah, Metcalf, 75-yard touchdown. That was pretty sweet. You guys should be joining us.
I'll have to be sure to be in the chat for that Monday golf show, though.
Tim Schreiber. Hey, Glash, that was the best called game you have ever done at 2 o'clock. Dallas, Washington. Great job.
Oh, wow. Just dropping gems in a Friday nooner.
Yeah, it's the reps, man. Every 500 reps you can do in Simland, you might do one good sim.
That's right.
Important. Seahawks pocket.
Fair enough.
Oh, there's the old man. Do your Greg Olson voice.
Hello, look at me, Brendan. I'm still playing. I haven't hit the announcer's booth yet. The Seahawks were going to trade for Zach Ertz, but I'm still here. Keep throwing me the ball, Russ.
I rostered Greg Olson. Glad old man Olson's having a game here. It's like he might have just caught another one.
Andrew on
It
YouTube.
was.
Hey, I'm short. Can I borrow some
No, no,
glass?
no. What did he say? I'm short. Can I what?
Instead of borrowing cash,
I
can
see.
borrow some glass.
Wow, amazing.
Yep. He did it. Andrew did that. James Johnson just tuned in. Who scored? DK Metcalf. First play from scrimmage. 75-yard touchdown. It was so cool because at 3:59, we came on and did a pregame show, and I encouraged everyone to play Metcalf. So that's why you
this
have
all
to.
sim, aren't you?
I will, and it's also an important reminder that certain hosts, Kaufman, to show up on time and give people a pregame show, so everyone can hear. See how Koff creates things, and it will last for about a month, and it will just disappear because it just didn't work well. What was it? His baseless hunch play of the day? Hey, everybody! Baseless hunch play of the day. Koff's captain. I'm gonna go with John Ross, and then give you 5 reasons why you should play him, but it's not baseless. I just went ahead and gave you some data and told you who to play, and it worked out well. As Russ takes it inside the 30.
So run. Held on
The
to the
beauty
ball.
of the beauty of doing your final sim of the work week is you just kind of leave it all out there. You insult people, you leave it all out there, and then you go away for the weekend, and then it's fridge. So
oh no,
be careful. Mm-hmm.
Well, as a fridge veteran, a guy who bought a new fridge about 4 months ago, maybe I can help. Although honestly, my only advice will be don't even bother getting someone in to fix it. Just buy a new one because it ain't gonna be worth the while, most likely.
Yeah, poor Rossi. I took a little nap yesterday, and I wake up to 3 long paragraphs from Rossi. Typically, that's something from Emerson or Kaufman. It was Rossi.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Poor guy. Hey, you were around at 6. Dude, I'm so sorry. But he had already said in the previous message, I got to figure it out. I'll be fine. So Christian helped him out big time.
Oh, that's good. What did he need help with? Just because his fridge is broken and he couldn't do it.
He had people in his house trying to fix the fridge.
Right.
I'm gonna go look. It was just chaos.
Fridge chaos. Houses are just pure chaos. That reminds me of the day that the garage door just broke in the cold. Something happens like that. Like your whole day is screwed. Oh, Russ, you gonna get there?
Yeah,
I did. He rolled in.
As time expires.
Oh, your boat gently into the end zone. Merrily, 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 merrily. Like
Russ is on the road.
DK Fantasy Sim.
Wow.
Nice play by Russ. Nice play.
Buzzer beater. First quarter break.
First quarter, but.
Wow. I'm going to go there. There's a good energy in the sim.
Jordan says Christian didn't even know Rossi was gone. He just kept talking.
Christian probably was the best person to have on that sim with all
Christian
the
or Kenny. Christian or Kenny would have been strong.
Let's see. Russ, 2 carries, 37 yards, just got in the end zone. He's got, I'm going there. I'm going to say it. Maybe we get a double bonus today because he's on that right track right now.
Double. So we like here in Canada. So most people like their coffee. We get a double. Do you guys know that saying in America?
No,
Double.
I was just going to ask you. No, what is that?
Double is an order you get from Tim Hortons. It means double milk, double sugar. No, I don't.
Double milk.
Double cream, whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Double cream.
Okay. Well, no, just take it easy.
No, I'm just saying, that's what a double is. It's a very common saying in Canada. If you went up to someone and be like, hey, do you like a double? 90% of the people know what you're talking about. I never get them because, quite frankly, I don't have sugar in my coffee. I don't drink coffee as a sugary drink. You should like the taste of coffee. You should let your palate develop it rather than watering it down with sugar. Just a little lesson for you. But anyways, that's what we call. It's a double-double in Canada. It's Tim Hortons thing.
Producer Drew, what would they say at dunk around the corner? Medium, hot, regular. See, so what is considered regular in Canada, right? So you said double-double. Do you then have to follow up and say, I need milk or I need sugar? Or what's more normal in Canada, milk or cream?
Oh, cream is still normal. If you want milk, you have to say milk, or they'll give you.
You have to specify the milk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nathan Hammond, double-double. What's that about?
Good one.
That's fair. Okay.
I don't care. I'm just kidding. That is how a lot of people talk. People say I have an accent sometimes too. I think it was Tara Lynn saying, "Oh, Jeff, your funny Canadian accent." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I don't have an accent." But I've talked to American people who are like, "You sound weird."
You say the Rams. The Rams.
Rams. I'll never forget. Well, I mean, one of the first live shows I did was with Adam Levitan and a couple other dudes. Dave Kitchen was on there. I can't remember. There's someone else, but veterans of the fantasy industry. And we got to the Falcons game, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of like the Atlanta Falcons are in a good spot. Blah blah blah. And Levitan's like, what? Did you just say Falcons? Like, what are you talking about? It's Falcons. I never knew that I said it differently than other people, like, until that show. And this was like my second show. So Levitan's like legitimately making fun of me. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, so I'll never forget that one. And it's become like a running gag at DraftKings now. But anyways, that is, and then I looked it up after and I'm like, that is how we say it. That's legitimately, like, there's a different saying. So again, man, you learn a lot. Learn a lot doing live broadcasts and stuff.
And you still say it that way, which is totally
Well,
fine.
that's the look. It's Levitan was like making me feel like I was like legitimately, wow, turnover, legitimately like wrong. Like I had just like grown up and like I was like, I had some sort of like deficiency. But then I looked it up and legitimately, that's a legitimate way to say it. That's how the English way of saying Falcon, which actually, when I say it sounds ridiculous, is Falcon. That's the way they say it in jolly old Britain. The English language was born. So, anyways, it's always a funny story. I don't tell that story enough, but yeah, it's all.
Yeah. How's he doing, Adam Levitan?
I assume he's doing good. He's got established the run there, his own site he started, and obviously got the massive following to come along with it. He's a great writer, so seems to be going well. I haven't chatted with him in a while or anything, but
always love Levy and the shower ideology.
Yes, he's got some great takes on stuff like that.
That's fantastic. His takes on sex, yep. Won't go into that, but yep, team sex. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's a gem. He's a gem of the fantasy industry. Most people know him.
Sure is. All right, Moose mentioned it. Daniel Jones has threw a pick. Yes, everybody, calm down. Engram's 6 touchdowns in the game center have been corrected. Tate knows. Tate's in the chat. He's watching all of you. You all motivate Tate to get it right.
How many did he have? 6?
Engram had like 6 touchdowns. He had
I was probably in first for a bit then because I had Engram. Man, should have taken a screenshot or something. Oh well. Put him back up, Tate.
Back to the ground. It's Carlos Hyde to the 2. First and goal.
In all seriousness, Russ is having a game here, isn't he? Like if he punches.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you,
No, I hear you, man.
Yeah. Maybe the double bonus, the double.
I dig what you're saying. I dig your vibe, but we need to avoid Chris Carson or like some fullback. Uh-oh. Tackle him.
We'll give it to Chris
Carson.
Russ. I got him in my lineup. Now you got second and goal. Noah Moon needs to lock it. M. Roach says, LOL, the way Daniel Jones is playing, Engram will be lucky to get 5 catches, never mind touchdowns. Metcalf and Russ have the touchdowns. Metcalf, a 75-yard score up the middle. Carson.
Telling you, this sim ain't gonna let anyone but Russ score. Stop fighting it, Seahawks. See what they do here. Even if they bring in the fullback, they're right on the half-yard line here. Who's their fullback? Oh, no, going shotgun. Could still be a run, but I think they're going to just do a quick toss. Oh, no. Stuffed again. 3 stuffages. That was Carlos Hyde on that one. They cannot kick a field goal here from the... they're at the 2. I wonder if that's going to factor in. Probably going to kick a field goal.
Ooh.
Boo is right.
Producer Drew says Pete is never going to throw from the 1 ever again. There was a Drew, I don't think you were with me, but we did Packers. Oh, Packers Seahawks was last night, Tuesday night, Monday night. It was earlier this week. So I don't think you were on, Producer Drew, because it was a night game. But they had a 4th and 1 from the 1, and they ran it in. They scored running the football.
There you go.
Isn't it amazing? Like, whenever this situation comes up, it's the first thing everyone thinks of. Like, Pete Carroll's never going to live this down. Ever.
It's such a ridiculous thing, too. Like, I mean, yeah.
I know.
Situation definitely called for, like, a run. But, like, audibilling out for a pass play, if you think that's the right play. It's like a bad idea there or something. I mean, it's even
like
bad
Pete Carroll
throw.
said, if it worked, he's a genius.
Sure.
Because everyone saw the run coming.
I can't
You know what I'm
remember. I have to think back to the situation because they had one timeout. So I think they had one timeout left. Like, I think it actually made sense for them to throw it first and then run. I can't remember. Anyways, it was something about the game situation was maybe they should have run first. I can't remember. I have to go back and look at it or something. But there was some kind of like clock thing where, you know, it made sense to either run first or pass first, but I can't remember which. I mean, the long and the short of it is Malcolm Butler made an amazing play. Like, that play it's ridiculously tough. I mean, but he made it. And, you know, someone could have like made Marshawn Lynch fumble, you know? A defensive lineman could have made a fantastic play as well if they ran the ball. So definitely Patriots.
Yep. I always say it. It all comes out of the wash. They probably should have lost that game, but they should have won the Philly one. They should have lost the Atlanta one, lost the Seattle one, and they should have won the Philly one. And won one of the. They should have won one of the Giants.
Won the Philly one. That's nonsense. What about the Philly game was lucky? Philly wasn't lucky. Nick Foles played his mind out.
Yeah, it was. Exactly. That's the problem with it, Nick Foles.
That's not lucky if a player just plays at a high level, Flash.
Okay.
I'm talking about like one play. Like, give me one play from the Philly game that was like lucky.
The stupid Philly crap.
That wasn't luck. That was a well-executed red zone play.
Malcolm Butler got benched. That was another one.
That's not luck. That's the Patriots making a player personnel decision.
Thank you, Producer Drew. Illegal formation. Corey Clement, whoever that is, whatever that is, scored a touchdown. That was dumb. Yeah, they should not. When Brady throws for 505 yards with Bill Belichick, the defense should be better. I'm saying it all comes out of the wash. They went 6-3 in the Super Bowl. It adds up. It makes sense. They should be 6-3.
They actually shouldn't, but okay. There's no way they should have won the Atlanta game. That's just
No, that's what I'm saying. If their record is 6-3, that's correct. I'm saying
that's the
they
record.
probably should have lost the Atlanta one, lost the Seattle one, but I think they should have won the Philly one and won one of the 2 Giants games. Mainly the second Giants game.
You have a good argument on the second Giants game. Absolutely. The second
didn't
Giants
even
one
get
is the
one
one. Wait, which Giants game was the one with the
Manningham or Tyree? Tyree was the first one. Manningham was the second one.
Did you think they should have won the second one?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember how that game ended. Did the Giants score a touchdown to win that game? Oh yeah. No, you know what? You're wrong. They should have won the Tyree one. The Tyree one was over. They had Eli Manning in the grasp. He could have been whistled dead on that play. Like that one. I'll give you that one. I'm taking the Atlanta Super Bowl away from you, but I'm giving you the David Tyree one. And I'm also taking away the Seattle Seahawks one, though. So you're still down a Super Bowl. Sorry, Patriots fans.
So they should have been 5-4.
Should have been 5-4.
Okay.
That's a good point to bring up the Giants one. The one, the Tyreek cat. Even when I was watching that, I could not believe it. Like, just an insane, ridiculous play. I mean, it's got to be like the greatest play in NFL history, I swear to God. Just the timing of it. Ridiculous, man.
Yeah. Scotty Too Hottie, the Deflategate season was 14 when they beat Seattle.
Jordan's right. The Butler. Oh, we benched Malcolm Butler. As if Malcolm Butler was going to like turn into the Incredible Hulk.
No, and he's right. That's such an overplayed storyline for sure. It's like one of 5 components to my argument. It's not the thing. I mentioned like 2 things before that, and Jordan heard me out. Come on, you love Nick Foles. That's what this comes down to.
I mean, look, he executed, and Tom Brady didn't. He had his chance to make a catch. There's a catch.
Just for context, everybody. A year or 2 after this happened, when we started the DK on air fantasy league, Jeff Ulrich's team name was Nick Foles Caught It. Just to remind everybody that Nick Foles caught it.
I still have to get my Nick Foles poster in the back. I'm gonna get that eventually. Just right there, I think. So it's all.
Hey, I missed the whiteboard.
The whiteboard?
Yeah, that was great when you had that. What was Oh, you did the power, because I would come out with power rankings and you would go, these are my power rankings.
The announcer power rankings. You guys were probably like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? At the top.
I think you.
Oh, did I include me? No, I think I just did the announcers, though. Like, I did, like, the hosts. Like you, Emerson, Kaufman.
You had a creative way of doing it. You did, like, 1, 2, and then a big line.
Oh, yeah, I put a big gap.
Drop off.
I can't remember who I had in the bottom. I think it was Kaufman. That sounds about right. Oh!
Touchdown!
Oh,
Old
Russ,
man?
There we go.
Oh, it's Disley!
Oh, I was going to say, Olsen's not 88. It's the Dismaster 3000. Oh, Disley.
The Dismaster 3000. Never heard of that. That's great.
Man, Russ, over 190 yards. 55 rush yards. God, I think we're going to get the double bonus. Have you seen it? Does that happen? I know we didn't get it in the old sim.
I think I've been on a game when it's happened.
Yeah.
Like Barkley comes to mind, McCaffrey. McCaffrey and Madden 20, I feel like did it. Lamar Jackson for sure.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lamar Jackson has done it. Never mind. Yeah.
I was just talking about a quarterback specifically. Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely Lamar Jackson has done it. I've actually seen that happen, so never mind.
Yeah, Russell Wilson right now, 194 passing, 55 rushing. He's halfway there.
Yeah.
On both fronts. But now we need the Giants to score to keep it so Seattle is still trying to throw the ball. As Nathan points out, are the Giants playing in this game? Is this their preseason team?
You know what, Glass?
The Giants really do need to score.
You've just given me a moment of inspiration here. Since I'm on the NHL segments by myself, and I always get to ask what my bet of the day is, I'm going to bring back the whiteboard for the NHL.
You should. It's a great prop, and you had fun with it.
Well, and I mean, I am like a level 10 out of 10 drawer, so it'll just let me really express my creativity. I don't want to talk about my natural talent for drawing, but I really do have one. So,
well, and wasn't there a segment during football season on the Sweat where you guys there was a whiteboard segment?
Whiteboard, yes. Probably inspired by my past usage of it. That was a fun one, though. I enjoyed those. But no, I think I will bring it back for NHL. Got to spice up those segments. Anyways, Russ is this is just an absolute beatdown. Embarrassing half if you're a New York Giants fan. Need Kenny Golladay in here stat. 20 yards rushing for Saquon. He's got 35 less rush yards than Russ.
We both faded Barkley. We hope you guys did too. Metcalf's already hit the bonus. 5 for 113 and a touchdown. Olsen 4 for 36. The leading receiver for the Giants. No way. Barkley 1 for 6.
They haven't done anything. No, nothing. They've legitimately done nothing in this half.
You play Daniel Jones. What has he got?
Oh
my God. Engram 1-5. He has 11 yards.
Yeah. Oh, 11. And he had the pick too. He had the pick. We forgot about the pick.
My God. So he has 2 completions for 11 yards. And
Seattle had the ball the entire first half. Legitimately the entire first half. Because they went down. Remember, they went down. They did a long drive. They kicked the field goal though, but they had like a bunch of reps inside the red zone. Then Jones got it back and threw a pick, and then Seattle just scored again. Like, I don't think I've ever seen such a dominant half. Ridiculous.
Nathan Hammond says Engram caught 5 touchdowns, and it's a good time to shout out Smash Lanta. He screenshotted Engram with the 36 points. Not only 5 receiving touchdowns, but also a punt return for a touchdown. Nicely done, Smash Lanta. Nicely done. Trent says, why? Where is it? Any chance they keep passing like always happens when I need them to run when up a ton? I wouldn't rule it out. Seahawks might just want to really bury him. It is Giants ball to start the second half. And to be fair, the very first play from scrimmage was a 75-yard touchdown. So if you take that out, it's really only 17-0. Follow Smash Lanta at the Smash Lanta to see the screenshot. I'm going to retweet at Brendan Glasheen here and at the Fantasy Grind. Jeff Ulrich, the Drew Stack is with us. Tate from the Game Ops team. Tate's a lot of fun because he'll go in the chat and tell you all to zip it when he's trying to update the scores, which I can appreciate. I always feel bad if I'm speaking for, Jim or Joe. They might not want us to bring up their name a lot. Tate's like, no, I got it. I'm going to go in the chat and tell everyone I got the scores, okay? Tate is his own mouthpiece. Telling all you to keep it zipped. He's going to update the scores, okay? Tate says, I'm going to screenshot my one mistake today. Good job, Tate.
Let him have it.
Let him have it. Love
it. It's okay to point out the mistakes when they happen. But yeah, do know that people are on it. Always gets corrected. These guys are pros, like Glasheen and I. There's a completion. Yay! Woo! Go, Daniel.
Woo! Woo! Golden Tate.
Still free agent.
Still a free agent. You have any insider info? Where's he going?
I have no inside info, but let's pick a team for Golden Tate. He will sign with. He just feels like a guy the Houston Texans are going to sign. Let's add Golden Tate. We're going to be horrible anyways. There's another completion. Was that Ingram? No.
Darius Slayton. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I could see the Eagles signing him. In all seriousness, Eagles.
They had him once,
bodies.
right? And
That's right. They
traded for him.
did. Oh yeah.
They traded a 3rd-round pick to get him.
Yeah, I remember that.
When was that? 3 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah, I might not go back there. Never mind. I have to take that one off the table.
Well, he could. It's happened before. Guys go back to a team they used to play for.
Yep, no, it could.
I'm not sure how it ended, but
maybe
like
Green
his
Bay.
relationship with the team.
That should be
Green
kind of
Bay,
a good,
yeah.
kind of a
Why
good
not?
fit in Green Bay. Green Bay never signs anyone like that though, so I don't even. It's almost pointless to bring it up. Feels like it would be a good fit, but
He would be a great, like, tough possession guy. Works hard.
yeah, exactly. You know, he's going to make teams pay if they overplay Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I like that. Let's go with that. Packers.
It won't happen. But we can dare to dream.
Daniel Jones, be
Ooh,
careful.
threading the
my
needle.
God. I thought that was a pick. Ingram.
No,
Shepard. Whoops.
The good
I was gonna
Shepard.
say there's point number 37 and then 10 yards, 38 for Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram hitting the 500-yard receiving bonus on that. That was Shepard.
Let's see. Abby says Glash looking like an extra in a Brett Favre commercial. Thank you.
Good call.
Jim says the Giants comeback is starting now.
Don't call it a comeback.
Come on, Giants. But yeah, if Giants come back, I will No, I'm not doing it.
Do it. Don't. No.
Coming up on a year since that happened. Oh,
Wow.
Pizza Man 7480. Green Bay hates Tate. Remember the fail Mary?
Ooh, yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, Golden Tate is like a bit of a. He's not like super well liked either. That's probably why he doesn't have a contract yet, to be honest. So I thought maybe Baltimore, but who knows? Didn't he get in a fight with some dude too?
No, that was Michael Crabtree.
No, Tate has been in the news with someone.
Ramsey?
Yeah, that's right.
Jalen
Oh,
Ramsey?
yeah. Yeah, it's Jalen Ramsey. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, some personal stuff between those two. Yeah. I forgot about that one. So he's definitely not going to the Rams. Not that the Rams already signed someone. Who'd the Rams sign again?
Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson, yeah. So, I don't know.
Oh, they're kicking it. What are we doing? We'll make it a 3-touchdown game. Imagine they fake it.
They should fake it, but no. What?
All right, Giants comeback has begun. They're down 21. It's going to be amazing. Hit that like button, guys. We're only 8 away from 200 likes. Smash the like for Tate. Tate's fun. At least Tate, if he screws up, he'll go in the chat and go, guys, I'm sorry. He's kind of putting a face to his name. And by face, I mean an avatar and his name spelled out in gray lettering, in black Times New Roman in the chat. So there you go. Hit subscribe on that YouTube channel if you have not already. You'll be alerted when we go live with the Sweat at 11 a.m. every weekday, Monday through Friday. Also, when we go live for segments between sims. After this sim, we'll have MLB pre-lock. Yes, baseball pre-lock. So if you like baseball DFS, want to take it seriously this year, want to beat someone head-to-head, if you got a rival in mind, Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. They're your guys today. Steve Buchanan was on MLB Network earlier today, so he must have a clue about what he's talking about. Chris Carson, sir.
Turn over a few guys.
Yeah, so we're almost there. Yes, Obi-Wan. Accountability. We can appreciate that. Ed Zone Dance. You have to give Tate a break. I mean, even the announcers call the wrong players, especially Rossi. Just to give an example, early on doing these sims. So when we do like the Texan sims and they have David Johnson and Duke Johnson and we call out numbers or whatever, the ops team would go off our call. So a lot of times if we screw up, they'll mark and go and trust our word if they didn't see it. So in theory, we actually kind of make the job harder for the ops team.
Yeah.
It's our fault. Russell Wilson's hit 200 yards passing.
Okay, we're at 200. There's Carlos Hyde. Getting a few reps.
All about the reps. Andrew says, I hope that Raiders get Tate. We could use him. Heard he only made one mistake.
That's not a bad landing spot either. Who'd they lose? The Raiders lost. Well, they don't have Tyrell Williams back.
Right.
They lost someone else, didn't they?
Aguilar.
Yeah. So maybe I could see that.
Who do they have coming back though? They've got they gained Kenyon Drake. They've got Ruggs, of course. Hunter Renfro,
Waller. Well, Brian Edwards was the rookie they drafted last year. I assume they're going to try and rely on him a little bit more. Brian Edwards looks like a legit prospect. I wouldn't be shocked if he really did pop up and have a decent year because he's got that ability, but we just didn't see it last year because he's injured like half the time.
More passing yards for us.
So one thing you have to really give John Gruden credit for, though, like he saw Darren Waller's ability, and he just said this guy's the tight end. And legitimately, he's like turned into a stud. So maybe he'll do the same with Brian Edwards if he flashes. Raiders are looking a little thin, though, at wide receiver. It's true. I don't think they signed anyone else, did they? I'm going to have to look this up. This is bothering me now. Flag on that one. Raiders depth chart.
Who we got? Face mask.
Okay, Raiders depth chart. We got Ruggs, Brian Edwards, and Hunter Renfro. Yeah, it's their starting three. Okay. They added some dudes. Zay Jones is still there. Zay Jones is serviceable. They added Willie Snead, who is
that's right,
like a worse version of Golden Tate. So I don't know how much that's going to help. But the other guy I do like is they added John Brown from Buffalo. I forgot about that signing. That's a decent little signing. It's a good Nelson Aguilar replacement too. So Ruggs, I think they're going to run with these young guys. Brian Edwards might be a real sneaky. If you're in like a deep league, if he plays well in preseason, that's one of those guys who could really pop up. But Brian Edwards for Dynasty too, if you're in a Dynasty league, I'm telling you, the dude profiles as like a number one wide receiver. So do not be shocked if Brian Edwards makes a big jump next year. Interesting. I like
Russell Wilson just fumbled at the 1 yard line.
Oh, that was jib jabbering? Yeah, I see that now.
Yeah, and now the Giants comebacks for real. I mean, this is if they score here,
it's on.
It's on. Mm-hmm. Sure is. Derek in the chat again. They don't have a PC program writing this down. Yeah, no, Derek, yes, they're doing that. I'm saying if the ops team missed a play, they'll take our word for it, and then at the quarter break, they'll adjust accordingly. When they try to live manually update, they might go, oh, what Glass say? Oh, Glass said Shepard? I'll mark it as Shepard. Oh, Glass, it wasn't Shepard. It was Slayton, you idiot. That's what I mean by they'll take our word. But then they'll go fix it.
And they're very abusive. They do actually just call us idiots.
That's exactly what Tate's thinking. What is he talking about?
I'm just kidding.
I'm just trying to give you an example of what it's like to be a day in the life, So yeah, that's what I meant. Muhammad says, damn, y'all really stopped watching, huh? No, Jeff was giving a great take on the Raiders wide receiver situation.
Yeah, I stopped watching. Glasheen was just letting me talk. Glasheen had it all under control.
Yeah. I'm not like other hosts that interrupt.
Right. The worst is when Emerson and I do it, because we both will just, go off and not watch, so. We're like, hey man, you see that butterfly? Yeah, wow, awesome.
Butterfly.
Go off and chase the butterfly for 5 minutes. Oh, wow. Russ Wilson fumbled. I can't believe it.
Emerson growing up playing in right field. He doesn't watch the game. He'll go chase
completely.
the butterfly. He's trying to swat the butterfly with his glove.
See Emerson, yeah, that kid in like right field, like chasing bugs. You know, they're trying to eat bugs. The ball gets hit. They're like, Emerson!
Guys, look at this bug I found. The ball! Wow, I could absolutely envision that.
It's not hard to envision, is it? Congo Cab agrees with me on Brian Edwards. Nice to see. Oh yeah, Congo Cab. That's right, the Raiders fan. Yeah, you're all over the signings. See that now. All right, Barkley up to 41 yards. Carson 38 yards. Russ needs about 35 yardish, 36 yards in this rushing. Get the bonus.
What was he at for passing? 218.
218. Our producers are all over this. We're so lucky. So he needs a pretty big fourth quarter. DK already at the bonus.
Yep.
DraftKings Metcalf.
Hyde 4 for 46. Ingram 2 for 29. Olsen 4 for 36. All right, so there was progress there from Daniel Jones in the third quarter. Someone has not showed up yet, or am I making that up?
Let's see. Shepard, Slayton, they all have like one catch.
Tate, all one apiece. Yeah.
What about Seattle? Lockett's got 2. Really?
Okay, so everyone's appeared.
Terrible games for all these wide receivers except DK Metcalf. That's like the only dude. So.
Mm-hmm. And actually, you know who hasn't been terrible is Chris Carson. He actually has been okay for his standards. Carson has 38 rushing yards, which he was highly owned in our contest.
Yeah, but does he only have 3.8 points? Is that...
Yeah, but typically he'll cap out at 40 yards for the game. He's got a whole quarter to work with.
Right. He did miss on a couple goal line carries where he'd be having a...
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Mr. Hawk says, salute, Glash and Jeff. What's up, Mr. Hawk? Guys, almost there. 197 likes. Hit that like button. Let's get to 200 likes before the early slate is over. The rest of the night looks like this. We start at 6 o'clock. Jeff will be here with Jason Rossi. Lions at Patriots. And then it's Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. 8 and 10. Chiefs at Bears, Vikings at Broncos. That is the late slate.
Thomas R. Freeze Pops.
Mm-hmm. That guy.
That guy. Oh, that guy.
Nice guy. Nice kid.
Absolutely, man. Tommy's a very, very nice guy. Like working with him. For show.
And yes, MLB pre-lock when this one is over. I'm really looking forward to Steve Buchanan popping into the Zoom call very soon. Those two, you can vouch for me on this. Buchanan and LaMarca, that's a tremendous duo in terms of they've had back and forths before.
Oh yeah, LaMarca won't back down from Steve. No, absolutely not. It's good to see. LaMarca's got a lot of great takes on his own. Look, both those guys, we make fun of them, but both those guys are great. Love the baseball, big into it. They're great guys to talk on Free Lock. They're going to give you like their own, unique take on things and stuff. And yeah, if they disagree with each other though, you'll be a little bit of fireworks.
No, it keeps the comeback alive.
Pathetic attempt.
It was a 56-yard attempt. Hey, we got breaking news in golf. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. Just tell me what happened.
Danny Lee has withdrawn from the Villa. Is it Valero? Am I saying that right?
Valero, Texas Open.
Valero, Texas Open.
Yeehaw. Danny
Lee. Thoughts?
I don't care.
Okay.
I forgot he was in the tournament.
Great.
Didn't we shot like 80 today or something? I shot 77 yesterday. So yeah, Danny Lee withdraws like every second month from an event. So not a big deal. I don't.
Good. Perfect. We can move on. I would like to read something to all of you.
Okay.
I'm not going to read all of it because some of it's, private-ish. But producer Madison worked her final day at DraftKings today. Producer Madison is no longer with us. She's, alive, but no longer alive in the Simland. She will be leaving the bubble. Producer Madison says, thank you all for an incredible year. I cannot say how much I enjoyed working with each of you. It was a hell of a ride. Best of luck with everything, stream and non-stream related. And stay in touch. Damn. Now, producer Drew is in charge of making the schedule.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Drew. I guess I better start sucking up to Drew.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Drew. How's your day?
Andrew.
Hey, how was your week?
How was your week, buddy? Need any help?
Oh, you called me, buddy. You're not working. Condescending.
The graveyard shift. The midnight Madden Sim. The secret midnight Madden Sim shift.
Daniel Jones also just missed a wide open receiver. He's got to make a good throw. There you go, wide open.
Oh, dropped.
God. Obi-Wan says, Bukes and Big Saxy. That's a double-double, baby.
That's right. That's a real double-double.
For the comeback story to stay alive, they've got to convert on 3rd and 10. Tate in motion. Play action. Yeah. First down and more. Golden Tate.
That's right. Give me a team. Bring me the Texans. Who else could he sign with? Let's see.
I'd love him in New England, but
well, you guys got to slow down on the wide receiver signings. He wouldn't have been a poor fit though, for sure.
Will Fuller went to Miami, right?
God,
I think so, right? 1 year deal.
That doesn't. Yeah. I thought you meant college. I was like, I don't think that's right. Yes, he signed with the Miami Dolphins. I don't know why I thought you were talking about college. Sorry.
No, Miami. Yeah, Miami. I was going to say maybe Miami, but it seems like they've made enough moves.
Miami.
Where could Golden Tate end up? The Bears?
Yeah, that's another one. Actually, Bears do kind of make some sense.
Saquon touchdown. All right. I know not all of you faded Saquon. We did, but 21.6% in the captain, 73% in the flex. He has not been great, but that's a start. And with an extra point, it's a 2-touchdown sim. Ashley Edwards says, Golden Tate back to Seattle. Ooh.
Never know. I don't know if there's bad blood there or not. There was reports that potentially there was. So
Steve says, we love Drew. Thanks for all the hard work, Madison. Get the door for me on your way out. You're leaving too, Steve? Don't go.
Please don't go.
Oh, for the record, producer Drew says Fuller went to Notre Dame. Thank you.
That's right. It was definitely not Miami.
Let's look at the lead.
I would not have been able to get Notre Dame, though, as well, in my head. was never coming up. So
Bone Dog, first place in our free contest. 144 entries, up by 0.1. Wilson in the captain spot. The Russell Wilson count, by the way, 222 passing, 61 rushing. Barkley, Metcalf, Hyde, Gano, and Carson in the flex. All right. Very good. Ross is going to throw and complete and breaking free. Tyler Lockett, another 75-yard touchdown, Seahawks.
unlock it, Glash. Unlock the bonus.
He's not quite there.
He's there, isn't he? For the passing, though?
He's 3 yards short.
No! No! He is 3 yards short. Oh, no. I thought that was for sure. He's still got 34.98 points in the flex. 86.8% owned. 15.3% owned in the Glash Jeff Giant Seahawk free roll. He needs 3 more, though. How are they going to throw the ball? Are you going to the mall later?
So, Tyler Lockett, the slot receiver, runs that beautiful in-cut route, and he does most of the work. The Metcalf touchdown was a throw over the top on the sideline. 2 75-yard touchdown passes. Metcalf, Lockett. Wow. And there goes the comeback.
I don't think the comeback was ever that.
I believed.
That's happening, but...
I tried to convince myself to believe.
You believed. I'll give it to you. You were a believer. A believer, even.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Try to be fair here. Impartial. Pack Rat says, I have Russ, Barkley, Metcalf, Lockett, Disley, and Dorsett. Well, that's pretty good because all of your players except Dorsett have scored. So you must be doing okay. So the touchdowns for Seattle. Russ has ran one in. Metcalf and Lockett each have a 75-yard score. Disley has scored. Barkley, the lone touchdown for the Giants. There's Ingram on the catch. 2nd and 4. Oh, Packrat, you're in first place. Very good. I can't say your name on the air. You're in a 3-way tie for first place.
Such a naughty name.
Naughty name, Packrat. You can't expect me to read that on the air. But good for you. I'm happy for you. You're winning 20 DK dollars.
I think on that one. Yep. No, that was like his 4th catch, wasn't it? Why did I think that was his first catch? Yeah, that's Ingram's 4th catch. Bumps me up all the way to 130. Wow. Thanks, Ingram. Thanks for showing up today. Mr. Jones and the touchdown.
I kind of hope so, because then maybe the AI will be convinced to let Russ keep throwing.
That's what the people would hope. Need a quick turnover if you need the Russ bonus. Either way, everyone needs the Russ bonus because we all have them.
Lockett, by the way, 4.7% captained, 35.8% in the flex. Daniel Jones all the time. That's not going to move the needle.
Wow.
Bobby Wag.
Ow.
Jim? I don't know, Jim. Good old Jim. Gonna stop with 3 Jims, don't want to overdo it.
That's right, buddy, you don't.
I am in 28th. TD 2 ways.
Who do you need?
First. Who do I need? I need all 3 of the major receivers. The top 3 receivers for the Giants. Tate.
Oh, okay.
Well, sorry, no. Tate, Shepard, and then Ingram. So Ingram too. Ingram has 5 catches. He had 5 touchdowns earlier because Tate screwed up.
How are you in 28th with those 3 guys? It's amazing. I guess, if you had Metcalf and Russ, like you've got a lot of points. Like it feels like 3 people have scored all the points. They got the first down, but that took forever.
Zachariah Love, yes, you're right. Overall, not flex. It's a habit. Thank you, Zachariah. DraftKings Metcalf, 8% the captain, 38% overall. Thank you. Hit that like button, guys, before we go. Jeff will be back at 6. MLB Pre-Lock is coming your way. I certainly hope one of our hosts of Pre-Lock will pop into the Zoom call soon.
Yeah.
I don't know if Steve's listening yet, but I'm going to toss it to Lamarca and let Lamarca lead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Well, convenient timing. 2nd and 7. Oh, come on. Smile, would you? It's Friday. Oh, he still has his TV makeup on. That's good. Steve Buchanan standing by for MLB Pre-Lock on the Dream Stream. He's really excited.
MLB Pre-Lock, hosted by Matt LaMarca.
Yep.
Yes, starring Steve Buchanan.
LaMarca and Buchanan.
All right, Daniel Jones.
Oh, perfect. And the people just keep filing in.
4th and 7. So this is big. If you need the Russ 3 yards, and again, we all need the Russ 3 yards. You really hope Daniel Jones misses this, because then there's a chance we get one more Seahawks pass. The Giants could burn their timeouts. Just thrilling stuff at the end of this sim.
Come on, Daniel Jones.
Oh no! Now he makes a completion. Of course.
Tate.
Golden Tate. Free agent. Golden Tate.
We've made quite a pitch for Golden Tate. Hopefully, NFL teams were tuning in.
We really have.
Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
Give this guy a home. He's a nice guy. We think he can help your team. Saquon with the catch. Still 3 timeouts. The Giants, I think, are going to respect the time of the MLB guys and not use timeouts. They're going to give them time.
As many baseball takes as possible here. Second opening day.
Steve, hold up. How many games tonight in baseball? 7, 8, 6. 6 game slate.
Seems low.
I know. I thought there would be more too. But that's a good number for them. They can each take 3. A light load. That's good. That's good.
A lot of hype over an opening day.
Yeah. 6 game slate. Lamarca's in the call. He's getting himself ready to go.
I guess there's one afternoon game today too. So. Ooh, that should have been a pick. Jamal Adams, man. We're taking that all the way back. Boosted those Seahawks defense numbers.
DFS Queenie, I need a pick 6 to win it all. That was your chance right there. First time playing. Didn't even look at my lineups once they started. Retease, did you know? I had a pitcher for baseball that had 15 points yesterday. About playing MLB DFS. Stick around. Give these guys a chance. We'll talk you through it. They'll engage.
Make sure to ask Steve as many weather questions as possible, too. Loves the weather. Actually, I think Steve's only qualm about weathers comes in NFL. I think he's okay talking about the weather in baseball. But you can ask him any way.
So excited. Steve, different Steve. Steve in the chat. Stack Mariners Giants tonight? Hey, these are the questions you can fire. Start putting them in there now. That's okay, right? That work for you guys? Okay.
Getting a thumbs up. I know the Mariners scored like 8 runs yesterday with like 5 hits. 5 hits, and they scored like 8 runs. I think they had like 10 walks or something. How does that happen? It's like going to be a record. Anyways, save those questions for Steve. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So
MLB pre-lock right when we wrap up. Do you have a player of the game in mind? Let's start moving this post-game show along.
I mean, it's not Daniel Jones.
Ross Wright, even with the fumble?
What are we doing here, Daniel Jones? What are you going to do? You going to fumble? All right. Is that the last play? Thank God.
That's it.
Okay. Yep. Quickly, player of the game. It's either Russ or DraftKings Metcalf.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, where's the starting lineup? Yeah, we'll just give it to Russ. It's a pretty big game. Metcalf had an awesome game too. We'll give it to Russ. Basically 35 DraftKings points. He really punished the people who didn't put him in the captain spot. Really did. Although, he did. Yeah. So if you didn't have him in the captain spot, you weren't winning anyways. So Wilson's the player of the game. Now the Not My Kid award.
You could go a lot of different directions.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough one, not gonna lie. We'll give it to Darius Slayton. He had like 1 catch. Who cares?
Okay. So Ross missed the passing bonus by 3 yards.
Yeah, that one hurts. Although you got 35 points from him, so I don't really know what more you want.
Hopefully you guys still did okay in your early classics. TD in the free showdown, the free roll we had, came in first. Wilson captained, 52.47 points there. Engram, Metcalf, Lockett, Seahawks D, Myers in the flex, and then we ended up with a gigantic tie, 40-way tie in the free showdown. Seahawks D, you were the one preaching that, 20% owned. Lockett, Metcalf, Barkley, Carson, Wilson, and the captain. All right, cool. Jeff is back at 6 with Jason Rossi. You guys will have, what do you got coming up? You've got the Lions taking on the Patriots. I am done for today. I'll be back at noon and 2 tomorrow with Brandon Cristal. Thank you to our great production crew today, the Drew Stack, also Tate from the Game Ops team. And without further ado, this is the debut of MLB Pre-Lock, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it? The debut.
Yeah. Big time.
Feel like a part of history here.
Steve, it's good to talk to you. Good to see you. I know you blocked me on Twitter. I blocked you on Instagram. So it's good that we are connecting via Zoom. You can take the reins unless LaMarca, you want to start.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say, I'll take the reins here. Okay. If I'm going to be involved in a show, then I'm going to take the reins. You have the rest of the night off. Go do your little TikTok thing that you do and let the boys, the men, take over this show. I'm Steve Buchanan here with my dude, Matt LaMarca. We are going to do the first edition of Pre-Lock Live for MLB. We're excited to be doing this here. My guy, Matt LaMarca, he's looking studly as hell. How you doing, man?
Outside of the Mets, I can't really complain, man. I mean, I kind of have to wait till Monday for my, opening day. But other than that, life's good.
So, look, we have a 6-game slate on tap here tonight, starting with with an early one there. And then there's kind of a lot of later games here tonight. Tampa Bay and the Marlins going to start off at 7:10. Going to wait all the way to 8:40. These are Eastern times, by the way, for Dodgers and Rockies. White Sox and Angels going tonight. Astros at the Oakland Athletics, Diamondbacks and Padres, and then the Giants and Mariners. I think we're going to talk a lot about that last game there. We'll get to that in just a second. But Matt, what are the storylines here tonight? I want to kind of get your take on this one. 2 big name pitchers making their respective team debuts tonight. Trevor Bauer going for the Dodgers, obviously that massive offseason acquisition for them. Blake Snell going for the Padres, one of the early season trades that we saw this season. Who's going to make the biggest impact on their team, and why is it Blake Snell?
Well, I think if you talk about tonight, for sure, it's going to be Blake Snell. I would say the overarching storyline for me, as is the case basically anytime the Rockies are playing at home, is what are you going to do with Coors Field? Because not only do the Dodger bats dominate the pricing tonight on the hitting side, but We also have the Trevor Bauer thing. He's the most expensive pitcher. He's the most talented pitcher of this group. But can he find success in what is easily the worst pitching environment in baseball? So
Right.
it's a unique dynamic. There's not a ton of, viable alternates at pitcher. Like, there are some interesting guys. We'll talk about them, but like when you look at the drop off from opening day to tonight, it's about as massive as you'll see all season.
No, I totally agree with you here too. I mean, you talk about all the studs going, yesterday, and then you kind of get kind of a measly pickings here for tonight. But let's start off with some of the pitchers here. You kind of already alluded to it. You like Blake Snell tonight. I like him a lot too tonight as well. I mean, it's not really a hot. And one of the things I do like about Blake Snell is he's been adamant over the offseason saying how much he loves this new ball and how it really does wonders for his breaking pitches and what that. And he kind of backed it up in spring training. I don't really care about spring training stats too much, but when the guy says he likes what the ball's doing, and then he goes out and pitches 14 and a third innings of shutout baseball, strikes out 13 poor souls along the way, only gives up 5 hits, you kind of have to like what he says. And then you look at this Diamondbacks lineup, LaMarca. I mean, holy cow, what power do they have?
It's bad.
Absolutely nothing. Now, I don't think we have the lineup. We do have the lineup for them out. I did see there. And I think 4 of the starters that they have had an isolated power of no more than 152. Like, it's bad. This team has no power at all. So is Snell the way you're going in this one? Because I feel like it's kind of almost the chalk play on this slate.
Yeah, I do think you kind of have to go with Blake Snell. I mean, the win expectancy, the opponent run total projections, like, he is just clearly standing out. On a normal slate, you could make a case that Blake Snell might be a tad pricey. I mean,
right.
You mentioned that this new ball, maybe it will sort of help him, return to his 2018, 2019 numbers, but 4.16 expected ERA and a 4.35 FIP last year. He definitely took a step backwards. So I'm not going to penalize him too much for the 2020 numbers. We know 2020 was a very weird year. Small sample size. Teams were playing double headers and, triple headers. I don't think there were any triple headers, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just a very weird year. And the one thing that we cannot take away from is the fact that this Diamondbacks lineup is just bad. I mean, Ketel Marte, I do like. I think if you want to get contrarian, Ketel Marte as a standalone play at 3,300 is not so bad. But other than that, this team stinks.
They're so bad, man. I mean, like, Tim LeCastro's like leading off, Christian Walker, Eduardo Escobar hitting in the heart of the lineup. He's one of those guys, the starters, that had just no power against lefties last season. Off the top of my head, I think it was like 0.59. Like, he was under 100 isolated power, and that's your cleanup hitter for tonight. So, I mean, that just says everything that needs to be said about the Diamondbacks here. Is there anybody else that kind of sticks out to you? I kind of like Pablo Lopez.
Love Pablo.
Okay, great. So let's go there. What do you like about Pablo Lopez tonight? And I'll kind of give a little spiel too.
Well, first, I mean, I think that he's just a pretty good young pitcher, right? He's got the strikeout ability that we're looking for, over 9.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. But more importantly, this Rays team, I think, is pretty overvalued at the moment. Like, we're thinking about the Rays as, the team that went to the World Series last year, that represented the American League, and they're just not that good. They lost a lot of pitching, but their offense in particular, they were carried by Randy Arozarena, who I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not going to hit 60 home runs this year. Because that's probably what it's going to take for them to get back to the World Series. They are a sub 300 WOBA team historically against right-handed pitching. So I just think that the talent combination with the matchup and then the 7K price tag, you can't really beat that.
Yeah, and looking at the DraftKings Sportsbook, obviously plenty of prop bets you can do in there, plenty of bets you can make, a plethora, dare I say. But Lopez is at plus 130 for over 6.5 strikeouts. And I look at this lineup here and I look at how they did against righties last year. Now, obviously not the biggest sample size, but I mean, there are 3 guys in the lineup today that had a K percentage against righties at over 25%. Arozarena was one of those guys, 37.7 K percentage against righties last year. Austin Meadows, a lefty near the top of that lineup, 31.5. Brandon Lau, 26.8. How do you feel about the taking the over on 6.5? I know Lopez is not somebody that I usually like, a sexy pick for strikeouts, but at the big plus money that you're getting in a Rays team that will strike out, that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate the plus odds. I would probably say 6 is the most likely outcome,
right?
But when you factor in the plus money, it does make taking the over on that a little bit more tantalizing. So we saw that last year with the Rays. They are prone to the whiff.
Right.
So I have no problem with a little sprinkle on Lopez for over 6.5.
Yeah, so Lopez is probably my SP2 on the slate. Anybody else that's kind of catching your eye here? Because I look at this slate and it's just like, I kind of want to throw up with the options on here. Like Johnny Cueto, like forget about it. Christian Javier, like, okay, maybe a little bit of strikeout upside, but I worry about the lefties in that Athletics lineup. Like truly for me, it's Snell, it's Lopez, and then I'm just moving on to my hitters.
Yeah, I have more interest in that Houston-Oakland game than you do, it sounds like.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that's going to be a little bit of a sneaky pitcher's duel. I'm on the under on that one already at 8.5. I think that these are two pretty interesting young pitchers. Luzardo, we know about a little bit, right? He made his debut in the playoffs a couple of years ago and was basically unhittable out of the A's bullpen. Consensus top 10 type prospect. So I have big expectations for the Jesus Lizard this year. I think that he's going to put together a pretty strong season. This Houston team, they definitely are better against lefties than they are against righties, but they're not like the same scary juggernaut team since the whole trash can thing went down. So take that for what it's worth. Javier, not as polished of a prospect, but he also has a better matchup. So I think that both of those guys, I'm fine with sprinkling in. I also don't hate Andrew Haney either.
Come on.
I know the White Sox tee off on lefties, but Haney at least is going to give us the potential to go 6 innings and strike out more than a batter per inning. There's not a lot of guys on the slate that you can say can do that.
I mean, I get it. And the pickings are slim.
Yeah.
But you look at the White Sox, and so we'll kind of move over hitters here a little bit. When you go to look at the White Sox, Tim Anderson, whole different level against lefties last year, like ungodlike numbers against lefties. Jose Abreu always smashes lefties, always smashes righties, doesn't matter. Moncada, Robert, like that lineup is stacked. Like, can you really justify going with Heaney? Like, if you're in that realm, then just go down to Lopez. Like, there is nothing that really makes me go to Heaney.
I totally agree. If I'm playing a cash game lineup tonight, I'm locking in Snell and Lopez, and I'm not giving it another thought.
Good.
I'm more just thinking if we want to get a little bit contrarian for GPPs, I do think that people are going to stack the White Sox.
Yep.
So if we target Haney and we do get, a good performance from him, which, I'm not really expecting it, but it wouldn't shock me either. If we get that, we get the sort of the double points, right? Because we're going to get the benefits from rostering him, and we're going to pass the people that rostered the White Sox.
Yeah, I mean, in a GPP, that's fine. Like, definitely not a cash play. There's not many cash plays here tonight for the pitching. So, I can understand that there. But let's move over to some of the hitters. And, of course, if you guys have any questions in the chat, feel free to drop it in. Already see Mr. Hawk is on Pablo Lopez tonight. Let's go, baby. Love that one. Brother Phil, that guy's an idiot. He's always in the chat anyways. But
that's my guy.
Oh, is it your guy? Of course he'd be one of your guys. All right, let's talk about some of the hitters tonight. I already kind of mentioned Jose Abreu. I talked about Tim Anderson. Who's kind of catching your eye here? It's an interesting slate to build around because obviously Coors Field is a factor. We know that there's going to be a lot of leverage towards that. But are you on Coors Field, or is that kind of leaning you towards some of the other bats, like some of the White Sox, who are more expensive and probably going to draw low ownership? Because if you're rostering Dodgers bats, you ain't getting any of the White Sox bats. So
right,
where are you at with that one?
The thing with Coors that's so weird tonight is, like, on one hand, you have the Dodgers, where every batter is 5K plus. And on the other side, you have the Rockies, and you can roster like the top half of their lineup for like 7K total, it feels like.
Right.
So I don't see how the Dodgers don't smash tonight. Like, I just have a really hard time fading them entirely. Antonio Senzatella, his numbers weren't like awful last year, but we know that guy is a mediocre right-handed pitcher. The Dodgers crush right-handed pitching. Senzatella is a fastball pitcher. The Dodgers crush fastballs. Like, it is just a situation where I don't see how they're held to like less than 6 runs. Their implied team total is 7.2. I think they go over that tonight. I think they get to 8+. I really do. So I will be on the Dodgers. I think that when you're looking at other teams, like if you don't want to go with the Dodgers, who do you mix in? The Giants are probably my next pick.
Yes. I am all about the Giants tonight, dude. Like, the Giants are going to be a problem against left-handed pitching this season. Like, we saw it last night against Marco Gonzalez. Like, they weren't crushing him, but they did enough, obviously, right? They ended up scoring, I think, 7 runs last night. Like, they're going to be a problem. And they're so cheap. Like, they're so cheap for the power that they have against lefties. Like, you can literally roster 4 or 5 guys from the Giants, like, Austin Slater, Mike Jastrzemski, who's the most expensive guy, but good power against lefties, like Wilmer Flores, Evan Longoria, like all really good power against lefties, but you just don't even think of it. Like, you think of the Giants and you're like, I want no part of that team. But they have so many good guys against lefties. The Giants are my favorite stack tonight because when you have the White Sox, you have the Dodgers, especially in a tournament. And again, we saw it last night. The Giants are going to put up fantasy numbers against lefties this season.
Yeah, the Giants last year were 3rd in WRC plus and 2nd in ISO against left-handed pitchers.
Insane.
You wouldn't think that. I mean, I think this Dodgers are the Giants offense is just kind of sneaky overall. Like, I don't hate this team when you look at them. When you get a righty on the mound, you can put in guys like Dickerson, and they have some interesting platoon splits that I like. But yeah, Longoria and Flores, I think, are like just really cheap sources of pop tonight. I absolutely love targeting Wilmer Flores against left-handed pitching. As a guy who watches the Mets, who's a Mets fan, that guy is sneakily one of the best hitters in the game against left-handed pitching. He just tees off. So he had 2 doubles last night. I don't think that it's a huge long shot. I'm going to call a shot and say that he goes yard tonight.
Oh, mark the tape, baby. Mark the tape. But here's what I love too. If you're going to use Snell and Lopez, okay, and then you get, 3 or 4 of those Giants batters in, and you can mix and match. But like, you still leave yourself with about, 5 or 6 spots left with about like 4,500 on average for the rest of your bats. So like, you can get up with some of those guys like Abreu or Bellinger. Like, you can still mix some of those guys in. Like, that's the beauty of these Giants bats against lefties. And the pricing is going to catch up eventually. But at least for these first couple games, you have to take advantage of something like that because this is a short slate. There isn't a ton of expensive options at the pitching, but there's a ton of expensive options you can pay up for at hitter. So the Giants, I think, is just, you absolutely have to hone in on that one. Let's get to that Houston-Oakland game because I was surprised to hear you say that you think this one's going to be a pitching duel, or at least could get there. Here's where I worried about Javier is his numbers on the surface weren't bad, but he was really bad against lefties last year. And the A's probably got one of the better left-handed bats available on the market in Mitch Moreland. So now you put the power that Mitch Moreland has into the middle of that lineup. I'm not loving Javier at all for this one. So kind of walk me through why you like Javier over some, taking some of these lefty bats in Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're kind of just looking for dart throws here at pitcher. And I think that for the strikeout upside that he gives you at 6,500, it's a gamble that I'm willing to take. Again, like Oakland has some guys. You mentioned Moreland, like Matt Olson. Obviously, we know is a pretty good hitter of right-handed pitching as well. So like, it wouldn't shock me if Oakland got to him. And again, with Javier, you have to worry about the innings cap. They will probably lift him after 5 innings, even if he's absolutely dealing. So
yeah,
it is a play where there is plenty of downside to it. I would never consider it in a cash game, but just considering sort of the ceiling to the price, I think that there's a scenario where he gets through 5 innings with 7 or 8 strikeouts, 1 or 2 runs, and he can, at that price tag, make it into a lineup, especially with all the expensive bats. You might need a cheap pitcher. Like, it wouldn't shock me if it was a Javier Lopez combo at pitcher and a full Dodger stack one tonight.
Right. No, that would definitely be that would make a lot of sense there. So okay, I understand. Let's get a couple of questions. We got some questions rolling in. Big longtime fan of the show. Retease, did you know? Can you give me your catcher? First time, long time. I'll hang up and listen. Can you give me a catcher play for the day? Man, catcher is brutal tonight. It usually is. I mean, let's be honest. When do you look forward to rostering a catcher? Unless it's like JT Realmuto or something like that. But for me, it's probably gonna be Yasmani Grandal against Andrew Heaney. I don't want to pay up at the position necessarily, but give me an option that's down there that you feel even somewhat has some upside. I don't know if you can really name one. Maybe Jorge Alfaro at 2,400 if you really want to go down.
Dom Nunez. He's playing at Coors Field and he's 2,600. Sometimes that's all it takes. But no, I'm with you. I would love to get Will Smith in my lineup.
Right.
He's a righty hitter, but classic reverse splits righty. He had a 316 ISO against right-handed pitchers over the past 12 months. Put him in a mediocre, against a mediocre righty in a hitter's park. And he's batting 6th, which is not a great spot in the lineup, but it's also not terrible for a catcher. Again, I'm with you. I hate paying up for catcher. I almost always want to go with the punt route.
The worst.
But I think Smith has a decent bit of upside tonight.
But realistically, you almost have to punt catcher tonight. Like, where's the path that you pay up for those pitchers and get Will Smith? There isn't. Unless you're told.
It's pretty tough.
It's tough. And then I was just looking up Alfaro because I thought he had decent numbers against lefties. He had a .97 isolated power last year. So, okay, so maybe not that idea. I'm trying to go back to 2019.
Campusano, if you want to play the Dodgers or the Padres implied team total, he's 2,200, batting 7th.
Okay, now I found it. This is where I knew Alfaro had good numbers. In 2019, because he was hurt a lot of last year. 341 WOBA, 205 isolated power. That's what I was thinking of. And a 114 WRC plus. So going against Ryan Yarbrough, who, mostly relies on contact to get outs. He's not really a strikeout guy. That's not a terrible play. I actually kind of think I'm talking myself into it now. He's batting 8th, which is not great.
Swipe a bag too.
That's very true. That's very true. But as I'm sitting here talking on the show, I think that's probably the play for me because I don't think I can't justify anything else except maybe Campusano if you want to go off the board a little bit there with the Padres and get that upside. But yeah, under 3K if possible with that for catcher tonight. Favorite outfielder 5,100 or under. So I mean that's basically most of the board. There aren't many that are over 5,100. There's about looks like 8 off the top of my head here. Anyone that kind of steps out there for you? 5,100 below at outfielder.
Yeah, I kind of like Yaz the most out of that price range. I guess
I think so.
I would want to get up again. I mean, it's easy for me to say. I'd like to find the extra couple $100 to get up to Bellinger if I could, but Yaz in the lefty-lefty matchup should have pretty minimal ownership. But as you mentioned, Steve, he can hit lefties. He's a professional hitter.
Yeah.
Pretty good bloodlines if I am remembering correctly. I think there was another Yastrzemski baseball player or two. So that's where I would go. If Pollock had a better spot in the lineup, I could talk myself into him. But I would rather have Yastrzemski on the wrong side of his splits batting 2nd than Pollock batting 7th.
Just in terms of a value play too at outfield, I actually really like Garrett Cooper tonight against the Rays. So you look at his career numbers because Cooper's kind of been all over the place, injuries, not getting the playing time, but against lefties, 338 WOBA, 217 isolated power, 9 of his 21 home runs and 114 WRC plus. That is career numbers. And I just mentioned it a few minutes ago. Yarbrough is not a big strikeout guy, kind of relies upon contact to get outs, but he's hitting cleanup for the Marlins tonight.
Yeah, and over the past calendar year, even better against lefties. So
it really has been
damage.
So for somebody that's hitting cleanup, is multi-position eligible too, first base and outfield. So if you can't fit him in one, you can get him in the other. And obviously outfield, you have 3 positions that you can fill there. So that's a really good value play that I like a lot too, because it's not often that you're going to get these cleanup hitters at 3,500 or below. So Cooper with the good splits on top of that against the contact hitter, contact pitcher, that's someone I think you should keep an eye on tonight too.
Like it.
Mr. Hawk, our guy, Steven LaMarco, who has the easiest path to their ceiling, Tatis or Seager tonight? What do you think? That's a tough one. That's a close one.
Yeah. I'm going to always break the ties with Coors Field, but I do think that, so I'm going to cheat. I think Seager has the easier path to his ceiling. I think Tatis has the higher ceiling.
So let me ask you this, though, because this is an interesting bit here, too. Senzatella is priced as a Coors Field pitcher tonight, which is, of course. But you go back and look at his numbers last year, he actually was probably their best.
At Coors, I know.
He was phenomenal at Coors last year. Like, out of all the guys they had in the rotation last year, he was by far their best pitcher, especially at Coors Field. Wasn't even just on the road, specifically at Coors Field. Like, does that I look at that and I go, that's where I'm like, okay, so I get the 7.5 run total because it's the Dodgers at Coors Field. But at least in the grand scheme of things, Senzatella was, I hate to say this, their ace, air quotes, ace at Coors Field last season. That's where I get a little hung up.
I mean, you're not wrong. He had a 2.10 ERA at Coors last year. Would you like to venture a guess as to what it might have been in years prior?
Oh, triple that.
Yeah, it was 6.21 in 2019. So triple that is actually pretty much spot on. So I am not scared of Senzatella. The thing that differentiates Tatis from Seager in my eyes is the stolen base.
Yeah.
Like, even though Tatis might not be an absolute terror on the base paths,
right?
He's got way more upside in that department than Seager does. And I do think that stolen bases sometimes are the underappreciated stat in fantasy.
Yeah.
We talk about power because it's easier to predict, but guys that can get on base and do things with their legs can rack up fantasy points too. So guys that can do both, like Tatis, extremely valuable.
And, that kind of goes along the lines with, like, why you look at someone like Sterling Marte. He's 5,500. Like, you look at his overall stats, you're like, why on earth would I pay 5,500 for Sterling Marte? So maybe Sterling Marte is not going to hit you a home run, but he has the potential and he has the talent to steal 3 bags.
Yep.
Which would be just over a solo home run. So that's where that wrinkle comes in. So, people don't really put a lot of stock into stolen bases. It's really about 10 guys maybe left in the league that you can probably count on for at least 30 home runs. Adalberto Mondesi was one of those guys. He's on the shelf. Sterling Marte is another one of those guys. So while he might not get it done in the power department, if he's getting on base, he's probably going to steal. So give yourself at least 7 points right there for someone like Sterling Marte, but still, he's a little bit pricey there. Matt in the chat wants to know if Andrew Vaughn is starting for the White Sox tonight. I have not seen a lineup for the White Sox as of yet.
Not confirmed yet.
I do believe the plan was that Andrew Vaughn would play today. I knew he wasn't going to get the start on opening day because of the matchup. I would think he would be in the lineup tonight. If you go by spring training lineups, he's likely going to be hitting 6th. Obviously, I'm just speculating here. This is not confirmed or anything like that, but I think tonight is going to be our first taste of getting Andrew Vaughn in the lineup. Eligible at first base and outfield, which is great. And by the way, LaMarca, do you see how expensive or lack of expensive he is?
He's min price.
2,000. Andrew Vaughn is 2,000 tonight. If he does anything tonight, he's gonna jump like 1,000 by Sunday.
I don't even think he needs to do anything. I think he
Just
can
be in
go
the
over
lineup.
5 with 5 strikeouts, and he'll be 3,500 on his next slate, because people are gonna flock to him tonight, and I don't blame them. Right? He's a big time prospect. He's priced at the minimum. He's on the positive side of his splits, or at least what we would believe to be his splits as a righty batter. But like, I don't know if I can do it. I think that the ownership for a guy who's going to bat best case 6th, worst case 8th is going to be a little bit out of control for me.
Yep. And especially on this slate, because people are going to need savings. So they're going to see a min-priced Andrew Vaughn, who made the roster. You know, I think coming into spring training, there was a maybe he'd make the roster, but Eloy Jimenez, you know, the absolute liability in outfield, had to go and try to jump for a home run ball, tore his pec muscle. Now he's out. Did you see what they did for him yesterday, by the way?
As Matthew Berry would say, nothing good happens when you hustle, or something like that. Like, that's I'm definitely misquoting him there, but
that's
just
okay.
Don't hustle, especially during spring training.
But they were holding his jersey, like the whole team signed it. Like,
yeah,
I am all
weird.
for camaraderie, like, you know, being team players, but like, and rightfully so. People were commenting like, did he die? Like, what happened to? Nope, he's just sidelines for 5 to 6 months. Hey, you know what? If the team chemistry is good, I'm not gonna, you know, say anything, because I'm a big fan of the White Sox. I absolutely despise Tony La Russa, but that's for a different show. Maybe after dark, we'll talk into that. But I'm all for Andrew Vaughn playing.
I'm gonna have my slow pitch team do that. If I can't make a game this year just because I'm working, just hang my jersey up in the dugout. Maybe put a Diet Coke underneath it, you know.
Pour one out for Bukes and Lamarck. I couldn't make the game tonight. Prior commitments. Sign a jersey away. But I do agree. If Vaughn is in the lineup tonight, which is looking likely, his ownership is going to be through the roof. You're talking about a guy who's going to be hitting 6 at best, and at some pretty pivotal positions here too. There's so many options at first base tonight, like we mentioned. Jose Abreu. We talked about some of the other guys. You know, Max Muncy, Mitch Moreland. I don't know if I want to occupy that with Vaughn. Obviously, the outfield gives you a little bit more wiggle room, but there's a lot of outfield power that you want to take tonight too. So I think Andrew Vaughn, probably a good tournament fade. Are you going to use him in cash though? Because that kind of makes a lot more sense.
I don't think I need to. I think I'd be more willing to go with some of the Rockies punt play type guys. Like, are they priced at 2K? No, but I would pay the 3,200 for Tapia leading off. You know, I have no problem playing Flores tonight in my cash game lineup. So I think there are other sources of savings that I don't necessarily need to go there.
Just looking at some of the other positions here, one guy that I think is going to be mightily overlooked tonight is Alex Bregman going up against Jesus Luzardo. Obviously, Bregman had a really poor year last year, very unlike him. Came into spring training putting on like 22 pounds of muscle from what they said. So him and I are on the same workout plan. Like, him and I are built the same. But if there was a matchup that you were consistently going to be putting Alex Bregman in, is against those lefties that give up fly balls. This would kind of be that matchup here. And he's also one of the most expensive hitters on this slate. He is tied for the 4th most expensive with Corey Seager, Jose Abreu.
You're 100% right.
I feel like he's such a good tournament play tonight.
I haven't even thought about him tonight.
Oh, man.
All the points that you're making are spot on. He's going to command 0 ownership.
0.
And we know that he crushes lefties. Fly ball pitcher. It's a great tournament spot, Steve.
It's such a good tournament spot, man. I'm glad you agree, because I'm looking at that and like, and let me go on like a little spiel here. If you looked at the MVP odds for Alex Bregman, they were absolutely horrific. And like, look, what, you know, it was on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm sorry, like, you know, I'm allowed to give opinions.
Sure.
But he was like 12-1 to win MVP. Why would I pay 12-1 for a guy that just hit 236/394, 736 last year, the worst year of his career, and now I'm going to put him with the second best odds at MVP? No way. I'll wait till those odds fall a little bit before I take him, because he does have MVP caliber talent. But I feel like the field, as they should be, is so low on him. So now from a daily fantasy perspective, you look at those numbers again. Why would I pay almost 6K for this guy? No, you should be paying almost 6K for this guy, because this is the matchup that he thrives in. And I will tell you, if he comes in at more than, oh man, I might even be high here, 6% ownership tonight, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I think 5 to 6% is the right number. The one thing I will say, Oakland is not a great hitter's park. It was second worst hitter's park last year, but for the ownership that you're getting on him and the upside, I completely agree. I think Bregman's a good call. Again, I like Luzardo, so I'm not necessarily trying to build any contrarian Astros stacks or anything like that, but I do think Bregman as a one-off is a very appealing pivot.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the ownership is not going to be there. It differentiates your lineup because we've talked about some of the heavy hitters people are going to be going for tonight. The Chicago White Sox with the Dodgers. So the Astros are not going to be a team that people are going to be focusing on. Jesus Luzardo, one of the top prospects for the Oakland A's too. So let's not forget that. This is not something I'm looking to do, as a stack. I don't want to really go against Luzardo. I know he didn't have a great year last year, but they have a lot of hope and promise for this kid. He's got immense strikeout capability, so there's that too. But at least as a one-off, Alex Bregman is definitely my guy tonight. Is there anybody that you've seen that you kind of want to maybe use as a one-off tonight as well? Bregman was the guy I said kind of looked out for me, but again, this is a short slate. The options are pretty slim, so it's okay if you don't have one. We can move to something else, but was there anybody else that kind of popped out to you?
I think Trevor Story, there's a chance he might be a little overlooked. I don't think people are rushing to play Trevor Bauer tonight, but I also don't think people are rushing to stack against him either. I think that if people are going to target the Rockies, they're going to go with the cheap Rockies, right? They're going to go with the Tapias and the Fuentes. Like Story at 5,300, I don't think people are going to have a lot of interest in, especially against a right-hander, a good right-hander in Bauer. But Story made some pretty significant strides last year with his ability to hit right-handed pitching. Like prior to last year, he was pretty much a guy that you only ever wanted to play against lefties. Now he's a little more balanced. He can do a little bit of damage against right-handers. And again, the stolen base threat, he's another guy that could give you a home run and a steal in the same game. And I always like targeting guys like that. Like in my eyes, he should not be cheaper than Tim Anderson tonight.
No, and I agree. And here's what I want people to remember. We all saw how well that Trevor Bauer pitched last year. Like, there's no doubt about that. Do me a favor, go through his game log. He couldn't have had a more cupcake schedule that you could come up with. It was the teams that were below 500, below 500, below 500, White Sox. Below 500, below 500, below high. He had the easiest schedule you could probably give somebody because they were playing divisions. So he gets a pathetic NL Central. And then he basically avoided all the top bats in the AL Central, except for one game against the White Sox. He was facing the Tigers, the Pirates, the Cubs, the Brewers 3 times, who all they did was strike out. But go back and look at Trevor Bauer in 2019. Actual competition. Let me remind you. Gave up a lot of home runs. 34 in 2019. Trevor Bauer is hittable.
To take this in a slightly different direction.
Fine.
So the MLB made the whole big thing about how they're going to crack down on the foreign substances on the ball, right?
Yeah. do you really think that they are actually going to do that? I am pretty skeptical that unless it's, you know, glaringly obvious, like Pineda with the goop on his neck, I don't think that they're actually going to do anything about it. But I do think that if the MLB was going to set an example with a player, they would love to make it Trevor Bauer. Oh, you know, the 100%. way that he basically has mocked this whole process of saying, like, he basically accused the Astros of doctoring the ball, said that if I doctored the baseball, I'd win the NL. These would be my stats. And then he went out and did it. So like, he basically has told everybody, like, yeah, I'm doctoring the baseball. And I don't want to get into the whole, should you be allowed to, like, I think it's pretty accepted that most pitchers are doing something at this point.
Yep.
But it wouldn't shock me if the MLB just went a little bit out of their way to make Trevor Bauer's life a little bit more difficult.
Here's what I thought when they made that public. I feel like it was almost like so that everybody else could hold them accountable.
right? Like, so you put that out there, now that's on people's radars, right? Because if the MLB has done anything, they're consistently, behind the curve. I didn't even mean that. That was a stupid pun. Please disregard that. They're always behind everybody else.
Yeah.
Right. So I just feel like maybe it was just to kind of hold themselves accountable so that things can happen like this. Mr. Hawk said in the chat too, he was nasty in the playoffs versus the Braves. He showed me some stuff. I'm not disagreeing that Trevor Bauer doesn't have good stuff. But I also would say in that series, who was hitting on either side? Like that series was bad with the Braves and the Reds last year. Both teams were struggling offensively. I'm not saying he's a bad pitcher. I'm just saying he had a cupcake schedule and he cruised through 2020. And that's not his fault. He pitched the schedule that he was handed. But like when people were making a huge deal out of him signing with the Dodgers and being like, okay, this is the move that's going to take them over the top. I go, let's pump the brakes a little bit here and see how Trevor Bauer responds to a lot tougher competition in the NL West. And quite frankly, a tough league in the National League. That's a tough league, man. There's going to be some aggression there. It does sound like Andrew Vaughn is in the lineup. Now, how about this wrinkle? He's batting fifth.
Oh boy.
He's batting fifth now. Okay. So now this ruins everything. Now he's batting fifth right behind Yohan Moncada.
Yep.
2K's looking a little appealing now.
That's the spot, right? I've done some studies on this, and like essentially between the 5 spot in the order and the 6 spot in the order is where a
Huge
batter
difference.
goes from expecting to outproduce his total to expecting to underproduce his salary total.
Yeah.
So he is on the good side of the cut now, and he's 2K. Yeah, he
All
might.
right, so
now he's certainly cash game viable, and I think you probably want to consider him in tournaments too.
So good news to everybody who's tuning in. The past 10 minutes before Trevor Bauer erased that from memory. Now we kind of like Andrew Vaughn again. But no, you're right. I mean, batting fifth makes a huge difference, and that's not where he was hitting in spring training. So I'm trying to actually take a quick look at the lineup. It doesn't seem like anybody else is out. So it's not necessarily, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, fortunate for us, we're trying to jam in some of these high-priced guys, but and they're pitching and they're
too as well.
Yeah, and they're hitting Adam Eaton. I don't know why you play Adam Eaton against a lefty, but whatever. So yeah, Andrew Vaughn, I guess, is now in the conversation here at 2K. Obviously, getting a 2K hitter with the power upside does wonders for your lineup construction because, like we mentioned, he's minimum priced, does have that power. But as we mentioned, we weren't crazy about him thinking he was going to hit 6, but fifth kind of changes it a little bit. That's really
and again, you might be out there saying like, what are these guys talking about? It's a 1 spot difference, but it's an important spot differential.
Right. It really is. Yep. It absolutely is. So definitely, and this is stuff that you get once you start researching baseball, it's like there's so many angles that you can look at. And obviously, this is like any sport. Like there's so many different angles that you can look at, but batting order is extremely important. Obviously you're not going to get the same amount of bats from the top guy from the 9 guy. That's why we're always not looking, we do look at the guys in the bottom, but that's why they're not so highly sought after. But from 6th to 5th, that is a difference. So that's something we got to take a look at too as well. Let's take a look at the sportsbook side. I know we only got a few minutes left. One of the ones that I was on early, and I got this in a while ago too. I love the Giants over 3.5. We talked about how much we like the Giants to begin with. Taking the team total over 3.5. That's one of my favorite plays. We only got a few minutes left, Lamarca. So if you got a play you want to fire off, by all means, let's hear it.
So I will share. I've made 3 wagers tonight.
Let's go.
I'm on the Fish, the Marlins. They're right now at -108 against the Rays. I am also on the under 8.5 in Houston, Oakland.
Okay.
And I am on the San Francisco Giants money line.
Oh, so you're going a step further.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of Kikuchi. I know that his advanced numbers last year were much better than his, like traditional ERA was. There are a lot of people that are expecting him to take a step forward this year, but again, I think that this Giants offense is underrated. And I think that the Mariners offense stinks. So I think Johnny Cueto, while I'm not expecting a lot from him, he might be able to give us 5 innings of whatever baseball tonight. I like the odds of the Giants winning this game. Seattle's favored. I would have it the other way around.
By the way, real quick, did you say the Mariners offense stinks?
Yeah, they stink.
You do know that I am the backer of the Mariners to win the AL West this year.
I have heard that. Are you expecting a big Jared Kelenic call up to take them over the top?
Well, that's one of them. And I even went as far as to talk about it on MLB Network this morning. So now it's a national thing that people know that I'm on the Mariners to win the AL West, which, by the way, was like 35-1 if you got those odds before everything closed. So
wow, before Steve Buchanan moved the lines.
Before I came in and made the monster move and moved the lines. But I'm telling you, man, mark the tape now. It's been said on national things all over the place, the Mariners to win the AL West. And that's how we end our first edition of Pre-Lock Live MLB edition. Matt LaMarca, my dude, handsome as always. Glad you could join us here on the show. We still have a ton of Madden to get to tonight, so make sure you don't leave YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're watching here. Terrellyn Azak, my girl, on the stream tonight. Coming up next, Rossi and Jeff Ulrich, Lions and Patriots at 6. Make sure to get your lineups in for that one there. All throughout the night, plenty of Madden action. Good luck with your lineups tonight. Good luck with your bets. For Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next week.
another night of Madden Sims welcome. We have 3 showdowns, including $1,000 going to first place. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So coming up at 6 p.m., Patriots play host to the Detroit Lions at virtual Gillette Stadium. Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich will have the call of that matchup for you. Then at 8 p.m., Chiefs and Bears. They're going to do battle at Simulated Soldier Field. We got Krusty Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops handling the play-by-play duties for that one. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, some of you like I don't. Well, I guess I kind of do. Kaufman's coming back, and Tom will also be back, Madden After Dark. And then they're going to bring you a showdown between the Vikings and Broncos. So we got all of that coming up on this Friday night. But first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Baseball is back, and you can celebrate with the MLB 400K relay throw contest. That's a classic contest. It locks at 7:10 p.m. Eastern, costs $15 to enter, and has a top prize of 100K. And then there is a 10-game NBA slate that is featured in the NBA 325K shoot-around contest. That's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern and has a top prize of 100K for just a $20 entry. And if baseball or basketball, it's not your game, well, check out the NHL 40K kick save contest. It's a classic contest for a 6-game late slate. It's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern. It could earn the winner $10K. So check all out the odds and lines, all of those leagues. We got them, plus the NCAA tournament and more over on the DK Sportsbook. And it doesn't start until next week, but it's never too early to talk the Masters, and we'll do it in just a little bit. So hold on. Right now, we got to get to simulated football. 3-game late slate started with the Lions and Pats. They're going to face off in Foxborough. Here with the caller, my friends, Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich. Take it away, guys. Excited for the Fridge Talk.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Moose, how the heck are you, dude?
Doing good, my friend. I know we had our last Sim Bromance canceled, so good to be back with you. Good to be back.
Canceled.
Damn Cornhole Championship.
Listen, I thought it was due to the cancel culture, but it wasn't this time around. I thought I was canceled, but no. We're back together. Looking forward to it. I have my black cactus candle for the occasion.
Wow.
If you want to know what that's made of, it's succulent blossoms, yummy, oak, and hints of tobacco. Go get you some.
Okay.
Moose, we got a lot to get to here. We're going to talk. Yeah, we'll talk fridges. I know Tarlin teased at the end there the kick save and a butte contest that you can go over at DK. I highly suggest it for some hockey tonight. You got all the three of the 4 big major sports, but the biggest, baddest sport of them all, it's Madden Simulation. So we have Detroit, New England, teams I was so very high on in 2020 and I was completely wrong about. But what did you do constructing a lineup here?
I went more of the value route. I got both QBs in there, but I captained Marvin Jones. I went with him over Galladay. Probably going to regret that, but I did it. Figured he'll be a little bit less around. Who else do I have in there? I went with Bird, so I went with the extreme value. Bird played Demir Bird. And then I paired Cam with James White. Cam likes to run a little bit around the goal line, so I'm hoping he runs for a couple. Maybe White runs for 1, 2. And then my last play is Amendola there. So faded Galladay, faded. There really aren't that many big plays in this game. Everyone plays Aussie when the Patriots play, but I figured he'd be a good fade. So
I followed that lead. I went Amendola in the captain, just taking a shot here. Newton, Hawk, Galladay, Edelman, Swift. I was debating between Swift or Amendola in the captain spot. They're both in that double-digit range, so we'll see kind of how everything
ownership is very flat. There's no one that's crazy. We had 85% owned Russ Wilson in the last time. We don't really have that here because everyone's like, oh, these guys suck. So we'll just spread it out. So it makes sense.
It does make sense. Don't forget to follow at the Fantasy Grind. Go check him out. Just making you just money. That's what he does. That's why he has the M on his hat. If you want, it's not Moose.
That's right.
It has nothing to do with his name. It just means he's money. Just label it right there. Superman had an S on his chest. Let's be honest about it. We'll get Patriots kicking off over to Detroit. By the way, shout out to Brian Purdy, the salad guy, because he said he just won himself $2,500 earlier today. So in the MLB contest.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, he put a $150 MLB showdown, and he won $2,500. Love to see that.
Excellente.
Gonna be a big weekend for him.
Can always be your weekend on DraftKings. That's the beautiful part of it.
True. And, would be remiss if I'm not here with the ultimate Ulrich. What was the name of the show the other day? What did we go with?
Ultimate Ulrich. Pre-law. I can't even remember what it was. The Ultimate Ulrich golf show. I think that's just what it was.
I loved it. Every second of it. You mentioned the Masters. They got golf going on as well. You got Masters next week. Also with DraftKings with the announcement this week. WrestleMania next weekend. Now that DraftKings is the official gaming partner. Yeah, come on. I'm waiting for the day that me and you are doing a pre-lock wrestling show. All right. It's going to happen. Yes, and they're going to explode. What an awful pass there by Stafford to start this game.
Yeah.
Almost went right through the other team.
Almost a mega touchdown by the Patriots defense.
That was the one thing. I tried to fit the Pats D in here too, but didn't do it.
Yeah, no, and I think I've talked to you about this before, but I was a big wrestling guy when I was younger. I was into it a lot when I was a kid. I got my dad, to take me to like a live show once. It was amazing. I used to watch it when I was like, late teens, first year university. Come home, throw Raw on. It was the greatest, period of Raw then going on. It's great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, a lot of, I was joking about it this week with people on the Sims and off the Sims and on Twitter, but DraftKings was pulling like the Patriots in that first week of the offseason, just acquiring and making deals, slinging it. So a lot of great stuff here from DraftKings. So as we always say, that's why the jokes are done. Everyone, we love you guys. Nice catch there by Galladay. Smash the like. Let's get up to 300 likes here. Like there's enough of you guys between Twitch who can jump over. You guys on YouTube, the silent minority just quietly watching in the background on Game Center. If you can smash a like on YouTube, it really continues to show what you want to see here because there's more stuff to come. I got word, top secret. Next Thursday, there'll be something in that 5 o'clock spot. So that would leave just Tuesdays at 5 o'clock. Maybe there'll be more stuff there. We get the golf stuff at Tuesday during, what is that? You guys do that at 3 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, after the 2 p.m. Eastern sim. Yep.
So if you want to fill more stuff in between these sims, aside from all the great work that Michael, Daniel, we also have in our ops team today, we got our guy Zach. Shout out to them. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on. You see all the cool imagery. Sometimes you have Ross Tucker and stuff like that. You want more of that live stuff? Smash a like. Continue to pump this thing up because there is more opportunities and more people. I'm telling you, I don't want to speak for Moose or anybody else here, but I'm sure if they said, hey, we got something, you want to do a little more? Yeah, sure. Again, I'm not going to speak for Moose. I'm not his agent, but I hope, his bonuses do fly up the more camera time.
That's right.
And also the sweat every day now at 11 a.m. Come on, I'm loving it. I'm to steal a phrase from Mr. McDonald, I'm loving it. I love that more stuff here on The Sims, adding in the Madden stuff, just everything's complementing each other.
The sweat being back in the mornings is nice. I like to wake up a little morning research and get it out of the way, get it out there for people. Yep. It's fun. I'm glad it's back.
Yeah, and again, if you guys haven't heard, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern. So Moose will be getting up bright and early, hitting the old alarm clock, hitting snooze, going, oh no, I'm 5 minutes late. I have to go put my hat on.
Pretty much. That's pretty much exactly what happens. You're right. But yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a return to normalcy with that. It was like basically a year ago, we just shut it down. And I know before that we were kind of getting into a routine with the morning shows. So there's DeAndre Swift, a little first down action. But yeah, so nice. Things going back to the way they were.
Yeah. Sorry, I think my cat just bomb dived behind the couch and something weird. I've never heard a noise like that. You all right, buddy?
Something living back there?
I've never seen that. He literally just took my coach is the coach downstairs is pressed up against the wall. So there's as it curves, a curvature of it, there's an angle there, but he literally just bomb dived under there. Hey, pal? Desmond, you all right, pal?
You better go check on him. You better go check.
Yeah, let me check that real quick.
Now I'm concerned. I'll handle it over here to make sure Desmond's okay. Here's Stafford in the red zone. Hand off, carry on.
He's good. He did the
cat. I mean,
yeah.
He's got 9 lives. It's like his fourth probably. So the throwing up was 1.
Oh please! And he poops all over this thing. Yeah. So yeah, we'll talk freezer stuff too. Moose gave me a little heads up about he's had some issues, so we'll get to. I appreciate you guys over on Twitch. CEH, CJ, P Fool, Riviera giving the shout for the freezer. The Stafford on a 1st and goal gets down to the 2. Yeah, we also got all of our greats over on the YouTube. Obi-Wan, as I said to Brian, the big winner. Aiden, Guru. Oh, CH, you're doing double duty. Love it. UN, unlucky gamer. Come on, man. Don't be unlucky. Tonight's your night. Here's
it's
the pad.
open. Oh. Had, I think that's Hawkinson.
It looked like him, yeah, the big fella. See, that's in that Sean McVay offense. I don't think you'll see that often. He's going to be precise.
That's right. Get yelled at like Jared Goff did.
Jared Goff, I don't know.
Mom, Sean was being mean to me today.
And then his mom's like, but have you seen his girlfriend on Instagram?
Jared Goff's mom just calls Sean McVay.
You know what's really funny? My dad was a coach. By the way, we almost just got a vulture from Adrian Peterson, but that was stopped short at the 1. But I'll never forget this. Just reminded me of it. When my dad was a basketball coach when I was young, I had passed. Oh, wait, they're going to go for it here. 4th and goal.
Spicy.
Hold the elementary school basketball stories, because here we go. Stafford, handoff.
Oh, stop.
Oh, what a defense.
Go the other way, carry on.
Oh, wow.
Lord.
Everyone got a carry there for this backfield on that drive. You had carry on Johnson, Swift, and Adrian Peterson, but nobody gets in there. So nothing.
Very Vladimir Lenin approach by the Detroit Lions. So.
Oh, and I do want to get to this. You don't have to answer it now because we'll get back to it. But Miami Misfits asked about your air fryer. Do you have an air fryer?
Not yet, no. I didn't even know what an air fryer was until 2 days ago when I did a sim with Glash. So now that's the big thing. I have looked into them. I will be acquiring one.
Yes.
I already had a need for one last night because I had to warm up a frozen pizza, and I'm like, wow.
Well,
air fryer would be crispy instead of in the microwave.
Oh yeah, you can't microwave a frozen pizza. No. You can't. You do when you need to, but it's not because then after
I didn't even know these existed, Jason. I did not know what an air fryer was until 2 days ago.
Do they not have them? Do they not have them in Canada? Do they not celebrate the air fryer?
Absolutely, they have them. I just didn't know what they existed. These are things my wife should be in charge of. It's completely her fault.
Get her on the sim. Get her on the sim. Miss Moose!
She won't take responsibility for it. We don't need one of those. You're crazy. I'm getting one.
You have to. So I've never pushed anything harder in my life than that. Because it was funny. I got one, I think it was this is going to sound weird. My family, actually, my wife got it for Mother's Day as a gift from someone.
Oh, okay.
And so I ever since we got it, earlier today, I'm not a huge French fry guy, but we found these ones. You don't have to spray anything. You just toss them in. Any calories you're worried about, if that's part of your, if you're trying to be more mindful, air fryer is your savior. Yeah. Nothing, no greasing needed. And crispy, delicious. The guy who really you want to talk to about it is Zach Thompson. He's like he's like the air fryer chef. Then I came into, really talking a lot about it. So we had most of our sims consist of air fryer. Then I talked to Kenny about it once because Kenny was on his health kick. And I was like, Kenny, you should get an air fryer. And, Kenny, 2 seconds later, he's telling me how an air fryer is unhealthy and I'm an idiot. So I was like, okay, this is going well. And so I tried to push him to get an air fryer. Then Christian started hearing about it. Christian starts making it seem like I'm a billionaire. Like, oh, you got an air fryer. I'm like, Christian, it's like, a decent one's like $100.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, you can take 2 of my shifts or 15 of my shifts and
that's right.
Go do what you got to do. But anyways, so that's the road he took. Then Glash recently got one. Now he's blowing it up again. So I'm excited as Demir Bird, your guy,
my boy,
takes it down the side. Oh yeah. See an actual bird. But yeah, I'm glad. Get on board. I'll just say be on the right side.
Flash threw it on his Instagram feed or his Twitter or whatever. And I'm like, what the heck is this thing?
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just take a picture. I'm gonna fleet it, and I'm gonna tell everybody you have 24 hours to see this. Order one. God's greatest gift since the toaster. Nice move there.
Asiasi with a nice move. Where's that?
Yeah,
that's Asiasi.
That's him. Well, get used to saying the name now, because once we move to Madden 2022, I don't think you're gonna be hearing much of Devin Asiasi.
Yeah. Tough off season for him.
It's like, hey man, we got a lot of things. You're gonna replace Rob Gronkowski. It's like, all right. And then it's like, well, we have a quarterback that really can't throw the ball that well to you until the very last week of the season, and we're going to just spend all our money on tight ends. Ooh, Cam.
Oh, wow. That should have been big well.
Yeah, another bad throw. Oh, look at this. CJ71. This is a perfect way. Air fryer equals never have to preheat an oven again.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I mean, I get it. I mean, you're speaking to me. I just
get in there.
I feel dumb. I mean, I feel dumb for not knowing what these were.
No. You should. If there's any person in the sim that should never feel dumb, it's you. And yeah, look at this. P Fooligan says, air fried chicken thighs tonight. Bleeping perfect. See, chicken thighs better because a little more fat content on them. Because the one thing is Zach Thompson will tell you, and I need you guys almost to team up on this. I want to pre-lock. We're going to do a pre-lock show all about air fryers. But it can dry you a little bit. So you got to be a little careful. Like a pizza, you're going to be fine. Like chicken nuggets, if that's part of your home's repertoire, you'll be fine. But certain things you want to be particular about. So like I sometimes air fry chicken wings and you want to almost undercook them. I know it sounds weird, but like let it sit then for a few minutes.
Okay.
But anyways, once you get there, it's I'm telling you, it's magical.
This is all terrific information.
Smalls appreciate him. He says, how hard is it to hit the like button, people? Come on. Appreciate you, Smalls.
That's right. We do appreciate that. Seriously though, hit the like button if you could.
Appreciate it. You can, if you hit the like button, I will just sniff this black cactus. Weird. This was a gift from my boss, by the way, outside of Car Guru. I mean, that's where I also work. Outside of DraftKings.
The black cactus.
Like, look how small this candle is.
Candle.
It's very masculine too.
Well, it's got a hint of tobacco in it. I mean, you're practically a cowboy. I mean,
yeah. They call me a Yankee right here in the Northeast. Hand poured, made in California. Cheers. Yeah, in this game, it's nothing. You had the Detroit drive last almost over half the quarter, stopped at the 1. Patriots on this opening drive now, they're going to have a 2nd and 8 from the 34. He's faded Galladay. He's got the most. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Bird has the most. Your guy, 29 yards on 1 catch. Galladay, 22, and everybody else, handful of guys, just 1 catch so far.
Yeah, Bird was pretty cheap, so not shocked there.
Good move, but I was thinking about Bird, but Edelman's been so good recently too. So we'll see how this one pans out. But I'm telling you, I'm just blown away by this air fryer stuff. I'm so excited that you're going to be getting one.
Yeah, no, I am too. I think it's really gonna. It may be a life changer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty excited.
It will be.
I'm gonna be looking at things differently when I go shopping. I'm gonna be like, that can be air fried. That can be air fried.
Honestly, you're gonna be Moose. Here's what's gonna happen. Everything can be air fried. It's literally amazing.
All right.
Travis says, who uses an air fryer when you can smoke your food? Travis, that's patience that my life isn't ready for. All right. I like grilling. I'm a big griller, but I've not gone to that smoke life. My brother-in-law does. He sets alarms for like 5:30 in the morning. Just not there yet.
Yeah, I'll never be there.
Yeah, that is a lifestyle. The people I know.
It is a lifestyle, and I appreciate it. And the people who do it, absolutely, dude. And I know the food is good. Yeah, I just know.
Yeah.
Cam. Passing funny.
Again, shout out to Michael, our producer. Daniel dropping in the what movie is that? I always don't actually know what that very excited Jonah Hill gif is, because he's always showing how excited I am for you when you get your future air fryer.
But that's isn't that Superbad?
Is it? No, I don't think so. Because I don't remember that outfit, and he wasn't that. With all due respect, he wasn't that big.
That's Get Him to the Greek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's when he's like talking to his wife or something.
Okay.
I remember I saw that movie in a movie theater in Vegas, completely hungover, and I was in such a terrible mood and feeling so bad before the movie. And that movie was so hilarious that it was like my hangover. It like took away my hangover. It was so funny. So.
It's a cure-all. Who needs Pedialyte when you have Get Him to the Greek? Here's the handoff, making moves to Sony Michel.
That's one of those movies I went in to Get Him to the Greek with no expectations and thought it was like just going to be like, not that big a deal. And I just found it so funny at the time. It's a pretty funny movie too. So.
I've never seen it, and I worked in like the rock side of radio for a long time and had to drive artists around. So one of my good friends who saw it like upon release was like, "You have to see this movie. It reminds me of you." And clearly, I think this guy works for, like, I've seen parts. Like, I think he works for a label with like P. Diddy. I saw like the first half, I believe, but I didn't have that quite of experience. But like some parts, I'm like, that is kind of similar. Me and Jonah Hill, just twins, so. We both just gain and lose 80 pounds on the regular.
Yeah, especially Jonah Hill is like, yeah. You never know. It's like, oh, Jonah Hill's in a movie. Is he going to be like,
Yeah, is it chunky Jonah Hill? Is it very thin Jonah Hill?
Yeah.
What a weird couple years that man has had, but do enjoy him. I'll just address this one real quick. Unlucky Gamer says, Rossi, with a lot of exclamation points. He was very excited. He said, you hear the rumors of Edge possibly winning at Mania, retiring the Universal title, and bringing back the big gold World Heavyweight belt. Thoughts? I'm going to just say, Unlucky Gamer, wishful thinking. I don't believe either of those things will happen. I don't think Edge will win, and I don't think that they're going to bring back the old title. It would be awesome if they did. But WWE, new partner here with DraftKings, they're all about selling the toys. Those belts look like, nice one big, now that every sports team, every time they win a championship, they give them to them. It has that big WWE logo on, and I don't think they're getting rid of that. I would love it. Just like I love that touchdown. Who we got there? Devin Asiasi. Order it up. Call up your favorite restaurant. Order the Asiasi. Medium well.
Absolutely. So we got the guy I faded because he's going to be too chalky going off here. No shock. That's the usual move by me. But we finally got a touchdown. I mean, as we're sitting here talking about cuisine and stuff like that. Pat's D still pitching a shutout here. 15 points in the captain spot, so they're doing good. But yeah, Asiasi, 49.5% owned in that free showdown. So.
Yeah, and again, just 2 drives, and we're almost midway. Well, five and change to play here in the second quarter. It's at Fantasy Grind, Jeff Ulrich with me. I'm Jason Rossi at Jason D. Rossi. I never like to really play this game. Obviously, smash the like, but we're doing this weird podcast war. So it's part of the Pop Culture Pile Drive. We're doing a follow war. And listen, we got 200 followers. We're not looking for big things. But if you stop by my Twitter at Jason D. Rossi, check the profile. You see at Pop Culture PD. If you can give a follow, it will go a long way on this Good Friday. And if you don't, it's all good too. Just hope you're having a good day. Unlucky Gamer says, I don't either. They won't, but I heard it and thought to myself, don't give me hope. It's true. Ed Zone Dance says, going to make some French fries now with all this talk about air fryers. I love it. Neil Hatrick Harris says, I don't know why, but I just don't. I really don't like Russell Brand. Yeah, I think to be honest, he has he's kind of like one of those polar guys, like either one way or the other. He kind of comes across I don't know if I like him or if I don't. I know that sounds weird. And I feel like right now with 2021, I feel like he's not really relevant, with all due respect to Mr. Brand. But
yeah, definitely, I agree. He had his little kind of blip time. I think he's good in certain spots and certain roles, but you're right. He's not. He's not very one-dimensional. He's very one-dimensional. Yeah. Is the way I'd put him.
Yeah, I agree with you. He also had that quick stint. It's so funny with some of these kind of guys. They have these quick stints. He was with Katy Perry, and I don't know if they got married or not, but I just remember they were together.
Yeah.
And that obviously blew up the scene. But I've also read so many. Oh, interception from the Patriots!
Wow.
Just dove in front of him. Stephon Gilmore, the 2019 Defensive Player of the Year, making a play. Wow.
Looking for Amendola.
We'll see as Newton comes back onto the field. So, yeah, Detroit, 2 drives, stopped at the 1, and interception from Matthew Stafford. Danimal says, who watches wrestling? What are you, 12? Yes, I am.
Absolutely.
Yes, I am. I am a proud 12-year-old. There's 2 things I like. Wrestling. Actually, 3 things. Wrestling, Madden Sims, and air fryers. Oh, right down the middle. Edelman with the grab down to the 6-yard line. Julian Edelman in our contest. The Rossi Moves happy hour was 37% owned, 5 in the captain. Patriots D, by the way, thank you, Michael. Again, always slaying the numbers. 13% owned, 3 in the captain. With 1 touchdown, I don't even look at the contest. I wait, but Reed C. Did you know? Says wrestling, Madden Sims, and a pot of gold, Rossi. I'm just a wee little guy, all right? Oh, and there it is.
Got it.
Is that another one? It is. So nice he does it twice in the same minute. Devin Asiasi,
Wow.
2 scores from Cam Newton. Cam's 91st touchdown here in Madden 21. Unreal. P. Hooligan says he's Googling air frying brisket. That might be a weird one. I don't know how. It'll be crispy on the outside, I'll tell you that. Actually, I have made a steak in there. Could do anything with it. Here's the extra point, so Folk. With 4:33 left here in the second quarter, 14-0. A blink and you miss it drive from the Patriots. Just 2 plays. Devin Asiasi into the end zone for the second time here in this second quarter. Asiasi 50, just about 50% owned, 8 in the captain, the free showdown. Cam Newton 68% owned and 16, just about 17% owned in the captain. Here we go. Forgetting Sarah Marshall, people saying liked him in that.
Yeah,
Russell
that's
Brand.
another solid one.
That's just a good movie too. I feel like that's
yeah, that's more of just a good movie. Yeah, absolutely. Like Getting to the Greek, I think has like some funnier parts, but Getting to the Greek's pretty good too. But yeah.
Well, it's funny, Moose. You had that experience that you mentioned, the let's say a little too much Vegas for yourself one night, and then you see a movie like that, and now that's going to be in your head forever. So that's like you're going to have some form of like loving emotion towards this movie, and that's what I like about like experiences in life, because like I might not like something you like or vice versa, but like the memory we have with something, whatever it may be, is like it's so locked in. So like Get Him to the Greek forever will remind you of that day.
Yeah,
and how it cured you. It pulled you out of your downward spiral that you could have went on.
Yeah, completely. No, I definitely always remember that movie.
Aiden says he needs a score from Kenny Galladay.
Got Gilmore with the X Factor, so look out for that. This Detroit team is doing terrible. As per usual. Is Detroit just going to be a complete dumpster fire next year?
So I was talking, I forget who I was on with the other day, and I said I was so wrong in my 2020 picks. And I really need to redeem myself in 2021. But as of today, and I obviously have the right to change, we aren't even at the draft yet. I feel like Detroit's a top 3 pick, like, and I don't really see how they're not.
Yeah.
Today.
Top 3 is in their like bottom 3.
Yeah, sorry, yes. So they're like a bottom. I want to say they're a shoo-in for the number 1, but that's too foolish to say because any team can just bottom out.
And Houston is.
Oh yeah, don't forget they're lurking.
Don't forget about Houston. Yeah.
But like last year, I thought for sure Carolina was going to be that team. I just thought new coach, no offseason, and they were a threat almost till 75% of the year was in.
Yeah.
So I look at I just feel like with Dan Campbell taking over, with Jared Goff and probably like just the overall, I feel like demeanor of this team, unless Campbell can really rally these guys. I actually kind of like what they've done in the receivers department to, patchwork themselves out of, not signing one of the better young receivers.
So they brought in Tyrell Williams. Did they bring in someone else?
They brought in Rashard Perriman as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And I like both those guys. I think they're kind of like undervalued, underrated guys. So that's why I'm kind of like, I don't want to be too bearish on them. Like, and I also am like, I don't think Jared Goff is like as bad as people think.
Agreed.
Everyone wants to give McVay the credit, but like, I mean, it's not like the dude doesn't know how to play football or something. I mean, I don't know if there's as much difference between Stafford and Goff as people think. We're obviously going to find out this year very, very soon. So it's going to be interesting to see. Because imagine if Jared Goff goes and makes the Lions competitive. That's going to go down as like the worst trade in NFL history.
That is the one thing, because I know everyone's pretty much, and I'm sure you feel this way. I know we talked about when it happened, but like Stafford going to the Rams, you're thinking is like, well, with McVay and that offense, the way they'll protect him, the quick draw, like get it out, like let him sling with those receivers. They're all like, and I don't mean this to sound like discouraging, but they're all like above average, not superstar receivers. Like Cooper Kupp is a very good player and Robert Woods as well, but they're not like, I think he had like with a Kenny Galladay was like an otherworldly, like a top end talent in my opinion, when healthy.
Exactly. Yep.
and like a difference maker. These guys are all great, and Higbee in there, and Vance, they'll have him back again. But you're right. I think there's also something about Jared Goff. I think like the back against the wall, like nobody believes in me. I think Dan Campbell is the right coach. Like even if they win only 5 games, I still think he's going to have good numbers, and they're going to be competitive if they can keep him upright.
Yep. And look, like Goff is the guy who's been to the Super Bowl, right? Like,
true.
I know I don't make too much of quarterback wins either. It's a team game. I recognize that. But like Matthew Stafford throughout his career has worked with Calvin Johnson, Kenny Golladay. He's had good receivers.
Mm-hmm.
He's never gotten it done. So
true. No playoff wins.
I do think Matthew Stafford is an upgrade over Jared Goff. I just don't know if it's as big as an upgrade as people think. And mainly because I don't think Jared Goff is as bad as people think. So that's my take on that trade. I'm not sure if like Stafford is enough to get the Rams over. And again, I feel like the Lions probably getting discounted too much just based off of how low people are on Jared Goff. So that's my take on the trade. I still don't think it was like the worst move by the Rams. You know, again, I'm all for striking when the iron is hot. We'll see if the move's enough, though. I don't know if it is. It might be.
Yeah, Mr. Hawk, did Jeff just say there's not much difference between Goff and Stafford?
Yep,
he did.
Sure as heck did.
Anthony has no last name. As a Rams fan, Goff was trash, especially when they could not run the ball. Gurley and McVay made him look better than he is. Sure, like I do see that in moments, but I still think sometimes this is still the bigger picture. I think quarterbacks get too much blame and too much like glory in some of these situations, Super Bowls aside. But
yeah,
like,
absolutely. Yep.
Goff also made some big time throws when needed those years. Yes, Gurley was a monster. And by the way, I think Todd Gurley I saw was only like 27 or 28, which blew my mind. And he's probably not going to play again.
I don't think he is. And if he is, it's going to be like a clear backup role or a third string role, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, playing, just getting brought in like as, you know, a backup to a high end guy and getting like, you know, a couple touches a game or something.
Maybe like, it's funny. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, Todd Gurley, I was talking to a friend, like from a fantasy perspective, like he was the guy. Nice catch there with under 2 to play.
The consensus number 1 overall. You got to get Todd Gurley. The Rams offense is off and it goes through Gurley. He was the guy.
And
2 years ago, like legit.
And it only lasted 3 like off seasons. Like most, like, you know, back in the day when you had guys like Priest Holmes, the Marshall Fox, the you know, even Adrian Peterson for a long stretch. Like there was usually the number 1 guy for a while. Now it's kind of been like every year it's like, oh, him or him. Like next year, is it Christian McCaffrey still have that hype? Is it Saquon Barkley? Is it, you know, are we still talking about, you know, Ezekiel Elliott that high? Are we talking about, oh, nice, looks like a face mask there. Is Derrick Henry official? Like, is he like a top 1? Like, who is the number 1? Like right now, who's the number 1? You have a draft, you're doing it super early right now, Moose. Who do you take number 1 as a running back?
I mean, I think it's still got to be McCaffrey. Okay. I mean, I don't think anything's changed there.
Sure.
We'll see what they do. You know, if they bring in Justin Fields, the only thing you worry about there is maybe does he get some red zone opportunities taken away? I don't know. McCaffrey is, to me, he's still super young. Who led the NFL at RB last year for fantasy points? My brain.
I think it was Derrick Henry. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
and Dalvin Cook. I didn't mention Dalvin Cook's another guy.
Dalvin Cook is another guy who's up there, but like I don't think anyone had it. And this kind of goes to my point. I don't think that anyone had a superior enough season without, you know, to knock Christian McCaffrey off. Like you got to go back to him, basically. You know.
Yeah, because and also like he's just has the biggest ceiling. I still believe like Derrick Henry. This will be now the 4th year. He's had his last 2 out of 3, like with over 300 touches.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen it time and time again. You know, Sean Alexander, Larry Johnson, those guys were monsters. And then once they hit that 3-year in a row mark of that 300+ touch, it just puts a lot on that big body. There's a 3rd touchdown pass.
God.
This one I think is to Julian Edelman. It is.
For a sec was I think they have the same like tape on or something, so it kind of screwed me up for a sec. But that one's to Edelman. Yeah, you're just getting blown out, Matthew Stafford. Why don't you go take a seat, get some Gatorade? But yeah, it's, I don't know. I mean, there's just Derrick Henry. he doesn't have the PPR upside, which really, to me, is just like, you just can't take him over McCaffrey. I do think Derrick Henry is like a bit of a different beast from some of those guys. He's just such a physical specimen that I don't necessarily see the floor dropping out from him like as quick as some of those other guys. But you're right. Like, how many more years left do we have of like prime Derrick Henry? 2 max, probably.
Yeah, and honestly, the way
Max.
that offense, because now look, they lost a guy in Corey Davis, and with Tannehill kind of surprised people 2 years ago. Had a solid year this year, but like, I think this is the year we're really going to know, is Tannehill like a true franchise quarterback moving forward? Like, if he can carry this team, and if Henry, they get back to playoffs, all right. But Michael even saying that's why you should not pick RBs as high in first rounds. He means by draft, like NFL draft. Gurley was the 10th pick overall by the Rams in 15 draft, and here we are 6 years later, and he's been off the team now. Will be for the second offseason.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it's because I'm thinking Saquon
I think you're
maybe
safe.
too.
I think you're safe with Derrick Henry this year. I think he'll be fine. You could get a bit of a drop off, but like, he's still going to get a ton of red zone touches. Like, he's just, again, you don't have like Cam Newton in there stealing red zone touches. I mean, I know Tannehill runs a bit, but like, it's not that big a deal. So probably fine. But like, it is, we're getting towards the tail end, I think, of the big Derrick Henry run. So.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And like, I was just thinking like, say the only thing with like Christian McCaffrey, Saquon, and Elliott, who were like the consensus top 3 last year, all coming off of injuries or down years. Like Saquon, the injury in week 1, week 2, I mean, and then you had Christian McCaffrey was injured for well through the season, came back for that one game. Remember, he came back and scored like 2 touchdowns quick and then was gone by the second half.
Yeah, I know.
Right? That was so
Ridiculous.
odd. And, that's why I think he just has that biggest upside with things. But also, to give credit to Saquon, and maybe, I could understand people taking him now with the way the Giants kind of looked and getting guys like Kyle Rudolph and kind of loading up on that offensive, with some of the pieces with Galladay, like that's going to help him.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So Saquon is interesting. I mean, coming off a pretty major injury, but he's really young. He's had a lot of time to recover from it as well. So like that.
True. Yeah, you got like the full year by the time the season starts.
Yeah. So Saquon is, I mean, in a lot of ways, like you might just take these guys like 1-2 again. I mean, I'm not big on Zeke. Again, Derrick Henry.
Same.
Does the offense get a little bit worse without Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith? It could. I do like bringing in some of the guys they brought in to replace them. Josh Reynolds, and I think they brought in someone else, didn't they?
I know Reynolds. I don't know. I'll have to brush up on my Tennessee.
Pretty sure they brought in someone else, but it doesn't matter. Galladay.
Nice.
No, sorry, Marvin Jones, my guy, almost fell loose there.
Try to wiggle through as it's 21-0 for joining us. Less than a minute to go. It was touchdowns 2 in under a minute in this quarter from Cam to Asiasi, and then the other one to Edelman.
No, the Titans definitely did shore up their defense a little bit. And I do like Josh Reynolds. I do like that signing quite a bit. And look, they still have A.J. Brown, so I think the Titans overall will be okay. Like I said, I think Derrick Henry's fine. He's also in a weak division, like the Jags and the Texans twice, like 4 times.
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, defensively especially, because if you watch some of those games last year against the Jaguars, it was almost like 8 yards a pop to start, and then they fade him for a little while. Then they're like, yeah, we'll run him again. It's weird because I watched some of those games because I also had James Robinson. I was watching for my own fantasy purposes, and Tennessee's defense wasn't all that great either. So I had James Robinson on the other side, running all over the place. He's going to be a very interesting character too. Obviously, we're going way ahead of schedule here, with fantasy, but there's so many guys when it comes to that running back position that there's so much more value that, it's going to be interesting when first rounds roll around. And don't forget this, Moose, and maybe the most important, how fantasy leagues are going to change. We have 17 actual games now. So it's going to be fascinating how that's going to play into, your league's now going to play, 16 weeks.
Yep.
And then play, because most people say don't play the last week, or 17 weeks, should I say, because you don't want to play that last game. So now if you do that, if you play playoffs, instead of 13-week regular seasons, 14 weeks, it could have some 500. It's going to be fascinating how this ripple effect in the fantasy from the daily side. Hey, this is more the merrier.
It's a big ripple effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you said, we'll be playing 17 weeks basically instead of 16 from now on, and probably just skipping the 18th. So it's all good. I mean, I like it. I mean, I kind of wish they just rounded up to 18 games, but whatever.
Well,
I understand. One game will take it.
I agree. It's hard to look at the schedule now when people are putting out their like opponents and there's one extra column. It's not eye appealing.
No, it's not. But
my OCD was all over the place.
I'll take it for the one extra game. I think it's smart. I mean, people love football. Let's get the one extra game in. And I mean, everyone profits from it.
Sure. And I don't know for sure, and I don't know where it's been mentioned. I know there's a bunch of rules being voted on as we get to halftime here, 21-3. So Prater gets you the 3 points for Detroit, the new field goal kicker for the Arizona Cardinals, which I believe will be one of the more underrated moves this offseason. Watch out for Prater just to boot like 100-yard field goals in Arizona.
Yep.
But the other thing with this that's going to be fascinating is like, when is the Super Bowl? Does the Super Bowl move to here in the States President's Day weekend? Are they eliminating the
Valentine's Day weekend? It's Valentine's Day weekend. It's already been announced.
So isn't that also President's Day weekend?
It is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
So there you go. So we're going to get that Monday here in the States off.
Yeah. It's a holiday up here too. It's Family Day though, Jason. Family Day. So it's a made up holiday.
Hold on.
You can also have a holiday.
Hold on.
Be in line with the American, bankers' holidays, basically.
Hold the phone. So America celebrates President's Day, and Canada's like, we got to take the day off because there's probably enough going between, with currencies and all that.
Yeah.
What do we want to name it? I got one. Somebody's like, I got it. What is it, sir? What do you think? Children's Day. No. Every day's Children's Day. Okay. What do we call our province days? No. They don't have it States Day. Okay, all right. What about? I don't know, man. I just want to be home with my family. Family Day. Round up the troops. Send it out. Family Day. That's amazing.
It's so lame.
Hey, whatever. You get the day. Take whatever.
No, I know. They should. I wish they just call it hey, have a day off.
Because they have to have some sort of official fun name. But now I want a Family Day in America. I feel slighted.
Then we'd have to make up another holiday to match it.
True.
Second Cousin's Day or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Moose Day. What about Moose Day?
It might actually be called something different in each province too. I know in Alberta where I live, it's
I like that, Daniel. Yeah, I like the Queen's Day. Just you have to play Queen all day.
Queen's Day.
So, but that was the one thing when they were projecting the schedule that was like, this is going to move, because I still think the Super Bowl should be on a Saturday night. I stand behind that, even with the move. I just think it'd be
amazing.
And I think they would honestly bring in more revenue for everything.
Sure.
And I think you'd also I get we're going to now have this holiday in at least the U.S. and Canada, and I don't know, Mexico has the day off. So they found some random
It is
day.
actually great though from that perspective, isn't it? To have the holiday Monday after the Super Bowl. It makes a ton of sense.
They needed it. They really did. And I don't mean that to sound like selfish or whatever, but
and I know DraftKings, I'm pretty sure used to give, not used to, I'm pretty sure they still give a DraftKings day to their employees after the Super Bowl. So it's like a DraftKings company holiday. But now it's just a holiday. Like everyone should get that day off.
Moose, a lot of people have rolling, a lot of companies here have rolling holidays, and one of them is more famously known as the day after Super Bowl people take off.
Yeah.
So even for my company outside here, we'd started at 1:00 that day. Which, by the way, if I'm not starting at 9, I'm not starting. 1:00, I'm not okay, yeah. Let me turn that brain on now.
Let me get to work now.
Yeah.
I've been eating Cheetos on top of my couch, watching The Simpsons for 3 hours. Let's get to work.
Get out of my kitchen. I told you to stop spying on me. Right. But no, it's so true. But this is going to work out for a lot of people. But that's why it's just, even if you don't care, right? Even if people aren't they're still once we're getting back to it, you're going to be at some form of gathering, or even if you're home with young children or whatever, just to have that break, you're you sit down and watch it. This is going to be great. So that's the one I will give the NFL a lot of credit just for that. The game, I don't know about the whole safety issue, but hey, what do I know?
Rossi's Fat Cat bringing some good baseball knowledge. Only $2,000 for Andrew Vaughn tonight. He's batting fifth. wanted to drop that in there. It's like one of the 3 baseball players I know. So,
So I'm not going to be getting a lot of Jeff Ulrich baseball.
He's a very good value, though. He's a very, very good young hitter. Again.
Love to see it. By the way, Darwin over on Twitch is just sitting in front of me. I think he says Henry isn't a violent runner. He just leans forward. Should be fine. That's like saying that Tyreek Hill isn't fast. He just moves his legs. Like, no, Derrick Henry runs very violent.
I think he kind of has a point, but here's the thing. It's not that he's not a violent runner. It's that I think he's so big, he doesn't necessarily, and this is why I think he will last a little bit longer. Oh, let's just wait.
Everything. Got a man.
He got him.
Brought down. Touchdown. Wow, I believe that's your guy. Doing a bird.
Taking flight.
Look at that. Let it fly. Let the birds fly. Pretty birds.
I'm like a demand bird. I only catch touchdowns.
That was over 50 yards. Just bomb. 53 yards. Cam to Bird.
To that point, I think he's just so big that he just doesn't look like he's running violently because people are like legitimately bouncing off him. Like, so I kind of get that point because you're right. Like he doesn't look, you know, when like a smaller dude, like when Mark Ingram runs, you know, he's got to go in there full force. He's like a little bowling ball. He knows it. He's got to like initiate the contact. When Derrick Henry gets going, he's just like, okay, like, you know, you could try and tackle me, but like, you're not gonna because I'm like massive. So I just feel like he doesn't really look like, I kind of get that point. I still wouldn't describe him as a non-violent runner, but you know, I kind of get where that take is coming from.
He clears up a little bit more. He says Henry, efficient moves, not like beast mode. So I agree. I
agree with that take. I think that's actually a very solid take. Who gave it?
This is Darwin over in Twitch.
Darwin Twitch. Oh yeah, I got my Twitch open today.
But
five-star take. I agree.
I don't like. I still think I've watched enough of him though. Like, because again, when I have fantasy, I'll watch games even if it's not my home team or whatever. And the way the Patriots played last year was fun to watch other teams. So a lot of Derrick Henry I would watch, and like there are times that like I get like the highlights, especially when he's going down the field. He like breaks one tackle and he just kind of like gallops his way to the end zone. I though have seen some of those like when he's in the grind of like everyone, like when he doesn't get tackled, you just see him like just shifting his shoulders. He almost looks like
that's true.
It's almost like a bull being pushed into a cage because that's the part where I go with the violent. Like when he just hits that line, he's actually stopped. He is trying to blow people over. But then like the highlights and the bigger plays and most of the plays for him, like if he gets to the outside, you're right. He just efficiency makes move, but there are moments when he is just vicious. And I honestly would be very nervous as like a cornerback if that guy's coming at me.
Did you see his workout video from the offseason?
Oh, are you talking about with the chains and the push-ups on the
push-ups on the like the elastic band?
Yeah, the resistant band. I'm like, this can't be good. And I don't know if you saw like the comment section on that. It was hilarious. Like everyone's like, this is not good for you. And then there's like trainers who are like, he didn't get up yesterday and decide to do this.
Yeah.
This is a professional athlete. This is not like Jason Rossi deciding to try something to look cool.
There's nothing I like better than people commenting on other people's workouts routines.
It's actually a really good point.
So hilarious how everyone thinks they are like the guru of like working out. And eating is like this too. Well, that's not good for you. Like,
yeah, it's like, well, everybody's different. Everyone has their own like.
Exactly.
You even see that a lot on like, you know, I'll call them this, but like models, like Instagram models, of like, oh, she's unhealthy. She looks like this. She's that. She's this. But then like, if somebody's, well, that's what I mean. And then like, if there's someone, let's just say of a larger size, like, don't shame her. She's living her life. She's doing. It's like, wait. These people are probably both equally putting a lot of effort. And there's an interception again. From the New England Patriots, it's Stephon Gilmore matching Asiasi with the touchdowns, but for him, it's interceptions. 2. Boy, Patriots D was the D to have. Again to Amendola, just like captain, please get him a catch. being held out. 2 picks thrown his way.
Supermaning in front of that ball. No, I know. And the workout stuff is like, oh, he didn't bend his knees properly when he was doing the squat. You know, like, get lost. Get a life. You know, like.
Please, that's.
Who cares?
And we're always commenting stuff like that when there's got to be an ounce of, envy in you. You're not posting that because as an official trainer, I believe. No, you're not doing that. You're saying this guy, he's an idiot. He's gonna blow his back out.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing curls.
Like everybody's gonna look a little bit different.
Yeah.
I don't care what the official posture is for a squat or whatever,
Sure.
Not everyone is gonna look the same. So yeah, there's nothing that just, to me, that is like the low point of, I don't know if you want to call it internet culture, just culture in general. Commenting on other people's workout form or just what they're doing. It's the lowest of the low. It really is. Like, the person's working out. Just give them a freaking thumbs up and like move on.
Unbelievable. Yeah, seriously. Or just move on. Like, I've always said
just
that.
Move on. That's
If you don't have something to say, just, hey, not for me. Keep it going. There's plenty of stuff for you to be entertained by on the internet. And that's why we appreciate everybody being here. Sherlock Holmes, we see you, dude. He says, what is this? I thought this was a real game with real commentary.
What is this?
Me and Moose.
France?
Me and Moose are 2 robots, actually. This is all pre-programmed, what we're saying. It's wild. It's a pass again, Edelman.
Edelman. Oh, okay. Gonna juke inside. Put it on outside and scored, but that's cool.
Should have. Mr. Hawk says, I always get emotional and want to eat ice cream on Rossi Sims. I'll give you a hug, big fella.
This game, she'd be taken forever. Am I wrong here?
Like, no, I just looked up at the clock. I'm just having a good time.
Quarter? No, we're in the third quarter. Like,
over half to play.
What's going on here? I mean, I don't care. I don't have anywhere to go, but usually we're like done by now.
True, I know. We're getting to that point. Daniel puts the eyes on the scores, 28-3, including the Patriots.
Uh-oh.
We don't want it any longer than it needs to be. Just kidding. Well, you know what it is, too? They're not really running the ball. No one's running.
No, maybe that's why, yeah. It's true. We really haven't seen any runs. And, a few more incompletions. We had a lot of turnovers, too. I guess that. Anyways.
We'll see if Cam can go for 5. Yeah, 5 touchdowns.
5. Drive for 5.
That's okay. You got the first. That'll keep the clock moving. Even better.
Since we have, another 30 minutes, what happened to your fridge?
Oh, yeah, I knew we'd get there. So yesterday, and a big shout out to Michael and to Christian, who was so kind enough to hold it down. I was sending a couple text messages to people trying to see if I could get covered because I had the 4 o'clock Eastern and then the 6 o'clock Eastern. And I was supposed to have, basically, we woke up on, today's Friday, Wednesday, and our fridge, everything sounded like a rocket ship was about to go off.
Right.
Into the end zone. Sony Michel, touchdown. But of course the clock stops there. That's the other reason. We also have 5 touchdowns from the Patriots that all in the second and third. So we are, sitting there. My wife's like, okay, why don't you, I'm trying to look in the ice machine. I'm chipping away at ice. I'm like, oh, maybe it's blocking these things. It's a Samsung from 2019. So it's not old.
Really?
It's a brand. Yeah, it was weird. So humming, all this stuff. We called a local place. This is actually fascinating, I think. We called a local place. I'm like, if I'm going to give my business to somebody, let's go to a local shop. And even if it costs a little more, I'd rather give it to somebody, especially over the last year. They go, we can't service it if you didn't buy it here. I'm like, what? And they're like, we're so backed up with service appointments that unless you bought it from us, we can't deploy somebody out. I'm like, you're a local. I live in not a very big or popular town and not a hub of anything in North Massachusetts. So I'm like, dude, are you? I literally felt like I was like, dude, are you serious? I'm not trying to be rude. He's like, yeah, we're pretty swamped. I'm like, I would have thought, and I didn't say it's him. I'm like, I thought these guys would have been out of business, let alone too busy to come down the street. So we call up the Samsung techs, and they sent a guy out yesterday. Moose, they didn't get here till, it was supposed to be here at 5. So I was thinking I was going to skip out early on the 4 o'clock. So I told everybody, I'm like, I'm going to have to bounce. Guy doesn't get here till 5:40. And I tell him, I'm like, hey, I know this sounds weird, but I just call it. I said, I have a meeting downstairs for
Yeah, I got a video conference.
yeah. Honestly, it's gotten to the point. I don't know if I've told you the whole story. Like when my in-laws think it's like a joke, like they think I play video games just downstairs on my own.
Yeah,
like, we heard you yelling playing the video games. I'm like, I'm not. But anywho, so the guy comes in. He's like, I need you to empty the freezer. No problem. And it's like 3 minutes. So I already texted like Glash, Tom, a couple of guys. I'm like, you know what? We'll make it work. I'm with Christian, who again, he at least said it. He's like, over like 3 months ago when his internet basically didn't work during 6 o'clock, I basically was doing solos.
Yeah.
So they end up like taking everything out, like the back wall, all the panels. And he's trying to explain to me, he's a very thick accent. He explained to me that the coils are frozen. And I'm like, aren't they supposed to be? But he's like, they're so frozen that they like froze the water line coming in, and then they basically froze a fan. So a fan was trying to spin, and they're spraying this thing. I sent Michael a picture. They're spraying my whole entire so I have a young child at home, and they're spraying this stuff. The whole house is a mess. Things are melting, by the way, because it was warm in Massachusetts yesterday. So he's telling me I've never seen coils taken out of a freezer or a fridge. This man's handling them with these specialty gloves while spraying this stuff. So he's basically trying to defrost the whole thing. Dude, this thing was a disaster. So I'm in and out of the sim. I'm trying to handle that. It was wild. Long story longer is it ended up being like, everything just overfroze, and he set like my temperatures much different. So I was like, oh, was that the problem? He's like, well, we don't know. I'm like, wait, what? So like, do I go back to putting the temperature up if I need it? He's like, no, leave it here. I'm like, okay, so I should leave it here forever because that was the problem. He's like, well, we think so.
What temperature did you have your fridge at?
I don't know. It's weird. So in Samsungs, they don't have the temperature. There's like these like little like best way to put it is like a bar graph. It goes up or down. So he just okay. I don't know the temperature, but he set it at a certain temperature. Told me to keep it, and he had this weird gun that looked like a pitching gun, like you could see how fast somebody's throwing, but it could tell you how cold things were.
Right.
Dude, it's a wild though. In my house to this day, like we had to move so much stuff. Wherever your fridge is, it's probably not a natural just slide in, slide out, and don't affect anything else unless, depending on your area. But for me, I had to like move all these things. And,
oh, sure.
Oh, it was like I have stuff on top of my fridge. I basically call it storage, even though it's embarrassing because it's just a mess.
That sucks. We had 2 appliances conk out over the summer. One of them was the fridge too. But our fridge was older, like it was like 15 years old, and it just stopped working. It like made some weird sounds for a couple days, and then it just stopped. And I had already got it fixed before, so we just bought a new fridge. But now you're worrying me a little bit because we bought a Samsung. So
I don't want to say anything bad because I bought everything in my house. I'm not a totally brain oriented, but everything in my upstairs. I got a TV, I got the dish washer, the microwave, and the fridge are all Samsung.
Yeah.
And I've never had any issues with them, and not that I'm like this loyal, I'll only buy Samsung,
but our Samsung has like the number graph on it, like it tells you what the number is. So maybe that saved us. Maybe that'll save us.
Yeah, seriously, I guess. But it's so weird because it's not like we had it super cold or super warm. It was just very bizarre, and the guy was not like great at explaining it, but also was super patient and stayed. Like after I got basically I didn't even do the 6 yesterday. But then when I was done, he stayed, he finished. Whoa, nice throw by Stafford, just a little too out of bounds. No, very quickly, Edzone Dan says, Rossi, tried YouTubing problems with that issue with your refrigerator. I often find solutions, these type of things that way. Dude, I'm telling you, I YouTubed. Trust me, I am very cheap. I try to tell people as much as I can. If I don't spend a dime on something and I do it and it's not that great, I feel good about it. Because there's going to be a touchdown for Detroit.
That's a touchdown, folks.
There you go, Galladay. Paying off that high ownership. In our contest alone, he was owned in... Well, actually, it was only 35% in our contest. Thought he would have been higher just by the chat. But he was owned in the showdown. I know Michael put it here. I'm just going back. Look at this guy. All the numbers. He was down 52%. So pretty high ownership there in the free showdown. But I am a huge, actually, should I say, YouTuber, DIY guy. And again, it's not good. It's just done.
Yep.
And he wasn't that expensive, actually, all considered yesterday. But And then the guy kept asking me if I wanted to order parts, but I didn't understand if I needed to. Like, you ever have those, like, will that help? And he's just like, well, you don't need it. But I'm like, well, is this going to happen again? Well, and I'm like, dude, I need some confidence. He was just like so funny. And then the one thing that happened that, you know, we had everything out of the freezer. So when you put stuff back, it's, you know, a little softer, we'll just say. And my ice machine, like the contraption you put in the ice bucket, everything melted at the bottom and I didn't really think about it. So then today I was trying to get ice and I was like, it's not coming out. I'm like, it's broke. I go, it's broken. My wife's like, we need to fix this. I'm like, oh, and I take it out and you just see a block of ice. I'm like, oh,
sure, yeah.
we're going to leave this up for the day.
Yeah, man. Our fridge, when it stopped working, first it went down to like plus 10 and then it refroze. So we didn't even notice it. And we're like, why are things all like weird in the freezer? And it had gone up to like plus 10 and then it went back down and then it kept doing that. So we had like 2 weeks where we're like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
And then it just finally stopped working. And we're like, okay. And at that point, I'm just like, I'd already fixed this fridge once, so we just bought a new one. But buying new ones it's an interesting argument because I am like you. Like I will be cheap and I like to do things myself too. Absolutely, man. You can save a buck. You get knowledge too. So if it happens again, right? It is worth it. But if you do have to make these choices and like sometimes it's just a time cost thing. As soon as I was like, right away, I was like, I'm not getting this fixed again. The appliance guys take forever. It'll be like a week before they get here. I'm buying a new fridge. And I literally bought it that day. And you know what? I had there was no stress. It was just like, okay, we're getting a fridge. Like, that's it.
Yeah. It's smart.
It both ways. It just, the main thing is make a decision quick. If you're going to get it fixed, you go right into it. You just fix it, until you get it fixed. If you're going to buy one, just buy one. Don't even think twice about it.
Honestly, that's the best advice. One way or the other, and if God forbid you do it yourself and it goes awry and you have to get it fixed, okay. But it's almost like a split decision. Go right away.
And just don't stress over it. Make a decision, do what's best. Because the more time you spend on it, then you get anxiety over it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened too. Because I was like, I tried. You should have seen the things.
In your situation,
I was like looking in there. I'm like under things. I have lights. I'm like, I also do the smart thing. I'm just punching like sides. I'm like, it'll just knock it off.
You always got to just try and hit it a couple times.
Yeah, because every generation has one of those. Fonzie, he would hit something, fix it. AC Slater, hit something, fix it. I thought it was me this time.
No.
Not happening.
You won't know unless you try. So.
Yeah.
We still have a whole quarter to go.
Oh no, I'm ready to go. I'm gonna make some homemade pizzas. I'm done. Okay, so you can take it over. Good night, everybody. Now, yeah, we're heading to the fourth here. 35-10. I don't want to say a whole quarter is garbage time, but it might be, depending on how this game goes.
35-10. The longest game in sim history here. It's all right. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
Any fridge questions? Jason and I are obviously, fridge maestros, so.
It's true. We are. And by the way, Miami Misfit, you're not wrong. He said, Rossi, you needed to do a software update on the Samsung. The guy did do it, but he told me that I don't have like control of that. It's not like yeah, there's something like within the, because it's a smart tech, but it's not like I don't have an app for it. It's just within its own thing. But he did, trust me guys, like I understand a lot of people like things are easy to fix. I tried, like I have fixed toilets. Coils, I didn't even know how to get there. And this guy, like I'm telling you, things were like the fan was frozen over. And you have to like uplift panels. Like I wouldn't even known to do that, even Googling it. Like I'm not.
There becomes a point where it's like, especially because fridges, like you said, like they have things going on, like whatever they use back there. Like it's very, there's hoses involved with the water.
Well, yeah, and honestly, like a toilet, you could go a day or two, or maybe even a week if you have multiple in the house, right? You could go long.
Yeah.
You could do the same with a washing machine. You could figure it out. A fridge? I don't have a backup. I have like a small little like a college fridge downstairs, but that's not gonna do the trick.
We have a big one downstairs, so that saved us when ours went. And you so appreciate it. We so appreciate that fridge. It's like an old fridge from like 1980, and it works perfectly fine. It's like 30 years old. And I talked to someone. I think they just use like some kind of dangerous thing back then that like but they don't break down. So
yeah. Anyways. Abby Rizzi asked, was there a Freon leak? No, just over frozen compressors. Bob Daddy says, just drop 500 on Samsung compressor to fix a leak. 10-year-old, new one is almost 3K. Yeah, but 10 years, if you got 10 years, that's good. Like, you have to remember.
Okay. That's like the low end.
But he's just the compressor. It's not the whole thing's done, but good on you for fixing that, Bob. But like, this is a 2-year-old. This should never have happened.
Yeah, a 2-year-old. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. That sucks. 2-year-old fridge.
Reed Steve, did you know, says, were the coils in your toilet? Is that what you said? No. I fix those if they're in there. Hit flush. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, Reed Steve says, how do you look into your fridge, Ross? You're so tiny. Said his son picks him up so he can look inside. I am very tiny, and he did help me out. He boosted me up, but the fridge is, I don't have, it wasn't on top. It's the fridge to the sides. It's split. So fridge on the right, freezer on the left. That Rossi's fat cat. That fridge is full of tuna. I don't refrigerate my tuna. Hot take, maybe? I don't know. It's in like the cupboard.
We had a lot of stuff break at our house the last year. Garage door.
Oh my, that's the best story. I'm sorry, that's hysterical because I could see that in a comedy. Like, hit the button, just keep. And it just decimates.
Completely decimated. And somehow this dude came back, 40 below working. He's like, yeah, okay, I got it working. I'm like, how?
You know what he said? You know why, Moose? Because he's like, you know what? This was 3 months ago now?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
He's like, you know what? A few more months from now, I have Family Day to take off, so I'm going to work on this. I'm going to get it done. Family Day is Valentine's Day this next year, so.
I think it happened like right around Family Day, to be honest.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. I forgot what time of year we're in. Probably was. He was probably like, I got Family Day coming up.
That's right.
I'll stay here all night long. Hey, really, that is still one of the wildest. Like, this thing was in pieces, and this guy like shows up with like a wrench and tape, and he's like, I got this.
Basically. God, that was so cold here that night. Even for where I live, that was cold.
Seriously. Because, yeah, you said it was. Oh, did he get that first? No, Patriots take back over.
Wow, yeah, that was fourth down.
Wonderful. Clock stops again. Oh, yeah, 7:06. My Lord. Denied. So here comes.
Yeah, another turnover. There's been a ton of turnovers, though, like in with the scoring, too. So I guess that's mainly contributing to it. But whatever. I mean, we're happy to continue and sit here talking about our appliances.
Tell us about your appliances.
Yeah, man. What kind of air fryer should I get? What brand?
Seriously. I will say I'm not a supporter. This was a gift, but mine is from Paula Deen. I have a Paula Deen.
Paula Deen, okay.
Not a big Paula Deen fan personally, but I will take it as anything free, I'll take.
Oh, again, absolutely.
Cheap. That's what you just need to do. Maybe for Family Day, you could say that could be the excuse. Hey, Family Day's coming up next year. I think we should get an air fryer. I really think it will change your life, though, Moose. It's changed mine.
It's one of those things I really wish I had gotten like 5 years ago, But,
yeah, but you know what? Don't live your life thinking like that.
All right, I won't.
How about this? 5 years from now, you'll be so thankful you got it today.
That's true. It's a good way to look at it.
Spin that, baby.
That's right.
Yeah, we're excited here. Obviously, a lot going on this weekend, by the way, too. Not only is there a ton of Sims, Moose will be here. I'll be back. You guys are all fired up for me to be back. Tomorrow, I'm actually on with Tommy Freeze Pops. 8 p.m. I'm going to go and buy. I didn't see it today. I have to go to a different store. We're going to try the Pepsi Peeps. We're going to do a whole Peeps thing during the Sims.
Oh, the Pepsi Peeps.
So I'm going to try Pepsi Peeps. We're going to put Peeps in microwaves. There's something else. Where do you fall, Moose, on the Peep side of things? You in on the Peeps, out on Peeps?
I've never had a Peep in my life.
Stay there. Don't ever.
Fair enough. They really don't look that appealing.
Oh, Michael. Michael, get some Peeps. Honestly, if you can find, I don't know. I don't drink soda, so I'm probably gonna just have a little, because there's probably a ton of sugar. It's gonna make me go bonkers. But if you can, Michael, if you're a soda guy, get it. See if you find a Peeps Pepsi, or just get some Peeps in general. Get in on Michael. You're in. Saying he's with us tomorrow.
What do you think
I'll look.
precipitated Pepsi to make Peeps Pepsi? Like,
honestly,
yeah,
the same guy who came up with the name of Family Day. Just some guy sitting in a room. How about we also have we'll have Mount Rushmore tomorrow too. Thank you, Michael. I forget which team we're doing.
It really feels like they just walked. The marketing division just walked in. They have a big dartboard, and that's where it landed. Like,
honestly,
let's go.
Oh, real quick, Jared Kilgore brags as Rossi. I fixed my toilet today. Good on you. Seriously, just come over to my house, fix my toilet.
What's the coolest thing I've fixed now? I fixed some cupboards that like my kids basically ripped off. That was pretty good.
Love it. Hey, tomorrow we have the Eagles.
Rip something else off in my house.
They're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Look at what I can do. No. Daddy's fixing the banister.
Yeah.
So we got at least a nice long drive there. Here comes a field goal from Nick Folk from about right inside the 40. Yes, need this. 8-point day though for.
That's right for the old Folk master.
Yeah, I'm getting there with that. But yeah, Jared, good stuff, man. Congrats on the fixings. I'm trying to think from. I was more like my DIY more like I fix things. I have nothing I'm proud of that I fixed.
Did they laugh at Vanilla Cocoa, DFS Queen? I don't think people did laugh at
no, Vanilla Coke?
Yeah. Vanilla is an actual flavor. Like cherry is a flavor. Peeps is not a flavor.
Yeah. Peeps is like,
Peeps is a peep.
It's like marshmallow with extra sugar, I guess. I think Peeps are trash. I think they're so undesirable. Like, for me, here comes my real quick, like, what Easterized version of. Well, Peeps, put them right in the toilet. Actually, no, put them in the microwave. That's what I do. I put them in the microwave, watch them expand. I do experiments. And I don't like Cadbury eggs. I don't like the cream filling stuff. It's just odd to me, and it kind of throws me off because I like eggs. I like the mini eggs, though. Those are bomb. Obviously, Reese's eggs. Those are great. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that specifically reminds me of, like, Easter. I think those are the two, like Peeps and Cadbury eggs. Not for me. Not for me. Oh, nope, not a fumble, incomplete. Stafford, appreciate you just throwing an incompletion just to laugh at us more. Like, do you like Cadbury eggs, Moose? Are you in on those?
Yeah, the Cadbury cream eggs.
Yeah,
I loved those when I was a kid. I don't mind them. Like, I don't get them too much anymore. Or anything, but yeah, they're good.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm not a big I don't like them? Yeah, I don't like cream filling. Maybe that's my thing. Like, I don't like Boston cream donuts or whatever those are. Jelly donuts.
Fair enough.
I'm also maybe it's also not. Well, I'm sure it's a bunch of sugar, but it's not fattening enough. Like peanut butter in the middle. Now we're talking business.
That's true.
Oh, look at this. Bill Hamilton says, "Hey, Jeff," because it's all capitals. "My air fryer is Emerald Lagasse, stainless steel with a rotating rotisserie." That one sounds good.
Guys, all these official like culinary ones thrown at me. That's fine. I'll look that one up.
Yeah, see, mine just has the one tray. I have seen the multi-layer ones. Those, if you want to get down with pizza, I think are better.
Okay. But you can still make pizza in yours, right?
Yes, I just have to put toothpicks so it doesn't like fly off. It sounds strange, but you would understand. Like there's like a grated bottom, and like if you do anything with cheese, and cheese is the top layer, you kind of have to like have some form of either covering or like something to hold it down.
Okay.
Because things will just move. Like I once tried to make a cheeseburger in there. I had no idea what was in. The cheese was on the other side. The burger was on one side. I was like, okay.
I think I know what you're saying. Yeah. Fair enough.
Here's Stafford on a fourth. Gets the completion. Minute 30 left here. I love the both chats with like the basketball help. Like people just tell you like who's starting on teams. Like I saw it earlier with the Raptors. Here's Smash Lana saying Celtics will start Walker, Smart, Brown, Tatum, Robert Williams.
Oh, completely. Yeah, no, I know.
That's so cool. Rossi, I think Pepsi was in a contest that entered 7-Eleven just to announce the Peep coffee though. What? Wait, Peeps has a coffee?
Yeah, it's not even funny to be honest.
Oh, well, I'm gonna find. Yeah, like I don't know, and I'm also like vanilla Coke going back to that, like cherry Coke. I can understand those. But vanilla Coke was so big here, at least up in the Northeast, because Fenway, when they used to have the Coke bottle sponsorship on like one of the it was like a home run, like right inside the home run pole was Coke bottles, and they changed it one year to vanilla Coke.
Really?
So that's like major advertising here.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Oh wait, DFS Queenie says these special peeps come in variety flavors, including vanilla, orange sherbet, strawberry, coconut, and sugar cookie. So that must be the outside. And Stafford has a man into the end zone.
He got his feet down.
Galladay. Oh, wait a minute.
No, wait. That's
18. Oh, Geronimo!
Oh, Geronimo Allison.
Okay. Caw-caw, caw-caw, I'm a vulture. Caw-caw, caw-caw.
Okay, where is this dude on the depth chart?
When was the last... Oh, booth review. Don't take it away from me. I want to know last time he had a catch.
Were you a part of the 2020 Sims, Jason? Did you
sure
start?
Was. Yeah, I was back in like mid-July.
Okay, because yeah, okay, you started pretty... Okay, so Geronimo Allison was a pretty big value play
for the Packers. Yeah.
But I haven't seen him since this game started. That could be his first catch in like...
Forever. He's 0.1 owned. I want to say, Michael, aside from 0, that's the lowest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
0.1?
Okay, so...
Unreal.
Depth chart wise, he's the wide receiver 4. So I'm surprised he's like actually even that high. I thought he was going to be like 6. He's behind Amendola, though.
Yeah, tell me about it. Amendola, that would have been nice. He still got me almost 10 points in the captain. Sitting in 52nd. Chilling here. But I will say, when you get your air fryer, if you're a French fry guy or any tots or anything like that for you, the fam, I still think that's like the most magnificent thing. They crisp them up so nice. It feels like you're at a restaurant. Because sometimes the oven, first of all, it takes a ton.
It takes a long time.
It does. And I always feel like you want to just be like, I'm done. Like, I'm just taking them out now because it's been, 25 minutes? Whatever. Like, they're not frozen. I'll just take them where the air fryer about like 15 minutes. And you're like, oh, all right.
To me, that's like the most appealing part of this whole conversation.
It's all about efficiency, just like Derrick Henry running. Bad Boys of Pop says he had a catch earlier in the game, Rossi, right over the middle. Sorry, dude. I tuned out of the sim about 3 minutes, like 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. It's half past my bedtime. I'm usually sleeping right now. By the way, Koff and Tom got you the rest of the way tonight. Tara Lynn will be in and out with you. Tara Lynn, I haven't even looked at her. No, she's not there. I wonder if she's just been like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to say this to everyone. When next time you have the Lions, don't put Geronimo Allison in there because this is going to be one of those fluky things. You'll look at his numbers like, oh, he had multiple catches and a score last game. He had, a bomb there. You won't see that. You'll just know he had 2 catches and a score. So don't go there. Don't get stuck. Right now in first place, should win, potentially stud 2. Cam and the captain, Sony, Asiasi, Galladay, Edelman, Prater. Prater, 6 points. Good day for the kickers. Love to see it. Oh, actually, Asiasi and the captain for the other one, so it could be a difference. It's only down by 2. This will be probably your last play. It's going to Michelle. Nice run. Don't call the timeout. They're not. So, Moose, I don't have to belabor the point. Who's going to be your Moose Magnificent mustached player of the game? Mustache not included.
Yeah, let's get some most mustachy player here. It's kind of funny looking at the lineups. Demir Bird actually in the captain spot in the free roll, the paid free roll contest at 1.5% owned. I'm not going to give him the Moose player of the game. He only had 2 receptions.
So,
let's give it to Asiasi. It was between him and Cam, but Asiasi at 7,000. Such a good value return. It's only averaging 11 points per sim. That's a pretty hefty little, upside there for him.
Sure. Where are you going to go the other side? Who's your babysitter Billy? Not my kid award.
So definitely Danny Amendola. Somehow came away in this game with 0 points.
He got some points.
Did he?
Ended up he did get some. He got. I'll tell you.
My sim isn't. My.
He had 3 catches for 29 yards though, so I'm not fighting against it because he stunk. You also had him and Hawk both 3 catches, 33 yards, so 3 catches, 29 yards.
We'll give it to Hawkinson because he's higher owned, but both those guys stunk. They could be
Really did.
co-winners today, just like Steve McNair and Peyton Manning was, or whatever.
Give it to both of them, this because we don't want to make a decision,
Right.
and we're too scared with Peyton Manning's dad. Like Archie's gonna pick up the phone and yell at us.
That's right.
Reed Steve, did you know? Dropped a hot tamale flavored peep. No thanks. Appreciate every single one of you joining us here tonight. Really do. Hope you have the greatest weekend. Moose, you back tomorrow?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all. No, that's all you need to say.
Afternoon.
All
Tomorrow
right.
afternoon. That's like 2 and 4, or 4 and 2, or 4 and 6, or something. So
He'll be on when he's here. And I'll be back tomorrow at 8 with Tom. We'll get your peeps out for tomorrow night. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Friday. Like I said, Cough and Tom will take you. Make sure you follow this magnificent son of a gun over at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter. And while you're over there, if you so happen to stop by, you can check out Jason D. Rossi and the podcast, Pop Culture Pile Driver. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to go celebrate by using my air fryer and sending Moose a lot of links. Here to take it away, though. Moose, honestly, have a good rest of your night, dude.
You too, man. Happy Easter and good hanging out with you, as always.
Appreciate that. Happy Easter to you. And here is the lovely Taryn Azak, who I bet likes peeps. Don't say it.
Ugh, gross.
All right, good. Taryn, thank you. Appreciate you.
Cadbury eggs all day. I was listening to the sim as I was folding laundry, and I thought we were going to have to go through every appliance, but we only got to fridges, so that's great.
Wild Friday night, huh? Wild Friday night.
Friday night. Fridge Fridays. Fridge Fridays. Let's get it out there. Get the hashtag. Coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're probably not going to talk fridges. We'll probably talk microwaves because we got Tommy Carroll and his microwave. We got Adam Kaufman. They're going to join the Dream Stream to bring us a matchup between the Chiefs and the Bears from simulated Windy City. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. A $5 entry there is going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first place. And we had opening day in the MLB yesterday. The NCAA tournament continues this weekend, and we have the Masters teeing off next week. So it is a great time to be a sports fan. And even though we are 5 months away from the 2021 NFL season, it's a great time to start thinking about your fantasy teams for next year, right? So with that in mind, here's a clip from the latest episode of the Ross Tucker Fantasy Feast podcast.
So I might be wrong, John. I mean, I am really surprised that the first two receivers to sign who got like the most money other than Galladay were Corey Davis and Nelson Aguilar. I mean, I guess my takeaway there is that your draft status never leaves you. Davis, correct me if I'm mistaken, is essentially like a one-year wonder playing opposite A.J. Brown, who's a total stud and took all the coverage, even though he was hurt last year. And then Aguilar is a human roller coaster of a football player. And that's who the Patriots targeted right away. And that's who the Jets targeted right away, as opposed to the Galladays, the Jujus, Will Fuller, I know has health issues, whatever, but so does Galladay. Like, I don't want anything to do with Corey Davis and Aguilar for fantasy next year. I'm not buying, especially when you consider what I think their quarterback situations will be.
Yeah, totally. I do like the fact that the Patriots do what I kind of like to do, and that is try to acquire as many high draft capital guys as possible. Former number one pick. What's that? You're a bust, Philip Dorsett. We'll give you a shot. Why? Because you're number one pick. So I think that's part of it with Aguilar. I think the inside-outside versatility that it brings to the table was appealing to them most likely with Julian Edelman. We just don't know about his status. But at the end of the day, when you take a step back and you mentioned the experience, and I do believe that really does help me because I'm drawing on a base of knowledge that I don't even know I have. Basically, from doing this for so long. But at the end of the day, you take a step back and you're like, oh, well, let me get this straight. Nelson Aguilar, a borderline bust as a 2017 first round pick, going to the Patriots where veteran receivers go to die in a run-based offense with Cam Newton or a rookie at quarterback. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, we just added arguably the best 1-2 punch at tight end, and there's only one football. It's a run-based offense. Like, good luck, guys, with that. I'm with you. And then Corey Davis, everything you mapped out was perfect. I do think he's talented, great route runner, good hands. But I think we've kind of learned over the years, he can be taken out by good press man coverage. So I don't think he's going to get much help playing with the Jets. And we don't know about the quarterback. So yeah, I'm totally with you. But I did love the Galladay move. Not exactly for Galladay, but for my man Danny Dimes. I think Danny Dimes, Ross, not to steer you in a certain direction, but I think Daniel Jones was the biggest winner thus far in free agency.
I can see that. It's funny. I mentioned this to Joe last week. I did some digging on Galladay just because I had heard some people talking about him. So I talked to some people about Galladay. I thought it was a little weird that there wasn't more of a market for him.
Yeah.
So it was weird that these teams all wanted him to visit first and that
the injury stuff, I think was a problem.
So there's a few things. One is on the purely football side, there's question about his ability to separate, and there's some concern he's mainly just a bigger bodied contested catch guy and not a guy that gets a lot of natural separation.
Yep.
Then, there were a few things that happened in Detroit last year off the field, even when maybe his injuries were behind him, but he still wasn't out there on the field.
Yeah.
And look, maybe he did the right thing. Maybe he's like, I'm not feeling healthy enough. I'm not going out there and re-injuring something for this terrible team when I'm going to be a free agent. But there were just people that were concerned about him. So I'll be very curious to see how that works out for him with the Giants.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's like a chicken or the egg thing too with he's a great contested catch guy. He's great. Why? Well, he has a lot of practice because all the catches are contested because he doesn't get separation. But, on the other hand, the guy's never been under 15.2 yards per reception, and a career number of 16.8 in 4 years is pretty hard to argue against. He can make plays at all three levels of the defense. He can stretch the field from that X receiver spot there on the outside. And then he knocks everybody else down a peg in terms of his Danny Dimes, this guy, Shepard, who I've always loved. And then Darius Slayton, you can kind of move him to Z, and Evan Ingram, of course, as well. Now, all these guys are injury risks. This could all blow up, but certainly on paper, Ross, it really does look great. I thought that Jason Garrett kind of found his way working with Evan Ingram as the season progressed. You noticed different routes that he was running, and he was a little bit more productive. I know he was not wonderful. You bring in Kyle Rudolph, who's a good blocking tight end. Obviously, you get Saquon back. That's huge. The offense should really go through him. You get Nate Solder back as well. I give him a lot of credit, too, for at least trying to upgrade the offensive line. We'll see about Thomas and Hernandez and Solder. It's not a great line, but maybe it won't be terrible. But at the end of the day, I'm a Daniel Jones believer. I know people like to make fun of him and all that, but Ross, the man is 23 years old. 23 years old as we sit here, and a lot of people are already writing him off, which I think is absurd. I believe he's got the talent to be a star. It does have to all come together. We need some fine tuning, and we need a lot of things going well, but show me where he's deficient. He's athletic. He's got a good arm. It's a live arm. It's not a cannon, but it's good. He makes all the throws. Ball location's good. Accuracy is very good, very athletic. Obviously, the deficiencies are ball security, of course, but at least he did improve in that regard, improving the interception rate, and he fumbled fewer times. So he's shaky, man, but there's a reason you can get him 200 picks into a draft too. I'll take him 1,000 times out of 1,000. Like right now at like 190 overall in best ball, which is like where he's going off the board. Nothing but upside there.
Hey there, welcome to the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wine's meticulously crafted portfolio of wines that outperform their price tag. He's Julian Edlow. I'm Adam Kaufman. We are here from DraftKings taking a look at a number 1 seed tournament semifinal, Baylor against a number 2 seed, Houston. So, Jules, tell me, what do you like about this matchup?
Yeah, well, we got some chalk on this side of the bracket, a 1 seed against a 2 seed. It should be a very good game. Baylor led by their 3 guards. getting into the paint, shooting threes. That's what has got them to this point. That's what wins them games. And then they have some size on the interior. Good rebounding, good shot blockers, good finishers around the rim for those guards to get the ball to when they have so much attention on them. So Baylor should set the tone in this game, but Houston's a very scrappy team. They did not shoot well in their Elite Eight win, but they got here based on defense and pulling down 19 offensive rebounds in that Elite Eight game. So they're going to make it tough on Baylor for sure in this matchup.
Will the top seed prevail, or does Houston have the edge in this matchup?
I give the edge to Baylor. Outside of that COVID pause all season, they've been beating the teams put in front of them. They have the edge in the backcourt. They have the size edge, which isn't going to allow Houston to get 19 offensive rebounds. Houston's defense is good, not going to be good enough to shut down Baylor like they did in the last round. I like Baylor in this game.
All right, Julian, thank you very much. And thank you for watching the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines. Reed T. Fowler and coming on back, Jeff Ulrich. How are you guys? Ready for a little golf talk?
No.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, let's start with Jeff then, because he has come prepared. Guys, the Masters is next week. I'm excited. You're excited. It's all you guys talk and think about. You dream about it. You eat, sleep, you dream. Masters talk. So let's go. Price check, guys. 10K and above. Who stands out in those price ranges, that price range specifically right now for you, Moose?
Bryson, man. It's Bryson DeChambeau. 10,800, third most expensive player on the slate. But you just look at the start of the year that Bryson's had. No one's been as dominant. Just racking up top finishes, obviously grabbing the win there at Arnold Palmer as well, almost grabbing the players win. He started a little bit slow, but again, you're just seeing the form with Bryson. Everyone at this point last year was like, well, look at Bryson's, insane off the tee strokes, strokes gained. What happens when he starts hitting his irons well? Could he just dominate? Well, he's hitting his irons well, and he is dominating. He's getting wins. He just about won at the Players, which is a completely different course than what we're going to see this week. But that's a good thing, because the Masters sets up so well for Bryson off the tee, big driving areas. He's going to be able to dominate the par fives. I think Bryson, to me, just from a non-predicting standpoint, he's got to have the best upside here. He's $800 cheaper than DJ. He's my favorite play over 10K.
Reed, are you also going to go with your best buddy Bryson here in the 10K or above slot?
Best buddy Bryson.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the risk of showing a little bit of parity here on the show, I'll go one step above John Rahm. I do think Xander is properly priced. Jeff and I mentioned that earlier this week in our golf show, that I do think his price tag at 10K, right at that split between the two tiers, I think it's finally where he should be. But John Rahm, you look at course form, and Jeff sort of alluded to it. You take a guy that has played well on these other American style long courses, right? And course history, Rahm is second to only DJ since 2016 in strokes gained total, I believe, here at Augusta. No worse than a top 10 here over the last 3 years. Came in 7th last year. A few years ago, he came in 4th. And it's just a matter of can he put the entire game together? Can he keep his emotions in check? I think that's sort of an out for a lot of us in the media that, he's just highly emotional. Well, so is Bryson. So is everybody else who wants to win and wants to be the best. So give me John Rahm at 11K. I think that's a great price tag, even though it's the second highest. I think it's right there between the two guys that a lot of people are going to go to with DJ and Bryson.
Okay, guys, that was a very limited, of course, 10K and above. Well, now we're going to really narrow our field here for the Masters next week. Reed, we stay with you. 9K range. Who do you like?
Yeah, I know where Jeff's going to go, so I'll leave him that guy. But I'll go to Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed at $9,300. He kind of has this Scotty Scheffler, and I use that because that's what we've seen from Scotty over the last 2 weeks, is that when everybody shows up at a course, right, when all the big names are here, a guy like Patrick Reed, he goes unnoticed. He kind of goes under the radar. That's what happened when he won Augusta not too long ago. He's a guy that knows this course very well. Short game is fantastic. Putting is great. And we know when he gets up there in the lead, whether it be Friday or Saturday, he usually keeps it or he's in the mix. So I like Patrick Reed at 9,300.
All right, Jeff. Well, of course, Reed went with his namesake. So what are you doing here?
Yeah, obviously. Look, Reed thinks I'm just going to get up here and talk about Patrick Cantlay, and I do like Cantlay this week. But let's talk facts. He's 9,800. I think there is better values in this range. I think Reed is actually a very good pivot down there. I also think, just to play the shocker role, Tony Finau.
There we go.
You should probably just play him. Look, reports out of Augusta, this course is going to play a little bit harder than we've seen the last few years. I think that's going to favor the bigger hitters. I think that favors a guy like Tony Finau. I really do. So 9,100, I'm okay paying this price. Again, you've got to look at everything in context. I do like Cantlay. I think he's got a real good shot of competing here. He looked better in the match play after the poor players performance. But, the value is really at the end of the 9K range with Reed and Finau for me.
Just want you to know, you saying Tony Finau was an everybody drink your water moment for the crew. You're up now with the 8K
Jeff,
range.
really quickly, Koff. What do you think, Jeff? If he misses a cut this week, does that matter to you at all? Tony
No,
Finau?
I don't care. I mean,
me too.
The Valero Texas Open. I mean, if anything, it's a good buying opportunity. Like you look at Finau's record.
Right.
I mean, plenty of good early season performances. I'd go off that than one miscut.
Right.
All right. Moose, 8K range.
Okay, 8K range is interesting. I think a lot of people are just going to gravitate to Sung J M and Daniel Berger. I'm going to go with Lee Westwood here. It's the Masters. It's Augusta. Course history does factor in here. Knowing the course factors in here. Lee Westwood playing with just a ton of swagger right now. Just loosey-goosey, got his girlfriend on the bag, playing well, hitting it well. And now he's coming into Augusta, kind of the talk of the town for a few weeks. The sizzle's burned off a bit, but he's playing good golf. I think he's a great pivot in this range. 8,800. I don't think many people are going to go to him at all. People are, like I said, just going to pay down for the younger players, maybe get in Scheffler. Give me Lee Westwood in this range. You look at his Augusta record, this guy gets it done. And when he's playing well, he can absolutely still compete. I expect him to win, probably not, but I do think he's got a great chance at another big finish.
What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, first off, that's his fiance on the bag, not his girlfriend, Jeff.
Same thing.
He put a ring on it.
Trust
It's not
me.
the same thing.
Trust me, it is
Tell her
not the
that's
same thing. It is not the same thing as any of our significant others. But yes, I think that does help a lot. I love that call. Victor Hovland is interesting, but he's not been playing extremely well of recent. We saw him kind of blow up at a couple of different courses, but still a great ball striker. But I'm with Jeff here. I think if you want to go a little bit contrarian, you can definitely go to Lee Westwood. There's guys like Sanjay. Don't get too twisted where you have to pivot in this range. I think going with Sanjay, even when we saw him play well, right? He's a guy that plays well on courses that usually suit players with course history. He plays well when he doesn't have course history at those courses because he's a great golfer. So I do like Sanjay in that range. If it's not guys that we're just going to completely pivot because the ownership is low on them.
Fellas, we got to go quick with these last couple. 7K range, Reed.
Yeah, top guy is Justin Rose. He's at the low 7K range. Talk about course history. I really like him here. Current form is not there, but I'm not worried about it. In this 7K range, you got to take some chances.
What do you think, Jeff?
Wow, Reed was doing so well, and then he brought up Justin Rose. Give me Harris English in this range. I think a lot of people are going to be on him. He hasn't played Augusta in a while. Cooled off a little bit.
7,500 Louis?
No.
Ooh. Okay.
All right. You've thrown him off his game. We need uber value now, fellas, looking below 7K. Jeff.
Give me Kevin Na at 6,500. And people forget this guy was on fire at the start of the year, has a win already. Now everyone's off him because, oh no, he made fun of Dustin Johnson or he got mad at Dustin Johnson. Who cares? He's 6,500. He's a great putter. He's got massive upside for that price, in my opinion. I like Na this week.
Reed, you going to go Kevin or... No, I'm not.
I love Kevin.
Yeah, who do you got, Reed?
Oh God, worse. You belong on a Geico commercial.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mark Leishman, I like him at I believe $6,900. I think he's going to be popular in that range. And how about this, Shep? I know you're going to balk at this and completely throw up at it. Henrik Stenson. Henrik Stenson is extremely cheap. This is a complete dart throw. This is I want to get two guys in the 11K or above 10K range and fool around a little bit with some other players. Stenson at $6,200, I believe. Just do it. Close your eyes. Click the button because it's going to give you a lot of salary relief.
He's going to lose to Fred Couples. Sorry.
Probably. But come on. Like a Bernhard Langer, Fred Couples, Henrik Stenson lineup. Just one time.
So I might be wrong, John.
Okay, peeps, you just heard Jeff and Reed looking ahead to the Masters, so this is a great time to tell you about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. Listen up. We are less than a week away from the 2021 Masters. That's right, we get 2 Masters in less than a year, and to celebrate, DraftKings has 2 millionaire contests for the event. You can enter either right now in the DK lobby. We've got one with a $4 million prize pool you can enter for $10, and a $2.5 million prize pool you can enter for $100. Both of those pay $1 million to first place and earns you a ticket to our fantasy tournament of champions next January, where you can take another shot at $1 million. And we have more Masters content for you right now as Pat Mayo and company. They're going to give their own preview of the tradition unlike any other.
Thomas or Dustin feels like the highest owned to me, or Xander. That leaves Bryson, Rahm, and Rory. Do you think people will be off Bryson because of what happened at Augusta in November?
Maybe this is just me. That feels like so long ago.
It does.
And since then, I truly think that any residual from that has been washed away. When people think of Bryson, they think him hitting over the lake now. Like that's just the new memory right now. So he does feel, I think, a little overpriced, and he was like third, right?
Yeah.
But I would tend to say that most people will go to JT, but all these guys, as usual, will carry ownership, of course.
Yeah, Rory strikes me as probably the one that people will get pensive about, but then everyone will talk about how no one's owning Rory, then Rory will end up 17%. This always happens with Rory.
Talk about a tradition like unlike any other. And then he's hit in the azaleas.
Well, it's funny. Like 3 players, the past 3 Masters have 2 top 5 finishes, I think it is, and it's Rory, Dustin, and Cam Smith. So he's still good.
Cam Smith, of course. Why wouldn't it be Cam Smith? Yeah, listen, Rory, the course is made for him. It's going to happen eventually. And maybe the recent form is overblown. Obviously, he's working through some things with the swing. There's no doubt. But can he conjure it up for 4 days? I would say yes.
The 9Ks, it starts with Cantlay. He's 98. Then Morikawa, Spieth, Reed, Brooks, Finau, Webb Simpson. That's dicey. Spieth might be the highest owned player at the Masters, especially if he has a good week at Valero. Only $9,400. The Masters, people want to. He's already down to like 12-1 to win the Masters, so everyone's going to play him on DraftKings. And I'm part of this. I don't love Morikawa at the Masters, but every time that people just get off Morikawa, he wins. I think the move is Brooks. If Brooks plays, that just gamble that his knee's okay and play him.
Yeah, what's his? That's what I was, of course, going to ask. Like everyone, is he even playing? But
we don't know.
Nope. Yeah. What about? The formula that. Of course, I'm biased, but Patrick Reed was in there, right?
Yeah, he's 93. So can you describe your 6-figure win at the Masters with Patrick Reed for people who may not know?
Yeah, that was a formula that I think a lot of people. They looked at Reed's course history and they weren't really there. And this is a guy that I always feel is a little under-owned and under kind of respected because people don't like him. So I leveraged with him, and I had Rory around him and some other guys that were able to hang in, and Reed obviously got it done, led to a breakthrough for me. And of course, he's a little more priced up now, but I think that concept still holds. Like if he's around, if he's sandwiched or near Morikawa and Cantlay and those guys, Reed is someone who can win. He gets it done. And his form to me is not really relevant. He just gets going. He's a true grinder.
How much stock do you think you were going to put into that November Masters? Because I'm already hearing rumors that it's so fast and so firm right now that it might be the fastest greens and the firmest greens that the Masters has ever had. Just hyperbole because no one's there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But are you going to put stock into, like, when you go back and look at, like, Tiger is such an outlier with his win in 2019. But if you go back and look at all the other past champions when it's held in April, and even last year, like, it's generally the winner of the Masters is a top 30 or top 20 player in the world. Even Danny Willett was. People kind of forget that because the odds were so big, but just he was at that point because he'd been playing so well. That's the reason that people were betting him. The books just didn't catch up in time. And then they probably have won somewhere in the calendar year already, or have like multiple top 10s in the month and a half previous to coming in. Like, do you think that holds true? Because I'm looking at last year's Masters, and that's kind of the other one. Like basically a top 30 at the Masters before is a place to look. And Reed was 10th, Connors was 10th, Webb Simpson was 10th. Like Connors will be popular. I don't think Webb Simpson will be popular at all.
Was he even? Did you even mention his price yet?
No, I don't think so. Maybe he was 9,000 even. No, he is 9,000 even.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, the Masters, you can do a lot of different types of builds. Pricing is soft, but there's a lot of guys who have they haven't broken through. But I kind of like that. I think getting some experience. I mean, Reed of course has one, but you've got guys like that. Cantlay, of course, he's been pretty close. He was fine in the November one. I don't mind it, and most of these guys aren't playing. So Spieth is one of the few that I think some things will shift depending on how he plays at Valero.
Yeah, and that's the same. Like Scheffler is in the $8,000 region. He's $8,400. Like if he or Finau top 3 at Valero, like their ownership is going to spike through the roof. Or even Hideki, who's who's 83.
Absolutely.
Because I think people will be on Scheffler either way. He had a good Masters. He's coming off a good match play. But like Hatton is 89, Westwood is 88. I can't imagine people are going to use those two guys.
Westwood is 88. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't. Every time I say this, he follows it up with another fantastic performance. But that seems a little much. Where is Hovland?
Hovland is next. He's 87. I like Hovland a lot here. It's funny because I like Morikawa more than I like Hovland. I just think that Hovland's game and even Neiman's game is far more tailored for Augusta than maybe Morikawa's is.
All right, our next Madden Sim is coming up as soon as I'm done talking. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. While the main slate has started, there are still contests to be played tonight in the MLB, including the MLB 60K West Coast Special, which is for the 4-game night slate. It's locking at 9:38 p.m. Eastern. There is a 2-game turbo slate in the NBA. It's locking at 8 p.m. Eastern, and you can get involved with that slate with the NBA 15K pull-up jumper contest. Check it out. It's $10 to enter, and you can earn yourself a shot at $5K. On the ice, there is an 8 p.m. Eastern showdown between the Maple Leafs and Jets. That's part of the NHL Showdown 4K Twine contest. That's a $1K top prize for a $10 entry fee. You can also check out all of the odds and lines for all of those leagues, plus the NCAA tournament and so much more over on the DK Sportsbook. All right, well, it's 8:01, so it's time for part 2 of our 3-game Madden late slate. Let's get it going here for the Chiefs and the Bears. Here is my friend / enemy, as always, Adam Coffin, and my friend Tom Carroll. Take it away, guys.
Well, I don't. Are we her friend? Are we?
I'm her friend.
Tom is my friend.
Okay, so one friend, one bozo.
Tom is my friend. Gumby's my friend. You're half bozo friend.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to get totally up to speed with all of that. Now that we've done our bookkeeping, I think it's time for the primetime 8 o'clock Eastern Sim. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman. You guys have all been around long enough to know that by now, and we greatly appreciate it. So as we take a look here, Tommy, now that lineups obviously have locked, heck, they were locked before we even came on. As we look ahead to this Bears and Chiefs showdown, what are you expecting here for this one? What's your lineup looking like?
So I went with an interesting strategy here, and it wasn't on purpose in any way. This is just how it shook out. I'm going to pretend it's a strategy. Got both tight end ones, both QB ones, and then 2 secondary market receivers, we'll call it. Kelsey, Graham, Mahomes, Trubisky, Robinson from the Chiefs, Miller from the Bears. So feel like I got some good value across the board. $4,600 is the lowest guy in my lineup. That'd be Anthony Miller. So we'll see what happens here. So Chiefs have been iffy since the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in terms of wins and losses. But the thing is, their top players are their top players. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, these guys perform independent of whether the team wins and loses. So, from a DFS perspective, they are generally reliable, which is why I wanted to roster all 3. But I also didn't want to have a lineup that just, pay up, and then punt play. So what I decided to do, I don't typically do this when the Chiefs are involved, because normally I will captain either Mahomes, pay way the heck up, or even captain Travis Kelce. On a different kind of approach this time around, because I wanted to get Madden Mitch in there, man. I'm all about respecting Madden Mitchell Trubisky here in Simland. So here's what I decided to do. I went Anthony Miller in the captain spot. So it almost feels like a punt play in the captain. It's not a total punt play. Like he'll get you a couple catches. The question is, can he get in the end zone? So we're gonna find out. I got Anthony Miller captain, and then I'm putting a lot of eggs in the Patrick Mahomes, Mitch Trubisky, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce baskets. And a little counterproductive for my love for Madden Mitchell as well as Anthony Miller, you know where I'm going with this, I decided to also include in the flex the Chiefs DST. So we'll see what happens. I figure Mitch is he's not immune to the fumble. So that could work out in my favor here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you had the money to get a DST in there as opposed to a punt play where, who the heck knows if those guys even touch the ball, whereas the defense is going to be on the field. So, and it's not like you went with the Bears DST, and your lineup is very Chiefs heavy. So not as counterproductive as you're letting on. But, yeah, you got Mitch Trubisky in there, so you're going to want the Chiefs defense to do some stuff. Maybe a couple interceptions. You might say. You're kind of covering your bases.
Covering my bases. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But I am excited about it. We're all here together. There's Madden Mitchell. Again, TCAK. Mike is our producer. Daniel, our technical director. We got Zach and Game Ops holding down the fort. Tara Lynn here on a hashtag Friend Friday. We will take a look here, obviously, at the leaderboard once we really get underway, and we'll examine some of the ownership percentages. I can tell you in the large free showdown, Madden Mitch half your lineups, captain about 7% of those. Tommy and I here, we've got an NBA showdown. Well, not a showdown, but a contest, a matchup, a clash, a tilt, a soiree almost. The two of us getting after it as incomplete pass here from Mitch. Good start for the Chiefs DST, baby. So we'll keep you posted on that. We are with you for the next couple of sims to round out your Dream Stream day. And folks, I've not even looked in the chat yet, but I will. And you know me, I'm going to scroll back. I'm going to review. I'm going to see if I missed anything. So if I shout out your hellos in like 5 minutes, even though they happened like the second we signed on, that's okay. I just want to acknowledge you. Boy, Mitch is off target early. Overthrow. 3rd and 10 on the way.
Not gonna lie, I really like my NBA lineup tonight. Like, feel more confident about this lineup than any lineup I've ever put together.
That's bold. That is bold.
I feel so good about it.
I have no clue what we're doing right now in terms of how we are standing in our matchup, but I will look at it. As you can tell, this is something of a show and go at the moment. Trubisky with a long completion, though. 1st and 10, 30-yard pickup into the hands of Jimmy Graham.
I just took a quick look, and I have less player minutes left, and I'm losing to you by 2. So maybe I shouldn't have been as confident as I was. Already coming out of the gates.
I only have one guy who's even started yet, which is Pascal Siakam.
Well, I don't have Pascal Siakam, so off to a roaring start for my NBA lineup. Wow.
Cocky play tonight, actually. I mean, I realize you don't have him, but I'd be willing to bet a lot of the people that I am facing tonight do, or members of the DK Sim fam in whatever contest that you were playing. You know, Van Vliet was another chalky guy. I did not roster him, but I thought about it. He was in an earlier build today before I changed things a little before lock. Thought about some late swap stuff right before 8 o'clock, and I kind of ran out of time to do it, unfortunately. But them's the breaks. We'll see. Hopefully the lineup that I do have will go well. I'll tell you that. Allen Robinson will pick up the catch out to the 9-yard line, 1st and goal on the way.
I have no Raptors, and Julius Randle, Luka, both kind of having mediocre nights so far, both in my lineup.
Okay.
So not great. Hoping Giannis has a big night. Looks like you have the salary to have a guy like Giannis in there if you want him.
Oh, Mitchell gets to the 2. Our we got here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's still some late swap decisions to be made with my lineup. Once I actually have a minute to come up for air, I'll take a look at that. 2nd and goal, or I'll just do what I do with Christian and ask a question and hope that you go on for 4 minutes about it. Touchdown, Chicago! It's a rushing score, and yes, sir, it is Tariq Cohen.
I can talk, but I usually run out of stuff to say after about 90 seconds of talking. I got about a good 90-second shot clock with any answer I can give. That's about my length. I think it's a mental switch. It just turns off.
Daniel says Tommy's just going to go the yes/no answers now, so as to not give me an opportunity to make it
right.
Use my lineup, which I gotta say, I'd respect it.
Yes.
That's good. 7-0. Chicago is in front. Yes. No. Yes, they are. It's true. It's happened. They are in front.
Tank the Chai guy saying Van Vliet is a certified scrub. Not true, man.
Not true.
Van Vliet is a beast. Shout out to Wichita State.
So let's see. I'm scrolling back in the chat here. So Sean Preston, I think I went way back. Sean Preston says that he thinks Emerson and I don't care for him because we think he's weird. That's not the case. I can promise you that, Sean. I like you and I like everybody, even my guy Obi-Wan, who does not hesitate to show his disdain for me. I am here for all of you.
Obi-Wan, what's up? That's my boy.
Kilgore earlier, Jared says, always a good surprise when you expect coffee freeze pops and you see Tara Lynn. Smash the like for the 8 o'clock sim, says Tara Lynn. Yeah, do it.
Do what she says.
You know what's crazy right now? It's impressive and equally embarrassing. I'll tell you why. We have 257 likes on the YouTube page right now, and exactly that number of people watching as well.
Wow.
Which is a little low on the viewer count for my liking here on a Friday night. Hopefully we can get that, built up a little bit as this sim moves along. But I'll sit here and allow myself to believe that each and every one of you here has hit the like button and there's just nothing left for you to do. Sure, I'll talk myself into that. I know it's not true. I know that that's over the course of the entire day, and that stuff, adds up differently. But I'm going to go with it. I like it.
Same. That's the lie I'll tell myself as well. Also, look, weather's getting nicer around the country. It's a Good Friday. A lot of people had the day off from work. Maybe they're out and about doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're watching over on all the other platforms that we're on across the universe.
So many platforms, perhaps you've heard.
So many platforms.
So very many platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings.
Where you guys should subscribe.
I appreciate you.
Subscribe, guys.
Subscribe.
It's easy.
Make sure you subscribe. It's very easy. We are approaching the midpoint of this opening quarter and a completion. Travis Kelce gets himself down to the 16 from the 43. Already north of 50 yards. Matter of fact, all of Patrick Mahomes' yards, 56, have gone to Travis Kelce so far.
I don't think I mentioned
you got that stack.
Kelce is my captain. I had not mentioned that when I gave my lineup. I don't think I did, at least.
How dare you leave such pertinent details
I'm
out.
sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Hopefully he gets in the end zone here. Lana K saying, I'm listening as I sweep up the never-ending matzah crumbs.
Yeah, I'm gonna break into a box of that tomorrow, I think.
Okay, there we go. I love matzo balls.
Gonna do it.
A little matzo ball soup action. Give me all of that.
Why not? 7-0 Chicago. 2nd and 9. That ball's completed. Kelce again. Patrick Mahomes in love with Travis Kelce halfway through this first quarter. Who could blame him?
I will say, of the different types of foods you can have, Jewish food, underrated. Totally underrated class of food.
I mean, I really enjoyed that sentence. I was not expecting to hear it tonight, but I'm here for it.
100%.
We're going Kelce again?
Kelce again, baby. I mean, so the last 2 years of college, our apartment was in Brookline over in Coolidge Corner. There's so many good Jewish delis and Jewish grocery stores. And it gave me a whole new appreciation for Jewish delicacies.
Stop short of the goal line, CEH at the 2. Third
If you're
goal.
over-
I mean, how does this not go to Travis Kelce? Like, don't give CEH the touchdown here. Kelce's earned it, man. Let him finish the job. Watch Mahomes be a ball hog and run it in himself.
I have Mahomes, so I'd be okay with that, but I'd prefer a Kelce corner fade here, maybe something. Oh, of course, CEH gets it. Let's see. He gets in, of course.
Yeah.
I tried to fit him in my lineup, to be completely honest, but it just didn't work out for me.
Well, at least we got ourselves a good chunk of offense early. I'm here for that.
Favorite spot in Coolidge Corner, Jewish food, Zoftig's. You got to go to
Sure.
Zoftig's. Awesome spot. If you guys are in Boston looking for the best Reuben in the city, that's where you get it, Zoftig's.
7-all. Couple minutes left here in the opening quarter. Again, TCAK, great to be here with you folks.
So, Cuff, what's going on at the Kaufman household that has you all, in a rush here? It seems like you're balancing like 8 things at once right now.
Just life, man. Not in any sort of bad way. No complaints over here. Just a crazy hectic. Every once in a while, you get one of those crazy hectic days with the the family of 6, if we're to include the dog in that. And
Gotta include the dog.
Gotta include the dog. And so just a lot of running around. There was kind of a nutty day in the early part, and then I had to do a couple things in the middle of the day, and then my wife got home like right before The Sims from work, and so it was, you know, kind of throwing my stuff together, and here we go. Although, I mean, I got to say, if anyone was with us to start off the Dream Stream Day as, oh, this is a fun one, by the way. Let's hit this real quick. Lindenbaum with a buy stream trash of corned beef, pastrami, and brisket. And I mean, can I buy them all? Is my first response.
That's such an impossible question.
I think I know my answer, but I hate it. I hate it.
I hate it too. I hate this. I hate you for doing that, Jordan Lindenbaum. I'm going to do buy pastrami. I'm going to stream brisket, and I'm going to trash corned beef.
Exact same for me.
And I hate it. I hate every single second.
Yeah. No. Like now I'm in a mood. that I even had to consider having one of those just once and trashing the other, never to be had again.
That might be my least favorite
which,
one.
You know what,
we've ever
Lindenbaum?
done.
Hats off to you, because that means you offered a fantastic buy stream trash. Oh, I don't like it. Yeah, so here's what happened earlier. If anyone was with us, and I remember a couple people, Steven, Obi-Wan, you were there, anyone else that was with us for the very beginning of the Dream Stream Day. So I'm just hanging. I had a moment. I had a little time earlier, which does not happen often, especially in the morning. And I had just a little window, as we have about 90 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. And I'm watching an episode of Blue Mountain State. You know, I've mentioned I'm binging this. I'm loving every second of it. I might start it again the second I finish it. I'm loving it that much. And so it's like 10:50 Eastern time, and I've got like 2 minutes left in an episode of Blue Mountain State, and I get a Slack from one of our producers. The Sweat, you may remember, has relaunched. Came back yesterday. Producer reaches out to me and says, what are you up to? I'll just watching Blue Mountain State. You? So the Sweat starts in like 10 minutes. Probably going to be fine. Probably not a thing. But Jesse's supposed to host it, and her fire alarm is going off.
Oh man.
Could and we just don't know how bad the noise is going to be. Could you come into the Zoom and we'll just have you co-host, like you'll just alternate segments, something like that. I said sure, not a problem. Let me just go get dressed. Haven't showered, but I'll just throw some water in my hair. I'll throw a polo on. Not a thing, no problem. So I come back. It's like 10:58. As Michael's all too used to, a couple minutes right before we go on. It's like 10:58. Mind you, I couldn't at this point in time tell you who is playing tonight in any sport. Haven't even thought about it. Not remotely on my radar. And the producer goes, so, yeah, we just told Jesse to skip it. It's, that noise is not going to work. So you're hosting the show.
Oh my God.
I said,
so you're just like,
I said, cool, do we have a script? They said, yeah, we'll give you some bullet points.
Oh my God.
All right, let's go. And you know what? Great show. We had a great show.
There you go.
We had Lamarca.
You powered through.
We had Ducey. We had Moose, Reed T, Mog Josh. A whole bunch of different people were with us. It was great. It was a lot of fun. We had a really good show. I now want to do all hosting of the Sweat when I'm doing it, like finding out 10 minutes beforehand.
Off script, off bullet points.
Like it was the perfect way to do it. In.
So you're not overthinking it at that point,
Nothing overthink at that point, for sure.
It's all feel.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I've got, feel. Mahomes 7 for 7 for 99 in the opening quarter, by the way, 7-all game right now. Trubisky 2 for 5 for 46. But really, you want to see what that looked like, folks? Just scroll on back to the very beginning of the feed that you're watching here on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, and you will see what that experience was. And you will say, this guy knew he was hosting for weeks. You kidding me? Look how good this is.
He's an old pro.
Kelsey 4 for 68. And then single catches for everybody else. Graham has 30, 20 for Watkins, 8 for Robinson. Allen Robinson with 16. It was DeMarcus Robinson with 8. Tyreek Hill for 3. You will notice Anthony Miller, my captain, has not been involved of late.
Same, yeah. Got a big old 0 for him. I got Kelsey in the captain spot, as I mentioned, already with 16 points in the captain spot. So I felt feeling good about that decision early on here. Hope he gets in the end zone.
Great. Not great. So we're going to get to quarter number 2. So I am having a conundrum of sorts. If you are, and I have no idea who you're playing, okay, in NBA. And I don't want to know who you're playing, by the way. But I want you to attempt to answer this question without bias for your own lineup.
Okay.
Okay. And I asked that of the chat as well. I don't often do this. Yeah, Alana says, Koff didn't sweat the sweat. Exactly. No need to sweat the sweat. Richard also says, I love Blue Mountain State, but did you get a chance to watch the season premiere Manifest yet, Koff? I haven't, Richard. It's on the DVR. The only reason I haven't watched that yet is that's like the only show my wife and I watch together. And so I'm waiting for her to, I'm trying, like heck to not watch it. And
self-control.
Yeah, self-control. I'm just watching other things. Like after this, I'll probably, probably more Blue Mountain State, but I'll also watch Falcon and Winter Soldier episode 3. I can't watch the second Mighty Ducks Game Changers. I got to wait on the kids for that, so that'll be tomorrow. But yeah, a lot of great stuff coming. Oh, okay. My NBA question. I was like, what the heck was I about to ask him? Here's what I'm debating right now for a late swap, and I'm not going to tell you who I have or who I will go to. I mean, I'm going to give you the 2 options. I'm just not going to tell you what I'm currently rostering.
And give me their opponents too, just so, because sure. I don't have the schedule memorized.
Happy to tell you. Okay. I'm debating between a pair of Atlanta Hawks, Clint Capella and Bogdan Bogdanovic. That's one option. The other option is Giannis, and obviously in Portland, and Guillermo Hernan Gomez.
Okay, one of the so Hernan Gomez brothers.
Yeah, so it's either do I want Greek Freak and Willie, or do I want Capella and Bogdan? That is my debate right now.
And who is Atlanta playing?
Atlanta has New Orleans.
It feels almost like a wash, right? It's like a flip of a coin. And if I'm going to pick...
I think it's pretty close.
I got to just benefit of the doubt to Giannis, right? Because of those 4 guys, he's got the highest ceiling.
The ceiling,
but he's got that high ceiling,
The ceiling is incredibly high.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof, and he could break that ceiling, no doubt about it. As we got Robinson getting down to the 1 and stop there. Maybe CEH steals another touchdown away from someone who deserves it more. But here's the thing, Giannis can get you 60, 70, no doubt about it. He's topped out at 47 his last 4. Just to note, Willie here is in a good spot, but he's been terrible lately. As we've got a CEH touchdown, predictably. And then, flip side, Bogdan here has gone for 45 plus his last 2. And Clint has, he's got that 50 to 60 upside, but he could also give you 30 or 40. So I'm a little conflicted.
It's a tough question. When in doubt, I always just go with the best player.
You go with the talent.
Got to
go with the talent.
Because you're going to kick yourself if you didn't have him the night that he went off for 75.
Yeah. What are the people saying in the chat? Anybody? Clinton.
Daniel saying never rely on shooters. He's not wrong. Shooter has a cold night, you're done. At least you have someone that can drive to the basket,
It's true. It's very true. Bogdan's up for sure, says Randy. Yeah. I am conflicted. I don't usually get conflicted on late swaps. Usually my conflict comes pre-lock. But here I am. 14-7 Kansas City. Madden Mitchell jogging out onto the field. Low 5 in teammates. 5:22 to go here in the opening half.
Koff, I did something this morning that I feel like you will probably be able to relate to.
Can't wait.
So I went and got my second dose of the vaccination at about 8:45 this morning, and I had to go about 90 minutes or so to go get it.
First,
so I'd wake
congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah, pumped about it. Had to wake up pretty early, earlier than normal, to go get this vaccine taken care of because wanted to avoid the long lines, whatever.
Yeah.
So I set my alarm for 5:30 a.m.
Okay.
But having a past as a guy that had to wake up at 3 a.m. every day to work in morning radio, 5:30 feels like sleeping in, right? But
right.
I just haven't had to wake up that early in a long time. So I was feeling, I guess, nervous about it before I went to bed. Just like, am I going to wake up on time? Even though I had the alarm and everything. So much so that I woke up at 4:45 and I had a dream that instead of snoozing an alarm in my dream, I turned off the alarm accidentally. So when I woke up at 4:45, I kind of freaked out for a second, thinking that turning off my alarm instead of snoozing it in my dream happened in real life. So I shot up out of bed. I freaked out for a second, picked up my phone, looked at it, and it was, 4:45. So I was like, oh, thank God. And I crawled back into bed, and then I, was awake for 45 minutes laying in bed until 5:30. And then I woke up and took a shower, got about my day. So
such a horrible feeling.
It's the worst feeling in the world. It used to happen to me all the time when I had to wake up at 3. I'd go to bed super early, and I'd wake up at like 12:30 in a cold sweat. Oh my God, I slept through my alarm. And I'd check my phone. No, Tom, you can sleep for another 2.5 hours here. And I hadn't had that feeling in such a long time, and it's like it kind of got me in a weird mood the rest of the day. It was almost like PTSD that this happened to me again. I'm sure you, as a guy that's worked mornings for years, has had this happen to him in the past. And is it not just the most terrifying feeling in the world?
It feels, honestly, here's the real kind of crazy thing. So unfortunately, and you've done mornings as well, I'm sure you've run into this, or weird, those overnight shifts where your alarm goes off at 2:33 in the morning. I have, in my, 8-9 years, whatever it's been, of doing morning radio, there are like 2 times probably that either like I forgot to set the alarm, or I set it wrong, like AM versus PM, one of those things, or I just outright slept through it, or maybe the power went out, my phone, was on the charger, but it didn't charge, or like who can remember? But where the phone, where I just didn't get up, and then the phone will ring at like 15-20 minutes before I'm supposed to go on the air, and considerably well after I'm supposed to be there, let alone the 40-minute drive in, you know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, just wanted to check in, and are you okay? And it's like,
are you?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You're
freaking out.
Then it's like, and you feel like the whole drive into work, you feel like you're gonna get fired. It's like the worst feeling ever, right? Where I'm going with this is this. The feeling you just described of waking up feeling like you're experiencing all that, only then to find out like, oh my God, like it was just a dream, like it's fine, is actually just as bad as the reality. the dream,
it's the same panic.
It's the exact same feeling. I mean, yeah, like one's got the better ending of okay, like it didn't happen, but for that period of time, it's exactly the same. And like one does not feel better or worse than the other.
It's just so brutal. Dude, that's the worst when you set the alarm wrong. Oh, there's literally no worse feeling in the world. I remember.
And by the way, like some people, and I am not built this way. I don't know about you. Some people, have that internal clock that, I wake up 5 minutes before my alarm anyway. Nope. Like no part of me is built that way.
Honestly, when I got into the groove of the mornings, I would wake up 1 minute before my alarm almost every single day.
Good for
and
you.
I, honestly, when it would happen, which was most days, I'd pick up my phone every time. I'd see, okay, it's 2:59. I am going to sleep this last minute. I'd close my eyes and put my phone down, and I would let the alarm ring because I'm like, you know what? Every minute counts. And I would enjoy that minute. It mattered.
Mahomes to Kelsey again. Oh, he's a truck. Broke a tackle.
He almost went.
Is he into the bonus yet? He's got to be awfully close if he's not. I bet he is. That ball to the 39. Where are you at, Travis? I couldn't read what that number said. It was a little faint on me. He's got to be right. If he's not there, he's basically there. There was, after it happened one time, I just distinctly remember it happened this one time, and for the next, I don't know how many months, I set an alarm, not only 5 alarms on my phone, I set an alarm on my wife's phone for after all of mine, so that heaven forbid I didn't get up at mine, hers would go off because I know it'll wake her up. And then she'll roll over and hit me, which did happen once or twice, but at least for the most part, I would wake up and then go over, turn her alarm off, obviously before it did wake her up, even though it's kind of the same thing. My alarm was kind of waking her up anyway. But yeah, any day that I absolutely have to get up at a time earlier than I am used to getting up, no joke, I set 4 or 5 alarms with all the snoozes and everything too.
Yeah, honestly, I probably was trusting myself way too much to not do stuff like that when I used to have to wake up super early. Now I wake up at about 8 Central every day because my commute is 10 seconds from my bed to the kitchen counter where I do my work.
Exactly.
So, if I sign on, if I'm available on Slack at 9:01 Eastern, I'm in a good spot.
Sure.
And it's not working in the podcast world is different than radio, obviously, because you're not working with a hard and fast deadline every day. You just have certain stuff you have to get done at certain points. It's definitely a much lower stress job in the early part of your day. There's no question.
Dude, I am just so out on commuting.
Commuting, I never want to do it again.
Having been work from home for, a year, I don't know if any of my bosses, be it at DraftKings or all the other places that I work, if anybody's listening right now, but if you are, I don't want to come back.
No. Sorry.
I want to stay right here working from home.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was so for the company I work for,
Daniels is DK needs to come to Koff. Yeah,
exactly. That's the new headquarters at the Kaufman residence.
Big enough. We know that already.
I was Slack messaging with our video guy, and he lives in Serbia. The company I work for has people working all over the country, all over the world, I should say. And he's like, "Oh, I was talking to so-and-so today, and I mentioned that I really want to get you and Morton in a studio together. It's one of my goals for the next few years. I think you guys doing the show together every week in a studio would be great." And Morton lives in Atlanta and I live in St. Louis. And I was nice to the guy. I'm like, "Oh yeah, for sure. That sounds awesome." But in my head, I'm like, no, I want to just work from home forever. Even if I live in Atlanta, I don't want to go to Morton's house. I don't want to go to his studio. I just want to get up.
I was thinking about that
at my counter.
When I was in the car earlier, because like I said, I had to run out and do a couple things. Mahomes 229 at the half, by the way, 16-17, just 74 for Madden Mitch. So those who captained either Kelsey or Mahomes, you're probably feeling pretty great. Or CEH with the 2 touchdowns, only 13 rushing yards, but he does have both scores, so you have to be feeling good about that. Cohen at He's doing, where is he at? 24. Thank you very much. Travis Kelce, though, my goodness, 7 for 146 at the half, folks. I hope
It's
he goes
too bad
for
he doesn't have a
300. I
tie.
really do. Hill 4 for 30, Graham 2 for 36, and then some assorted numbers from there that aren't particularly impressive. It's really been CEH with both scores, and then it's the Mahomes and Kelce show to this point. What you're just talking about, I was thinking about that earlier. Like, let's just say my various employers were like, you know what, it's worked out for the last year. I mean, sure, stay home. How much would I really genuinely enjoy that? Like, if the rest of the world got back to normal, but it was just like, yeah, you could work from home, would I? And the answer is probably yes, by the way.
100%.
You know,
it's not even a hard question for me.
Yeah, like I'd go in every once in a while, like maybe like once a week, a couple times a month, something like that.
When needed.
Just for the socialization angle. But if
Meetings.
people were like, you know, wouldn't you miss people? Like, no, I'm with people on Zoom all day long. I don't need to embrace to feel like I'm around people. I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong. But yeah, I mean, this has definitely made me very antisocial.
For working stuff, it's almost like this is the perfect human interaction. You know, I don't have
not
to.
Too much,
I
not
don't
too
need
little.
to be. Yeah, like we're talking. We get in touch when we need to, but you know, we're not getting in each other's way. We're getting our work done when we need to. I mean, for work stuff, I prefer the remote, and then I can go have a social life and be with my family. You know, I prefer that in person, but work stuff, and I like everyone I work with at both companies I work for, but you know, this is fine. This is good.
Daniel says, I prefer remote unless it needs to be on site. It's so much easier, especially for meetings. Man, like Rossi and I, we were getting into this the other day. Rossi is of the mind, and this is not an attack on Rossi. Plenty of people feel this way. Rossi is of the mind that, like, if you're in a meeting together, you know, not like a one-on-one, like a big group meeting, team meeting, you know, you should all be there. Like, you should all turn your cameras on. You should all be present. Man, if I just have to tune into a meeting to hear it, and I will pay attention, like I'm not just there and blank screen. I'm listening. I'm alert. But I can't tell you the freedom that I feel I have now by just hiding my video and just muting my mic and just you know, because I can be multitasking. I don't have to look like, even though I am paying attention and I'm you know, getting everything, I don't need to look like I'm doing those things, you know, because there's a visual component to it. We've all been in meetings. We know what that is. Like, nope, I don't need any of that. You know, I'm good. I can be, as Daniel says, you can be remote and be completely alert in a meeting rather than being there in person, totally distracted. Plus, man, there are the days where you are just exhausted, right? Like, you are just, you can be alert enough to truly be retaining everything, but look like you are just dead to the world and falling asleep and your eyes are closing and you're not listening. Like, the visual versus the reality can rob you at times, and then people cast judgment, fairly so, but they do. And that, no, I'm good. Let me mute my mic and turn off my camera, and let me hear what's going on unless it's my turn to speak.
Yeah, dude, I feel the exact same way. I have a boss at Vegas Insider who I interact with very regularly, who I've never seen his face because he has never turned his camera on for a video call or for like a group meeting. Has never once turned his. I don't know what he looks like to this day.
Producer,
and I talked to him.
I've never seen producer Michael.
I like the mystery there.
Ever.
He sometimes has a picture though. I know what he looks like from his picture. I know what he looks like from LinkedIn. But yeah, I respect it.
I don't want him to turn his camera on.
I respect the mystery.
I'm at Zach in Game Ops. Haven't heard his voice. Haven't seen his face. He is just Zach in Game Ops. Yep. I have no idea, no clue. But you know what? Yep. We've been in it together for a long time.
It works. It all works.
You know, Jordan says, I've become kind of antisocial too over the past year, and I don't like it. Look, I don't like being antisocial. That's not my point. Like, I like going out and having a good time and being amongst people and friends and hell, even like kids play dates, things like that, that stuff can be fun. So I'm not saying like this is the way the world should be or anything like that. I'm just saying there are aspects of it that I've really gotten used to, and I am really embracing at this point in time.
No, I completely agree with you. The whole being antisocial and wanting to continue to work remotely are two separate things, I think, because having a social life is removed from professional stuff. At least it is for me. And obviously, working relationships can also be a part of your social life, but generally speaking, it's your friends and family and it's your work stuff. And if I can have one be virtual and remote at all times and have the other one be in person and virus free and healthy and safe, I'm going to choose that all day, every day.
Amen, man.
Love it.
Robbie Noble
Love that we're on the same
Michael's
page for
Madison's
this.
replacement. Not sure how I feel about him yet. No. Producer Michael's been around I think just as long as Madison or same general ballpark of time. He is not replacing Madison. Producer Jordan, I think, will be the one sliding into those spots. So, Robbie, if there's anyone that needs to prove themselves to you, it would be Jordan, not Michael.
And
Michael's
Producer Drew with
he's going to take over
most
the
important
scheduling.
job.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's taken over the who is working with who when stuff. Little does he know what he is in for.
Oh, I read his
Poor
email
guy.
today. He made it seem so nonchalant. I'm like, man, this is gonna become something that's a pain in your butt so much faster than you probably realize.
There are headaches to come, man. Like, I mean, I sent.
He's like, yeah, no problem. Shoot me a text whenever. Like,
I sent
you don't
Mads
even know.
I sent Mads off in just the best way possible. I reached out, and today was her last day. I reached out to her and I said, hey, so the scheduling, the way it's set up on Easter Sunday, yeah, I can't do that anymore. So can we make some changes? She's like, I mean,
you're like, it's my last day here, really?
She's like, everyone's pretty locked into their spots. There was very limited availability. I was like, no, I get it. Like, I totally get it. But I'm telling you, I'm not going to be there. So maybe we can move some things around. If anyone's, and so fortunately, Moose, God love him, was able to swap. So he will now do the 12 and 2, and I will do the 4 and 6. God love him, stepping in and being a hero.
That's the morning for him.
Well,
breakfast with Moose.
I was actually thinking that with the time zone difference, maybe, and I don't know, I've been talking about it, but maybe I was actually doing him a favor, putting him on earlier and clearing up more of his day.
Right.
He was definitely helping me out with, freeing up the lunch window with the family and, Easter egg hunts and that sort of thing. So that it all worked out. But Mads is like, man, I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I refused to say bye to Madison. Madison, old friend of mine, helped me come on board here at DraftKings. So I told her, look, I'm not saying goodbye to you because
it's not goodbye. It's see you later.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. So we'll talk when we talk. Not saying bye.
And look, she's not going to be a stranger. As Daniel says, our paths shall cross again. Interesting question from Tony here, asking us, would you take a pay cut to work remotely?
I saw that, and I didn't know if we wanted to go there. I'm having a hard time with this one internally.
Yeah, it would obviously depend on like what kind of pay cut are we talking
Yes,
about?
exactly.
Like what,
if it's a small number, I'm doing it straight up.
I mean, there's a big difference between like, would you take 10% less versus like 30% less?
Yeah.
So just depends. But I will say, I mean, there's a quality of life component for sure of
100%.
not commuting and just being around more. And, I'd think about it. Daniel says if the pay cut justifies the savings of not having a commute, then sure. It's true. Parking, especially in the city or subway, train, whatever, like all that stuff, it adds up.
Yeah. Yeah. If it was a commute thing, I think I would take the cut. But if it's like we're talking 30%, yeah, no, I'll suck it up.
Yeah. Return to the office.
Yes.
I wanted to revisit this because you brought something up interesting. So obviously you're not going to like relocate to be closer to Morton Anderson. Like that's not going to happen. But if someone, let's say this show, it's obviously already a popular show, well trafficked, and you get some real star power between Morton and the guests that you guys have on every week. But let's say it became like a really huge deal, like just and video. Obviously, video is important, but it was that much more important. Meaning, like Tommy, we really would like to have you guys in the same studio.
Yeah.
If the company, Vegas Insider, that's who does the pod. If we got a touchdown here for Kansas City, by the way, it's DeMarcus Robinson.
Yes.
First of the day. I almost captained him before going to Anthony Miller, so that's working out. If Vegas Insider said to you, yeah, like you're not going to move, we get it, but we will fly you, once a week to just like pop in, do the podcast and fly back. Obviously it's pain in the neck commute, but we like fly in the morning, do the pod, fly out at night. Like you're gone for the day. You don't even have to sleep over.
Yeah.
Would you be open to that? Would that be appealing, or does that just sound like a lot of inconvenience when you could just sit here and do it on Zoom?
It sounds, if it got to the point where they wanted that to happen, it would be in my best interest to do that, because that means the pod is like
it's just doing really
getting
well,
to a crazy level that I'd be totally down to keep it growing. But the more you talk that story out, it sounds like something that I think would be cool for like 6 weeks, right. And then by by week 7, I'm like, oh my God, these Tuesdays are brutal.
What am I doing?
Yeah. The down and back on the plane thing, I've never done it in my life. I know people, I have a buddy whose dad was sort of a high level exec for a big company. And we're talking like lived in San Francisco and commuted to LA for work every day.
Okay.
Like that type of money. And he, because he was so rich, and, I think the company had something to do with this, paying for the commute. But, I mean, just imagine getting on like a little jet type plane, flying in, flying back every day for work. I mean, it's crazy. His commute was like a half an hour, but it was San Fran to LA. And I don't know. I think I'd go nuts.
Yeah.
Private jet helps, though.
Yeah, that would be different. I would, and when I said like fly you, I wasn't thinking private jet. I was thinking
that's the difference, right? If I was going on like, airline
you got to go through all the TSA pre-check. You got to do all your typical airport stuff because you're not that big a deal.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely get the TSA pre-check though if I did this. You know how you can sign up to be one of those people that has like the fast track lane. Yeah, not checking a bag would be nice too. So there's definitely a way to make it work, but that would be brutal. And I know people that have had to do it. It's tough. That's tough life.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be a good problem to have.
Pre-check.
That must be great. If they pushed me hard enough, I'd probably move to Atlanta, but I don't think that's going to happen, at least in the short term. Atlanta, though, I've heard is a great place to live. Never been.
You have to talk to Morgan about that. I don't know if she wants to go there.
That's a great point.
She's going to have you got to consider some other people's feelings now, Tommy. She's got an opinion. She's got a say in the matter.
Okay, but I will say this. If Atlanta was something that needed to happen for us, she did just recently get promoted within her company to work on the Chick-fil-A account, which is headquartered in Atlanta.
I like it. Okay.
So that sort of tracks for our situation.
Let me take a little look-see at our contest. I haven't done that yet.
I'll look at the free roll.
No. I meant the free roll. I didn't mean our NBA. I meant the.
Okay, I'll look at the NBA.
Okay. The prime time, the hashtag Friend Friday free roll. I am sitting 56th right now out of 140 entries. We have a 3-way tie for first. Tommy Freeze Pops either doesn't know or just has been, too modest to mention it, but he is in a tie for 6th with Robbie Noble at the moment.
I did not want to
threatening for a victory at this moment.
I didn't want to jinx myself, Koff.
Okay, well, I have done it for you.
Thanks.
Demarcus Robinson, the captain spot, Mahomes, Hill, CEH, Kelsey, and Miller. So maybe my mind was ever so slightly right having Miller if he finishes in the winning lineup. It's just not the guy you wanted to captain. But that's a good-looking build right now with about 95 points for our leaders, including Cena, who is also known in the chat as subscribe at postroute.substack.com, a.k.a. Cena.
So I was talking about how confident I was in my NBA lineup. I really should have been talking about this lineup because it's doing great. I wish I had CEH in there too. I wanted him. But the NBA lineup has been bad. I spent
not so good. Who do you have that's underway? You don't need to give me your place for later.
Randall and Doncic are both underperforming big time. They both got the snowflakes. And then I had to have Grant Williams in there as a punt play. Not doing much. Didn't expect much out of him, but yikes.
Yikes.
Two of my high-priced guys. When two of them have snowflakes early, bad sign.
I'll tell you, it's a good thing you didn't play me last night. Last night was a good night.
Oh yeah, I just didn't have any time. I didn't even text you back. I ghosted you, bro.
You did. I was so offended. I went for like 325 last night or something that. Last night was a good build. Quarter number 4, virtual Chicago, the Windy City, Chicago. Chiefs on top 21-7. Freeze Pops, Koff, hanging out with you. Oh, by the way, just to let the people know who have followed this little saga, after beating Emerson every time I've played him in NBA, which is, I don't know, 3 or 4. It's not a big number. And him saying like he's done with me, I'm a thief, I'm taking his money and all that stuff. He came around to me. He sent me a series of texts this morning that let me just look back to see if they're even readable here in this. Nope, I definitely cannot read that here on this stream. So I will not. That would be like a Madden after dark for me to read some of what he wrote me earlier. I would not be welcome back for the 10 o'clock sim if I read this text out loud. Really just the language on this guy. But all I responded with was, because he said he was ready to go. That is the paraphrased version of what he wrote. I'm ready to go. But I knew he didn't want to do NBA. So I just wrote, name your sport. Put the ball in his court. Just said, name your sport. And
you go with America's pastime?
He said, let's screw around with hockey.
Oh, okay, a little puck action.
Yeah, so he and I have we had a little puck battle going on tonight.
Okay. Couple of puck heads getting after it.
See what ends up happening.
Interesting play by the Florida boy, going with some puck.
Little does he know that I do hockey on a pretty regular basis too. Baseball would have had me total. I've never done DFS baseball, or if I have, it's been years. I need to get into it, but I presently have no mind for it. So he might have had a better shot there. But then again, I mean, it's not over. Like, he could beat me in hockey tonight. Who knows? But that is the latest in the saga. We are battling again, but on the ice as opposed to the hardwood. 21-7. Second and 11. And Montgomery, well, there's a flag, so we'll see.
Little does Emerson know, he's looking at the former voice of the Providence Bruins.
Right?
I mean, come on.
Right?
You're basically Doc Emmerich.
Figure it out, buddy.
What station are the P Bruins on locally in Rhode Island?
At this point, I have no idea.
I've never have known that they even had a radio broadcast, and that's me as a Rhode Islander. I'm a bad Rhode Islander.
Trubisky completed to the right. Back when I was doing the games, we were on a network of stations. We were on 6 or 7 different stations.
Gotcha.
Now, I honestly think that all but maybe one of them, like, you couldn't even hear them in their, like, station parking lot. The signal was that bad. But at least, like, we could say, we're on all these stations. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it was.
Right.
There was only one cat country in Rhode Island that we were on that you could hear it, you know, in
I've heard
the
cat
area.
country.
Right. which was so funny, like doing hockey games on a country music station. But, you know, these are the things that happen. And that's not even just minor league sports. I mean, for years, the Boston Bruins were on a news talk station. And it was like, oh, the Bruins, let's switch our programming and go to the Bruins game. Or like the Patriots, and this kind of fits with football, but the Patriots, before they were on a sports station, they were on a rock radio station. So, you know, I think that stuff is true probably in most markets. 4th and 17, going for it, and incomplete. What a disappointment Madden Mitch has been today.
And Anthony Miller, for that matter. The Bears' offense in general. What was his ownership, by the way?
Celtics game tonight, by the way. Let me just pull that up. 21-7 game here. Celtics are up by 8 against a Rockets team that's lost 24 of 26. Think they should win this one?
You'd hope.
You'd hope.
Yeah,
Evan Fournier will feel like playing tonight.
Yeah, how about that?
Not yet. 1 of 5 so far.
What is his overall makes and attempts so far as a Celtic? Has he made more than 10 shots yet?
No.
In what, 3 games?
Not even close.
So he went 0 for 10 the first game, right?
I'll tell you.
It's
insane. I know. I don't even have to look. He went 0 for 10, then he went 3 for 6, and currently he's 1 for 5.
He's made 4 shots in 3 games.
It's not great.
Michael Carroll on
Can I
YouTube.
mention, by the way, I want you to read that, but first, Tommy Freeze Pops, if you want to screenshot it, is tied for first with Robbie Noble right now at 97 points.
Gotta screenshot it. I was gonna say Mike Carroll. Shout out to the Carroll clan on YouTube. Yep, what's up? I don't think that Mike Carroll on YouTube and I are related, but maybe we are, and if so, that's awesome. My grandpa's name was Mike Carroll. Yes, first place. Let's go.
Let's go.
Tied Robbie Noble too. That's high pedigree stuff there.
And this is great because I love you both and I can root for you both simultaneously. Kind of wonderful.
Let's get it, baby.
Pretty good. Pretty good. NBA's 9 o'clock games are going to lock in just a couple of minutes, folks. Incomplete pass out of Mahomes.
Are you excited for baseball season, Koff? Like, is there any particular storyline that gets you fired up as we are into day 2 of the regular season here for Major League Baseball?
Okay, so those are 2 different questions. Am I excited for baseball? Yes. Because I love baseball. I know that the game is far from perfect, and it's hemorrhaging fans, and I hate to see it. As you know, baseball was my first love when it comes to sports. I love baseball, and there's a pageantry and emotion to opening day. I'm here for it. Which obviously today for the Red Sox was opening day, and love that high-powered offense getting shut out by the mediocre Orioles here.
Everyone all offseason, Red Sox offense, look out! They're gonna actually be pretty good.
How bad the O's are, which like both those things, I'm sure are true. It's one game. Like, I'm sure the Red Sox offense is going to be solid. I'm sure the Orioles are going to lose 100 games. Like, I'm sure both of these things are true. But obviously, like, you hate to see it go that way opening day. It's just annoying. But, yeah, I mean, I'm all about opening day. I'm all about baseball season. The reason I say it's 2 questions, the other thing you asked, is there a storyline that I am invested in for this baseball season? No, there really isn't. Not beyond my own selfish personal interest, meaning, like, you know, do the Red Sox bounce back? You know, how do the moves they added in the offseason work out? Alex Cora coming back after his 1-year hiatus. Things that are very centric to Boston, I am obviously interested in. But there isn't that one overarching Major League Baseball story like, can the Dodgers defend? You know, will Tatis, you know, respond now that he's got the big contract? Or, you know, can the Rays battle again? Will the Yankees be good enough? Did the Blue Jays add enough? Or, you know, is there this one rookie you're watching? Or, you know, how's Trevor Bauer do in the NL? Like, I mean, none of those, I don't care. I mean, I'm interested as a fan and I'll watch, but there isn't that like, man, I got to check this box score before I go to bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I've been there going into seasons before, but this one in particular, I'm feeling good about just because baseball was a lot of negative energy surrounding baseball last season with how it took forever for us to get a product on the field when all these other leagues were figuring it out with some unity. And baseball just felt like a ton of infighting. And doesn't that feel like so long ago at this point, all of those battles? But they were really real and really raw.
Honestly, I don't know that it feels that long ago, considering they did it again this offseason when they wanted to push back a month, the players.
Great point, but
actually the owners. It was the owners that wanted to push back a month.
I remember like there was a special on ESPN where they interviewed all the commissioners. And Manfred just had a dreadful showing. It was just awful. It was like who told him that this was a good idea? This was awful. For whatever reason, that feels like 5 years ago to me. But because baseball is quote getting back to normal here, I like that. Like that's something that I'm just really trying to focus on and stay positive about a sport that has clear issues when it comes to audience retention and, you know, trying to get that median age down and bring in new fans and all the stuff we always talk about with baseball, pace of play, blah, blah, blah. Two stories that I'm super interested in. One, you mentioned it, San Diego. They have so much buzz heading into this year, especially with the Tatis contract. But really, they sort of introduced themselves to the country last postseason. That Slam Diego run they went on. I'm curious to see if they're able to have another impactful postseason and possibly make a push towards the World Series as they've rounded out their pitching staff. So definitely have my eye on the Padres. And number two, the story that I am super curious about. I live in St. Louis, so I follow the Cardinals. They're probably my NL team at this point. Arenado being here, being on a team that gives him a chance to actually have postseason success for a few years here. Him and Goldschmidt being back to back in the order, so it's forcing people to pitch to Goldschmidt, which they didn't have to for the first 2 years he was here in St. Louis. They have to throw the guy strikes now. Just watching those two who played on so many bad teams for so many years actually now have a chance to go out and make noise in the NL. Super interested in that. So those are two stories I have my eye on here.
What about you guys? Is there any
season.
baseball fans with us in the crowd, by the way, as we only have about 30 seconds left in this one, so you'll have to be quick. But are you excited about baseball? And more to Tommy's point, is there a particular storyline that you are looking forward to? We can, if we want, carry this over into Madden After Dark as well. Even though it is a hashtag Film Fest Friday, we can certainly get into a little bit of baseball. But if there's anything that, really revs your engine going into this particular year, because obviously we are only a day or two in, let us know. And smash the like button, by the way. Can we get to 300? We're basically there. Let's get to 300 likes before we move on with all the in-between stuff that Tarolin will guide you through before Madden After Dark rolls around, as we have almost an hour flat reached the end of this one. 21-7. The victory in this one for Kansas City. It was not even competitive, this particular sim. Not even close. Here on a hashtag Friend Friday. So, did you do it? Let's find out.
I didn't even want to look.
No, you fell out. You fell out of the top 10.
That
must have happened late.
These are things that you just need to expect to happen at this point, so I'm not going to let myself be upset about it.
Sure.
Just going to, acknowledge it and move on.
Well, I understand that. I won't blame you. Patrick Mahomes, he got to the bonus, 329 passing, 26 of 30. He was awesome. A touchdown. Mr. Trubisky, 11 of 18, 120. He was terrible. Absolutely awful. We'll run down some of the fantasy points and whatnot as well after the rushing and receiving numbers. Again, just a lopsided win. Clyde Edwards-Helaire with 2 touchdowns on the ground and 2 of the 3 for Kansas City in this game. 26 yards on 15 attempts. Trubisky, though, was the leading rusher. 5 for 49, 3 for 32 from Mahomes. So both QBs had more rushing yards than our actual running backs. Travis Kelce went 8 for 158, 8 for 69 for Tyreek Hill. Demarcus Robinson, 4 for 47 with that late touchdown, 4 for 68 for Jimmy Graham. Those are the notable numbers. My captain, Anthony Miller, 2 for 15, just hot garbage. But good enough to be in the projected winning lineup here once everything is completed, obviously, with the manual scoring. But if there are no changes beyond where we are at, then you will have a 3-way tie: Cena, Brutal One, and Daquan 112980. Maybe that's their birthday. You have Demarcus Robinson, the captain spot, 22 points. Patrick Mahomes went for 23 in the flex. Tyreek Hill about 15. CEH had 20. Travis Kelce 27, and Anthony Miller 3.5. So all of that in mind, who's getting that wooden nickel? Who's your Krusty Koff player of the game here in this one?
We are talking quarterbacks here, Koff. Mahomes gets the wooden nickel here. Okay. That gets him a free soft serve ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis. If you're ever in town, want to take a 3-4 hour drive out here, maybe we meet up, carpool to a Lion's Choice, let me know. We can grab a cone. And
I got to say, I think I just want to honorable mention, I guess, because I think you've disrespected Travis Kelce.
No, he had a great game, but I mean, Mahomes was just better. I mean, Kelce didn't get in the end zone. Mahomes
in the end zone.
Mahomes was
he had more fantasy points at lower ownership and cheaper.
Mahomes had a better game. I'm going with him for player of the game.
All right,
and
Mr. Billy.
Mitchell Trubisky, I mean, was bad, straight up.
Yeah, he was terrible. Sean says, Koff, I almost flexed Miller. Feel ya. It's a good thing you didn't because woof. I can go Trubisky. He went 9.5. The 47 on the ground, 120 in the air. Just bad. Okay, so here's the deal. After this, obviously, Tara Lynn will have a lot to share with you coming up in between Sims. But then the two of us will return for a hashtag FilmFest Friday. Vikings and Broncos, let's be honest, we all captain Dalvin Cook, right? I mean, that's the move.
Haven't made my lineup yet.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I captain Dalvin Cook. So if anyone wants to beat me, your flex is going to have to be better.
I don't know. I smell some ham. Might be a Hamler.
What? Oh, I like that. What do you think? What do you think the Dalvin Cook ownership is going to be? You're just the captain spot. What's your guess?
Oh, just in the captain spot alone?
Yeah.
79.
Stop that. What? 79%? We've never seen that. What do you think? What do you
46 and a half.
What is it?
46 and a half.
All right, I'm going to go 45.
Okay.
I'm going to Price is Right rules you.
Okay.
All right. We'll see what ends up happening. 46 and a half. It's a good number. I think it's just a smidge high. So we're going to find out. Our thanks to Mike, to Daniel, to Zach, everybody for hanging out with us in the DK Sim fam, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. We love you. And we will return to, at least in my case, bookend your dream stream day. But the two of us back together in about, let's call it 50 minutes, a little less than that, for Vikings Broncos. In the meantime, a sister, just the dearest of friends. I can't even tell you how much I enjoy talking to her and can't wait to watch her work. Tara Lynn Asack.
Wow, thank you so much. I can't even call you a bozo because that was beautiful. You know, I love it. I love to hear compliments and keep them coming. So you're going to have one more with Kaufman and Chom coming up, 10 p.m. Eastern. They're going to call the final showdown of the night. We got Vikings. They're taking on the Broncos. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest, a $5 entry for a shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. Baseball season is underway, as you know. In the DK Sportsbook, we'll have odds and lines every day of the season with some strategies on how to approach the MLB. Here are Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow, those dudes from the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
Betting baseball. So a few things I want to go over. And the first one you and I talked about for a second before the podcast is just kind of the discrepancy in price. Like if you have a favorite in basketball that has an 80% chance of winning, that's like a -600, 700 money line type of play. And those don't exist in baseball. Once teams get to 300, we see like a few 400s a year. They're mostly the big favorites are like the Dodgers are today, -240, 250, 260, and have a very good chance of winning. So that juice deters people from betting. But I mean, give me your thoughts here on why these numbers are different and what that means for betting baseball, I guess.
Yeah, so I actually have a little write up here for it, and so I might sound like I'm reading off a script because I am. So in my thing, I said juice isn't linear with win potential, as you were saying. So in most sports, a -300 is a 75% implied line, and it wins around 75% of the time. Like if you take a large enough sample size, they're going to win 75% of the time. Baseball is not the same way. Since 2010, an implied line of around 266, it was a sample of like 1,000 games, I believe, is a 77% win rate over 1,100 wagers, which leaves a margin of 4.5%. So 4.5% is plenty to bet, and it just shows that like those big favorites have like the discrepancy between really good teams and average teams in baseball is so different. In any day, not a Gonzaga, that's a bad reference, but like a Michigan can lose to a UCLA in basketball, but most days a Dodgers don't lose to a Rockies. So I think that it's more of a commonality for the favorites to win, and you can use that to your advantage in sports betting. So
I guess, I mean, that's the reason, I piece together parlays in baseball with the heavier favorites. It's one of the sports I think you can trust it. Whereas in like NFL, I don't necessarily parlay heavy favorites. I'll use the 6-point teasers as a way to kind of get teams that are 6.5, 7-point favorites down to what you want them. And it's more profitable. You get a better price. In baseball, I think you can parlay, but one of my favorite ways to bet baseball, I know a way that you like to bet baseball, is to take away a part of the cap and shorten the game, especially when like, man, I forgot how long baseball games are. I tried to watch some of these games yesterday, like 4 hours. Oh, like you go do something else and you come back an hour later and it's went from the 4th to the 6th inning. Like it is long. So it can also be just an improved way to enjoy the bet if you don't have the time to sweat a whole baseball game. First 5 plays, you cut out maybe capping the bullpen. You don't know who's going to pitch. You don't know what the situation is going to be at that point in time. You just pin 2 starters against each other and focus in on kind of the bats that you know are going to be seeing a certain pitcher. I like to kind of get some data before, like I'm going to be betting baseball really light right now, especially with the tournament still going on, especially with the NBA still going on. I'm a big NBA bettor, as you know. So it's going to take me some time to get into things. Let's get some first 5 data and then, get into it. But what are your thoughts on first 5 betting? What exactly are you looking for when you place one of those bets?
yeah, so one of the criticisms that I get as a bettor, and I've gotten it over the last few seasons for a couple of years now, is I don't bet, quote unquote, I don't bet enough in the opening weeks. And it's a similar idea to you. I want data to come through, and people always say like, this is the time you can beat the lines because Vegas hasn't had time to look at the games either or adjust. And I completely disagree. I think that there's so many different variables in the opening weeks. There's no reason to bet. I think that opening day is probably one of the days that you can bet because people are more focused and want to win their first game. But then after that, it's kind of like, okay, the hype is gone. We kind of need to just chill out. You don't have to bet on the second day. You don't have to bet on the third day. There's no person forcing you to bet anyway. So I agree that probably laying low this weekend, going into next week, and I'll probably start betting for real the next weekend. That said, first 5, I agree. I take first 5 lines a solid amount, but typically it's for a reason of you can get, so I can't remember the exact number. I think it was 65 cents. So if a line to a full game is 65 cents less to the first 5, it's technically a good spot to play no matter what. And it happened a good bit last year with the White Sox. And so we were on the White Sox a lot, first 5 innings. And that I feel like is due to the fact that the White Sox bullpen first off sucked. So it was easy there. At the same time, you can find value in the fact that bad pitchers can do well versus batters in the first 1-2 go rounds because the batters haven't seen them. So I can't think of the guy's name. The White Sox pitcher, I think it's Cease, Dylan Cease. I think I have no clue. I could be butchering that. He was a really good pitcher for the first 2 go rounds. First 2 at bats, I believe he was sub .200. Good pitcher. Then the third go round, he lost it all. Every single time that he was a pitcher, he lost it all. So you were getting a quality pitcher for the first 2 go rounds, and you had the White Sox bats to back you up. So you're getting a good price no matter what. And I think we hit the White Sox first 5 probably 10 games in a row. So every time he was in the mound, you get a cheap price, like -115, because who is this kid? And he comes out and he throws a gem, and then third go around, he walks everybody. So there's definitely angles in first 5s. I've been told by people that it's not the sharp way to bet because they don't care who's winning through 5 innings. At the end of the game, people want to win the game. So I have to disagree. There's pros and cons to everything, and I think that, as you were saying, it's a very easy way to first off enjoy watching your bet, because who wants to watch the 7th inning with 40 pitches? And second, there's a lot of data that can be used to find good spots in the first 5.
Hey there, welcome to the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines, meticulously crafted portfolio of wines that outperform their price tag. Speaking of outperforming, Julian Edlow, he always outperforms himself. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings and taking a look at a tournament semifinal between the number 1 overall seed Gonzaga and a team that has reached this point all the way from the play-in game at UCLA. What do you like about this matchup here, Jules?
What I like about this matchup is that none of us saw it coming. Like you just said, UCLA should have been gone before the tournament even started in the first 4 rounds. They've won 5 games, an extra game to get to this stage. So they've obviously been running hot. They've put something together. They've found something that they were unable to find in the regular season in conference tournament play. And they're kind of just seeing some stars flourish, right before themselves in this tournament.
So safe to assume that program has the edge in this matchup?
This is where it ends for UCLA. It has been fun. You won 5 games. Nobody thought you had any chance to get to the Final 4. You got to be happy with that. Gonzaga is a completely different animal. They have weapons all over the floor. They're clicking offensively. They get their hands on steals defensively to turn you over and get out onto the fast break. This is one of the most dominant teams we've seen in college basketball in a while. And UCLA has just been getting a little lucky. Like Alabama's a very good free throw shooting team. Michigan's a very good free throw shooting team. Both of those teams missed all their free throws for UCLA to advance. Gonzaga's not going to do that.
Gonzaga's chase for an unbeaten season continues against UCLA. Thank you, Jules, and thank you for watching the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines. Welcome on back to the Sweat, and it is a pleasure, as it always is this time of the week, especially when it's college basketball season and the Final Four ahead of us, to be joined by Osmo's Ben Rassa. Take a look with just a few games remaining, the semifinals, and then, of course, we will have a champion cutting down the nets eventually here. But, Ben, how are you, man?
I'm good. Yeah, it's finally here. We've been waiting to see, and I mean, this is one of, if not the best weekends of college basketball.
This is pretty much your shining moment right now here with us, and I'm here for it. We're going to look at some of the spreads, totals, futures odds, see what is too high or too low, or dare I say we go all Goldilocks, and what is just right for the NCAA tournament semifinals. So you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, let's go Baylor and Houston, a 1 seed versus a 2 seed. Now, Baylor, of course, just had been crushing everybody by double figures until it was just a narrow 9-point victory over Arkansas last time out. The spread here has Baylor favored by just 5 points. Is that too high or too low for you?
I'm going to say too low. Baylor's a team, when we step back at the beginning of the year, it was a foregone conclusion. It was going to be Baylor and Gonzaga. Gonzaga kind of did their part. Baylor had some COVID issues, and everyone forgot, I think, how good they are. They're in a groove. They're the best 3-point shooting team in the entire country. And it's going to be interesting. This is strength versus strength. Houston relies, we saw what they did to your boys in Syracuse. They can really stop teams from shooting those threes, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that against Baylor. Just too strong in the athleticism, particularly in the backcourt. Baylor has so many guys, whether it's Mitchell, whether it's Butler. I have a feeling that they will speed Houston up, make them play a little more at their tempo. That's going to be trouble. I'll say that Baylor does win pretty comfortably here.
Well, speaking of comfortable wins, how about Gonzaga? I mean, the Bulldogs are just running through everybody trying to complete this undefeated season, and so far so good, pulverizing teams throughout this tournament, not unlike the season. You got UCLA next, who has really just been a wonderful Cinderella story from the first four now to the Final Four, and still, there's no disrespect for the Zags. 14.5-point favorites going into this one, top team in the nation. Should they be getting even more respect, though, than this line? Is this line too low compared to what they've been doing to people?
I mean, it's hard to say that it's too low when it's 14.5 in a Final Four game, but at the same time, I don't know how you go to UCLA in the spot. They've been impressive, and not that this is a team I thought Michigan State would bounce in the first four. Obviously, that didn't happen. I did think against Alabama and Michigan, I wasn't stunned to see them, certainly upsets, but I thought they could hang in those games. The problem here is just what do you do? They're 338th in the country in tempo, but if you try to slow down against Gonzaga, you better hope you get off to a fast start, because if they punch first, it's almost over. And looking at UCLA, the way they're made up, they're a good offensive team. I just don't know how they're going to stop Gonzaga. So ultimately, in a game like this, I do feel like this line is probably just right. Zags by double digits, whether that's 13 or 16 or 18 or 12, who really knows? But it's hard to imagine UCLA can do much to stop them.
I realize Houston has reached this point, so I'm not discounting, obviously, the success that the program has had so far, but still, it has not shot the ball particularly well of late. And you have Baylor on the other side, again, a number 1 seed. You're going to have to shoot the ball better to keep up with this team. The total for this game right here, it's 134.5. Is that too high or too low?
I'm going to say that it's too low. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, particularly in the first half, really struggle shooting the ball. I don't know if it's nerves or just rhythm or whatnot, but I think here, this is a product of what Baylor's going to do. I expect Baylor to shoot the ball well, even against Houston's defense. And if they do that, Houston kind of has no choice but to at least speed up the tempo. That doesn't mean they're going to make the shots, but the volume should be there. And you look at Baylor's defense, it's a fine unit. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's certainly not overly imposing. So when you look at Grimes and you look at these other players for Houston, they're going to be taking the shots. I think that in turn will lead to enough volume. 134.5-ish. I'm going to go over that. I think Baylor ultimately leads this dance, and it'll push both teams kind of over their totals.
Gonzaga's hit for 80-plus points every single game here in the tournament. I don't know what we're supposed to say about Gonzaga that makes you feel like we can bring them down to a human level. They're just that good this season. It might finally be the Zags' time to shine, but with an over-under of 80.5, their team total, how do you feel about it? Too high or too low?
I mean, it's ridiculous to even entertain that, but you have to with Gonzaga. I think it really comes down to the start of the game. If I was UCLA, we saw against Michigan, UCLA wanted to slow it. And after like 8 minutes in that game, it was like 6-4 or something ridiculous. That's obviously what they want to do here. And I think if they can just keep contact with Gonzaga, ultimately they can hold them to somewhere in the 70s. It doesn't mean they're going to win the game. But if Gonzaga starts fast again, I mean, they're live to hit 90 because UCLA will have to speed up. And once Gonzaga is able to play at their tempo, nobody can stop them. It's absolutely impossible.
Are there any prop bets out there that catch your eye that are too high or too low?
You know, I mean, this is an extension of what we kind of just talked about, but Baylor's team total, it's sitting right at 69 and a half. And I really do think that they'll land in the 70s in this game. As I said, number 1 3-point shooting team in the country. And I know Houston does a good job in that area, but they just have so many guys, even with Butler at times struggling. They've just looked absolutely fantastic. So I think this pace is elevated. And just with so many shooters that Baylor has, ultimately, I think they will push the tempo a bit. I'm going to take over their team total as one of my favorite bets this week.
All right. Before we let you go to enjoy your weekend and all the basketball ahead, just need a championship pick from you. Gonzaga is minus 200 on the DK Sportsbook to go and finish this undefeated season, win the whole thing. Is that your expectation?
I mean, I do expect them to win. I will say this. Baylor, when you literally look back at the season, it seemed apparent early on that they were maybe the only team that can beat Gonzaga, and I still believe that. I think that if Baylor plays a top-end game with their shooters and their ability to shoot from three, they can score with them. So I want to see it. I think we're going to see it, and I don't think it's crazy when we get that line. Baylor's certainly going to be underdog to roll with the Bears in the situation and think that Gonzaga once again gets clipped in the championship game.
right, people out there, pay attention because it's time once again for the play of the day right here on the Dream Stream. We are less than a week away from the 2021 Masters. That is right. We get 2 Master tournaments in less than a year. And to celebrate, DraftKings has 2 millionaire contests for the event. You can enter either right now in the DK lobby. So we've got one with a $4 million prize pool you can enter for $10 and a $2.5 million prize pool you can enter for $100. Both of those are paying $1 million to first place and earns you a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions next January, where you can take another shot at $1 million. Earlier, you heard Pat Mayo and friends give their thoughts on the Masters, but it can't hurt to have some more golf content, right? So we got part 2 of Mayo's Masters preview.
It's funny because if we go to the upper sevens, like you could play a team of these first 6 guys and not feel bad about your team. Sergio, Bubba, Casey, Scott, Day, Louis are the next 6 guys.
Yeah, so all guys that I play dangerously frequently. You haven't even said Neiman yet, right?
Neiman is next. He's 74.
Oh.
Answer's 74. Okay. Zalateros is 73. English. Justin Rose is 72. No idea if he's going to play or not. Billy Ho is 72. Wolf and Homa are 71. Molinari, Vic Perez, and Shane Lowry are all 7,000.
I mean, this is why conceivably, I mean, I want to look at the pricing, of course, and see what's what, but it seems like you could certainly start with a couple of guys up top and find very playable guys even down here, no problem.
Just trying to think. Neiman has played the Masters, but he played it as an amateur. I have that right, I think. Now I have to go look at it.
Did he play it in November? No.
No, I don't believe he qualified. Him and Berger were the 2 that didn't qualify for the Masters, despite should have having been in the Masters based on their play like post-COVID break, but they hadn't qualified at the end of March, so we didn't see them last time around. Hovland wasn't in either, was he?
No, he definitely wasn't.
No, but Hovland played as an amateur, and he was the low amateur. I think Neiman was as well. I just remember being enamored with Neiman the year that he was at the Masters. Only because like it was just like, oh, like this guy's actually pretty good. Let's see, Dell Technologies, 2019 Valero Texas Open. How far back can I go with him? Oh, geez, Neiman has stats and like results dating back to 2004.
When he was like 12.
He missed the cut at the Masters in 2018, so he has played it before, but it was as an amateur. He has not played it as a professional as of yet. So that's interesting to see.
I mean, I'm a huge long-term buy because Neiman is still in his early 20s, plenty of experience. He's going to be just fine at Augusta for many, many years.
What do you make of that? Like Bubba, Cam Smith, Sergio, Casey, Scott, Day. One of those guys is going to be in the mix. Can you just
no doubt about it?
Can you just please tell me which one it's going to be?
It's going to be Paul Casey, who in theory does some good things. He was on, I mean, again, biased. He was on that Reed team. I loved him at the Players. I was absolutely convinced he was going to win. And
almost did.
I thought he got a raw deal, to be honest. It was his own doing. It was just, he's playing very well. And if he's sub 8K, I will be going there for sure.
You want to know the most hilarious price on the board? I think this is it. Let's see.
Ian Woosnam.
No. It is not Ian Woosnam. Ian Woosnam is, he's not playing.
Okay, well, sorry, guy.
At $6,200, we have, let's see here, Brendan Todd, someone named, I think this is an amateur, Tyler Strafassi. Brian Gay is $6,200. So is Henrik Stenson. He's $100 more than Langer and Couples.
Maybe he'll win at Valero, and then he'll be like 50. So if hypothetically, this would never happen, but say Stenson won at Valero, how popular do you think he would be?
Oh my God. 50% owned?
I would pay so much money for that to happen. That would make the Masters maybe the most profitable tournament ever. Oh man. Yeah, it's just amazing how locking in pricing early can really dictate if something outlier like that happened.
So straight up, I think Spieth probably generates the most ownership based on his price point and just overall popularity. I think Connors might be second, unless he completely bombs at Valero. He's $6,900. He's playing great. He has a great Masters track record, and he's cheap. That is the perfect formula.
Absolutely. And yeah, he was great in the November version. Everything, there's really no red flags in the price. He's going to fit every type of build. So no doubt that ownership will amass with Corey Connors.
I think I can get behind Leishman at the same price. He's 69. Fratelli also played well at that November Masters too. He's 67.
Yeah, I mean, Fratelli he can get crazy hot. Where's Phil? Is he down with the creative player, whoever you said, Tyler?
He's slightly more than him. Phil is $6,600. Are you digging? Like you could dig, you could dig Phil at 66, but like Stuart Sink is 6,100. Like Stuart Sink's not bad.
No, I mean the Masters is always an interesting field because it's such an easy cut to make, and then you've got a handful. I like I said, I don't know if Woosnan's not playing. I assume some of those guys who have like virtually no chance are playing, and then it really shrinks it. So if you can get a regular tour player down there, it's not the worst idea.
Sink last played in the Masters in 2019, missed the cut. It was 2014 before that, but he had a nice run, 50th, 25th, 14th. And obviously this is, I mean, it's funny that he hasn't qualified for the Masters just once in the past 6 years, because it feels like the entire time that we've been playing DraftKings, Stuart Sink has been a value at $6,700 like the entire time.
All right, we are back for Madden After Dark, baby. It's that time of night. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. You can try out the MLB short slate format tonight with the MLB short slate 6K after extra innings contest. It's locking at 10 p.m., so you get about 11 minutes. 2K to first with a $10 entry fee on that one. There is also a 3-game night slate in the NBA. It's locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. Try out the NBA 100K fadeaway contest, a $15 entry fee. It's going to give you a shot at a top prize of $25K. And there's still some hockey action left to a 2-game slates locking at 10 p.m. Head to the DK lobby to find the NHL 3K Twine contest. That's a $10 entry fee for a classic contest. Pays out $1K to the winner. You can also go check out the odds and lines for all of those leagues, plus the NCAA tournament and more over on the DK Sportsbook. Okay, everybody, my time is up on the Dream Stream. We still have Madden After Dark to look forward to, of course. It's the Vikings at the Broncos for our third and final Madden Sim of this Friday night. Let's send it over to my good friends. I'll end Friday night on a positive note. Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll for the call on that one. Good night, everybody, and have a great game.
But wait, don't go. Anyway, Madden After Dark on the way here. It's Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, and we've got a fun one, buddy. Of course, the Minnesota Vikings, Captain Dalvin Cook, everybody's doing it. Free roll is what I probably should have called it, but it's the Madden After Dark, the hashtag FilmFest Friday free roll with the Vikings and Broncos getting set to go head-to-head. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Got Dalvin Cook in my captain spot, like all the cool kids.
Yeah, it's just the thing people do.
Really, though, outside of that, I don't feel great. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I mean, the Broncos are so hit or miss for me. So this was throw names against the wall and see what sticks type of lineup. And even with saying that, there's way more Broncos than I would like to be in my lineup, because the Vikings, it's Dalvin Cook. He is the offense. So it's not like I wanted to have a lot of his teammates in there either. So I'm stuck with this Broncos team that's so inconsistent. So it's a weird lineup. I'm just going to get out in front of it, say probably not going to finish as high in this one as I did in the previous sim.
Well, what do you have? Lineups have locked. What's the full order looking like after Cook?
So I got Noah Fant. I got the Hamler. Always like having the Hamler in there just because
have the Hamler.
It's a great name. Jerry Jeudy, Brandon McManus, the kicker, Denver Air, good stuff. And Adam Thielen, my other Viking in the lineup. So I don't know. See how it goes.
See how it goes. See what happens. Like you said, see what sticks. So I went with Dalvin Cook as 43% of people did. So we both ever so slightly overshot it. We were both in the 40s, 43.2 in our small free roll here, 88% owned, which honestly, that is a little low to me. I figured that would be up into the low 90s, but appreciate the people that went for a little differentiation, trying to win their, kind of mini GPP that we've got going here. Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant, Tajay Sharp, Jerry Jeudy, and my punt play, and about a third of people were onto this one. We'll see what happens. $3,200. Philip Lindsay, who's getting about 10 points on average. Find out what he does today at Virtual Mile High.
Okay, I like it. I like Philip Lindsay. I'm surprised our lineups are so different, honestly. I thought you were going to come on here and be super similar to me. Tajay Sharp, I like that rostering. He seems to have an impact in these Viking sims. So let's see how it goes, man. I'm excited.
Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. We, of course, say goodnight to Tara Lynn Asak hanging out with us on a Friday, and we appreciate that she did. Producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, of course, Zach in game ops, holding down the fort and making sure that all that manual scoring, which, God love him because he's a lot better at it than Tommy or I would be. So 100%. It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing somebody who is, equipped to handle the numbers is doing that while we blabber on about nonsense here. See what we get out of this Vikings-Broncos contest. Hopefully, at the very least, a more compelling contest than we got in the 8 o'clock prime time. It was a lopsided 21-7, pretty uninteresting game, although obviously a great time hanging out with people in the chat. I see you guys putting your lineups in there, and we wish you guys all the luck as well. And smash that like button. Let's get to about 300. We're not far away. As Tara Lynn says as she departs, smash the like to get to 300 for these two bozos. Could not agree more. Let's make it happen Let's make it happen for us, all of us, the collective us. We're here together. Let's put our thumbs up in the air, our fifth fingers, if you will, and celebrate that it's all happening. While I want to mention, by the way, you and I, together about an hour ago, so down on Evan Fournier. Did you see how he finished for the Celtics tonight?
I did not.
Hit 7 of 11 three-pointers, a career
Good.
high. 8 of 13 overall, 23 points in 30 minutes in what I will remember is his first game as a Celtic.
Look, he was due, as they like to say.
Man was
the
due.
man was due.
Man was due. 16-point victory for the Celtics. Robert Williams, wish I'd had him in a lineup. Dude flirted with a triple-double. 20 points, career high. 9 rebounds, 8 assists, career high. I mean, look, I'm not basking in a Celtics win over the Rockets. The Rockets are terrible. I mentioned earlier they'd lost 24 of 26. Philip Lindsay, oh no!
Boy.
He could have broken one off for an 80-yard touchdown, very nearly. Instead settles for the 5 after contact, gets out to the 38. We'll take it. 1st and 10 coming up. But I will absolutely bask in a victory in general because, damn it, that team needed one. So,
Big time.
Fortunately that happened to snap the little skid there in front of the home crowd on their 7-game homestand. We'll see what happens. 1st and 10 from the 38. And this time, Melvin Gordon just right back to the line of scrimmage. Taking a look at our NBA lineups here. See how that's going. Get close to 200 points right now. Pascal Siakam went off 60 points for him tonight.
Ugh.
I know.
Brutal for my matchup with you.
And I've taken the lead on Emerson in NHL. I just want to put that out into the world.
For those interested in the puck matchup.
Yes.
So you mentioned Robert Williams. Obviously, always good to give the caveat. Yes, we know it was against the Rockets. But, the team moves Tice in essence to give Robert Williams that breathing room to be the guy finally. So it's nice for him to have a game like this where he can point to, from a confidence standpoint and say, hey, I'm capable of being really good in this league. He's got all the athletic tools you need to be exactly the type of center teams want in today's game. So hopefully he can continue to build and be a great piece for this team. Another nice late round steal in the Danny Ainge portfolio.
Lindenbaum says, the one night I don't have that Siakam guy, of course. Whereas Jimmy B says, I played Siakam and Boucher and Fred VanVleet. Yeah, he started well. Didn't finish so hot. Just a massive, did you see the score of that game?
No, was it? Oh, yeah, they destroyed the Warriors, right?
Yeah, I mean, just
like 130 to 77 or something crazy like that.
Damn near 60-point victory. Holy cow.
I know your
Steph
older
wasn't
brother's
playing,
Warriors.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Show a little pride out there on the floor. Have some respect for yourselves. Wow. That was the thing.
Gotta love a nice NBA blowout on a Friday. Those dudes are just clearly mailing it in, ready for the weekend.
And for anyone that missed it on social media, by the way, I just got a message from Jessie. You guys know Jessie. You've heard of her. She just sent me a note saying, see, I told you. We were having a debate the other night as to whether Michael Strahan's filling in the gap was the real deal or whether it was an April Fool's gag.
Yeah.
And I said, who puts in that kind of effort into an April Fool's gag during a flippin' pandemic? Like, chill out, bro.
Strahan clearly did.
She says, I knew it. Yeah, the gap still there, still alive and well.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought it was real. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
So
I saw it,
I thought
and in my head, I thought it was a terrible decision. Terrible. I was like, this is your brand, bro.
Yeah.
This is what you're known for. You were in the Hall of Fame with this gap tooth.
It's literally on your bust.
Yeah, you're on Good Morning America with the diastema. That's the technical scientific term for a gap in your front teeth. Diastema.
Okay.
So I was perplexed. I was like, really, this must have been an insecurity of yours all these years in the public spotlight, and you never did anything, huh? And yeah, I was like, wow, okay. And then, of course, it comes out that it's an April Fool's joke. I had been duped.
Yeah, I was duped. I also was duped. I didn't want to believe it, but I chose to believe it, and I was duped.
Not a ton of the April
Michael
Fool's
says he's been on
fake
record
stuff.
in previous interviews. He would never change his teeth. People change their minds.
Totally, all the time.
I went with it. I bought in. And you know what? It looked good. It looked a nice, full, pearly.
I was
smile.
out. I hated it. I saw it and I hated it. It looked
red,
so,
white, and green. This
it
is your
looked
brand,
wrong.
bro.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, duped. Two of us. Mike says, I got some prime swampland to sell you. Good, I'm buying.
Just a couple of
I can put up
schmeeds
another
over
cough
here.
compound. All right. Alana says the Gap stays, but I'd be okay if we got rid of that Gap store. Come on. Who didn't shop
what?
at the Gap in their
The Gap is great.
in their teens and young 20s?
And adulthoods and the rest of your life. Gap is awesome. Gap is cool again, man. Come on. Go in there, get a denim jacket. That's in style. Get with the times.
I think we need to talk. And this isn't even slander to the Gap. I think we need to discuss the denim jacket.
Okay, I don't own one personally.
That's not back.
Oh, what? Yes, it is.
Contrary to what you may have heard.
The denim jacket is back, dude. I don't know where you've been, but
I've been at home for a year.
Okay, well, nothing is back. If we're going by that logic. But before there was a pandemic and there was people out and about, the denim jacket has been back for quite some time here, my friend.
On the men and the women?
Both sides, buddy. You got to recognize.
I don't need to. Are they going like full on Canadian tuxedo?
No.
Just the top.
Yeah,
See ya.
A top.
See you later, Cortland Sutton.
Gone.
Go.
Get in. Yes.
Touchdown. Put on a turbojets guy.
Not in my lineup, but I enjoy it anyways.
79-yard score. He's in mine.
Dude, the denim jacket with like a dressy slack of some type, but also like a cash slack. If Tara Lynn was still listening, she'd back me up on this.
I bet she's listening. What do you think?
The denim jacket is back
Tara Lynn,
in.
tell us about the denim jacket. You know you're in the chat lurking.
It's back and it has been back.
26th touchdown in Simland, Madden 21 specifically, of course, for Cortland Sutton. Alana says, I worked at the Gap for like 2 minutes in high school. Couldn't take the repeated Christmas songs.
Oh, I didn't realize they play.
I feel like that would have to be no matter. I mean, again, not a Gap thing. Anywhere that you work in retail, I imagine the constant repetition of the same music would get old in a hurry.
Oh, big time. Like in Steve Carell's cinematic, starring role, 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah.
They're at the was it technically a Best Buy or was it a store that was pretending to be Best Buy?
I think it was
Circuit City.
I think it was that genre.
And they kept playing
Best Buy.
They kept playing that same Michael McDonald song.
Right.
The chat should back me up on this. The denim jacket.
You don't have any
Obi-Wan
support in the chat.
Obi-Wan saying denim
course,
jacket
Obi-Wan.
is a core piece. He understands.
Obi-Wan, the pinnacle of style. Obi-Wan.
Look, man, I was out in these streets before this pandemic cough. I am chic. I am hip. I am one with the
Should I message Tara Lynn? Let me
Yes.
send a little note.
Gotta send her a message here.
Where is she? That's a barrier in the.
Because if she has my back on this, you know it's legit. I mean, Tara Lynn is
denim.
She's a socialite, you know.
Denim jacket, in or out? Is that a fair? I'm just gonna
In or
write
out.
that. Denim jacket, in or out? Sent.
Very curious to hear what she
Yeah,
says.
she'll write back in about
She
2
might even
seconds.
rejoin us here on the broadcast.
Daniel says, is this a hashtag Film Fest Friday or is this a Fashion Friday? Good
Fashion
question.
Friday, baby.
Maybe
So, Cuff,
we have evolved before our own eyes.
Cuff, let's say
opening quarter 7-0 after the Courtland Sutton touchdown. Oh,
let's say you got a
she writes back. She says, "So in. Why are you asking?"
Boom, boom.
You dress like your grandpa. Why aren't you listening? It's a Fashion Friday.
Cuff, let's say you have a babysitter. You got
Billy?
the kids they're taken care of. Babysitter Billy is taking care of the kids.
Yeah.
You and the wife hitting the town. Maybe you're
Am I
hitting up
wearing
a
a
chic.
denim jacket?
You're hitting up a chic spot to have a few Diet Cokes with the lady. Maybe meet up
course.
with some friends. Maybe
Naturally.
have some apps. Listen to
Mhm.
some live music by the water.
Sounds
Whatever
like
you
the
want to
dream.
do.
Love it.
What are you wearing? What are you rocking? Like what's the getup? What's the fit?
Whatever my wife tells me to wear. Probably gonna wear some jeans.
A little dressy jean action. That's the way to go.
Jeans.
Yep.
I mean, if we're classing it up, so
Yep.
I'm not wearing like sneakers.
Yep.
I'll probably wear some nice dressier shoes, but the kind that look nice with some dark jeans.
Yep. That's the
And,
way to go. So maybe like a nice cash boot.
Yeah, I mean, if we were like, if we're talking like like you said, I think chic is the right word. We're talking like, you're going to an important party kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, business cash, if you will.
Right.
I'm gonna probably wear some dark jeans, some shoes that look good with those that are not jeans, and probably a button down, and a blazer, maybe a blazer.
There you go.
But not,
Okay.
but not like not the top half of a suit. It's got to be a sport coat.
Yeah,
designed to
like
be a blazer.
100%. So you're tucking that button up right into those dressy jeans.
No, I don't think I am. I bet it's.
Oh, okay.
I bet
Interesting.
I'm probably rocking an untuck it.
Okay.
I'm gonna untuck that shirt.
Okay,
But
so
in a
you're
fashion-
saying super cash, baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't like to. I mean, I'd rather not tuck in if I don't have to tuck in. If I'm wearing like a suit, you got to tuck in. If I'm going cash, I'm gonna go cash.
If I'm rocking a blazer, feel like you got to rock the tuck. But that's just me.
If you rocking the entire Canadian tuxedo, I would.
You can only do that if you grow the stash again. That's the rules.
Angie says, Sutton, hey, Cough, hey, Tommy. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. You see? Yeah, it is a good
see what you
Friday.
did
It's a
there.
good Friday for all of us. She says, I do think denim jackets are back.
They are. It's a fact.
Robbie
Been back
Noble's
for
going for
years.
some sneakers. Midwest Heather says on this hashtag Fashion Friday, I never knew denim jackets went away. Executive Sessions says Tom is super smooth. Lindenbaum says I got like 3 denim jackets and about 5 or 6 or 7 denim shirts. More if you who has 6 or 7 denim shirts?
That's way too many.
What are
he
you,
must
a
work it-
cowboy?
I was gonna say, does he work out in like farmland of some type?
Come on, Lindenbaum, you liar. Alana says buy stream trash, boxers, briefs, commando.
Ooh.
What do you got? Boxers, briefs, birthday suit. The 3
Okay. So I'm buying briefs, but in the context of I'm a boxer brief guy. I am streaming boxers and I'm trashing commando. Can't do commando. I think it's kind of gross. I feel uncomfortable. Not about the commando life.
Hit the like. Let's get to 300 for commando talk. And I'm not the movie. Bonzo says, cough in the spirit of film theme. Would you say your hair is cool hip Jim or laid back Jim from American Pie? Obviously, cool hip Jim. I mean, gotta be. Shout out Biggs. Alana, I gotta say, I'm gonna flip it ever so slightly. Even that, much to the dismay of my wife, she can't stand it. But I'm more the buy boxers and
Come on, man. Commando is gross.
Yeah, I find briefs to be very uncomfortable, but
Once you get into the brief game, though, it's hard to go back.
maybe I just haven't found the right pair. But
okay, can I recommend a pair right now?
Sure, please.
Okay, they're called Sax. SAXX.
Of course they are. from where?
They're called Sax. That's the brand. They're expensive, but dude, you buy a pair and you're gonna understand why.
Where are they from?
We're talking premium underwear here.
Where are you shopping for your Sax?
Sax.com.
Okay.
You can probably get them on Amazon, but
okay,
yeah, check them out. Sax.
Right. Yeah, I guess I'd have to
buy one pair.
I got to stream the briefs. I guess maybe I got to go searching for some Sax. But
yes,
but I feel like Commando would have to go in the trash. It's just like too much can go wrong.
Get it
too
out
much
of there.
Can go wrong.
I have people
on every level you can conceive of. Something can go wrong.
I have people that are close to me in my life that choose the Commando life on a daily basis. Like, I
don't think my 6-year-old has worn underwear in 3 years. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I know it.
Like, it's like he'll probably wear underwear on Easter because it's a special occasion.
I have a close friend who hasn't worn underwear in like 20 years.
You like what you like, I suppose.
I can't live like that, man. I need to keep myself together. I can't do it.
Yeah. Where's Tara Lynn when you need her? I bet she'd really be enjoying this conversation. It's not 2 for 89 to touchdown, the only offense in this one to this point. We'll look at the numbers for you in a minute here, obviously. That's okay. All right. Is that SACKS?
SAXX. Sax.
Yeah. It just keeps adding up. It really does.
Get in, baby. It's good stuff.
I can't believe they didn't just go for the gold, tack on another one. Unbelievable. Lock 5 of 7 for 136. The score. Cousins 3 of 5 for 21.
I'm actually wearing a pair right now.
This is about. I'd ask you to display them, but I won't. This is usually about the time the producer Madison would say, "Well, I've lost all control of this sim." And then she would add, "Not that I ever had it to begin with."
No, never. No one does. Let's be real. It's Madden After Dark on a Friday. Come on.
Oh, Bonzo, I see you. Randy says it's all about the airflow, my guys. Jared says Commando is just too risky and not risque.
Some people need the airflow. I'm more of a support guy.
Bonzo says actually, Koff, I think it matters with the shirt that you're wearing. I agree. It's all but if you're wearing it untuck it, that's the whole point.
So you're talking like the brand Untuck It.
Correct. Which are designed to not be tucked in.
Yeah. Yep. I've been to that store. Tried on some shirts. Felt like I needed to tuck them in.
Mr. Nick says, make the buzzword denim. I'm going to make the buzzword non-existent. Let's see. Edzone Dance says, I have to have the sound off, but I love all the smiles. I might have to watch this sim later on with sound. I think you should. Not that you can hear me saying that.
Dive in, baby.
Write him in.
Dive in.
What else do we have? Randy says, can we all agree the jorts are not back in and never should be? No, the jorts are not in. And no, absolutely not. Touchdown. That Noah Fant? Yes, it is.
Yeah, there he is.
In my lineup. Man, I guess I wish I had Drew Lock right about now. Alana says, I'm definitely enjoying this conversation. This is why I love Simland, man. You never know which direction things are going to go. You never do know. 11th touchdown for Fan. Jordan says, don't even ask how many pairs of jeans I own.
That I need to up my game with. I usually have like 3 or 4 pairs of jeans, and then I only end up really enjoy wearing like one of them, and I wear them out, you know? You kind of have the backup jeans.
Bill says, what the hell's going on? I went to the bathroom. You guys are talking about underwear. I wear the same pair of jeans like all week. I mean, yeah, I'll wash them, once a week, maybe.
Right.
But especially
I wear the
until-
same pair a few days in a row. I wash that, and then I wear that pair again. I also rarely wear anything other than pajama or sweatpants now because I never leave my apartment. I put on jeans if I need to leave the apartment. And then I come home and I immediately put back on home pants.
Yeah, we had a conversation about, I don't know that I was with you. I don't think I was. But we had a conversation about this on a stream not too long ago of whether people wear jeans at home ever if you're not going somewhere.
Come on. Crazy people.
So I will... Now, what if you're having company?
Well, then, yeah. If you're having people over, got to throw on something presentable.
Yeah, you can't just you don't, I mean, even if like your in-laws are coming over, I don't want to necessarily just be cruising around in my PJ pants. I want to throw some jeans on.
I agree with that. But if you're just hanging out, you and your wife and your kids, no, come on, don't throw on jeans. You don't want to do that. It's too formal.
Monster says, who needs pants anyway?
Great call.
Alana says, when every day in Zoom sweatpants, jeans have been upgraded to fancy.
Jeans are fancy.
Yeah. I have absolutely purchased more, casual hang around pants.
Like joggers?
Joggers or just like, flannel pajama pants, like your pajama pants, just to hang out around the house. Because
what's actually in, Koff, is like a dressy jogger. I'm not making this up. Like people go out in dressy joggers. It's a thing. Like a Lululemon jogger. You'll see dudes out in those with a denim jacket, maybe a V-neck tee underneath.
It's funny that you bring that up, actually, because Kareem just said crew neck versus V-neck. So I'm a crew neck guy. I'm not. I feel like you need to. I feel like that question is answered differently. Well, by men and women for sure, probably, but let's just. We're a couple of guys. Let's take it from the male standpoint because I can't answer for women. I think that question probably is defined by what your physical stature is. Like if you're like shredded and you got like a real ripped upper body, you're probably more of a V-neck person than a crew person. All else probably more of a crew neck kind of person. I don't know. Do you disagree with that? I am a crew neck guy. I feel like
I'm a crew neck guy as well.
I also like I like it kind of hugging the neck a little bit.
Yeah, if I'm going with the crew neck, it is with a V-neck, I should say. It's a very slight V. I'm a slight V guy because some people will go with the V-neck if they have like a hairy chest and they're trying to show off the chest lettuce.
Yeah,
and I get that.
Do that.
Look, that's the thing, man. If you've got the chest lettuce, some people you're catering to a very niche audience, but at the same time, like you're going to be like the king of that audience. Like you walk into a club, right?
I got chest lettuce. Say, I'm not looking to display that.
Here's the thing, Koff. Okay, but put yourself in like single guy mindset, right?
Oh, okay.
So when you're a dude, you only have probably one or two real strengths, like average guy, right?
You're saying that's why you're
single?
Not
sorry,
you.
my grandma just tried to call me, and I don't know if that affected my audio.
Is she watching The Sim?
Apparently. I think she's accidentally trying to call me right now. As you can see, missed call, Grammy,
yeah.
Graham, I feel as though you probably have just hit a button accidentally.
This is a hell of a conversation for Grammy to be listening to.
I'm sorry, Graham. Okay, but anyway, all right. So put yourself in the single male mindset. If you're an average-looking dude, which most dudes are, you probably got one or two strengths, right? And if you got a super hairy chest, chances are that's one of your strengths, whether you like it or not. So you're walking into a club, you're trying to meet, a mate here, right? You're trying to spread your wings. You're trying to buy a few Diet Cokes for some ladies. you got to present that out there, that that you need to emphasize your strengths, and it might only be catering to a quarter of the audience, maybe less, 10% of the audience, but you're going to have that market cornered. You're going to be the guy for those guys. So I totally get it. If you got the chest lettuce, let it breathe, man.
Jason says you got to go make sure Grammy's okay. Jared
I don't
says
know
Tom,
what's going
she
on,
was just
Graham.
trying to smash the like.
She might have been.
Randy says she was offended at the use of chest lettuce. I'm going to call and put a stop to this right now. Jimmy B says, WTF was that, Locke? How long you going to hold the ball for, Locke? Says Jordan. It's 14-zip halfway through the second quarter right now.
Daniel understands. Daniel, let the chest lettuce breathe, baby.
Yeesh. Nope. Mm-mm. Shit. Oh my
out.
God.
You're
Grammy and chest hair. Things get weird after dark, says Daniel. Sure does. As we approach 300 likes, just a couple away with 300 watching on the YouTube. Thousands more across all our other platforms, including, of course, Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Thank you all for being with us. If ever there were a sim like that would actually be valuable for Tara Lynn to be hanging out with us, as she has done in the past, but like this one, we have really gotten into all of it.
We are definitely missing her expertise here.
Flaunt that chest lettuce, says Tommy. Nope. Crew shirt for me, gang. Like I'm rocking right now. Crew shirt with Gumby on the front. 3rd and 6. Cousins stepped into that one, completed it sharp. Sharp pickup down to the 39. I can only imagine Zach's just sitting here going, what did I get myself into?
Yeah, I have to imagine
these idiots. Chip says, that's why I love you guys. You two are funny as heck. It's what I always tell people. We're just a funny people.
We're hilarious.
Kareem, I don't know what that is. If you'd like to segue conversation
away from underwear, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, for a minute, we can bring it back if we feel so compelled. On this Good Friday, I'm having a good time.
Ew.
Michael says, in honor of the start of baseball season, how about you pick your favorite baseball-themed movie and guess the release year and total box office?
Okay. Field of Dreams.
Same. But I was just about to ask, can I ask a question, though, related to, because I was going to bring this up because I was going to bring up that movie because it's my favorite movie ever. But do you really think of it as a baseball movie? Like,
yeah.
I mean, like baseball. Don't no. I mean, listen. It's like it. No, listen.
Just hit me.
No, but like,
yeah.
No, but like, Michael says, Field of Dreams is not a baseball movie.
What? What are you guys talking about?
Because the movie,
it's
like,
the ultimate baseball movie.
No, like no, listen. Baseball's the backdrop. It couldn't exist without baseball. Of course, in that sense, it is a baseball movie. I just mean, if you think of like the larger message at play. Like Major League is a baseball movie. Field of Dreams is about relationships. It's about, a spiritual component. It's about things that are so much bigger than the sport of baseball. That, I think, is where Michael's coming from and where I'm coming from with the question.
I agree with you, but my argument to show that it really is a baseball movie.
Yeah, Michael
is that
says it's the story of unresolved issues between a father and son.
Yes,
it's about a boy with daddy issues.
That's one of the themes, but it's important to note that Field of Dreams is using baseball as a device to show you that like there's connectivity between generations here, and
sure.
What was important back then, baseball, is still important now. Baseball, the idea of having a catch with your dad. I mean, it's showing like the simplicity of that. So like,
sure.
Baseball in essence is the movie for me because it's like the major device to get that point across. If we're going film school here.
Sure.
Shout out Emerson College, Film Fest Friday.
Jared Kilgore. James Earl Jones monologue in Field of Dreams, all about baseball. Moonlight Graham.
Oh, they will come, Ray. They will come.
You're just talking about Simland. They will come with the Dream Stream.
I don't actually know what year that came out. What was it in the?
I'm gonna say
88.
It was 80. Yeah, I was gonna say 88, 89, but I don't want to guess the same year as you. You're gonna
Okay, I'll say 88.
All right.
Yes.
I'll
wanted
go
to say
89.
88.
I'll go. I did.
Oh, you got it right. So
89.
there you go.
No, wait, Dan. 89. All right. Daniel guessed 89 as well. 89. All right. What's the take that, Tommy boy.
I'm gonna guess that it did better in video release than it did in theaters.
Total box office for Field of Dreams.
That's always tough. I'm gonna royally oversell this.
Daniel went.
Oh wow, Daniel
That's
just ruining the game.
No. That's Daniel's guess. It's not the.
Oh, I thought he was giving us the answer.
No.
There,
I was gonna guess.
I was gonna say 75.
Touchdown. Daniel went 135. 75 for you. Touchdown, Kyle Rudolph. I'm gonna give you.
Oh yeah, here we go. He added he added a question mark. That helps. Thank you, Daniel.
I'll go between you. 85.
Okay. 84. You looked this up. You looked it up. No
I didn't
way.
look it up. I've been accused of cheating at this game before by Moose, and I do not appreciate it. Sometimes
Wow.
I just get lucky. Every squirrel finds a nut. A broken clock is right twice a day.
That is ridiculous.
Heck yeah.
84. So yeah, obviously that movie has done crazy numbers as a VHS and DVD, and now, streaming, however they monetize that for movies. I'm sure it's just through the roof.
Ryan says James Earl Jones' greatest accomplishment in acting is what, Koff?
Darth Vader.
I was going to say, are we assuming Star Wars?
Yeah.
You,
one of the most iconic voices in cinema
you tell me if there was
is
something
the
else you're
character
thinking
of
Ryan.
Darth Vader.
Right.
Love James Earl Jones.
I'm waiting for Ryan to say, the dad in Lion King.
90 years old. Still with us here. Born January 17th, 1931. Just turned 90 a few months ago.
Where are you at in this free roll, by the way?
I was doing poorly last time I checked. Let me give it the old look-see here. Yeah, I'm in 120th.
Well, I guess I'm pulling you here in this one, at least right now. I'm 16th.
Oh, there you go.
We'll see. Getting nothing out of... Well, it's fairly balanced, actually. Dalvin Cook, my captain, has not done nearly enough. Has 6 points in that slot here late in the second quarter. This is a fun one for Michael, and I have no idea. Guess the high... Let's play this one with the group. The fam, the Sim fam. Everyone give us your guesses. We'll wait a couple minutes to reveal this one. Michael actually says it's easy. Well, guess what the highest box office gross for a sports-themed movie is all time.
Ooh. So am I not allowed to throw out guesses until after the... We gotta wait here? Can I guess a few?
Let's, yeah, you can guess a few. What the heck?
Remember the Titans would be my answer.
Okay.
I also feel like if Talladega Nights counts, that's probably up there because I remember that was just an absolute massive marketing machine behind that. I mean, Will Ferrell was at the peak of his powers.
Sure.
Ton of hype when that movie came out. So, but Remember the Titans is going to be my final answer.
All right, well, let's see what the people say. We'll get some guesses, and I'll give you mine as well.
Hoosiers, I don't know if that was big when it came out, but that's a huge,
Brad says Mighty Ducks. There's no way that's right. Lewis says Days of Thunder. No chance. David says Blue Chips. Nuh-uh.
What about
LT
The
says
Natural?
Rocky.
Oh, does Rocky count? Yeah,
boxing.
Rocky counts.
Sure.
Then Rocky's got to be
Rudy
the answer.
says Ryan. Any given Sunday, remember the Titans. I think that might be it, says Jordan. Varsity Blues. A lot of people saying Rocky now. Daniel says, how about Rocky 4? Cook has 8 for 21 on the ground. Ugh. Lindsay is 4 for 27. How about that salary difference? Sutton 2 for 89, still hasn't hit the bonus. And Fant and Rudolph, each with touchdowns, much like Sutton. Blades of Glory.
Yeah, it looks. It's got to be a Rocky movie.
A lot of people guessing Rocky. All right, let's go Rocky.
That'd be my guess. Or Creed.
Rocky, 1976.
Oh my God.
$446 million. $446 million. And that was in 76.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense.
What would that be now? $1 billion what?
That's why they're still making Rocky movies. People love it.
It says Rocky 3 is second.
Rocky 3, great movie. The first 4 Rockies are all great, in my opinion.
And Rocky 4 is third.
Rocky 4 was awesome.
Yeah.
Come on.
Rocky 4 is that's the cream of the crop, man.
Some people think it's the best of the whole
That's what I'm saying.
series. I got to give the nod to number 1. I mean, I'm a sucker for the originals.
I still haven't watched Creed 2. Did you ever see Creed 2?
I still haven't seen Creed 2. So maybe I'm not qualified to give a true answer. I liked Creed 1 though. I liked it better than Rocky 5, that's for sure. I liked it better than Rocky Balboa, which I think is underrated, but I did like Creed better.
So Casey Falk in the chat. After a year of watching DK every night, I finally find you on YouTube, LOL. I mean, Casey, I can't help but ask, but like,
what?
What were you doing? You're just saying like you finally joined us on YouTube, right? Not that like you've been spending a year looking. Like you couldn't have searched too hard. I mean, all you had to do was go to YouTube and search DraftKings. First thing that popped up. So I'm going to assume your comment is like, hey, I've just come upon you, basically. Casey says still waiting on Tom to mash the microwave. Nope, that thing is a fixture.
Never gonna do that.
Randy says welcome to the fun house, Casey. Casey, could we get an explanation on that, by the way?
Casey Falk, are you related to Kevin Falk?
Marshall Falk?
Wow, Rocky's budget was only $1.1 million. Incredible.
Box office was 225, equivalent to $1 billion in 2019. That's wild.
Amazing.
Yeah, Casey says I wasn't looking, just watched live on DK and couldn't chat. Well, as you already heard, Casey, welcome to the Funhouse. This is where it's at. See, this after a year, now you're hearing your name shouted out in the dream stream. And what could be bigger than that? It's what we're all here for, just to be acknowledged. All of us.
Michael asking what the highest grossing baseball movie of all time is. My guess would have been Field of Dreams.
Daniels is Benchwarmers.
Is it The Natural?
What about Major League?
Major League. Good answer.
I felt like I was on the Feud for a second. Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer.
Yeah,
good answer. Good answer.
Good answer.
I love Family Feud. I would love my family to be on Family Feud one day. It's been a dream of mine for a long time.
I would really enjoy it, but I feel like my family would suck at it.
Yeah. Morgan just popped her head in the room and just gave me the X's that they do,
I feel like it would be more embarrassing than enjoyable.
I think I'd kill it. I'd kill it at home, but maybe I would crack under pressure. I don't think so, though. I think I'd step up. Although Steve Harvey, being that close to Steve Harvey, and his facial expressions are
make
so
sure you don't look
funny.
him in the eye. That's what everybody says. Don't look Steve Harvey in the eye. You don't like
He'll
that.
just crack you. Yeah, that's true. He also gets like
Bus to
mad
come to
when
North
people.
Carolina.
He gets mad when people give eye contact to him.
Oh, Pride of the Yankees, 1942, $226 million.
Is that a Lou Gehrig movie? I've never heard of Pride of the Yankees. I got to be honest.
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
There you go. Hey, Michael says yes. There you go. Educated guess. I knew there was a Lou Gehrig movie. Has there been multiple Lou Gehrig movies? I feel like there was.
Can I get Robbie Noble? He's a few times just thrown out the LOL at him. I'm entertaining Robbie Noble here, which is always makes me feel good. It warms my heart. I haven't even mentioned this out loud, but I keep going back in my head on this night, back to something Robbie said in our previous sim when we were talking about, the whole, like, would you want to go back to the office, commuting and all that stuff. And Robbie wrote, like, it was something like I work from home and like something like I work from home, I'm staying home or something like that. I just wanted to be like, Robbie, you don't work. What are you talking about? I want to know what is, and I'm sure he does. I'm just messing with him. He knows that. But I want to know what Robbie Noble does. Like, I can't picture Robbie
This
Noble
is his job.
I can't picture Robbie Noble doing anything other than be in the chat.
You don't know that DraftKings pays Robbie Noble to be here?
Wouldn't that be great if we had, like, DK had
Plants.
just a couple of plants? Yeah, exactly.
Moles.
Robbie says, I don't work, LOL.
Respect it.
Oh, man, too good. What, Kyle, Glash's biggest fan, has asked a couple of times when Glash will be back on Madden After Dark. So I'm happy to tell you. Let me look at
I am on Madden After Dark the next tonight, Saturday, and Sunday.
So,
I don't remember if I'm with
tomorrow.
Glash.
Glash, Easter night. He
Okay.
will be on 8 and 10.
There you go. A little
That
Glash
is
Freeze
Sunday.
Pop special.
Sunday for those scoring at home.
Excellent. How you feeling about the college basketball tournament semifinals and championship game over the next few days, Kaufman? Do you have any hard and fast opinions on the college games?
My only real hard and fast opinion is and it's exactly what my opinion was going in. I mean, don't get me wrong, my bracket was busted long ago, but my championship matchup is still alive, which is Gonzaga Baylor. Chalky, I'm sure, and even more chalky, but I stand by it. I don't see anybody knocking out Gonzaga. I think this is the year that Gonzaga just takes care of business, finishes off the undefeated season, comes so close multiple times, obviously being like the Cinderella, the darling, that's many, many years ago at this point. Now they're straight up.
They're growing up now.
Yeah, like Bulldogs are a powerhouse, and I think this is the year that it happens.
So if Gonzaga plays Baylor in the national championship and Gonzaga beats Baylor, I will win the bracket pool that I helped organize. And I will also come in second because I had Morgan submit an identical bracket.
Well, then
so
wouldn't you tie for first?
No, because there's the tiebreaker. So whoever comes closest with the final score. I made sure to differentiate those.
So identical brackets, different scores.
Different final scores for the championship, yes.
Nice.
So feeling really good about it because I've never won the pool, and I help organize it with my brother and his friend every year. So,
what's the pool payout? What are we looking at?
It's nice.
It's nice.
It's nice.
It's nice. It's good time. It's good time. Good catch, Cortland Sutton. There's your bonus.
So Michael's saying we're on no-hitter watch here in baseball. Trevor Bauer
hits through 6.
Okay, showing that he might be worth the dollars. I was negging Trevor Bauer heading into this season. I was saying not worth the money, gonna have a bad year. Just felt like a bust candidate. Felt like a bust candidate to me.
Casey has been added to the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Welcome. Casey, it's all happening for you tonight. This is big. Big, big stuff.
Love that. Welcome to the fam.
Alana says, how many pairs of sacks can the pool winnings buy?
Now it depends on what type of sacks I'm getting.
Oh goodness. How many different models of sacks are there?
I'm telling you, dude, this is we're talking premium undergarments here. They got all sorts of bell and whistles.
I don't even want to go to the website right now. How much is it for a standard pair of sacks?
I actually do want to go to the website right now and tell you. So stand by. Sacksunderwear.com. BU but cooler is their catchphrase.
BU but cooler.
So you can actually buy some shorts, some pants. They got all sorts of cool stuff on here. I did not know that. Might need to look into it. So we're looking at what are you looking at here, Koff? You want like a standard boxer brief, a trunk? They're calling them a boys boxer brief, a long leg, or a loose fit boxer.
I don't want a boys model. What are you insinuating here?
So what are we looking at? So you want the standard boxer
you're
brief?
Friends with a guy, I tell you.
Here we go. Standard boxer brief.
I like the boys regular, please. 39. I'm 39.
The standard regular boxer brief. They're all coming in at about $35 for one pair.
Oh, that's not as bad as I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
I honestly thought you were about to hit me with like, I don't even know, $50 for a pair of boxers or something like that.
I'm going to send this over in our Slack chat.
Yeah, please do. 4th and 7, we're going to get a field goal try here. Try and make it a 7-point game again.
It'll change your life.
It's good. My wife actually I haven't even tried them on, but she just bought me a couple of pairs from Mack Weldon.
Oh, that sounds nice. I do not own any Mack Weldons.
Yeah. I said to her, how much were these?
She said, don't worry.
Because like you said, it sounds nice. I said, how much were these? And exactly those words. She says, don't worry about it.
Yep. Never ask.
I am worried about it.
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to.
It's like in fantasy, we talk about points per dollar. Well, what is the comfort per dollar of these Mack Weldons?
That's actually a great way to look at it.
I gotta say, I'm a little surprised going through the chat here that nobody hopped onto your comment about insinuating that I would wear boys' underwear.
Look, I was just reading all the options. That was Ron Burgundying the situation.
Alana says maybe they are for her. Yeah, I think they probably are.
There you go.
In a matter of speaking. 1st and 10 from the 26. Couple minutes left, third quarter.
It's always kind of a sad day when you have to retire a pair of socks that you like. You know, socks or underwear, where they've just run their course. You know, they got a hole in them.
I don't throw away
ready
socks
to go
until they have a hole. Honestly.
Correct. Yeah. Once they get the hole, it's over.
And then if it's not like a one-off pair, I've talked about this before. It's been a big talking point. Unless it's a one-off pair, like maybe that changes the narrative a little bit. But if it's a sock that, like, let's say you bought like a 6-pack of socks, right? If I have a hole in a sock, I'm not throwing out both socks. I'm gonna throw out the one sock. and I will have an odd number of socks for a period of time until the next one gets a hole in it, and then I got to match again. You know what I mean? Like if I've got a whole bunch of the same sock, why am I going to throw away good socks? It doesn't make sense. There's no logic to that.
Okay, so let's say you have 6 pairs of socks.
6 pairs, 12 total socks.
5 of them are great.
Yeah.
One of them, you have a hole in one of the socks.
Okay, a little
so
haggard.
You get rid of that sock.
Yeah.
Now you have an extra sock in the mix.
Correct.
If you have the 5 pairs intact, why do you need the extra spare sock?
Because if we're to assume that they all are part of the same general rotation, that means you're probably, a week or 2 away from another sock having a hole in it.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. So you're keeping that sock.
I'm keeping
in
that
case
sock for when I need to match the next time.
Gotcha. Okay, now I understand. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I totally understand that, and I might start doing that because I've always just thrown out the pair. But if I have a lot of one type of sock, it's like the normal ankle cut, like black socks.
Sure. Oh, so you're more of a black sock than a white sock guy.
Oh, big time. For when my socks are showing, I need dark socks. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I have such pasty white legs. You know,
aren't you drawing more attention to that by wearing a black sock?
No. It's a fair question, but I believe
yes. I'm not saying
I believe the white,
of course, but
I believe the white enhances it.
I want to know from the chat: white socks or black socks? And we're not talking about scandals or baseball teams. Just the actual sock. White socks or black socks?
The black socks guy.
Bonzo says he turns them into sock puppets, the ones with the hole.
I know my mom, like sometimes if a sock gets a hole in it, she'll wash it and then she'll use it as like a cleaning method. Yeah, like, you know, like a high like dusting place. Go with the whole sock one time, then you just it's a one-time use thing. So you get like one more useful thing out of the sock that needs to go in the trash.
No. See you later. 4 for 139 for Sutton and a touchdown, by the way. It is 17-10. Denver leading this game. No one else close to the bonus through 3 quarters. Maybe something crazy will happen, though, in quarter number 4. Let's see.
Casey's with me. White makes them look whiter.
Bill says, now I feel like a sock hoarder. I have like 30 pairs of socks. Jay Duncan. This sim is such a turd. We've devolved to sock chat. Come on, we're better than this. We're not. We're really not. Definitely not.
Absolutely not.
Black ankle socks says Mr. Nick. Robbie says definitely no red socks. Yeah,
let's not talk about them.
Dom says Koff hitting Tom with a lot of common sense here.
I don't know. Casey's with me on the sock thing.
Yeah, look, Casey's very vocal now being in the chat for the first time.
She's been wanting to break in.
Do we know that? I mean, I think.
Oh, it could be a he. That's a good point.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was just going to ask Casey. Could you just so we know, we don't want to assume that you are a male or female. I'm assuming female based on Casey with a K. I think that's probably more likely.
I don't know, man.
But I could now.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Now I could just be insulting Casey. The
100%. I think we just got to move on.
See, now I want to know. I mean, Daniel hits me with the Good Burger. I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes.
Love Good Burger.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
So that actually reminds me of fictional burger places. Kevin Smith is opening up pop-up fast food joints of movies, which is the burger joint in all of the Kevin Smith movies. He's opening one for, however many days here in St. Louis. Location still TBD. I heard that on the radio this morning. I thought that's a cool idea.
It's fun.
So if you're into Kevin Smith, check it out. I'm sure if you Google it, you can find it. You have to reserve your spot at all these different
Randy
locations.
says, and just like that, Casey never came to the chat again. No, Casey's going to respond. Casey's going to hit us up with that knowledge.
Well,
this is Good Burger's a baseball movie.
No, Good Burger is like don't they rollerblade in Good Burger? Isn't that the big thing
Casey
that they're doing?
says, I struggle with that also, haha, but it's my parents' fault for the name, but I'm a guy.
There you go.
See, now we know. All right. Boom. Done. Casey the dude. Kind of like a boy named Sue. Is that a thing? You ever come across a guy named Sue? I mean,
that's a famous song, I think.
No, I know, but you ever meet a guy named Sue? I mean,
never.
I've come across guys named Leslie.
The only man I know named Sue is Indomitian Sue.
Yeah, I mean that's not the same thing.
I'm proud of that joke, Koff. Just let me have it. Okay?
I made the worst dad joke on the Sweat hosting that earlier today. We were talking a little basketball tonight. I asked our analyst. We were talking about Nickeil Alexander-Walker from the from the Pelicans. and I said, and the segment was Chase or Fade. I'm going to tell this joke because we have a bigger audience here than we had this morning. We were talking about whether to play him. It was a Chase or Fade segment, and I don't remember who I was talking to specifically. I think it was Ducey actually, and I said, so Nikhil Alexander Walker, at NAW, are you?
I already like where you're going. I know the punchline.
Yeah, are you chasing him? You gonna play Neil Alexander Walker tonight or nah? I was like, I'm sorry.
Really good stuff.
Yeah,
it's great stuff at UConn, honestly. I'm into it.
Daniel says that is so bad.
No, I live for the cheese.
I just got a text from producer Drew. I saw his name pop up. I wonder if it was going to be something related to what we're doing here. I guess it kind of is, but he's not listening. He said, I vaguely remember the streams discussing the IT crowd. You liked it, no? Did you ever watch the IT crowd?
I did not. No, I'm unfamiliar.
It's okay. It's just okay. I'm going to do what I always do, which is just recommend to people what I'm watching currently, which, as we all know, let's say it together, Blue Mountain State. That's what I imagine you would all sound like if you were in a crowd.
So, DK Sim fan member, our friend Christian DeAndrea just tweeted this out.
Oh, okay. I've heard of him. Sim Ruiner.
He's talking about, Sim Ruiner, exactly. He's talking about Jack Leiter, the 20-year-old pitcher at Vanderbilt.
Al's kid, right?
Son of Al Leiter, right now, okay? 20 and 2/3 no-hit innings, 35 strikeouts against Oklahoma State, South Carolina, and Missouri, and LSU. Jack Leiter is playing this game on rookie difficulty. Honestly, he's sort of become can't miss TV if you're a sport fan. Like if
he hasn't allowed a single hit in 20+ innings.
It's insane.
That's ridiculous. What are the strikeout numbers?
I think it was 35 strikeouts.
That's nuts.
And like if you're flipping around at night and you got SEC Network and you see him pitching for Vandy, watch. It's awesome. I've caught myself a few times. I really hope it translates into the majors.
I'd love to see it.
And it's always cool when a guy that was in the majors, has a kid that ends up being awesome. I mean, look at the Blue Jays. They got a whole roster of them right now.
Halfway through the fourth, yeah, I know, right? Between Biggio, Bichette, Guerrero, obviously. Do they have any others?
They drafted a kid this past draft. Michael might remember that had a dad that played in the majors too. I'm completely blanking on it. I think they drafted a shortstop or a second baseman. He was a middle infielder. I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to Google it, Carl.
Google it. We're here.
Oh, maybe Michael just gave me the answer here. No, he just said, I think you're right. Yep, I think I'm right here too. I want to be confident.
Tom's microwave just shouts, "Butt!" He was calling for Jake Butt. Didn't work out there. Noah Fant, again, getting it done.
So they drafted Austin Martin.
Okay.
Austin Martin out of Vanderbilt. Martin, very common last name. So we're going to go ahead and see who his dad is exactly. Click on his Wikipedia page. He's got great flow, for those wondering.
Yeah, but how's his chest lettuce?
I've not seen his chest lettuce yet. How are they not going to list his famous dad on his Wikipedia page? Chris Martin, lead singer of Coldplay. No, I don't know Chris Martin off the top of my head. Christopher Martin, MLB. People like when I dictate my Googles.
Is that right?
Yep. Known fact. So That's definitely not him. That's a current player. You know, maybe I'm wrong here, guys. There's a chance I'm wrong. I'm sometimes wrong.
I'm choosing to believe that you're right.
I'm sometimes wrong.
How am I only 30th in this free roll? And how is Santanolio something or other not relented this lead like the entire sim? 5-point advantage. Dalvin Cook has just been gross. And congrats to our current leader who faded that individual.
Daniel saying, I wonder what type of car he drives in Aston Martin. But and that actually reminds me, another thing I heard on the radio this morning. You can tell I had a long drive this morning. So premium car brands, we're talking like Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Ferrari, Aston Martin would fall in this category. In 2020, had the best year, or had, you know, at least Bentley did, had the best year in the history of Bentley. And all these other brands had crazy good years, which is odd, right? Because people are at home, people are driving less. The auto industry in general was down, I think, 10% over the calendar year. But we're talking like premium high-end car brands. Bentley has been around 105 years. 2020 was its best year ever.
Interesting.
And that's because all of these rich people were sitting at homes going, well, I got nothing to do. Oh, these cars are cool. Well, you know what? I'll buy a Bentley. Why not? All these super rich people are bored. So instead of them, you know, gaining the quarantine 15 or binging shows on Netflix, they're just out here buying Bentleys because they're bored because of the pandemic. You got to love it. I can't wait to win the lottery one day, Koff.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
I really want to do that.
Take a little look-see at what's going on in NBA tonight.
I looked at my lineup. I'm not going to check it the rest of the night. If I somehow beat you, I'll be happy, but I have conceded the fact that I'm going to lose.
It's not happening for you tonight. My lineup is fire right now. 283 and counting, Lindenbaum. I only said it that way because he might ask how many points I have. Yeah, everybody's in pretty good shape at the moment.
And it's still early too. You got room to pile on.
Half, and he's up into the 30s. Bauer lost the no-hitter, by the way. The Giannis Willie Hernan Gomez decision is working out. They both have the fire emoji.
There you go. Yeah, it's always good to side with talent, right? I mean, that's the way the NBA works, right? You got the talent, you win games.
It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes.
It is what it is. How many NBA champions have had, have there been where the roster didn't include a guy that you could argue is a top 10 guy? We're talking a handful ever.
At best.
I mean, the Dirk team, you could maybe argue he wasn't top 10 at that point, but he was playing at a top 10 level at that point in the postseason.
Obviously, everybody always points to the 04 Pistons.
Right. Another good example. Ben Wallace obviously was an elite defender. Sheed, when he wanted to be, could be a top 15 player in the league at that point, probably in his career, 04 Pistons is a good answer there.
Touchdown, Tajay Sharp, first of
Your
the
boy.
day. Giving you some garbage points, folks. About to be 24-17, a minute to go.
Specifically giving you garbage points.
And not just me. There are others. The ownership is pretty good on one Tajay Sharp.
Nice
He's in about
toe drag.
60% of lineups.
Ooh, booth review. I don't know, Koff.
You know what? Whether he gets it or not, I stand by the play. All right.
Daniel saying Chauncey was good.
No, effortless. Effortless.
Chauncey was good. That whole
Chauncey
roster
was good, but he wasn't an all-timer or anything. He wasn't a superstar. He was just
right.
Good. I mean, better than good, above average, but he was not a superstar player.
That was a fun team. I really enjoyed that Pistons team. I was rooting hard against the Lakers as a young man.
Man, Tajay Sharp's only 5 away from the bonus. I don't think he's going to get there, but it's kind of a bummer. Could have used that.
Rasheed Wallace was one of my favorite non-Celtics ever. And then when he joined the Celtics, I was so excited. And then he